The return of the warlord. Fueled by vengeance and driven by a mission, he strides into the city after 8 years, stirring turmoil, battling for supremacy, and forging a legendary saga of blood and valor. Chapter 1. Dragon Soul. In the depths of Yeren Mountain, along the border between China and Myanmar, Xiang Yu lay concealed in a thicket, his body camouflaged perfectly with the surrounding environment. He had maintained this position for 2 days and nights, with not a hint of fatigue or impatience visible on his face. His eyes, deep as an abyss, radiated a fierce, cold glimmer. The air was thick with toxic mists and swarming insects, rendering this place a den of devils. Aside from the savage tribes of the indigenous people, it was a rare footstep that graced this land. However, for those with heinous intentions, it served as an ideal refuge. 50 meters from Xiang Yu's ambush site lay a dark tree hollow, which upon entry revealed a world beyond imagination. Within the secret base beneath the tree hollow, a grand welcome banquet was underway, and the guest of honor, Tang Shiji, was the very target of Xiang Yu's assassination mission. Tang, your ability to break through the blockade of the Wolf Special Forces and escape safely from Huaxia is truly impressive. I admire you, exclaimed a burly foreigner with a full beard, speaking in broken Huaxia as he raised his glass in salute. Tang Shiji, in his 40s, was slightly plump and of unremarkable appearance, with small, elongated eyes that sparkled with cunning. At that moment, he lounged comfortably on a sofa, with a blonde woman on each arm holding a cigar and the other presenting him with a drink. Mr. Rode, if not for your assistance, I would have perished at the border. I shall remember this favor, he declared, raising his glass to Rode and downing the drink in one gulp. Rode smiled slightly. Huaxia's special forces are reputed to rank among the top 3 in individual combat capabilities worldwide. Compared to our Forest Wolf mercenaries, they are but children. The Forest Wolf mercenaries, ranked 18th in the mercenary world, comprise solely of retired special forces from various nations, renowned for their combat skills and experience, which explained Rode's confidence. The Wolf Special Forces should consider a name change. Yuri, what do you think would sound better? Rode inquired of a mercenary fiddling with a combat knife beside him. Yuri pondered briefly before responding with a grin. Let's rename it the Puppy Special Forces in Huaxia terms. It would be akin to a paparazzi team. Laughter erupted among the group at his jest. That name is splendid. Puppy Team. Their combat abilities barely match that of our nation's paparazzi. Yuri toasted. As a Huaxia native, Tang Shiji observed, these men mock the Wolf Special Forces with amusement rather than anger. Then I shall entrust my safety to Mr. Rode. Absolutely no problem, but Tang, I must confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. Rode's expression turned grave. Tang Shiji's safety mattered little to him. What was paramount was the intelligence he possessed, which could yield a fortune if sold to the West. Tang Shiji chuckled. Rest assured, Mr. Rode, the intelligence I hold is sufficient to procure a mountain of gold for you. Would I dare to collaborate with you, a forest wolf, without such intel? The two exchanged knowing smiles and continued to drink. Tang Shiji, flanked by 2 women, was becoming increasingly intoxicated, relishing the sensation. Prior to this, he had been a secretary in a military district, leading a monotonous existence, with daily inspections and periodic lie detector tests, leaving him devoid of personal space. He had tolerated all this, but what he could not bear was returning home to find not warmth from his wife, but disdain and accusations of incompetence. The drudgery of work and the humiliation of home life drove him to madness, leading him to concoct a plan. After 3 years of patient plotting, he had meticulously charted an escape route and understood the operational patterns of the Wolf Special Forces, ultimately contacting foreign buyers. When everything was in place, he only needed one piece of information. Finally, he seized the opportunity, acquiring top-secret intelligence, and contacted Rode, evading the pursuit of the Wolf Special Forces to arrive here. As he contemplated his future, his heart raced with exhilaration. No more enduring that middle-aged face. Huaxia truly believes its military plans and operations are flawless, and the wolves are nothing but a bunch of fools. Just as he envisioned a life of luxury, his phone vibrated with a message. You have 10 minutes left to live, Dragon Soul. Upon reading the message, Tang Shiji's countenance turned ashen. Rode sensed something amiss, swiftly swiping Tang's phone away, his expression darkening. Dragon Soul, the soul of Dragon War? It cannot be. Fuck. Tang Shiji, what intelligence have you stolen? Huaxia has dispatched Dragon Soul. At the mention of Dragon Soul, the tension escalated among the Forest Wolf mercenaries, who quickly drew their weapons and sought cover, bracing for battle. Don't know. How could it be him? How could it be him? Tang Shiji stammered, his despair palpable as he realized Dragon Soul had personally come to hunt him down. Yuri, a towering figure, gulped down a shot of liquor. Is Dragon Soul truly that formidable? Captain, we have so many men. If he dares to come, I'll crush him. Fool! Do you not understand? How do you think the Iron Blood mercenaries were annihilated? Rode shouted, losing his composure. Yuri gasped. Was it Dragon Soul? Who else could it be? Although the Iron Blood mercenaries rank behind us, their strength is well known. Even so, they were still obliterated by Dragon Soul. Rode trailed off, fully aware that Dragon Soul's arrival signified the inevitable demise of one side. Who is Dragon Soul anyway? Yuri inquired. Rode shook his head. No one knows who Dragon Soul is. All who have seen him are dead. There was once a Middle Eastern nation willing to pay $100 million for a photograph of Dragon Soul, but it was unsuccessful. Dragon Soul, the soul of Dragon War. A unit more enigmatic and terrifying than the wolves, with each member possessing the prowess of a god of death. As for Dragon Soul, it was the codename for Xiangyu. Level 1 alert. Turn off the lights. Everyone, stay sharp. If you spot anything suspicious, open fire immediately. Dragon Soul always operates alone if he is human. He can be killed, Rode commanded, waving his hand. At this moment, fear and anxiety were futile. Their only hope lay in eliminating Dragon Soul for survival. At that moment, Xiangyu had discarded all pretense. The instant he sent that message, he commenced his operation, having meticulously surveilled the area for 2 days and nights. Swift as a bolt of lightning, he glided past, dispatching 2 mercenaries hidden behind a tree, blood gushing from their necks as their bewildered gazes faded. As they beheld his shadow, they collapsed lifelessly. In less than a minute, he had eliminated the 4 sentinels. Before him lay the tree hollow. Inside the secret base beneath the tree hollow, Xiangyu was aware that 32 Forest Wolf mercenaries awaited him, likely well prepared for his arrival. Forest Wolf. From this day forth, that name shall be erased from existence. A cold, murderous intent flickered at Tich without concealing his footfalls. He had barely entered the tree hollow when he aroused the vigilance of Rod and his companions. In an instant, bullets transformed into meteors, streaking through the darkness like shooting stars. Xiangyu's form was akin to a specter. Elusive and swift, the bullets grazed his scalp, yet none found their mark. In the shroud of night, Xiangyu had long mastered the art of discerning sounds and positions. With a flick of his wrist, 5 silent darts flew forth, accompanied simultaneously by the piercing cries of the fallen. Outnumbered, Xiangyu refrained from using a firearm, for pulling the trigger necessitated a fleeting pause, and the gunfire would easily betray his location. He faced the world's most elite mercenaries, and even the briefest hesitation could prove fatal. The darts, silent and deadly, served as the perfect instruments of murder in the darkness. Each dart was cast with precision, ensuring that every one struck its target. Had there been light, one would see that all the fallen bore a dart lodged in their foreheads. The name Dragon Soul instilled fear, proving itself to be well-deserved. The Forest Wolf mercenaries number 36 in total. Rod, now only you remain. Xiangyu's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of hell, imbued with an overwhelming murderous intent. The cacophony of gunfire that had roared just a minute ago was now replaced by an eerie silence, punctuated only by the rapid breaths of Tang Shiji. Dragon Soul, you have slain all my brothers. If you spare me, I promise to vanish from here on, Rod, genuinely terrified, pleaded. The Forest Wolf mercenaries, ranked 18th in the mercenary world, had been annihilated in under a minute, leaving him as the sole survivor. In the face of death, how many can remain indifferent? Even Rod, who had killed countless, was not immune to fear. You dare to traffic in military intelligence of Huaxia? A person as audacious as you. Do you think I would trust your words? Xiangyu replied with calmness, for only the dead posed no threat. Rod's silence prompted a sigh from Xiangyu. I hope that in your next life, you refrain from coveting Huaxia. Before his words had fully escaped, a dart shot forth like a flash of lightning. Just as Rod raised his gun, the dart pierced through his brow and embedded itself in the wall behind him. As the lights illuminated the scene, casting their glow upon the ashen-faced Tang Shiji, Xiangyu crouched down, brandishing a military dagger, denying the latter any opportunity to speak, and swiftly executed him. Chapter 2. The mission: as long as I am here, not a single fragment of Huaxia shall be taken away. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Tang Shiji, Xiangyu shook his head and reached forth to extract one of his teeth. While it appeared to be merely a tooth, in truth it was a storage device. containing the highly confidential intelligence that Tang Shiji had pilfered. "It is over," Xiang Yu murmured to himself, crushing the tooth in his grip, allowing the powder to scatter to the ground. Exiting the hollow of the tree, he spotted a helicopter hovering above and seized the rope ladder, swiftly ascending into the air. At the border in the base, within the office, Xiang Yu stood before the desk like a javelin. Opposite him, a middle-aged man was intently scrutinizing a series of photographs depicting lifeless bodies, each marked with a dart at the center of their foreheads, without exception. Clearly, this was an assessment of Xiang Yu's recent operation. "Not bad," the middle-aged man stated succinctly after reviewing the images. Dressed in plain clothes, appearing to be around 40. Time seemed to have left no trace upon his visage. He exuded an air of handsome gallantry and an intimidating charm. "Long Shu, is not bad all you have to say?" Xiang Yu, who had been maintaining a facade of military decorum, could no longer contain himself and plopped down onto the desk, picking up the photographs in indignation. Each one struck down in a single blow. "You were not so formidable in your youth, were you? Long Hao?" A legendary figure in the military known as the War God, possessed unfathomable strength. Xiang Yu had never witnessed his true capabilities. In the realm of martial prowess, attaining the rank of War God meant one was free from all constraints, only engaging in action when national security was at stake, enjoying absolute freedom and power. This was Xiang Yu's aspiration. Once he achieved the War God level, he could do as he pleased, trampling upon those who had wronged him in the past. Contemplating this, Xiang Yu's gaze turned sharp and cold. Sensing his murderous intent, Long Hao remarked, "What is it? Revisiting that matter again?" Xiang Yu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Long Hao sighed. "Some thoughts are best kept to oneself. Expressing them can be fatal. Have you not yet learned the art of restraint, thinking yourself invincible?" Xiang Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. "Thus, I must continue my missions, striving to reach the War God level, and then my opportunity will arise." "Ha! Your aspirations are naive. From the 7 warring states to the present day, 7 ancient clans, over 2 millennia have passed. How many emperors have sought to obliterate the 7 clans, yet they remain unyielding. Do you think you alone can achieve this?" Long Hao chuckled. "While youthful vigor is commendable, excessive bravado breeds arrogance. A reckless individual cannot achieve great things. Moreover, the 7 clans operate with meticulous precision, leaving no trace, and possess the capacity to topple nations. Without absolute certainty, their status remains rock solid. Nonetheless, Xiang Yu, having reached the level of a war general at such a young age, stood just a step away from the War God rank. Long Hao was generally pleased with Xiang Yu's achievements, though he felt the need to temper the young man's fervor regarding that particular matter. Noticing the bitter look on Xiang Yu's face, Long Hao adopted a serious demeanor. "There is a task at hand concerning the Zhao family. Are you interested?" The mention of the Zhao family ignited a fierce glint in Xiang Yu's eyes. "That vile woman Zhao Ji. I shall tear her apart." Nearly all of Xiang Yu's animosity stemmed from this woman. Had she not ensnared him all those years ago, he would not have ended up in his current predicament. Even though he understood that the 7 clans were behind the entire affair, with Zhao Ji merely a pawn, he could not let go of his resentment. "Xiang Yu, aside from killing, what else do you excel at?" Long Hao's voice turned harsh. "I have spent 8 years training you. Do you think I'm merely fashioned a killing machine? If you prove unworthy, I will discard you." As he spoke, Long Hao suddenly struck, and Xiang Yu instinctively raised his arm to block, only to realize he was ensnared by an inexplicable force, rendered immobile. Long Hao's hand gripped Xiang Yu's neck, lifting him off the ground, his terrifying gaze fixed on Xiang Yu's reddening face. "The 7 clans must be eradicated. As for who will do it, I care not. If you cannot achieve it in 8 years, I can afford to wait many more." Xiang Yu had never witnessed such fury from Long Hao. Although he struggled to breathe, his eyes remained cold and defiant, locking with Long Hao's. "To perish at the hands of the 7 clans renders you a mere wandering soul. To die by my hand, you may yet become a martyr." Long Hao suddenly tightened his grip, and Xiang Yu felt as though his very soul might escape his body. Nevertheless, his resolve held firm. "As long as the 7 clans endure, I cannot die. No one escapes death, not even you." Long Hao scoffed, violently tossing Xiang Yu aside. He crashed into the solid wooden sofa, which splintered into fragments. Xiang Yu coughed violently, tears welling in his eyes, yet he fought to maintain his fierce demeanor, glaring at Long Hao like a wolf. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Long Hao mocked. Rising to his feet, Xiang Yu straightened his back and declared emphatically, "This mission is mine. Provide me with a reason," Long Hao replied, regaining his composure. Xiang Yu forced himself to remain calm, his tone sharp and resolute. "For Huaxia, not for your own sake?" Long Hao inquired, his tone softening. Xiang Yu responded, "To annihilate the 7 clans for Huaxia is also to avenge myself. It is one and the same. For oneself, it is easy to be swayed by emotions. For the nation, one must consider the larger picture, discerning what should and should not be done, when to act and when to refrain. Thus, there lies a fundamental difference between the two," Long Hao stated solemnly. Xiang Yu fell silent, regardless of any underlying similarities. He did not care. His sole concern was vengeance, though such thoughts he could only harbor in secret. "I know you are dissatisfied. I can allow you a measure of freedom within the confines of the rules, but should you overstep, it will benefit no one." Excessive repression would only drive Xiang Yu to madness. Allowing him some outlet was not without merit. Xiang Yu's eyes brightened. "How broad is this range?" Long Hao replied nonchalantly. "As long as it does not incite complete turmoil among the 7 clans, you are free within that scope. And if I exceed this range?" Xiang Yu probed cautiously. Long Hao's penetrating gaze turned toward him, slowly stating, "Exceeding this range means you are no longer in the picture." Pausing and noting Xiang Yu's frown, Long Hao continued, "However, if you do not personally annihilate the 7 clans, will you find peace?" Xiang Yu shook his head in frustration. It always circled back to him operating within constraints. Enough of this chatter. The defection of Tang Shiji has raised suspicions within the military regarding the Zhao family. Although it is merely a threadbare conjecture, it undeniably presents an opportunity. "I need you to investigate this matter thoroughly," Long Hao instructed seriously. Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. Since the military harbors suspicions, they must have perceived something. Yet how could the Zhao family possibly leave a trace in this affair? "That is precisely what you must uncover," Long Hao replied. "Military intelligence is a highly sensitive topic for any nation. Given the Zhao family's cunning, even if they were involved, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to trace it back to them. Yet all the evidence pointed toward the Zhao family, which was indeed perplexing." Xiang Yu retorted, "This must be the Zhao family's most guarded secret, and you are merely suspicious. How can I possibly investigate this? The destruction of the 7 clans is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. This mission has no time constraints, and you are solely accountable to me. Should you make any discoveries, contact me at any time," Long Hao stated. Xiang Yu shrugged. "Only you are aware of my existence. Why mention it? There are many who know of your existence. I am not the only one. As for whether you are deemed worthy to meet them, that lies in your hands." Long Hao smiled, revealing a smile rich with implication. After a moment, Long Hao continued, "Currently, the Zhao family is also becoming aware of the situation. In this sensitive period, placing you within the Zhao family will undoubtedly raise suspicions. Hence, this will be your new identity." As he spoke, Long Hao produced a file folder. Upon seeing a name on the documents, Xiang Yu recoiled as if struck by lightning, quickly shaking his head. "No way. Absolutely not. When I appeared before Guer, she would undoubtedly want to kill me. If Zhao Ji was the woman whom Xiang Yu despised to the core, then Chu Guer was the woman he adored with all his soul." Every time he recalled that incident, the cold, indifferent, and disappointed gaze of Chu Guer would pierce Xiang Yu's heart like a knife. The Xiang Yu of yesteryear had already perished in a tragic accident while being transported to the Forbidden Zone. The Xiang Yu of today is an entirely different person. Moreover, 8 years have passed. At that time, you were merely 15 years old, and the fire that erupted after the transport vehicle was overturned nearly disfigured you. During your treatment, a minor surgical procedure was performed, hence you would certainly not recognize you. Indeed, when Xiang Yu awoke from his coma and beheld the reflection in the mirror, he could not even recognize himself. With the passage of time, his appearance had changed. His visage had become more resolute and stern, yet the essence of his gaze remained unchanged. Upon suddenly encountering Guer's name, he mused that perhaps she had long forgotten him. A bitter smile crept across Xiang Yu's face as he shook his head. That pain would forever linger, and now, this wound must be reopened. Long Hao remarked with a meaningful smile, "Perhaps she has been thinking of you all along?" To this, Xiang Yu harbored no hope whatsoever and shook his head despondently once again. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. If you wish for her to accept you anew, strive to become a man of significance. Your task is to remain by Guer's side, earn her trust, and engage in a strategic game with the Zhao family and the 7 clans. Once you demonstrate a strength that threatens the seven clans, they will inevitably reveal their vulnerabilities, thus completing your mission. Long Hao approached, adjusting Xiang Yu's attire with solemnity. Xiang Yu inhaled deeply and nodded firmly. Since fate had decreed that he should reunite with Chu Gu, this time he would grasp the opportunity tightly and ensure she would not be disappointed again. Chapter 3. I apologize. I am the security guard Qingzhou Academy, named after the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Symbolizes the dragon and phoenix, totems of Chinese heritage reflecting the hopes for one's children to become dragons and phoenixes. It is evident that the ambition of Qingzhou Academy is to cultivate all its students into extraordinary talents. This comprehensive institution encompasses nearly every field of study, boasting a student body of 200,000, an undeniably formidable figure. Qingzhou Academy welcomes anyone, provided they meet the admissions criteria. Such a colossal entity would be gravely mistaken to believe that sheer numbers would suffice. Each year, its graduates emerge as elite talents across various domains, while those who fail to graduate find themselves rejected by all enterprises. In summary, graduates of Qingzhou Academy are all affluent and distinguished. Those without a diploma are inevitably deemed unworthy. This stark polarization serves as a catalyst for every student, who would willingly embrace mediocrity. Thus, although Qingzhou Academy maintains an open stance towards all students, it is advisable for those lacking confidence in obtaining a diploma to refrain from enrolling. Even if everyone acknowledges your affiliation with Qingzhou Academy, without a diploma, you will garner no recognition. This is the true power of Qingzhou Academy. Furthermore, Xiang Yu was aware that the seven clans manipulated the institution behind the scenes, which was also why he had come here. The ancestors of the seven clans were the seven formidable rulers of the Warring States period, and their ability to withstand the test of 2 millennia in China is grounded in their unwavering family system. Authority is vested in one's own clan, ensuring that no member would act against the family's interests, thus preserving the seven clans' enduring prominence. For outsiders to penetrate the core of the seven clans is nothing short of a pipe dream. However, with the explosive growth of the information age, it is impossible for a single family to cultivate talents across every conceivable field, inevitably creating vacuums in various domains. In this context, Qingzhou Academy emerged, serving as a cradle for truly capable students who ultimately find their way into the service of the seven clans. It can be said that Qingzhou Academy is the breeding ground for talent among the seven clans. Today's renowned figures in society, whether in business, academia, or entertainment, invariably bear the mark of Qingzhou Academy in their backgrounds. Some have even ascended to the core management of the seven clans, though this remains unknown to the public. Xiang Yu gleaned this knowledge from the intelligence provided by Long Hao. In simple terms, to bring about the downfall of the seven clans, there are only two approaches: either dismantle them from within or confront them with overwhelming strength. Given Xiang Yu's current predicament, he had no opportunity either internally or externally. Thus, he could only approach from both angles, getting close to Chu Gur from the Chu family and opposing the seven clans through her. Though his current mission was to investigate the Zhao family, Xiang Yu understood that this was merely a pretext devised by Long Hao. What he sought was not merely the Zhao family, but the entirety of the seven clans. Moreover, the seven clans, having stood firm in China for 2 millennia, could not be eradicated overnight. This was a task without a time limit. Regardless of the animosity Xiang Yu felt towards the seven clans, he must proceed step by step. Within Qingzhou Academy, there are numerous scions of the seven clans, including key figures groomed for prominence. Through them, opportunities to acquire intelligence regarding the seven clans will arise. However, Xiang Yu's purpose for being here was not to study, but to serve as a security guard at the academy, a role Long Hao had assigned him as the first step. Starting from the ground up and in a position entirely unrelated to the mission, thus avoiding suspicion. Xiang Yu felt quite exasperated by this arrangement, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Today marked the day for new students to register, and the entrance of the academy was bustling with activity. Observing the newcomers about to part from their parents, each wearing expressions of reluctance, some parents were even in tears, Xiang Yu could not help but smirk. These freshmen were likely around 17 or 18 years old. The older ones might even be 20. At 23, Xiang Yu had already learned the art of killing, facing the most ruthless and vile individuals in the world. Compared to them, was he fortunate or tragic? Shaking his head in frustration, he dismissed such thoughts and proceeded directly to the security office at the entrance. The previous guard, Grandpa Zhang, had resigned after the passing of his spouse, and Long Hao had arranged for Xiang Yu to take his place through the security company. As he approached the entrance, a sharp screech of brakes pierced the air, and Xiang Yu slowly turned to see a red Ferrari parked behind him, its sleek body shimmering under the light, causing him to squint slightly. "Do you have no eyes? Do you want me to run you over?" A young face emerged from the car window, glaring at Xiang Yu and hurling insults. Hearing the commotion, a crowd of curious students gathered around. Xiang Yu chuckled to himself, with his back turned. It was impossible for him to see, and since the young man was facing him, did his eyes, like his rear, also fail to see? This retort elicited laughter from the onlookers. The young man had a point, yet no one was inclined to engage in reason here. Enraged, the wealthy young man flung the door open and stepped out, his expression twisted with fury. "Say that again? I said your rear end is blind. Your ears must be faulty too." Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, contemplating that this young man was quite ill. He needed treatment. Not giving the other a chance to retort, Xiang Yu pointed to a sign at the entrance that read private vehicles prohibited. "So, what if you drive a fancy car? Are you special? You're a student too. Violating school rules should get you expelled, right?" At this, the wealthy young man smirked derisively. "You must be a new student, huh? Do you know how much my father donates to this school every year? Even the principal would let me in, believe it or not. Just because the principal allows you in does not mean I will." Xiang Yu replied dismissively. The young man laughed heartily. "Then let your little Huang Bing see who's more impressive than the principal." Upon hearing the name Huang Bing, the senior students responsible for welcoming the newcomers all revealed knowing expressions, clearly having heard of this arrogant individual, though they had yet to meet him. After Huang Bing introduced himself, many couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at Xiang Yu. Having offended Huang Bing, this fellow would find it challenging to navigate school life in the future. At that moment, an elderly security guard hurriedly approached Xiang Yu and whispered, "This fellow is not to be trifled with. Apologize to him. Otherwise, once you're at school, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. You've finally gained admission to Qingzhou Academy. Don't let such a trivial matter jeopardize your future." Xiang Yu chuckled and shook his head, replying, "I'm a security guard. This is a matter I must address." "Security guard?" Upon hearing this response, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, followed by a chorus of derisive hisses. If this individual were merely a student, an apology might suffice. But if a security guard were to offend Huang Bing, his fate would be sealed. Huang Bing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "So you're just a security guard? You must be new, right? First day on the job? Clearly, this position is ill-suited for you. Do yourself a favor and leave to find another job. You're already fired." Chapter 4. The ruin. Huang Bing's audacity to speak such words in front of a crowd stemmed from his immense confidence. Others were unperturbed, and no one would dare to offend Huang Bing for the sake of a mere security guard, even though they all silently recognized that this situation was not Xiang Yu's fault. If anyone were to blame Xiang Yu, it would be for his lack of awareness. After all, who could possibly contend with someone of such influence? Was the principal his father or his son? How could he simply declare someone fired? Xiang Yu felt a surge of anger. It was only his first day on the job, and he had already encountered such an incident. However, he seized the opportunity to assert his authority. Otherwise, his tenure here would be exceedingly difficult. Huang Bing was arrogant, but this security guard seemed even more audacious, openly insulting the principal. Some individuals inwardly admired this guard's courage, while others scorned his recklessness. If this were to reach the principal's ears, Xiang Yu would surely be dismissed. "You dare to insult the principal?" Huang Bing roared, realizing that should the principal take offense, his father would be powerless to shield him. He knew well that his father was but a puppet in front of the principal. Xiang Yu declared with righteous conviction, "Regardless of who it is, one must remain loyal to their duties. As a security guard, I must prioritize the safety of this academy. What if your reckless driving injures a student? Or worse, what if it damages the flora? Who would bear that responsibility? This sign stands here for a reason. It embodies the school rules, and the principal is surely the architect of those rules. If the principal were to condone your actions, then he would be unworthy of his position. Students who dared to be brazen within the academy often possess substantial backing, and the institution turned a blind eye to their antics. However, for those without connections or influence, such behavior was intolerable, yet they could only seethe in silence. Xiang Yu's words resonated with their sentiments, and their gazes toward him shifted. This once brazen security guard now appeared rather dashing. With a tall stature, an impeccable physique, a strikingly handsome face, and calm, deep-set eyes, he could very well be the most attractive security guard in history. School regulations are school regulations. Any repercussions I face will be the school's concern. Now, if the young master wishes to drive in, do you, a mere security guard, dare to stop him? Huang Bing, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes and the whispers echoing around, was seething with rage. Yet he could not lay blame at the principal's feet. He needed to make it seem as though this was merely his own action. He was eager to see if Xiang Yu would have the audacity to obstruct him. Xiang Yu smiled and stated, "Private vehicles are prohibited from entering, which means that your car is not allowed on campus." "What do you mean by that?" Huang Bing retorted with a sneer. Xiang Yu casually replied, "It means that if you drive your car in, it ceases to be a car and becomes a heap of scrap metal. You dare to smash my car? Do you have any idea how much this vehicle costs? A mere scratch would cost you a year's salary. You wouldn't be able to exchange 10 lifetimes for this car." Huang Bing's tone was laced with arrogance. Seeing Xiang Yu remain silent, Huang Bing mocked, "Are you scared now? It's too late. I'm driving in now, and let us see how many guts you have to turn my car into scrap." With that, Huang Bing returned to his vehicle and drove onto the campus. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he parked the car and shouted, "The young master has entered. Weren't you going to smash it? Go ahead." The students fell silent, each glancing at Xiang Yu, pondering the gravity of the situation. This young security guard was indeed filled with a sense of justice. Yet it seemed he lacked the foresight to navigate this predicament. Now that Huang Bing had entered and challenged him to smash the car, how would he extricate himself from this dilemma? "You must be the new recruit replacing old Zhang, right? Listen, students like this are not ones we can afford to offend." He is furious now. "It would be wise for you to back off. I'll speak to the higher-ups later. Perhaps I can help you keep your job," the older security guard said, recognizing the youthful zeal in Xiang Yu that mirrored his own from years past. He felt a pang of sympathy for the young man, not wanting to see him lose his livelihood. The two security guards at the entrance, who were also struggling workers, felt a kinship with Xiang Yu's plight and urged him to avoid the confrontation. Xiang Yu smiled gratefully at them, but as a security guard, it was his duty to uphold his post. If he allowed such matters to go unchecked, what significance would their presence hold? "You're being obstinate. I can't help you if you continue this way. His car is right there. Do you dare to smash it?" The older security guard, now visibly frustrated, admonished Xiang Yu. Others looked on, eager to see how he would respond. "I thought you were quite bold just now, claiming you'd turn the young master's car into scrap metal. Yet where is that bravado now?" Huang Bing taunted, seeing Xiang Yu as nothing more than a jester, eager to observe how much longer this jester could prance about. All eyes were fixed on Xiang Yu, and the air grew thick with tension. A confrontation between a lowly security guard and a wealthy heir was a rare spectacle. Would the seemingly righteous guard be able to turn the tables? Xiang Yu remained unresponsive, scanning the area before striding towards a corner. He picked up a brick and approached the car. "Seems you really intend to smash it. Fine if you have the guts. Go all out," Huang Bing exclaimed, jumping out of the car and taking a stance to the side, exuding an air of authority. The students followed Xiang Yu into the campus, steadfastly trailing him. The entry of private vehicles into the academy contravened school regulations. As a diligent security guard, Xiang Yu resolved that, in the interest of maintaining tranquility and safety within the academy, the car must be destroyed. With a sense of righteous determination, Xiang Yu raised the brick high, and amidst the astonished, bewildered, and shocked gazes of the crowd, he brought it down with force. Bang! 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 The deafening sound of impact echoed as the Ferraris had crumpled and twisted. The windshield shattered, and without hesitation, he smashed the two doors, transforming what was once a sleek, dynamic sports car into a mound of scrap metal. Xiang Yu was a man of his word. Stunned, everyone stood in disbelief, students, security guards, and even Huang Bing himself. Their gazes shifted towards Xiang Yu, who had dared to follow through. The Ferrari had been obliterated. As one individual finally processed the scene, he gasped in shock, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. This was a Ferrari worth millions, not a mere model. And it had been destroyed? "You bastard! Pay for my car! Pay for my car!" Huang Bing shrieked, snapping back to reality as he clutched his stomach, his face a mask of fury as he lunged forward, intent on grabbing Xiang Yu by the hair. Having violated school regulations and now resorting to violence out of humiliation, he declared, "Everyone, bear witness. This is self-defense." As he spoke, Xiang Yu delivered a swift kick to Huang Bing's abdomen, sending him flying like a kite with its string severed, crashing into the car and further deforming the already beleaguered vehicle. Rules are established for all, yet they often serve to bind only a select few. For Huang Bing, the arrogant bully, rules would not restrain him. Thus, it was time to resolve matters with fists. Chapter 5. You're incredible. I'm impressed I've killed him. I've killed him, Huang Bing wailed, crumpling to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his stomach. At home, he was the apple of his parents' eye. At school, he was the adored rich kid. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Xiang Yu approached with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. Evidently, the lesson imparted to Yu was insufficient. Upon witnessing Xiang Yu's seemingly lethal gaze, Huang Bing trembled in fear, stammering, "What are you going to do?" "Alas, I am but a diligent security guard. Since I earn my keep in this manner, I must uphold the integrity of my role. This time, consider it a minor reprimand. But should there be a next time, I shall ensure you face dire consequences." With a sigh, Xiang Yu appeared to reflect on the fact that he had spared the individual he had just assaulted. Huang Bing's eyes were filled with resentment. "Kid, you have some nerve. Leave your name. I will annihilate your entire family." Xiang Yu retorted, "You best remember it well. My name will echo in your ears, Xiang Yu. The Overlord Xiang Yu. Impressive, is it not?" He took great pride in the name bestowed upon him by his father, deeming it exceedingly cool. Huang Bing coldly replied, "I got it noted down, just you wait." Following this, Huang Bing struggled to his feet, unable to bear the judgmental gazes of the crowd, eager to leave the scene. "Is that all? You intend to leave just like that?" Xiang Yu obstructed Huang Bing's path. Huang Bing, on the verge of tears from his grievances, implored, "What more do you want? You leave, and what becomes of this heap of scrap metal? This is your refuse. You cannot depart without cleaning it up," Xiang Yu jested, pointing at the utterly deformed Ferrari. Huang Bing retorted icily, "If you deem it garbage, then cleaning it up is the job of a garbage collector." "Very well, you may go," Xiang Yu replied, once again revealing a maddeningly light-hearted smile, stepping aside to let him pass. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Huang Bing left in disgrace, no longer exuding the arrogance he once had. "Brother Yu, I truly admire you. That was a Ferrari. You smashed it without a second thought. From now on, I shall follow your lead." Two fellow security guards, one named Zhang San and the other Li Si, had never witnessed such audacity in their tenure and were thrilled at the prospect of associating with such a formidable figure, relishing the idea of living a charmed life. Xiang Yu chuckled heartily, patting the shoulders of the two. "Fear not, brothers. Whenever I have food, you shall not go hungry." Zhang San leapt with joy, rushing off to fetch ice pops for Xiang Yu, while Li Si remained, grinning foolishly at him, prompting a shiver of discomfort in this decisive individual. As Huang Bing departed, the commotion subsided, and the students cast one last glance at Xiang Yu before dispersing. However, the aftermath of this incident was far from over. A bystander recorded the entire episode and uploaded it to the school's forum, grandiosely titled, "The Most Dashing Security Guards Comeback." Within minutes, the video swept through the campus like wildfire, garnering over 100,000 views and more than 10,000 comments, eclipsing the popularity of some celebrity social media posts. Xiang Yu's striking appearance, the nonchalance with which he smashed the car, and his piercing gaze directed at Huang Bing all radiated an undeniable charm. Before he could finish his ice pop, the once sparse entrance to the campus transformed into a thronging sea of people, predominantly young women. What were they doing? As Xiang Yu licked his ice pop, he scanned the crowd, the sight of their long, fair legs nearly blinding him. Zhang San, equally captivated, exclaimed, "Wow, brother Yu, you've become famous. Did you not notice how many girls blushed while looking at you?" "Brother Yu, this is a golden opportunity," Li Si chimed in, his eyes sparkling. Xiang Yu frowned. "What opportunity?" "A chance to date, of course. With so many beauties, all your fans. A mere beckon of your finger could summon a few to accompany you tonight," Li Si said excitedly. Xiang Yu burst into laughter, springing to his feet, and bellowed, "Ladies, those willing to join me for a night of fun, step forward." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the previously chaotic scene fell into an eerie silence, the air seemingly frozen. "Idle, you disgusting pervert! Xiang Yu, I disdain you," a girl suddenly scolded before covering her face and fleeing. This triggered a chain reaction. After the first girl departed, more followed suit, hurling disparaging remarks as they left. The remaining girls wore scornful expressions. "Isn't it a splendid thing to share a bed with one's idol?" Xiang Yu pondered, scratching his head in confusion as he observed the retreating figures. "Pa, I thought you were a hero, a good man, but you're just a lecher. Do you even know who you are? Take a good look at yourself. A mere security guard seeking women? How about I introduce you to the dormitory matron instead? One audacious girl, incensed, declared, having seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. The beautiful girls came swiftly and left even quicker. After Xiang Yu's two remarks, not a soul remained, and those who departed cast him scornful glances. They left, just like that. Zhang San and Li Si, still in disbelief, watched as the bustling crowd dissipated, leaving only emptiness in its wake. The older security guard shook his head in disappointment, wondering what sort of trouble this newcomer had stirred up in such a brief time, concerned about how it might affect his own job. Indeed, they have all departed, Xiang Yu remarked nonchalantly as he licked his ice pop. Zhang San and Li Si exchanged glances, slowly directing their gaze towards their newly acknowledged leader, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, although you didn't succeed, you were incredibly cool just now. Absolutely spectacular. In my 2 years as a security guard, I've never seen anyone attract so many girls and then transform from idol to a figure of disdain so rapidly. Brother, you're something else. Flattering too much is unnecessary. Let us keep it low-key, Xiang Yu replied, basking in their praise, his face alight with pride. To draw the attention of the 7 clan scions within the academy, one must make a resounding impact. Xiang Yu merely amplified an already sensational event, propelling it to new heights. Having revealed his name, he was confident that none within the 7 clans would forget it, even if they all believed he had perished 8 years ago. Gur, after 8 years, do you still harbor resentment towards me? Will the first of the 7 clans to confront me be you? A delicate, cold, aloof figure surfaced in Xiang Yu's mind. 8 years have passed. That beautiful girl from back then must now be stunning beyond compare. Chapter 6. Chu Gur transforming from idol to lecher, from security guard to a rogue. As Xiang Yu had anticipated, the repercussions of this incident continued to unfold, intensifying and fermenting. The name Xiang Yu became almost universally recognized within the academy, achieving precisely the outcome he desired. In a quiet corner of the film studies library, a stunning figure sat engrossed in a book, sunlight streaming through the window and enveloping her, rendering her skin translucent, as if cloaked in a sacred glow. Yet, such a perfect girl appeared so cold and untouchable in the eyes of others. She was meant to be the center of admiration, yet amidst the throngs in the library, no one dared to approach her. It wasn't due to a lack of males, but rather a lack of courage. The girl, bathing in sunlight, remained absorbed in her reading when the tranquility was disrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. She seemed slightly displeased, but did not turn around, her beautiful eyes still fixed on the pages. The newcomer was also a striking beauty, tall and exquisite, her slightly elongated eyes resembling captivating slits, and her fiery red lips accentuated her wild allure, drawing the attention of many men, stirring primitive impulses and unbidden, wicked thoughts. After her arrival, she quietly stood behind Chu Gur. Is there something you need? After a moment, Chu Gur closed her book and asked softly. The alluring newcomer placed a tablet before Chu Gur, stating, I believe you should find this intriguing. The Academy Forum is rife with such happenings daily. As Chu Gur beheld the forum page of the Academy displayed on the tablet, she casually picked it up while speaking. The alluring beauty chuckled softly, yet this was different. As she spoke, she clicked on the video. Chu Gur was aware that Dai would not easily disturb her at that moment, so she turned her gaze towards the screen. The instant Xiang Yu appeared, her calm eyes narrowed slightly, and an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. Her eyes remained fixated on that tall figure. When Xiang Yu announced his name, a sharp pang of pain gripped her heart, causing her fingers to crush the edges of the tablet screen with force. Where is he now? Although Chu Gur's tone remained composed, Dai sensed the icy aura emanating from her. Could it truly be him? Still at the school gate. Before she could finish her thought, Chu Gur abruptly rose and strode past her, watching her silhouette fade at the door. Dai murmured, there's something even more explosive than this. Are you not going to watch? As she spoke, she seized the tablet and rushed after her like a gust of wind. If it truly was that person, Chu Gur wondered what action she might take. She had to keep a watchful eye. A name that had vanished for 8 years. The very owner of that name had seemingly perished 8 years ago, yet now it resurfaced. Those who still remembered the name learned of this explosive news almost simultaneously. The 7 clans' descendants within Qingzhou Academy, while shocked, promptly relayed this information back to their families. The responses they received were remarkably similar. Remain still. The emergence of Xiang Yu. irrespective of whether he was indeed the Xiangyu from 8 years ago, was enough to instill a peculiar scent of intrigue in the seven clans. Was it mere coincidence, or was someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Thus, until Xiangyu's true background was unveiled, the seven clans opted for a detached observation. Naturally, following the assassination attempt 8 years prior, no one believed Xiangyu could have survived. The current Xiangyu should not be that individual. Yet for the seven clans, this name remained a taboo. Any thread connected to it must be thoroughly investigated. If this Xiangyu were merely a case of coincidence and nomenclature, so be it. However, if he were linked to that person, he would undoubtedly take further action, and for now, mere observation would suffice. Xiangyu waited for quite a while, consuming several ice pops, yet no one approached, leaving him speechless and sighing in exasperation. The seven clans were indeed cunningly astute. Even with his overt demeanor, they managed to remain composed. While the seven clans waited, Xiangyu was also in a state of anticipation. Beauty! Beauty! When did the academy have such a stunning beauty? Exclaimed Zhang beside him. Brother, look! She is coming our way. As Xiangyu pondered his next steps, Zhang's deafening shout broke his concentration. Following Zhang's gaze, Xiangyu's entire being tensed as he beheld the enchanting figure. Feeling an overwhelming rush of blood to his head, his expression momentarily blank. The captivating figure that had haunted his thoughts for 8 years. In moments of anger, despair, or facing the specter of death, her image would inevitably surface. Yet, in the stillness of night, when her apparition flickered in his mind, his heart would ache with unrelenting sorrow. Chu Gu, his hope for survival, yet also his inescapable regret. She had grown taller, blossoming into an even more captivating woman, yet a chill enveloped her, a penetrating coldness that he could sense from afar. 8 years had passed. Regardless of her transformations, that frosty demeanor remained unchanged, and Xiangyu recognized her instantly. Chu Gu was also fixated on him, feeling an unprecedented heaviness in her legs. Each step required immense effort as she approached the man before her, familiar yet strange. Finally, she halted 3 meters away from Xiangyu, unable to advance further. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the proximity feeling as if it spanned the entirety of the world. Zhang and Li Si had long since bowed their heads in embarrassment. Such beauty was enough to render them breathless, and they dared not look again. Xiangyu and Chu Gu locked eyes. Gradually, Chu Gu's expression shifted from icy detachment to fury, then to a lethal intensity. With a sharp slap, the sound echoed like a clear bell, jolting Xiangyu from his reverie as he wiped the blood from his lip, glaring fiercely at Chu Gu. Who the hell are you? Why did you hit me? In response, Chu Gu unleashed a flurry of 3 rapid slaps, striking Xiangyu until stars danced in his vision. If you strike me again, I will retaliate, he growled, his eyes narrowing with an animalistic ferocity. His mission was to draw closer to Chu Gu, but not to casually reveal his identity. He needed to create an illusion, one that could deceive everyone, even himself. Who are you? Chu Gu asked calmly, scrutinizing the bloodied, fierce-faced Xiangyu. Furious, he pointed at his own nose and roared. Who am I? You don't even recognize me, so why hit me? Chu Gu's eyes widened in realization. You are not him. Who is he? Xiangyu pressed, feigning ignorance. Oh, so you mistook me for someone else? He suppressed his excitement. She remembered him, and judging by the force of her strikes, the memory was deeply etched. That was enough for him. Disappointment flickered across Chu Gu's face as she turned to leave. Seeing this, Xiangyu swiftly stepped in front of her. You think you can just walk away after hitting someone without an apology? Young lady, that's rather inconsiderate. Chu Gu frowned. This man bore a familiar aura. Yet if he were truly him, she would recognize him. Despite sharing the same name, he was not the one she sought. Do you know how to apologize? Xiangyu silently absorbed her every reaction, the pain evident in his heart, yet he could neither reveal himself nor deepen her misunderstanding. Chu Gu gazed at him, ready to speak, when a Dai rushed over. Upon seeing Xiangyu's bloodied face, she silently rejoiced at her timely arrival, placing herself between them. With a dazzling smile, she addressed Xiangyu. I apologize on her behalf, handsome. Whatever compensation you seek, I shall accept. Are you suggesting she offer herself in atonement? Xiangyu retorted with a smirk. And Dai puffed her chest and flirtatiously tossed a wink. If you dare to propose it, I have no objections. Being well endowed is impressive. Is it? I have my own merits. Xiangyu shot back. Do not attempt to seduce me. I may not be a good person, but each must bear their own consequences. Since it was her fault, she must own up to it. Xiangyu pressed on, relentless, and Dai's expression hardened. No one has dared to speak to her in such a manner. Are you certain you wish to face the consequences of your words? Are you threatening me? Xiangyu's gaze turned icy, and Dai chuckled lightly, her disdain palpable. Killing you would be easy, but sometimes offending the wrong person makes living worse than dying. Trust me, if you continue this, I can make your life a living hell. By the end, her tone had grown assertive and menacing. Xiangyu laughed. A bright and carefree sound. I'm terribly frightened. And Dai scoffed inwardly. No one is truly fearless. This little security guard, appearing so indifferent, was merely shrewd enough to recognize who to provoke and who to avoid. It was our fault for hitting you. Yet fortunately, it's just superficial. It's not severe. Here, take this 10,000 as compensation for medical expenses, lost work, and emotional distress, and let this matter rest. Shall we? Ondai pulled Xiangyu aside, speaking as she pressed her ample bosom against his arm. The elasticity was quite enticing, and Xiangyu leaned in closer, intoxicated by her alluring fragrance. Had it not been for the presence of Chu Ge, he might have succumbed to temptation. A sum of 10,000. Xiangyu squinted his eyes in delight. A flicker of disdain crossed Ondai's gaze, but for the sake of Chu Ge, she gritted her teeth and said, your monthly salary is merely a couple of thousand. And this amount is equivalent to half a year's wages for you. It would be wise to accept the situation for the benefit of us all. Your argument seems somewhat reasonable. Xiangyu chuckled before shaking his head. As for my affairs with her, I will discuss them later. For now, let us resolve our own issues. Ondai's expression stiffened, and she coldly retorted, Kid, are you toying with me? She had lowered her stance and reasoned with him for quite some time, only to be met with outright rejection, igniting her fury. She sneered, then pray tell, what exactly is the problem between us? Isn't it obvious? You have teased me, causing me both physical and psychological distress. I might be magnanimous about the former, but you've also evoked a physiological response in me. If things escalate, I might have to relieve myself. The loss would be substantial. Billions of tadpoles would meet their demise. How shall we account for that? Xiangyu sighed dramatically, as though he had been grievously wronged. Ondai shoved him away, her eyes turning icy. Fine, name your price, and I'll compensate you. To others, you might be seen as a seductive goddess, but if I were in your position, being flirted with by such a beauty would surely unleash my passions. At the very least, I would estimate the loss to be around 200 million. However, since this is our first interaction, I shall offer you a friendly discount. 100 million will suffice. After all, it's all about volume, and I welcome your future flirtations, as returning customers receive better rates. As he spoke, Xiangyu shamelessly adjusted himself, exuding a level of lewdness that was quite overt. Ondai felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. She was furious enough to contemplate murder and laughed bitterly. All right, I will pay you, just wait. As she spoke, Ondai pulled out her phone, realizing that a calm resolution was no longer possible, and that drastic measures would be necessary. In broad daylight, while killing someone could be troublesome, it remained within her control. To her, Xiangyu had already become a dead man. Make haste, would you? I don't have a bank card. I only accept cash. Xiangyu seemingly remained oblivious to the impending danger, even reminding Ondai. Ondai snorted coldly, unlocking her phone. But before she could dial, Chu Ge's icy voice interjected, enough. Ge, this person is insatiable. He deserves no sympathy. Ondai exclaimed, barely containing her rage. Tsuge replied calmly. I said enough. Ondai was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Chu Ge's composed demeanor, her own agitation gradually subsided. She slowly stepped aside, casting Xiangyu a murderous glance before ultimately putting her phone away. What do you want? Chu Ge asked Xiangyu with an impassive expression. Xiangyu smiled. You pay me $1, and she compensates me 100 million, and this matter will be settled. Upon hearing this, Ondai felt faint with rage. This guy was clearly doing it on purpose to embarrass her, creating such a ruckus that the entire school was aware of his presence. Though his methods were crude, they were effective. You've succeeded. Now reveal your true intentions. Chu Ge said nonchalantly. Xiangyu silently acknowledged her sharpness. Many might think he was merely seeking fame or was mentally unstable, but only Chu Ge grasped the essence of the situation. Speaking with an intelligent person was refreshing. He smiled softly. I need a springboard, an opportunity. Chu Ge maintained her stoic expression. 100 million, or an opportunity. You choose. An opportunity. Xiang Yu replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Ger shook her head and turned to leave. This time, Xiang Yu was taken aback, forgetting to stop her. Chapter 8. Protecting the female students. As Chu Ger departed, Ondai shot him a frosty glare before hastily following suit. It wasn't until the two had completely vanished from sight that Zhang San and Li Si snapped back to reality, rushing to Xiang Yu's side, panting, "Bro, you're incredible. Those two women are no trifles. Are you not afraid of them causing trouble?" Xiang Yu shook his head, returning to the security office and closing the door. Sitting there in a daze. Had he erred? Or had Ger discovered something? Why did she leave? Ger, that guy is utterly shameless. If he is not that person, why stop me? The two climbed into a Volvo, and Ondai, vexed, asked she despises Xiang Yu. Chu Ger appeared as calm as a still lake, her tone unwaveringly serene. A security guard stands before you with a choice of 100 million or an opportunity, the nature of which remains unknown. Which would you select? I would certainly choose 100 million. A security guard would likely never earn such a sum in his lifetime, Ondai replied without a second thought. Chu Ger rubbed her eyes, yet he chose the opportunity. Ondai, being astute, had initially been flustered by Xiang Yu's provocation, but now she began to understand, frowning. Your analysis is quite sound. If he were merely an ordinary security guard, 100 million would be an astronomical figure for him. He could never spend it all. Thus, he would not opt for an opportunity. After a pause, Ondai shifted her focus. However, he is undoubtedly clever. Regardless of whether we agree to the 100 million, he wouldn't dare accept it, which is why he asked for an opportunity. Investigate thoroughly, Chu Ger instructed before closing her eyes. Ondai tentatively inquired, is he truly not that person? Chu Ger shuddered slightly, a youthful visage flashing through her mind, one that bore an alluring charm, but also a hint of mischief. That face evoked feelings of both love and hate. But since that incident, love had transformed entirely into hatred. Yet he had been gone for 8 years. Why could she not forget him? Was it truly only hatred? I am weary. Let us return, Chu Ger said softly. Ondai nodded, inwardly lamenting that a man who had died 8 years ago could not possibly return. Anyone could discern that this Xiang Yu was not him. Yet Chu Ger could not resist seeking him out, clinging to a hope that did not exist. The car roared to life and sped away, of course, avoiding the main entrance to evade encountering that lecher. Unraveling matters that eluded understanding, Xiang Yu found it pointless to dwell on them, knowing well that his current task had no deadline and he was not in a hurry. Observing the stream of elegantly dressed female students entering and exiting, his eyes sparkled with delight, pondering that being a security guard might not be so bad after all. He could meet so many beautiful women daily. It was worth noting that today he had encountered more women than he had in the past 8 years. Taking a deep breath and stretching, Xiang Yu exited the security office and waved at Zhang San, who rushed over with an eager smile. Bro, what can I do for you? This is my work identification. Please inform the person in charge, Xiang Yu said, handing Zhang San a crumpled piece of paper. Although he was now on duty, the necessary procedures still needed to be followed. Zhang San acknowledged with a nod, but just as he was about to turn away, he spotted a group of people walking out from the campus, halting in his tracks. Bro, no need to go. Someone has come looking for you. The approaching group was clad in security uniforms, led by a corpulent man who resembled a sausage stuffed into a tight outfit. He strode forward with a fierce expression. This was Deputy Captain Ma Biao, their immediate superior. Zhang San whispered an introduction. That's Ma Biao, our boss. Without waiting for Ma Biao to reach them, Zhang San pulled Xiang Yu forward, smiling broadly. Captain, you're here to inspect the work. Ma Biao, however, showed no interest in Zhang San, his beady little eyes fixed on Xiang Yu. You there? Are you the new recruit? Xiang Yu, the newcomer, was on his first day at work. Zhang San chuckled as he spoke. Ma Biao cast a cold glance at him and snapped, I wasn't talking to you, get lost. Zhang San's expression changed slightly. He knew all the temperament of Ma Biao. Offending him meant risking his job, so he reluctantly stood aside. You really have guts. On your first day at work, you've already caused such a huge mess. I hear you were assigned here. You must have someone backing you, right? But no matter who you have shielding you, once you're here, you'll have to listen to me. Ma Biao's voice dripped with authority and fury. This kid truly had the audacity to offend even young Master Huang. Today, he would teach him a lesson about respect. Xiang Yu smiled gently. Rest assured, Captain, there won't be a next time. A next time? You think you'll get another chance? Pack your things and get out now. Ma Biao sneered, realizing this kid was truly naive. Huang Bing wanted him gone. How could there be a second chance? Captain Ma, he's new and unfamiliar with the rules. Let this one slide. I'll keep an eye on him from now on, said an older security guard named Li Jianjun, who had been in the security business for over 20 years. He disapproved of Ma Biao's approach, and didn't he want Xiang Yu to lose his job? Ma Biao retorted coldly, let it slide? Old Li, it's not that I don't respect you. Do you know the trouble he has caused? He smashed someone's car. A Ferrari. Can he afford to compensate for that? Letting him go is for his own good. Once he's gone, Huang Bing won't be able to find him, and ELL just have to accept his misfortune. Otherwise, our company will pay for it. Li Jianjun fell silent, letting out a quiet sigh. Kid, it's not that I'm unwilling to give you a chance or protect you, but offending young Master Huang will make your life difficult. You can still leave now. Ma Biao added. Xiang Yu chuckled lightly. Captain Ma, I assume young Master Huang has provided you with some benefits? Your aim is not merely to have me leave, is it? You've got some nerve to slander me. Watch your words. Ma Biao's expression darkened, a chilling sneer crossing his face. Xiang Yu was taken aback. Am I mistaken? Ma Biao was furious. He had never encountered such an audacious subordinate before. You're right. It was indeed young Master Huang who instructed me to kick you out. However, out of consideration for how hard it is for you to find a job, he doesn't want to hold it against you. He will just reassign you from the gate. Then where will Captain Ma reassign me? Xiang Yu asked with interest. Ma Biao grinned maliciously. You know, this academy is a mix of good and bad. Especially now with the new semester starting. Many boys who think they have connections bully female students. Some even behave outrageously, severely affecting the academy's image and safety. Your new job will be to protect the female students. Chapter 9. The Rogue Hero Protecting Female Students? Upon hearing this new assignment, Xiang Yu was momentarily stunned, looking at Ma Biao as if he were a pig, thinking to himself that this man must be out of his mind. Was this a punishment or a reward? So, what will it be? Will you take it? If not, I'll have no choice but to let you go, Ma Biao inquired. Without a second thought, Xiang Yu replied, I'll take it. Thank you for the promotion, Captain. At least you're wise enough to comply. I'll plead with young Master Huang on your behalf, and this matter will be settled. However, since you smashed his car, your meager salary won't even come close to covering the damages. Thankfully, young Master Huang is magnanimous and won't hold a grudge, merely requiring you to pay out 10 years' worth of your salary. Ma Biao chuckled internally. Huang Bing hadn't mentioned compensation at all. He merely needed to find a way to assign Xiang Yu to protect female students, which was an arrangement between him and Huang Bing that others were unaware of. Ultimately, all of Xiang Yu's 10-year salary would end up in his own pocket. Seeing Xiang Yu frown, Ma Biao coldly remarked, this compensation is quite lenient. But if you dare to resign from this position, you'll owe the full amount. Private vehicles are prohibited from entering the campus. Since he did this, I had no choice but to smash it. If he wants compensation, let him come find me. Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, feeling that the situation had not escalated enough. If Huang Bing wanted to play, he would escalate the game further. Ma Biao's gaze turned icy. What do you think you are? Young Master Huang himself wouldn't even deign to speak with you. So, you think I didn't smash it hard enough? Fine. I understand now. Xiang Yu replied, turning to exit the campus, retrieving a kitchen knife from a nearby restaurant's kitchen. Upon seeing him return with the knife in hand, Ma Biao and the others instinctively took a few steps back. Ma Biao mocked. What's this, you're planning to commit murder? Murder you? You're not worthy. Xiang Yu retorted with a cold smile, striding directly toward the Ferrari. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, he brought the knife down hard onto the car's roof. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Each strike cleaved through the car's top, and after more than 10 strikes, the roof was left riddled with holes. But he was not finished. He then slashed each of the 4 tires, the explosive sounds ringing out deafeningly, drawing a crowd of students who stopped to watch. Ma Biao and his men were utterly dumbfounded, staring in horror at Xiang Yu, rendered speechless. Now can we talk? Xiang Yu waved the knife in the air, revealing a sly grin at Ma Biao. Ma Biao instinctively took a step back, his bravado faltering. All right, you've got guts. Since you're seeking your own doom, I'll oblige. Brothers, get him. At his command, the security guards behind him brandished their batons and rushed forward, aiming to strike Xiang Yu. The surrounding students gasped in shock. Even with a weapon, Xiang Yu seemed outnumbered, and they began to envision a gruesome scene, many closing their eyes in fear. Zhang San and Li Si were equally pale, wanting to help but finding their legs weighed down as if filled with lead. completely paralyzed by fear. In the face of the onslaught, Xiangyu merely smiled coldly. Before his assailants could close in, he executed a swift spinning kick, the force akin to a hurricane. The guards only caught a fleeting glimpse before pain shot through their faces, and they were sent tumbling backward, screaming in agony. With a single kick, half of the guards were rendered ineffective. The remaining guards swung their batons, but before they could land their blows, Xiangyu sidestepped into one of them, delivering an elbow strike to the man's head, knocking him unconscious and seizing the baton. Anyone who came into contact with the baton was sent reeling backward, crashing into the crowd of onlookers, collapsing to the ground in a heap. With just 2 guards remaining, upon seeing Xiangyu advancing menacingly, they screamed, dropped their batons, and fled in terror. In mere seconds, more than a dozen guards were dealt with, a speed that outpaced the crowd's reactions, many still wearing expressions of shock. As Xiangyu's gaze shifted towards Ma Biao, the latter swallowed hard, his mind blank. He had never witnessed such ferocity in a fight. Private vehicles forcibly entering the campus is a violation of the rules. Smashing the car is entirely justified. And as a security guard, you should be concerned with the academy's safety, not acting as a lackey for a student. You are a disgrace, and having someone like you in our security team is an embarrassment, Xiangyu proclaimed with righteous indignation, his expression serious and dignified. The students erupted in applause, some clapping vigorously, leaving Ma Biao's complexion shifting between hues of green and white, wishing he could disappear into the ground. I'll accept being reassigned, but a person like you should avoid appearing before me in the future, or I'll make it a point to strike you every time we meet. Get lost! With the last word, Xiangyu delivered a kick that landed squarely in Ma Biao's abdomen, sending him rolling several meters away, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Kid, I'll concede today, but as long as you're at the academy, you won't have peace. Let us go. Ma Biao left behind a biting remark, struggling to rise to his feet, his face smeared with dust as he led his entourage of security personnel away. Xiangyu cast a sweeping glance around, and any student who met his gaze, particularly the boys, instinctively lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes, while the girls fared even worse, their faces flushing with embarrassment and their hearts racing. They all wondered in silence what kind of person this security guard truly was. One moment he seemed a hero, the next a rogue. Now his image had taken on a resplendent grandeur. Was it a case of split personality, or was this simply his nature? Perhaps he was a rogue hero. Since there are so many of you here, I shall announce something, Xiangyu suddenly proclaimed in a booming voice. The crowd turned to look at him. You are all students, and as students, you ought to behave like one. Especially some of you boys. Stop pestering the girls for no good reason. My primary duty from now on will be to protect the female students from being bullied by you rascals, so do not let me catch you in the campus. Or else I shall not hold back. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, taken aback by his implication that dating was prohibited in school. When did a security guard gain such authority? Not only were the boys indignant, but the girls also displayed their discontent. After all, college students dating was a perfectly normal affair. Was he perhaps single for too long, filled with envy and resentment towards love? Love was free, and even middle school students indulged in romantic relationships. Wasn't he being overly meddlesome? Some bolder boys scoffed derisively, and others echoed their sentiments. Witnessing this scene, Xiangyu wore a bewildered expression. Seeing Xiangyu's dazed demeanor, Zhang San and Li Si hurried over, tugging at his sleeve, whispering, "Bro, Ma Biao is setting you up. By saying all this in front of so many people, you've already drawn their ire. You should get out of here quickly." With that, they forcefully pulled Xiangyu back to the security room and swiftly closed the door, ignoring the clamor from outside, preventing him from responding. The students outside shouted for a while, but without an explanation from Xiangyu, they eventually dispersed. As they watched the crowd recede, Zhang San and Li Si sighed in relief, patting their chests. These students are all pampered little lords and ladies. Thankfully, we got out in time. Or, we might have been beaten up. Xiangyu, puzzled, exclaimed, I thought Ma Biao's task was rather good for me. How has he set me up? Zhang San chuckled wryly. The task is indeed good, but in all these years since the school was founded, there has never been such a task. Besides, the college has never prohibited students from dating. Li Si added, even if there were, no one would dare take on such a role. Think about it. Our college is a mixed bag, with some students coming from affluent backgrounds, so much so that even the principal wouldn't dare offend them. This task clearly means stepping on toes. Not to mention, we've even got students getting married and having children. How do you plan to manage that? Xiang Yu shook his head. He hadn't anticipated that students today would be so liberal. Compared to them, his torturous 8 years seemed like a distant memory. Since he had accepted this task, he could not go back on his word. If the previous uproar had yielded no effect, then he would need to create more sensational topics. As long as he kept generating buzz and acted flamboyantly, he would surely attract the attention of the 7 clans, thus achieving his goal. Zhang San, bewildered, said, "We've laid out so much for you, and not a single word is sunk in? You two are not that old. You should be similar in age to these students. Yet they drive fancy cars and date beautiful girls, while we are left guarding the gates. Don't you envy that?" Xiang Yu regarded Zhang San and Li Si. While they might lack other skills, they were quite adept at running errands for him, and having a couple of followers was certainly beneficial. The two exchanged glances, then bitterly smiled. Who wouldn't want that kind of life? But wishing doesn't amount to much. We are security guards. If we don't work today, we won't get paid. How can we compare? That's typical insecurity. What's wrong with being a security guard? I'm a security guard too. Just now, I smashed a rich kid's car and knocked my boss around, and look, I'm still fine. Xiang Yu's series of questions left the two momentarily speechless. They fell silent, but gradually, their expressions grew resolute. Zhang San gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision. Damn it, I'm all in. From now on, I'll follow you. If you tell me to go east, I want to go west. If you say to touch a dog, I want to steal a chicken. Li Si vowed similarly. Having worked since their teens as security guards, earning meager salaries for years, they realized that continuing this way would lead to no advancement. Xiang Yu's appearance undoubtedly offered them an opportunity, even if it came with risks that could cost them their jobs. But if they didn't take a chance, they would never be satisfied. All right, it's settled then. Xiang Yu smiled, calling for Li Jianjun. Old Li, I want to take these two with me. Can you handle things with Ma Biao? Hearing their conversation from outside, Li Jianjun said to Zhang San and Li Si, "You two step outside. I need to speak with Xiang Yu alone. Return the kitchen knife and find a scrap dealer to sell that heap of junk. Tonight, we'll treat ourselves to a good meal." Xiang Yu instructed, glancing at the pitiful Ferrari. Zhang San was astonished. "Sell it? Weren't you just swearing loyalty? Is that all hot air?" Xiang Yu replied indifferently. Their expressions turned awkward, and as they walked out, they laughed nervously. "How could we? Whatever you say, bro. We'll get it done right away." With that, they dashed off. "With your courage and ability, isn't this job beneath your talents?" Li Jianjun pulled out a pack of cheap cigarettes, offering one to Xiang Yu before lighting one for himself. Xiang Yu took a deep drag before exhaling slowly. "Life compels one to make a living. I'm not yet at the age where my vision is clouded. You've stirred up quite a commotion upon arrival. There must be more to your intentions, right?" Li Jianjun remarked subtly. Xiang Yu squinted. "For the safety of the college, what I'm doing isn't wrong, is it? Everyone has their secrets. If you're unwilling to disclose yours, I want to pry. But those two kids come from poor families. They have parents and haven't married yet. Their wages might be the financial backbone of their households." Li Jianjun implied clearly, without stating it outright, that Xiang Yu should not lead such unfortunate souls down a path of no return. Xiang Yu smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, I know where to draw the line." "That's good. You need not worry about Ma Biao." With that, Li Jianjun exited the security room. Watching his slightly hunched figure, Xiang Yu smirked. "What secrets do you hold?" Before long, Zhang San and Li Si returned. "Bro, the scrap dealer is here. How do we sell the car?" "Sell it by weight. You two negotiate the price. Once sold, you'll split the money." Since they had chosen to follow him, it was only right to offer them some benefit. Noticing their worried expressions, Xiang Yu chuckled. "I know what you're thinking. The engine alone is worth $1 million. Do you think it's a loss? Don't forget whose car it is. Huang Bing will surely find a way to reclaim it. Do you think the scrap dealer would dare to challenge him? So when the scrap dealer realizes something is amiss, he'll come after you for money. If it's a few thousand, he'll just have to chalk it up to bad luck. But if it's more than that, you'll not only offend him, but receive nothing in return." After his explanation, the two felt relieved and rushed out to negotiate a price with the scrap dealer, completing the transaction for over 2,000. Once that matter was settled, Xiang Yu led them back into the campus. As the three figures gradually disappeared from view, an unusual glimmer of brilliance emanated from Li Jianjun's previously dull and ordinary eyes, revealing a contemplative expression. It was only when a vehicle passed by that he returned to his senses. "Brother, are we really going to catch those who are in love?" Zhang San and Li Si inquired nervously as they walked along the road. Being merely security guards employed by the school, they dared not offend any of the students. Even with Xiang Yu's protection looming over them, they felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. Before Xiang Yu could respond, he noticed a couple ahead engaged in a passionate kiss. Chapter 11. A violent altercation university is a place where social mores are most liberal, where one can openly engage in romance. And holding hands during lectures is hardly a spectacle. Kissing, even more so, is a commonplace occurrence, with passing students often too indifferent to cast a glance. Xiang Yu strode over, silent yet observant, seemingly relishing the scene before him, his eyes unwavering. Sensing Xiang Yu's intense, almost sinister gaze, the couple, lost in the euphoria of their kiss, simultaneously opened their eyes, wearing expressions of disgust. "Get lost!" The boy spat, continuing to embrace the girl, their passion unabated. The girl's soft moans escaping her lips as the boy's hands roamed. Xiang Yu, unable to contain himself, interjected, "I say, could you possibly cease this display?" At that moment, the girl, flustered, pushed the boy away, while the latter's expression turned to fury. "Haven't you ever seen people kiss?" "Scram!" Xiang Yu pointed to his uniform, pondering how the boy could be so blind to the obvious. The boy glanced disdainfully, sneering, "A mere security guard dares to meddle in our affairs? I'm afraid I must intervene," Xiang Yu replied with a smile. The boy, seething with rage, and the girl shot Xiang Yu a look of contempt. "Who do you think you were to dictate our actions? As a security guard, my duty is to protect female students from harm. Given your infatuated demeanor, I fear this fellow might soon take advantage of the situation," Xiang Yu asserted, feeling a sense of responsibility to shield her from such a crude man. The girl, still flushed, retorted angrily, "What I do is none of your business. Look at you. Have you never touched a woman's hand in your life? If you're so concerned, why not just use your own hands?" Xiang Yu, at a loss for words, realized why Ma Biao had assigned him this task. It wasn't that he neglected to protect female students, but rather that they seemed to need no protection from him. However, he quickly reminded himself that his intention was to create a greater uproar, and the more troublesome the situation, the more his reputation would grow within the school. He was determined that the individuals from the 7 clans would not remain passive observers. "I indeed must use my hands," Xiang Yu said with a chilling smile. Without waiting for a reaction, he struck the boy with a resounding slap to the face. The sound was crisp and powerful. Despite the boy's weight of 160 pounds, he spun twice before crashing to the ground, half his face swelling and blood trickling from his mouth. "Wow!" The boy sat on the ground, momentarily dazed, before bursting into tears, while the girl trembled in fear, the color draining from her face. "What are you waiting for? Beat him!" Xiang Yu commanded to the stunned Zhang San and Li Si. They exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and resolved to follow Xiang Yu's lead. With that thought, they charged forward, wielding their batons mercilessly, causing the boy to wail and cry out in despair. "All right, if you keep hitting him, you might just cripple him," Xiang Yu called out. Only then did they cease, their eyes filled with a crimson haze, panting heavily, their legs trembling. It was their first time engaging in such violence, and they were exhilarated beyond measure. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, and as more students gathered, Zhang San and Li Si realized the gravity of the situation and hid behind Xiang Yu. "Brother, we've just assaulted someone." In a place like this, brawls were common, yet they had only ever witnessed them from a distance, so experiencing it firsthand left them anxious. "Leave the rest to me," Xiang Yu said nonchalantly, turning his gaze toward the girl, whose pallor matched that of a ghost. "This is the result of my intervention. Are you satisfied now?" The girl dared not respond, curling up in fear, clearly astonished. Soon enough, some students recognized Xiang Yu, and whispers circulated among the crowd, pondering the origins of this audacious security guard, who had made such a bold entrance on his first day. They knew they must tread carefully henceforth, lest they incur his wrath. From now on, anyone caught engaging in unclear romantic entanglements on campus will face my judgment. Consider this a warning. If you find yourselves in my sights, do not expect leniency," Xiang Yu declared, his serious demeanor leaving no room for doubt about his sincerity. This living example silenced any dissent, and couples among the students murmured to one another, vowing to exercise caution in their romantic pursuits. Remember, you are here to learn, to become the pillars of society in the future. Your parents have sacrificed greatly for your education, yet here you are, entangled in love, while some of you even indulge in more intimate encounters. Is this how you repay your parents? Have you considered what they might be doing while you engage in such activities? Xiang Yu's eloquent admonition caused many to hang their heads in shame. However, there were those quick to respond, questioning the sanity of pondering parental figures during such moments. Your current relationships merely provide free opportunities for those boys. Think wisely. After graduation, how many couples truly remain together? He challenged. With no one daring to speak up, he continued, moreover, some girls, enamored with vanity, believe their beauty and figure entitle them to cling to wealthy boys, some even resorting to being kept by men outside society. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful, and I hope not to encounter it. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to discipline even the girls. Additionally, there are those who wish to study diligently, but succumb to the relentless persuasion of boys. In such cases, what should you do? You come to me, and I shall ensure that none of you are subjected to mistreatment, creating a conducive learning environment for all of you. After delivering this speech, Xiang Yu felt a newfound stature, realizing he was not merely breaking up couples, but advocating for the greater good of the nation. Surely, Uncle Long would commend him for this, wouldn't he? All right, disperse now. Today's events conclude here. Xiang Yu waved his hand, signaling the crowd to disperse. Many students hurried to spread the news, eager to leave, while some bold girls sought Xiang Yu's contact information. He readily obliged. With the students gone, a sly smile crept across Xiang Yu's lips. Chapter 12. Zhaoya. The beginning of the academic year is the most vibrant period at the academy, where discussions on the forums typically revolve around the most attractive new students and those with exceptional talents, as they become the focal point of attention. However, this year, due to Xiang Yu's emergence, nearly all students found their gaze drawn to this audacious security guard, leaving no room for interest in the newcomers. From the moment Xiang Yu set foot in Qingzhou Academy, every action he took was steeped in controversy, making him the most talked-about figure of the moment. In the various sections of the college forum, without exception, all headlines are dominated by Xiang Yu. It can be said that among the 200,000 students at Qingzhou Academy, very few are unaware of such a prominent figure. Discussions about him have quickly divided into two camps. The first camp applauds the lesson taught to the spoiled second-generation Huang Bing, who had his Ferrari smashed. Many commend Xiang Yu for being dutiful and unafraid of authority, appreciating the sense of security that comes with having such a security guard. These individuals are Xiang Yu's most loyal supporters, thus forming the Yulin army. However, Xiang Yu's prohibition on students dating, coupled with his violent methods of punishment, has led many to perceive him as someone who wields authority capriciously, meddling in affairs that do not concern him, severely impacting students' physical and mental development and depriving them of their rightful freedom. Consequently, they have established their own faction, audaciously naming themselves the Plucking Feather Guard, mockingly referring to Xiang Yu as Xiang Mao Mao. The two factions are embroiled in fierce disputes on the forum, with tensions escalating to the point of potential physical confrontations, only restrained by the Academy's strict regulations. Yet, regardless of the commotion stirred up by both factions or the instigator, Xiang Yu, the administration remains inexplicably silent, with no authority figures stepping forward to quell the unrest, nor anyone approaching Xiang Yu for a discussion. The forum continues to buzz with fervent debates, while Xiang Yu patrols the campus with his two lackeys, mercilessly assaulting any couples he encounters before striding away. In the top-floor office of the university's activity center, more than a dozen individuals are gathered around a conference table, attentively observing the surveillance footage projected before them. The footage reveals Xiang Yu swaggering with a nightstick slung over his shoulder, his gaze scanning the surroundings with a furtive demeanor. When he faces the camera directly, the image freezes, prompting the group to retract their gazes. "What do you all think?" inquires the young man seated at the head of the table. He possesses strikingly handsome features, with sharp, well-defined facial contours that give him a striking three-dimensional appearance. His expression is one of indifference and calm. Not only he, but the remaining 5 or 6 young individuals present, handsome young men and beautiful young women, could incite waves of adoration with a mere stroll through the academy, as they are the offspring of the 7 clans. While they are nominally students, they actually hold another identity, the true power brokers of the institution, though this fact remains largely unknown. That individual was already deceased 8 years ago. It cannot possibly be him. One person shakes his head, expressing his disbelief. Others echo his sentiments, unanimously asserting that the security guard cannot be the Xiang Yu of 8 years past. "Zhaoya, is your sister coming today?" The leader, Qin Zheng, asks. He is the pride of the Qin family, having recently obtained a master's degree and poised to begin his doctoral studies. At a young age, he has already made a name for himself in the business world, though this knowledge is limited to a select few. Zhao, the only girl among them, is around 20 years old, clad in her school uniform, her figure seemingly straining against the fabric. With a face that perfectly embodies the term youthful beauty, she has become the object of many men's fantasies. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's question, all eyes turned toward Zhao, unable to suppress their reactions. The thought of being in her embrace sends shivers down their spines. However, beneath her seemingly innocent facade, they are well aware that Zhao, alongside her sister Zhao Ji, is renowned as the Poppy twins of the Zhao family, possessing not only breathtaking beauty, but also hearts as treacherous as serpents. Few among the 7 clans dare to provoke them. My sister has something urgent to attend to, so she will not be coming, Zhao responds in a sweet, melodic voice that sends tingles through the air. Qin Zheng internally curses, yet maintains a facade of amusement. Doesn't hearing that name evoke any reaction from your sister? What kind of response do you expect from the name of a deceased person? Zhao blinks innocently, her expression one of genuine curiosity. Is there anything wrong with what I said? You all fear the name of a person who has been dead for 8 years. I truly wonder how your family raised you. Your sister shouldn't be afraid. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hiding, Qi Tian retorts coldly. Zhao Ye's demeanor shifts, her tone turning icy. If it weren't for my sister, would any of you be where you are today? Perhaps you would have long been discarded by Xiangyu. Now, you dare to make such condescending remarks. Should I consider you merely bravado masking weakness? Perhaps you won't know until you try. Qi Tian replies, his voice filled with provocation. Zhao licks her lips, rising from her seat and leaning over the table, her fierce gaze glinting with wildness. Are you really willing to test that? Qi Tian feels a rush of blood to his face, but resolutely maintains his composure. If you're looking for trouble, you've chosen the wrong target. Men who lack courage should not seek excuses for their cowardice. Zhao scoffs, striding toward the office exit. It's just a lowly security guard. I shall confront him. You may continue your paranoid suspicions here. With that, she departs without a backward glance. One day, you'll come to understand that feeling. The onlookers think to themselves, their gazes following her retreating figure. Since she is willing to be the one to stick her neck out, we shall merely observe, Qin Zheng remarks. Though a hint of coldness lingers in his smile. The older individuals exchange glances, and one finally speaks up, gentlemen, that young man is currently causing chaos within the academy, instilling fear among many students. This is merely the first day of the semester. If we allow him to continue, our tasks will become increasingly difficult. Qin Zheng smiles reassuringly. Rest assured, Principal Hu, if he truly harbors ulterior motives, he won't be able to create turmoil for much longer. Chapter 13. Why should I care? Within a mere hour, Xiangyu has encountered over 10 couples engaged in intimate activities, driven by an overwhelming sense of duty to forcibly separate them. Should any resist, they are met with immediate punishment from his nightstick. Regardless of their status, he shows no mercy. Initially, some were skeptical, believing the security guard was merely seeking attention and that the administration would intervene. However, the reality has been shocking. The administration has remained entirely silent. Those who were assaulted reported their grievances to the security office, only to find no one present to address their complaints. This outcome has not only bred dissatisfaction, but also a sense of something amiss. With no one to curtail Xiangyu's tyrannical behavior on campus. Could it be that the administration is covertly supporting him? Is the institution planning to use Xiangyu as a means of enforcing discipline? Yet, from another perspective, this seems contradictory because Qingzhou Academy has always championed a culture of freedom, generally refraining from interference unless actions are grossly inappropriate. Furthermore, the academy values results. Students who fail to graduate bear the mark of incompetence. Against this backdrop, regardless of how students choose to conduct themselves, they dare not jeopardize their academic pursuits. Thus, Xiangyu's actions against romantic relationships should not reflect the will of the academy. Both hypotheses hold merit, leaving many perplexed. Why is Xiangyu acting this way? Who has granted him such authority? Who is orchestrating events from behind the scenes? And what is the ultimate objective? These issues have ignited a fervent uproar within the forum, leaving the students in utter disarray. Meanwhile, the mastermind and orchestrator of this entire affair, Xiangyu, is strolling through the campus accompanied by his 2 subordinates, seemingly unconcerned about the repercussions of his actions. Brother, what we are doing amounts to offending the entire student body, and the administration will undoubtedly become aware of this incident. Assaulting students could lead to dire consequences. Zhang San and Li Si, unlike Xiangyu, who remains aloof, express their apprehensions. Leaning against a parasol tree, Xiang Yu understands that instilling fearlessness in them is an impossible task. So he remarks, "The incident involving Huang Bing is sufficient grounds for the school to dismiss me. Although you have not committed any wrongdoing, you stand by my side, which means if I fall, you shall not fare well either." The two men display expressions of trepidation. "Then, should we continue with this? Since we have commenced this endeavor, why should we concern ourselves with one or two additional matters? If the administration truly wishes to target us, our subsequent actions will be of no consequence," Xiang Yu replies nonchalantly. The two men appear helpless, at a loss for words. Should they indeed be dismissed, there would be nothing they could change, and they would have to leave it to fate. Noticing their failure to grasp his meaning, Xiang Yu shakes his head in disappointment. Even now, the administration has not reacted. Can you not comprehend this? The two men shake their heads in confusion. Dullards indeed? Xiang Yu laments inwardly, then continues, "Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall take responsibility for you. Should this job be lost, I will find you a better one." Despite Xiang Yu's assurance, it does little to alleviate their concerns, and their emotions remain tumultuous. Observing their expressions, Xiang Yu feels utterly disillusioned. Zhang San and Li Si are suited only for a life of quiet diligence, lacking the resolve for a do-or-die stance. What others say is of no relevance. Resolving not to elaborate further, Xiang Yu thinks that there are no windfalls in this world. He has provided them with an opportunity, yet they grasp it hesitantly, feeling the heat of the moment and wishing to relinquish it. Why should he squander his time on the unambitious? "Very well, you may leave," he states decisively. Since they cannot walk the same path, it is best to part ways. Zhang San and Li Si are momentarily taken aback, with the former asking, "Where to?" "Fulfill your duties as gatekeepers. If there are matters to attend to, seek out old Li. He will assist you," Xiang Yu replies coolly, for with his discernment, he would never consider old Li merely an ordinary security guard. Upon hearing this, the two men are taken aback. "Brother Wei, there is no need for further words. I understand completely. Consider today's episode as if it never transpired." Xiang Yu waves his hand dismissively and turns to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang San and Li Si suddenly feel a void within, their mouths agape, unsure of what to say. Once Xiang Yu's silhouette vanishes from view, they exchange bitter smiles, acknowledging that their fates seem confined to that of security guards. At this moment, if they were to take a step forward, perhaps Xiang Yu would reconsider. Yet they find their legs weighed down as if filled with lead. "Hey!" As Xiang Yu wanders aimlessly, a soft voice reaches his ears. He turns to behold a striking beauty before him, tall, with a porcelain-like face that exudes an air of helplessness from her beautiful eyes, evoking a sense of compassion. "Is there something you need?" Xiang Yu's mood is far from pleasant. Having just lost 2 followers, he finds himself alone, his tone brusque. "I'm lost. The school is too vast, and I'm a newcomer," Zhao Yu replies, her voice tinged with distress. "Why should that concern me?" Xiang Yu snaps, feeling that when his mood is foul, the world reflects that sentiment, and even a beauty is not exempt. Zhao Yu's expression grows even more pitiful, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Why do you speak to me like that? I merely ask for directions. Is that so unreasonable?" Xiang Yu's demeanor hardens. "Get lost. I'm in a bad mood and have no time for you. If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for striking you." "Wah!" Zhao Yu suddenly bursts into tears, a mix of indignation and sorrow washing over her. As the daughter of the Zhao family, she is accustomed to being treated with utmost reverence. How could this man be so uncouth? Her wails, filled with sorrow, echo as she squats down, weeping freely. Many passers-by glance at this scene, their expressions revealing anger directed at Xiang Yu. However, he is now a figure of notoriety, employing violence, and though they disapprove of his treatment of a delicate girl, they can only watch in silence. "Beautiful lady, who has wronged you? Would you like me to assist?" At that moment, a robust figure appears before Zhao Yu, his tone nonchalant. Zhao Yu looks up to find a towering man, around 2 meters 1 in height. Clad in a Spurs jersey, his muscles bulging as he twirls a basketball in his hand. Upon seeing Zhao Yu's distressed state, Lu Chao's eyes light up. She is a gem. That face, that figure. Absolutely exquisite. Having navigated the world of women for years, he has never encountered anyone like her. Just a glance ignites an urge to embrace and ravage her. "Teach this bastard a lesson for me." Zhao Yu points at Xiang Yu, her voice laced with venom. Chapter 14. Conditions of victory and defeat. Lu Chao's disdainful gaze shifts to Xiang Yu. In truth, Xiang Yu's height of 1.8 meters is quite commendable in China. Yet before Lu Chao, he appears as a mere child. I am more than willing to serve the lady, he smiles gallantly, then addresses Xiang Yu. Listen well, kid. If I decide to strike, you will be crippled. If you have any sense, I offer you a chance. Seeing this guy's lengthy monologue without action, Zhao Yu grows furious. Why are you rambling? Just hit him already. No need for all this nonsense. Lu Chao scoffs. Lady, do you not think that making him perform some other task would be a greater humiliation than simply beating him? Zhao Yu looks at Xiang Yu provocatively, coldly stating, then tell me what should be done. The humiliation of being beneath him. I trust the lady has heard of this? Although Lu Chao's words are directed at Xiang Yu, his gaze roams over Zhao Yu's provocatively alluring form, suggesting that if a security guard endures such humiliation, then should Zhao Yu also not submit to him? Lu Chao, a seasoned seducer, discerns that Zhao Yu is no ordinary pretty girl. Her every smile and gesture is imbued with seductive charm, her desires far exceeding the average. Confident in his prowess, he believes that if he can elevate her to ecstasy, she would be unable to part ways with him. The thought excites Lu Chao to the point of dryness in his throat. That would be too easy for him. Zhao Yu smirks coldly, turning to the indifferent Xiang Yu, stating, some individuals are not worth offending. However, in light of your minimal transgressions, I offer you an opportunity. I shall not pursue this matter further. Xiang Yu scrutinizes Zhao Yu with an unusual glint in his eye, sensing a familiar essence of seduction about her. This woman is a natural enchantress, capable of making men involuntarily entertain certain thoughts. In his life, Xiang Yu has only encountered one woman more captivating than her, Zhao Ji, a femme fatale of serpentine allure. Is there a connection between them? How do you wish to proceed? Xiang Yu inquires with genuine interest. Zhao Yu, with a playful smile, replies, it's quite simple. You two will engage in a contest. If you win, I shall overlook this incident. And if I lose? Xiang Yu questions, withholding his judgment. Zhao Yu coldly retorts, if you lose, you must crawl beneath him. I too shall refrain from pursuing the matter. Upon hearing such conditions, the onlooking students could not help but jeer, for it was blatantly clear that this was an act of bullying against Xiang Yu. Setting aside the fact that Lu Chao was a reserve player for the school team, while Xiang Yu was merely a security guard who had likely never touched a basketball in his life, their physical statures were simply incomparable. In a one-on-one match, Lu Chao would stand as an impenetrable wall, while Xiang Yu would probably struggle to even breach the key. There was no doubt that Xiang Yu would lose this contest. Lu Chao could easily toy with him, and should he lose, he would face the humiliation of being subjugated, a profound disgrace for any man. Is this not unfair? If I lose, I must accept punishment. Yet if I win, you brush it aside without consequence? Xiang Yu protested. No one believed Xiang Yu could prevail, including Zhao Yu, who scoffed and said, as long as you can win, I will agree to any condition you propose. Any condition? This was precisely what Xiang Yu had been waiting for. Any condition? Zhao Yu affirmed without hesitation. With a sly grin, Xiang Yu replied, since we are the parties involved, I can allow you to find someone to support you. However, the terms of victory or defeat must rest solely on us. Then say, what do you desire? Zhao Yu regarded Xiang Yu as one might a fool, dismissing him as someone destined to lose and indulging his words for amusement. Xiang Yu scrutinized Zhao Yu from head to toe, nodding as he stated, if I lose, I shall crawl through your legs. Those long limbs of yours should suffice, and I doubt I will get stuck halfway. The moment those words left his lips, they elicited a chorus of astonished glances from the crowd, who thought him audacious to flirt with Zhao Yu at such a moment, showing no sign of yielding, but rather fanning the flames of provocation. However, should Zhao Yu genuinely agree, it was likely he would find a way to lose, even if he were capable of winning. To die beneath the peony is to remain a spirited ghost. Lu Chao seethed with rage, determined not to let his chosen prey slip away. Yet Zhao Yu merely smiled radiantly, her beauty captivating, as she fixed her alluring gaze upon Xiang Yu. I agree, she said. The crowd fell silent, their eyes now laced with envy towards Xiang Yu, astonished that such a breathtaking woman would consent. Did she not realize that allowing a man to do such a thing to her was a form of humiliation? Perhaps beautiful women possess thoughts that diverge from the ordinary. Do not agree too hastily. This is merely my condition for losing. What if I win? Xiang Yu chuckled, fully confident that Zhao Yu would readily acquiesce, as she did not believe he stood a chance. Zhao Yu sneered, you will not win. If I win, You shall grant me one intimate encounter, Xiang Yu retorted, his smile fading as he coldly asserted that if they wished to humiliate him, he would return the favor tenfold. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their admiration for Xiang Yu growing. This man was undeniably daring, and they marveled at his audacity and ambition. Yet did he truly hold any hope of victory? Engaging in a war of words will benefit you not. Zhao Ye's tone turned icy. Xiang Yu, growing impatient, replied, "Do not speak to me in that manner. Simply state whether you dare to agree. If you win, I assure you satisfaction tonight." This proclamation was directed not at Xiang Yu, but rather at Lu Chao, who beamed with delight, his body reacting uncontrollably. "Just you wait, beautiful. So, you are in agreement?" Xiang Yu asked, revealing a smile. Zhao Yu shot him a scornful glance, snorted disdainfully, and ignored him. "Shall we meet on the court then?" Lu Chao taunted. Xiang Yu shrugged indifferently. Surrounded by the throng, Xiang Yu, Lu Chao, and Zhao Yu made their way to the playground. "Do you know what a one-on-one game is?" Lu Chao inquired maliciously. Xiang Yu responded nonchalantly, "I have heard of it." "Then I need not explain. However, I hope you understand that in a one-on-one, physical contact is entirely normal. If I happen to injure you, do not blame me. Of course, if you concede, you need not endure this ordeal." Lu Chao was well aware that Zhao Ye had no intention of allowing him to easily defeat Xiang Yu. She wanted him to teach the security guard a lesson he would not forget. "You certainly have a penchant for excessive chatter. Now, tell me how we shall play." Xiang Yu replied, his impatience evident. Chapter 15. How to Play. Xiang Yu's tone was laced with annoyance. Lu Chao chuckled. 7 shots. The standard rule is that the first to score 4 wins. However, I suspect you would deem that unfair, so we shall do it this way. If I score 7, I win, but you only need to score 1 to claim victory. This proposed rule incited gasps from the crowd. If they had previously thought Lu Chao was bullying Xiang Yu, they no longer believed so, for under this rule, Lu Chao had only 1 chance to win, while Xiang Yu had 7. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lu Chao could not help but chuckle inwardly. Not only would he win, but he would do so resoundingly. Though Xiang Yu had 7 chances to win, even granting him 7 more would not secure his victory. That was Lu Chao's confidence. "You don't find this unfair, do you?" Lu Chao mocked. To his surprise, Xiang Yu shook his head, declaring, "It is still unfair." "Then tell me, what will be fair? As long as your demands are not too outrageous, I will agree," Lu Chao said generously. Xiang Yu smiled and shook his head. "What I deem unfair is in relation to you. Winning under those terms would provide me with no sense of accomplishment. Let us adhere to the standard rules. The first to score 4 wins." Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Xiang Yu with newfound respect, wondering if he had resigned himself to certain defeat, thus not allowing Lu Chao to alter the rules. This way, should he lose, it would not be overly humiliating, showcasing his cleverness. "It appears you are quite confident in yourself," Lu Chao remarked with a smirk, his mouth curving into a cold smile. Before Xiang Yu could respond, Zhao Ye interjected impatiently. "Are we competing or not?" "Go ahead, you first," Lu Chao said, tossing the basketball to Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu dribbled the ball once before passing it back to Lu Chao, saying, "You go first so no one can claim I am bullying you." "What audacity!" Lu Chao seethed, realizing that if this brat enjoyed posturing, he would let him do so to his heart's content. Without further ado, Lu Chao surged forward, his powerful frame charging at Xiang Yu like a tank. In street basketball, physical contact was intense, and even if he rendered Xiang Yu incapacitated, it would fall within the rules. Xiang Yu scoffed, choosing not to confront Lu Chao head-on. He pivoted, evading Lu Chao's advance. Lu Chao missed his mark, yet he wasted no time. After sidestepping, he dribbled to the basket and leaped, delivering a thunderous dunk. The crowd erupted in cheers. For regardless of the ultimate outcome of this wager, Lu Chao's spectacular shot was undeniably worthy of applause. As Lu Chao landed, he cast a challenging glance at Xiang Yu. "Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you would be lying down already." Xiang Yu, uninterested in banter, picked up the basketball. "Now it is my turn, right?" Lu Chao weighed his shorts. Standing within the 3-point line, and seeing Xiang Yu lingering 5 to 6 meters beyond the arc, he scoffed, "If you can break through my defense, you may score." "Fool!" Xiang Yu retorted, glancing at Lu Chao before raising his wrist and releasing the basketball. It soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc, as if guided by an unseen aim, swishing through the net for a score. This shot left the onlookers dumbfounded, as if time had momentarily frozen. Could it truly be that simple? Lu Chao's countenance darkened, recalling his earlier words, feeling as though he had slapped himself in the face. Realizing that Xiang Yu did not even need to break through to score. A blind cat has stumbled upon a dead mouse. Do not get ahead of yourself. Lu Chao coldly huffed, retrieving the basketball and returning to beyond the three-point line. Noticing that Xiang Yu remained stationary, showing no intention of defending, Lu Chao felt a surge of humiliation and glared. Do you think scoring a single point makes you remarkable? There are still 3 more shots. Who was it that said scoring just 1 goal would mean victory? Xiang Yu retorted. Noticing Lu Chao's ashen face and his silence, Xiang Yu chuckled. That's why I say it's unfair to you. Carry on. The more he spoke in this manner, the more it incensed Lu Chao. Yet the reality was undeniable. His anger was futile. You chose not to defend. Lu Chao suppressed the fury bubbling within him. At this point, words were useless. He could only defeat this arrogant fellow to redeem himself in front of the stunning Zhao Ye. Though it might seem somewhat unmeritorious, as long as he emerged victorious, that would suffice. Lu Chao unleashed his pin-up rage on the hoop, executing yet another powerful dunk that made the entire rim tremble. He channeled all his fury into the basketball. Another point scored. Without a hint of smugness, Lu Chao quickly positioned himself in front of Xiang Yu after landing, his gaze piercing as he challenged, "Aren't you good at shooting those long-range threes? Let us see how you handle this one." Observing Lu Chao's serious demeanor, the crowd surprisingly refrained from jeering. Although Xiang Yu's previous shot had been impressive, no one believed he possessed extraordinary basketball skills. They merely thought he had gotten lucky. Now, it was time to see how he would respond. Xiang Yu maintained a languid demeanor, dribbling the ball leisurely, his eyes scanning for an opening. Noticing this, Lu Chao smirked coldly, closing in with lightning speed to attempt a steal. At that moment, Xiang Yu made his move. He suddenly pushed the ball away, sending it gliding through Lu Chao's legs. With a swift pivot, he maneuvered around Lu Chao, chasing after the basketball with a speed surpassing that of the ball itself. The ball bounced up perfectly into his hands, and with a flick of his fingers, it swished effortlessly through the net. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. That shot was indeed spectacular. Xiang Yu had an impeccable sense of timing. Who could still claim it was mere luck? It turned out this fellow had hidden depths. The crowd's gaze towards Xiang Yu was filled with bewilderment, and the question resurfaced in their minds. Who exactly was this unassuming security guard? As Xiang Yu made his move, Lu Chao felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He suddenly realized he had been played for a fool. This kid was pretending to be a simpleton while concealing his true prowess. "Now it's your turn," Xiang Yu said with a light chuckle, tossing the basketball to Lu Chao. Lu Chao took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He could not afford to be careless anymore. However, faced with his onslaught, Xiang Yu once again opted not to defend, allowing Lu Chao an easy layup for another point. At this moment, the score stood at Lu Chao 3, Xiang Yu 2, and for the next shot, Xiang Yu replicated his earlier strategy, rendering Lu Chao a mere spectator as he scored again. The score was now tied, leaving everyone astonished. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events before the match began? Last shot. I refuse to believe you won to defend. With possession of the ball, Lu Chao was determined. If Xiang Yu lost, he would face humiliation, so he had to defend. Should Xiang Yu put up a defense, it would present Lu Chao with an opportunity to unleash his pin-up rage. "Atiye, let us end this." Zhao Ye's voice unexpectedly rang out. "A tie? End it?" The crowd turned their puzzled gazes towards Zhao Ye, questioning her intent. "Are you afraid of losing?" Xiang Yu teased with a smirk. Lu Chao was furious. Zhao Ye's meaning was clear. She no longer believed he could defeat Xiang Yu, abandoning even the slightest hope. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called for a halt. "You think I can't win?" Lu Chao asked coldly. Zhao Ye scoffed. "Whether you win or lose is of no concern to me. Do I even know you?" "You." Lu Chao was seething with rage, his face shifting through shades of blue and white. This woman's ability to turn on him was faster than flipping a page. The crowd couldn't help but look at Lu Chao with pity. He had aimed to gain something, but ended up losing it all. Not only was Zhao Ye now out of reach, but he was also humiliated by a mere security guard. Considering he was a basketball star at the academy with a solid shot at joining the school team, being defeated on the court by an unknown security guard was nothing short of a colossal joke. "It seems you can't handle the pressure," Xiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Zhao Ye chuckled. "Indeed, I can't handle it. What will you do about it?" "I abide by the principle of honoring my bets." Xiang Yu's tone turned icy. Zhao Yu dismissed him. Your principles mean nothing to me. When I say it's over, it's over. I won't pursue the previous matter any further. But should you insist on this, don't blame me. Xiang Yu, furious yet ironically amused, realized Lu Chao's defeat was inevitable. Zhao Yu's claim that she would no longer pursue matters seemed to imply he had gained an enormous advantage. I detest being threatened. Our wager still stands. This last shot must be taken, or I'll have no qualms about being unyielding. Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of malice. Unyielding? What do you dare do to me? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Xiang Yu's lips as his gaze roamed over Zhao Yu. The allure beneath your school uniform must be something every man desires to behold. Was he implying he would strip Zhao Yu of her clothing? The boys present exhibited a mix of excitement and anticipation, their eyes lingering meaningfully on Zhao Yu. Sensing the heat of their gazes, Zhao Yu's expression turned icy. If you wish to play games, I shall play along to the end. Let us hope you won't regret it. I never have regrets. Xiang Yu donned a nonchalant smirk, gesturing towards Lu Chao. I've opened up an opportunity for you. It's up to you to seize it and redeem yourself. However, I advise you to concede defeat outright. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself further. Lu Chao was filled with rage, not only towards Xiang Yu, but also towards Zhao Yu. Nevertheless, he had to win this shot. Let us go, Lu Chao said coldly. Xiang Yu finally stood before Lu Chao, and the crowd collectively held their breath. Their eyes fixated on the basketball in Lu Chao's hands, eager to see if Xiang Yu could defend against him for the first time. I'm sure of victory, Lu Chao bellowed, charging towards Xiang Yu like a tank, determined to crush him for the win. Xiang Yu smiled coldly, his form shifting like a phantom. The onlookers barely registered the movement before Lu Chao found himself empty-handed. The basketball was now in Xiang Yu's possession. A steal. At this critical moment, Lu Chao couldn't even protect the ball, losing it directly to Xiang Yu. After seizing the ball, Xiang Yu slammed it forcefully onto the ground, his body soaring into the air simultaneously. The crowd's astonished gazes followed his ascent as he leaped beyond the free-throw line. Grasping the bouncing basketball with one hand, he executed a thunderous axe dunk. Boom! The basketball shot through the net like a cannonball, shattering the tempered glass backboard, which fell like crystalline fragments along with the ball. Steal! A leap from just outside the free-throw line. A dunk! The backboard shattered. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, leaving everyone's expressions frozen in disbelief. Those knowledgeable about basketball gaped in astonishment, for Xiang Yu, a mere security guard standing at 1.8 meters tall, had accomplished a miracle on the court. Lu Chao was utterly dumbfounded, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with despair and confusion, his mind a blank slate. He had lost, thoroughly, completely, and convincingly. As a basketball athlete, setting aside all external factors, Xiang Yu's performance was nothing short of masterful. He had never witnessed anyone achieve such a feat, not even the basketball deity Michael Jordan. Zhao Yu watched Xiang Yu in shock, feeling an unexpected wave of powerlessness and defeat wash over her. His victory meant she would have to fulfill her bet, and with that thought, her eyes glinted with malice. She had already made a phone call. Help would arrive shortly to resolve the situation. Just a little more patience was needed. However, Xiang Yu would not grant her that opportunity. As the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, Xiang Yu approached Zhao Yu. You've lost, he said with a smile. To Zhao Yu, his grin appeared sinister and chilling. I admit my defeat. I'm quite pleased to lose to an opponent like you. But you wouldn't expect me to fulfill the bet right here, would you? Fada, a woman of considerable poise, was accustomed to navigating through various situations. Regardless of her illustrious background, in the presence of a fearless beast like Xiang Yu, such attributes proved utterly futile. Even if she were to eliminate Xiang Yu afterwards, it would do little to alleviate the immediate crisis at hand. Thus, her only recourse was to buy time, employing every conceivable tactic to lower Xiang Yu's guard. I tend to be rather impatient. As Xiang Yu jested, he drew closer to Zhao Yu. She cast a fleeting glance, her expression transforming into a beguiling smile. So many eyes were upon them. I do not mind. In the midst of her words, Xiang Yu's dazzling speed resurfaced, and by the time Zhao Yu comprehended the situation, he had firmly grasped her bosom. A slight pang of pain accompanied an unexpected sensation of tingling, causing Zhao Yu's countenance to darken, her enchanting eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. How dare you? What is there to fear? Xiang Yu's smile was wicked and frigid. He tightened his grip, eliciting a soft moan from her as her rosy complexion paled. her heart brimming with wrath and murderous intent. Unperturbed, Xiang Yu yanked outward, and to the astonishment of onlookers, Zhao Ye's garment was torn asunder, revealing her black undergarments. The fit was impeccable, the texture delightful. Xiang Yu's grin grew more malevolent as his fingers slipped beneath the fabric, gently teasing the two crimson cherries. An overwhelming wave of humiliation enveloped Zhao Ye. Despair clawed at her heart, and her suffering expression morphed into one of lethal resolve. Is this amusing? Not in the slightest. Suddenly, Xiang Yu revealed a cryptic smile, loosening his grip and stepping back, creating distance between them. It was merely a diversion. Fury radiated from Zhao Ye's eyes. If the god of death could claim lives, Xiang Yu would have already been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths. Oh really? I have yet to tire of this. With a swift motion, Zhao Ye aimed a lethal strike at Xiang Yu's throat. This man, she had to eliminate. Even if it meant vanishing from Qingzhou Academy, she would not hesitate. Chapter 17. The enchanting beauty Zhao Ye had always projected a delicate facade, firmly believing in the adage that a woman's most potent weapon is her femininity. In the intimate realm, she could conquer a wild man, and in casual banter, she could dispatch foes without a trace. Yet, the man before her was impervious to her charms. Despite her every effort, they bore no fruit. While others might perceive Xiang Yu as a domineering brute, she recognized a steely resolve within him, a merciless disposition. Unrestrained by any moral compass, there was nothing he would shy away from. Faced with such a formidable opponent, she had no choice but to unveil her hidden prowess. The legacy of the seven clans had thrived through the ages, not merely due to economic strength, exceptional talent cultivation, or deeply entrenched networks, but also owing to the martial arts that had been passed down through generations. Zhao Ye unleashed a ferocious killing move, her fingers emanating an intangible aura that rendered her strikes as lethal as daggers. Before she could make contact, Xiang Yu felt an oppressive weight in his chest, a sharp pain in his throat. So, you have finally revealed your true colors. Is this your trump card? Xiang Yu mused, a smirk of derision crossing his face as he clenched his fist, a surge of dominant energy coalescing within. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a languid voice floated through the air. Zhao Ye, stand down. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Ye's fierce demeanor evaporated instantaneously, her lethal intent fully retracting. The ability to control one's aura with such finesse earned Xiang Yu's silent admiration, and he regarded Zhao Ye with newfound respect. Her capabilities were indeed formidable. However, that was still insufficient to render him troubled. His gaze shifted toward the source of the languid voice, and upon seeing its owner, his expression sharpened. An intense murderous intent surging forth, threatening to overwhelm his rationality. Zhao Ye, standing closest to him, felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, the chill freezing her very blood. A tremor coursed through Zhao Ye's heart, and a flicker of trepidation ignited in her eyes. This newfound insight into Xiang Yu left her with an unsettling realization. The owner of the languid voice emerged from a striking red Lamborghini Aventador, clad in a matching red gown that complemented the vehicle perfectly. She stood tall, approximately 173 meters, and with her high heels, she could meet Xiang Yu's gaze directly. Her cascading waves of hair framed a visage adorned with fiery red lips and sunglasses that obscured her features. Yet her mere presence exuded an overwhelming visual impact. The combination of luxury car and alluring woman, especially one with an air of commanding sophistication, ignited the imagination. As the captivating beauty approached, the intensity of Xiang Yu's murderous intent gradually receded. Thoughts of Long Hao crossed his mind, compelling him to exercise restraint. In this world, only two individuals left an indelible mark on Xiang Yu's memory: Chu Gu, love incarnate, and Zhao Ji, the embodiment of hatred. Zhao Ye, return. Zhao Ye halted, her voice carrying a slight rasp, deep and magnetic. It was a tone that could ensnare anyone's attention. Zhao Ye shot a gleeful glance at Xiang Yu. Her sister had arrived, and the tormentor would soon face retribution. Return to the car. I will settle the score later. Zhao Ji inquired calmly. Zhao Ye, obedient in her sister's presence, offered a soft "oh" and left the playground without a hint of defiance. My sister lacks understanding. She can be quite willful. If she has offended you, allow me to extend my apologies on her behalf. Zhao Ji removed her sunglasses, brushing a few strands of hair aside, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her autumn-like eyes seemed veiled in a delicate mist, enigmatic yet alluring. while her sharply defined nose accentuated her decisive nature, harmonizing beautifully with her sensuous lips to create a visage of unparalleled beauty. Xiangyu suppressed the tumult of murderous intent within him. After 8 years, Zhao Ji had transformed. The girl who once exuded an aura of cunning and seduction had given way to a stately and elegant goddess, imbued with an air of cool detachment. Yet, Xiangyu remained unconvinced that Zhao Ji's character had changed. Her seductive prowess had reached an extraordinary peak, emanating an aura that kept others at bay, making anyone standing before her feel unworthy. However, when she chose to wield her charms, few men could resist. Xiangyu had experienced this firsthand 8 years prior. In stark contrast, Zhaoye paled when compared to Zhao Ji. Beside her sister, Zhaoye's allure seemed merely rudimentary. I cannot accept your apology. Amidst the collective admiration for Zhao Ji's beauty, Xiangyu shook his head. Upon hearing his words, the crowd, particularly the males, erupted in indignation. How could this fool not recognize the grace of such a stunning woman, so humbly apologizing? Zhao Ji frowned, scrutinizing Xiangyu as he appraised her. His tall, yet somewhat lean physique concealed a latent explosive power. His resolute, chiseled features, combined with abyss-like eyes, hinted at a depth of experience and sorrow beyond his years. Simultaneously, she observed his reaction to her presence, and to her dismay, he exhibited no response whatsoever. A lingering shadow of a person from her past haunted her thoughts. Though they shared a name, any resemblance between them seemed purely coincidental. It is not him. Zhao Ji breathed a quiet sigh of relief, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Perhaps everyone had merely overthought the situation. That person had perished 8 years ago and could never return. Zhao Ji's gaze remained fixed on Xiangyu, despite being a girl. She was well aware of the events unfolding here. I understand your grievances, yet you have humiliated her in front of a crowd. Is that not sufficient for your satisfaction? A man's dignity is as vital as a woman's chastity. To think that she believes I am a powerless security guard, free to bully at will, is a brutal affront to my honor. It is akin to me violating your chastity and then offering an apology, expecting that to suffice. Is such a thing conceivable? Xiangyu's words were sharp and devoid of any semblance of compassion. His gaze toward Zhao Ji laced with unmasked derision. A flicker of indignation crossed Zhao Ji's delicate face. What more do you wish for? A wager is a wager. Since she has lost, she must bear the consequences. Xiangyu remarked indifferently. Zhao Ji replied noncommittally. What if I refuse? Xiangyu chuckled, a sinister and chilling smile gracing his lips. Then do not blame me for what follows. In that case, follow me. After a prolonged moment of contemplation directed at Xiangyu, Zhao Ji suddenly uttered a phrase, then turned and walked towards the vehicle. Chapter 18. Sister's debt to be repaid. Xiangyu's expression faltered in confusion. What did Zhao Ji mean? Where was she going? He blurted out. Zhao Ji did not look back. Her voice, hoarse yet magnetic, drifted back to him. Do you wish for Xiaoye to fulfill the wager here? Gazing at her retreating figure, Xiangyu's eyes grew increasingly sharp. This woman was as cunning as ever. Perhaps she had already anticipated that he would not easily relent and had devised a strategy in advance. Given Zhao Ji's shrewdness, what awaited him might well be a den of peril. Are you hesitating? Zhao Ji halted her steps and inquired. A cold smirk formed within Xiangyu. Regardless of the treacherous path ahead, he was determined to forge ahead. If Zhao Ji were to push too far, he would not hesitate to eliminate her, even at the cost of his own mission's failure. Not at all. I was merely contemplating how to prolong the experience. Surely, a beauty like you must be quite the expert in such matters. Since we have time, would you mind imparting a few tips to your junior? Xiangyu swiftly caught up, sporting a lewd grin. If they were to play, he would play without boundaries. To his surprise, Zhao Ji did not react with anger, but rather chuckled lightly. Whatever one desires, a price must be paid. I shall provide you with the answer you seek, provided you agree to my terms. Your terms better not involve me pledging my body, Xiangyu retorted. Zhao Ji stated, my condition is simply to spare Xiaoye. Xiangyu responded begrudgingly. Then forget it. Without your sister, no matter how many techniques I learn, they would be of no use. I might as well explore on my own. After all, I have a ready-made guinea pig. As they spoke, they arrived at the car. Get in, Zhao Ji said, opening the rear door. Xiangyu peered inside with a mischievous gaze, discovering only Zhaoye seated in the passenger seat, which put him at ease as he entered the vehicle. What are you doing here? Sis, what does this scoundrel want? Zhaoye asked, visibly uncomfortable upon seeing Xiang Yu settle in. Zhao Ji maintained a calm demeanor. He did not accept my apology. You two made a wager, so you must fulfill it. What? Says he. Zhao Yu began, but Zhao Ji interrupted, shaking her head. A wager is a wager. There's nothing more to discuss. With that, the car started and sped away. The silence enveloped the three passengers. Zhao Ji's face serene. Zhao Yu's expression filled with resentment, while Xiang Yu whistled, brimming with self-satisfaction. After a 10-minute drive, the car abruptly screeched to a halt. Before them stood a quaint two-story building, nestled behind a lush little hill, shrouded in trees, and offering a rare tranquility amidst the bustling school. How do you find this place? Zhao Ji inquired as they exited the vehicle. Xiang Yu smiled. This locale is akin to a hidden paradise within the school. It seems your status here is rather intriguing. Zhao Ji offered no response and led the way into the small building. The door was unlocked. She gently pushed it open. You may fulfill your wager here, she declared, before turning to leave, leaving behind a stunned Xiang Yu and a furious Zhao Yu. Are you not coming? The three of us together would be rather splendid. Xiang Yu sneered, fully aware of Zhao Ji's nature and her attempt to project an aloof demeanor in his presence. Zhao Ji turned her head, revealing a beguiling smile, her gaze sweeping over Xiang Yu's form, her delicate tongue darting across her luscious lips. Are you certain you can handle it? Feeling insulted, Xiang Yu stepped forward, their bodies nearly aligned, Zhao Ji's breath wafting over him, the intoxicating fragrance making his head spin and conjuring vivid images in his mind. How would you know unless you try? Xiang Yu flashed a wicked grin, his hand pressing against Zhao Ji's, his already eager companion responding to her proximity. Zhao Ji let out a soft gasp, her breath brushing against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. It is not I who made the wager with you, she whispered, before slipping from his embrace with a bashful smile. I lack the fortune of your sister. I hope you enjoy another delightful encounter. Watching her retreat towards the car, a meaningful smile crept upon Xiang Yu's lips. This woman had certainly matured, yet he soon grew solemn. He had initially thought Zhao Ji's intention in bringing him here was to prepare for a fierce confrontation, readying himself for whatever may come. However, it appeared he was mistaken. The situation indicated she was indeed pushing Zhao Yu towards him. As he turned and encountered Zhao Yu's murderous glare fixed upon him, a bitter smile crept into his heart. Zhao Ji was indeed formidable, having shifted the initiative into his hands, complicating his circumstances. He had sworn never to touch a woman from the Zhao family. That was his unwavering principle. Are you not to fulfill the wager? Why the delay? I am short on time. Zhao Yu spoke coldly, abruptly shedding her already torn top, even removing her undergarments in the process. As her undergarment slowly slipped away, two exquisite forms sprang forth, quivering slightly, revealing a perfect silhouette before Xiang Yu. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her neck elongated, her bosom astonishing, and her abdomen flat. With such a physique and an extraordinarily beautiful face, it was undeniable that Zhao Yu was a captivating enchantress, one capable of ensnaring lives. Have you had your fill? Zhao Yu asked with disdain, her contempt not directed towards the act itself, but rather at the man before her. A woman's body was her most potent weapon. She had no qualms about wielding it at any moment. Yet, the idea of using it on this man filled her with an unprecedented sense of revulsion. Xiang Yu's eyes lingered upon her form for a moment before he shook his head. Our wager has concluded. At his words, Zhao Yu's expression shifted, a cold sneer escaping her lips. A cowardly man, it seems you have succumbed to fear. The luxurious vehicle, the beautiful women, and the seemingly secluded little building all hinted at the deep connections these sisters possessed. Xiang Yu, unless he was a fool, should know what course to take. You're mistaken. Your sister has already fulfilled the terms. I am a man of principles. Having engaged with your sister in spirit, I cannot pursue you further. This is what I call sister's debt repaid by the elder. He added with a mischievous grin, of course. If you were to take the initiative and we shared mutual feelings, I would not object. Zhao Yu's anger flared instantly, her voice rising. Bastard. Get lost. It seems you're quite disappointed. However, I cannot compromise my principles merely to satisfy you. So, perhaps next time, I assure you, I shall forget your sister and focus solely on you. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, darting away before Zhao Yu could explode, swiftly entering the car. Chapter 19. Deception and intrigue. Xiang Yu's return caused Zhao Ji to furrow her brow slightly. A woman of vast experience, she could discern the formidable, headstrong, an untamable nature of this man from their brief interactions. He acted decisively and ruthlessly, his resolve unwavering, and he was audacious. Once he set his sights on a goal, he would stop at nothing to achieve it. The atmosphere he had created earlier was evidently intended to compel Zhao Ye to honor the wager, indifferent to the potential consequences that might follow. Thus, she offered her own sister as a sacrifice, believing that with Zhao Ye's prowess, even if she could not make the man utterly captivated and under her control, she would nonetheless leave him yearning for Zhao Ye. Given time, coupled with Zhao Ye's skills in the bedroom, it was only a matter of time before Xiang Yu would be completely at their beck and call. Zhao Ji firmly believed that a woman's body was the most lethal weapon against any man. After all, the young Xiang Yu, who had posed a threat to the 7 clans 8 years ago, had still failed to pass her test. However, the man before her, also named Xiang Yu, astonishingly seemed able to resist Zhao Ye's allure, which deeply unsettled Zhao Ji, causing her to involuntarily recall that figure from 8 years ago. A hint of bitterness clouded her star-like eyes. "Take me back," Xiang Yu interrupted Zhao Ji's contemplation, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Zhao Ji, taken aback, responded, "Are you not allowing Xiao Ye to fulfill the wager? Someone else has already taken care of it. I cannot be greedy and aim for 2 birds with 1 stone, Xiang Yu said, his gaze audaciously roaming over Zhao Ji's bosom and her long, fair legs. Zhao Ji was well aware of his intentions, a cold smile forming within her as she thought, "No wonder he let Xiao Ye go. It seems he has set his sights on me instead. I hope you are not challenging my limits." Though her words dripped with menace, a smile adorned Zhao Ji's face, one filled with contempt and a hint of murderous intent. Xiang Yu shook his head and sighed lightly. "Women, especially beautiful ones, are always so self-assured. Do you truly think I seek mere physical pleasure with you? Or do I desire the spiritual ecstasy of 1,000 encounters with you? Regardless of whether you present yourself as a saint or not, in my eyes, you are nothing but a trifling matter. I value the enjoyment of the spirit over the sordid notions you entertain." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ji's expression turned icy. This man was nothing short of a beast in human clothing, a shameless rogue who was impervious to reason. "Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Zhao Ji mocked, the temperature within the vehicle seemingly plummeting due to her words. Xiang Yu chuckled. "Killing me won't change the fact that in my heart, you are inconsequential. Besides, you will inevitably think of me from time to time. You won't kill me. Is that your rationale?" Zhao Ji scoffed, having encountered many despicable men, but never one so brazenly confident in his own depravity. However, if she were to entertain thoughts of murder, no one could stop her. Xiang Yu's abyss-like gaze turned to Zhao Ji, and he enunciated each word. "We are both intelligent individuals. If you truly wish to kill me, you would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Do you not believe that your actions might sway my previous decision?" Zhao Ji retorted. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiang Yu's mouth. "If you had genuinely changed your mind, you wouldn't be speaking at all." Zhao Ji fell silent for a moment. "You are quite astute. Let's not beat around the bush. My time is precious. Romantic musings I might consider, but deceit holds no interest. State your purpose quickly, as I have patrols to attend to." Xiang Yu's impatience surged. Facing the woman he loathed, he wished to remain no longer, yet duty compelled him to endure. Yet, he was uncertain how much longer he could tolerate it. When his patience reached its limit, he feared what actions he might take. Zhao Ji, perceptive as ever, remarked, "You seem to harbor a strong dislike for me." "I don't merely dislike you. I wish to kill you." The truth of his thoughts remained locked within. Though he managed a bitter smile, "I have never considered myself a paragon of virtue. Before me stands an alluring beauty, and I fear I might lose control." Zhao Ji could no longer discern which of his words were genuine and which were feigned. Yet as long as he proved useful, that sufficed. "Indeed, I have a task for you. I assure you that upon completion, your reward will be most satisfactory." Xiang Yu mused inwardly, anticipating that the task Zhao Ji assigned would likely be intricate, perhaps offering an opportunity to uncover the evidence he sought. "Then do share what this reward entails," he inquired with genuine interest. Zhao Ji countered, "Do you not wish to first know what I require of you? As long as the reward is satisfactory. The specifics of the task are secondary," Xiang Yu replied with a smile. Zhao Ji returned his smile, her expression intoxicating. "I appreciate individuals such as yourself. Men die for wealth, and birds for food. I am surrounded by such people. As long as you do not develop feelings for me, I cannot bear it." Xiang Yu teased. Zhao Ji declared, "The reward I offer you is a woman." "A woman?" You cannot possibly mean yourself? Xiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, quickly waving his hands. I have already stated that I cannot bear such a burden. Do not press me, or I may find myself reluctantly agreeing due to your earnest entreaty. Zhao Ji casually remarked. What about the woman who struck you today? What are your thoughts? At her words, a wave of unease washed over Xiang Yu, and the concealed murderous intent surged forth, swiftly morphing into anger, for he could not allow Zhao Ji to perceive anything amiss. Do not mention that woman. It is quite infuriating. She slapped me without provocation. I sincerely hope I do not encounter her again, or else. Ha! Did you not find her quite beautiful? Zhao Ji interjected, cutting him off. Xiang Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. Now that you mention it, she is indeed more beautiful than you. Though perhaps a bit too cold. Am I not as beautiful as she? Zhao Ji's tone turned frigid. No woman is indifferent to her appearance. Yet she was well aware of her own excellence and never minded others' opinions. However, one individual she would not allow to be compared unfavorably to herself was Chu Gur. The fact that Xiang Yu claimed to find her lacking ignited her ire. Regarding her unexplained fury, Xiang Yu found it puzzling, but he dismissed it, shaking his head. Each has their merits. I merely find her somewhat unapproachable. For men, the unattainable is the most desirable. Hence my belief that she is a touch more beautiful than you. Do not take offense. Zhao Ji gradually regained her composure, realizing that no woman is beyond reach. As long as you assist me with one task, she shall be yours. Chapter 20. Mutual needs. As long as you assist me with one task, she shall be yours. Zhao Ji spoke with unwavering conviction, her tone brooking no dissent. Xiang Yu scoffed. Are you pitying me, or are you attempting to ensnare me? I fail to grasp your intentions. Zhou Yi frowned, thinking to herself how this man defied all logic. Moments ago, he had been jovial, and now he was cold as ice. Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, I desire women, readily available at my fingertips. Do I truly require your charity? To be handed a woman who assaults me without cause is nothing short of a curse. Zhao Ji neither affirmed nor denied. Yet this woman is unlike any other. It appears that you do not fully comprehend women. Xiang Yu chuckled. For me, any woman, regardless of her perceived nobility or aloofness, once undressed, is fundamentally the same. Zhao Ji's gaze hardened. In your eyes, do women serve solely as vessels for your desires? Is it not so? Xiang Yu countered, realizing that engaging in discourse regarding women with him would lead to endless rationalizations. Zhao Ji chose to abandon the topic. Since you have no interest in this woman, what is it that you seek? I certainly want that woman, but not from you. I shall procure her myself. Thus, I agree to assist you, but upon completion, I require your help in return. Xiang Yu was determined to have Chu Gur. In his world, she belonged solely to him, and anyone who dared to covet her would meet their demise. Zhao Ji inquired, what do you need my assistance with? Certainly, it pertains to the woman you mentioned. Xiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Zhao Ji smiled and extended her delicate, slender, fair-skinned hand, sealing the deal. As Xiang Yu grasped it, before he could take advantage of the opportunity, an unusual energy surged from her hand, sending a jolt through him, akin to an electric shock. This energy coursed through his lower abdomen, eliciting an involuntary physiological response. Tian Mei. Xiang Yu was taken aback. Tian Mei was an ancient cultivation technique passed down in the Zhao family, embodying the essence of enchanting allure. He had not anticipated that Zhao Ji had already mastered it to such a profound degree. Every inch of her being radiated an enchanting power that could ensnare anyone unwittingly. It was said that when Tian Mei was perfected, it possessed soul-capturing effects. Once entranced, one's mind would fall beyond their control, rendering them willing to face death without hesitation. Noticing Xiang Yu's slightly labored breathing, Zhao Ji felt a sense of pride. No one had yet managed to withstand her seductive prowess. Deal! Xiang Yu's unique inner strength allowed him to recover instantly. Observing this, Zhao Ji was merely slightly surprised and said, in that case, you will help me keep an eye on someone. Who? What is the reason? Xiang Yu inquired. Zhao Ji replied, Wei Xiang, the captain of the school basketball team. I suspect he is engaging in drug trafficking through his team members and during matches. Xiang Yu was certainly familiar with the name Wei Xiang, a member of the Wei family, which had showcased its intelligence 8 years prior, making him a core disciple cultivated by the Wei clan. Of course, Xiang Yu could not reveal his knowledge of Wei Xiang. He feigned surprise, saying, You're not a police officer. The only reasonable explanation for your involvement in this matter is that you've been spurned. It's hard to believe there's a man you can't handle. Apart from my brother, you think too much, Zhao Ji replied dismissively. Xiang Yu chuckled and continued, if that is not the reason, why have you asked me to monitor someone unrelated? Don't say it's about drug trafficking. Smuggling arms has nothing to do with you either. Some matters are better left unexplained for your own good. For now, you only need to tell me if you are willing, Zhao Ji stated, clearly unwilling to provide any further explanation. Xiang Yu understood without her saying that the 7 families had been embroiled in conflict for 2 millennia. Any breakthrough by one clan would incite a frenzied counterattack from the others. Thus, the relationships among the 7 families could shift from unwavering allies to bitter enemies in an instant. With Wei Xiong of the Wei family now exposed to scrutiny, Zhao Ji certainly would not let the opportunity slip, and he imagined the other 5 families shared her sentiment, though he wondered if they, like Zhao Ji, were seeking ways to exploit this vulnerability. Drugs brought immense harm. Countless lives had been ruined, families shattered. For the sake of the people's happiness and stability, I must take action, Xiang Yu declared earnestly, his expression serious and righteous, making one unfamiliar with him believe he was a promising young man. Zhao Ji was at a loss for words. This fellow was truly relentless in his rhetoric. Then it's settled. Your basketball prowess has likely drawn Wei Xiong's attention. Unless something unforeseen occurs, he will undoubtedly send someone to approach you. Regardless of whether Xiang Yu displayed any exceptional abilities, even if he were merely an ordinary security guard, his name alone was enough to command respect among the 7 families. Now that he had exhibited remarkable basketball skills, it was inevitable that Wei Xiong would seize the opportunity to ascertain Xiang Yu's background, making the prospect of Wei Xiong initiating contact seamless. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. He realized that she was aware of him being struck and his performance on the court. It became evident that her seeking him out was not without purpose, and he disliked the sensation of being surveilled. You won't be the only one monitoring you. You will come to understand this in due time. Even if you approach Wei Xiong, he will not genuinely trust you. If he discovers your intentions, it is not my concern, Zhao Ji stated coolly, unwilling to allow any leverage to fall into others' hands. Xiang Yu retorted with a cold smirk. It seems true that the heart can be unfeeling. We are merely engaged in a transaction, each seeking our own benefit. Furthermore, I hope you can maintain decorum when speaking to me in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me. By the end of his statement, Zhao Ji's expression had darkened significantly. Being addressed so bluntly, especially by a man, would be intolerable for any woman, let alone someone of Zhao Ji's stature. Xiang Yu scoffed inwardly, thinking that not all women in the world were paragons of virtue. I also hope you do not disappoint me. Should you turn your back on me after the deed is done, do not hold it against me if I cause you to regret it for a lifetime. Rest assured, I possess that capability. Xiang Yu maintained a demeanor of indifference. Zhao Ji was utilizing him, but he too had his own designs. However, mutual exploitation necessitated mutual gain. Zhao Ji stretched languidly, her alluring silhouette perfectly showcased before Xiang Yu. To avoid arousing suspicion, Xiaoya will cooperate with you. She may undertake certain actions, but rest assured, they will not be genuine. This much you should understand. Chapter 21. Provocation. The members of the 7 families kept a watchful eye on one another, a widely acknowledged secret within their ranks. Hence, Xiang Yu did not return in Zhao Ji's vehicle, but instead walked back alone. Balancing a baton on his shoulder, he ambled along the tree-lined path of the campus. Encountering attractive female students, he would swiftly approach them under the pretense of searching for concealed items, such as condoms, while opportunistically taking liberties, perhaps due to his notoriety and fierce prowess displayed on the basketball court. Although the girls he searched felt a mix of anger and humiliation, they dared not voice their grievances. Before long, he found himself at the center of a sensational scandal, brazenly taking advantage of female students, particularly the more attractive ones, which incited widespread outrage, especially among those with admirers, who could bear the indignity of their idol being so thoroughly groped. Consequently, following the emergence of the Yulin Army and the Fur Removal Squad, another organization targeting Xiang Yu was formed, named the Feather Eradication Group. This matter escalated to the school's security office, yet the institution remained unresponsive, with not a single person to be found in the security office. In desperation, the aggrieved parties conspired and, led by a few ruffian students, set out to confront Xiang Yu with great fervor. Simultaneously, another shocking piece of information spread rapidly throughout the academy. Zhao Ye, a stunning and delicate freshman, had suffered significant emotional and psychological distress after losing to Xiang Yu in a basketball match according to their prior agreement. Although he ultimately did not fulfill his intentions, the trauma inflicted upon Zhao Yu was severe. Furthermore, Zhao Yu came from a formidable background and quickly rallied a group of senior students, scouring the campus for Xiang Yu to teach him a severe lesson. The two factions finally pinpointed Xiang Yu's location. Just as he was savoring a lollipop he had taken from a beautiful girl's bag, he found himself surrounded. All were male students, the leaders of whom were burly and menacing, wielding makeshift weapons such as chair legs, baseball bats, and golf clubs. Their appearance suggested they were accustomed to bullying others, and few dared to provoke them within the academy. This school is a place for cultivating talent. Individuals like you should not be present here. I warn you, do not engage in fighting on campus. Upon witnessing their aggressive stance, Xiang Yu felt compelled to intervene, as it was his duty as a responsible security guard. Upon hearing this, both groups regarded him with derision, their expressions akin to that of spectators observing a clown. Some could not suppress their laughter, wondering if he were merely a fool, unable to recognize that he was the target of their ire. You were quite arrogant before? What happened now? Are you conceding? Before the imposing youth confronting Xiang Yu, clad in a snug tank top that accentuated his bulging muscles, a fierce tiger tattoo adorned his chest, its fangs and claws vividly depicted. With a buzz cut and a glimmering gold chain around his neck, the light reflected off it caused Xiang Yu to squint. Upon hearing his words, Xiang Yu momentarily wore a look of astonishment, only to realize that they were not there to engage in a brawl, but rather to conspire against him. How dare you? He thought, his hands itching for a fight, sucking on a lollipop with a visage full of excitement. Combat was his greatest passion. Witnessing his eagerness, the group felt a wave of frustration. Clearly, this security guard was audacious enough to provoke them. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, "Kid, stop putting on airs. If you simply admit your fault and agree to our terms, we will let today's incident slide." Although they approached with hostility, they were still students. Fighting within the school would lead to expulsion. While Xiang Yu could act with impunity, it did not grant them the same liberty. The worst they would face was dismissal, while expulsion would spell the end of their futures. They were unwilling to jeopardize their prospects for a mere security guard. Xiang Yu, bemused, retorted, "Apologize? For what? Did I sleep with your mother, sister, or girlfriend? And why should I agree to your terms? Tell me, what gives you the right to demand anything from me?" His words were laced with crude bravado, inciting the ire of those around him. With the tattooed youth, De Jong, sneering in response, "It seems you are refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. While teaching you a lesson may have its complications, that doesn't mean we can't give you a taste of reality. If you want to fight, just say so, instead of beating around the bush like a coward." Xiang Yu scoffed. "De Jong, why waste more words on him? We outnumber him. Once we deal with this brat, we can all confess together. The academy can't possibly expel us all for one security guard." One of them, unable to contain himself, spoke up. De Jong, the tattooed student, nodded in agreement, his expression turning ominous. "As long as this guy exists, none of us will have a chance with the ladies." All real men stepped forward, with the challenge laid bare, and emboldened by their original intent to confront Xiang Yu. None of them hesitated, stepping closer to tighten the encirclement. "After we teach this kid a lesson, we'll march to the academy's disciplinary office together to confess. Anyone who refuses is a coward," De Jong declared, his gaze towards Xiang Yu transforming into a sinister glint. "You brought this upon yourself." Before his words had faded, he lunged forward, swinging a baseball bat towards Xiang Yu's head. As he made his move, the others unleashed their pent-up fury. A torrent of assaults directed at Xiang Yu from all directions. Faced with the onslaught, Xiang Yu merely smiled coldly, his gaze fixated on De Jong. If this fool was eager to play the role of the aggressor, he would ensure he paid dearly for it. With that thought, he struck with his baton, meeting De Jong's bat with tremendous force, the two weapons clashing in an instant. De Jong's smirk faltered. He felt an overwhelming power surge through the contact, the recoil fracturing his grip and numbing his entire arm. Before he could react, the baton struck his face with brutal force, his agonized scream echoing like a slaughtered beast as he stumbled backward, his face grotesquely swollen. Hit him hard!" De Jong howled, his face contorted with rage, blood spitting from his mouth, even a few teeth lost in the fray. Meanwhile, the others' attacks had landed on Xiang Yu, resonating with dull thuds. To them, their strikes were formidable, yet to Xiang Yu, They felt like mere tickles. Unperturbed by the blows, he pivoted, swinging his baton once more, his sole focus remaining on De Jong. Chapter 22. Defeated and disgraced, the baton fell like a relentless storm upon De Jong, who let out blood-curdling cries of despair. No matter how he dodged, he could not evade Xiang Yu's relentless pursuit. After enduring for 3 grueling minutes, he collapsed, drenched in blood, his breath shallow and labored. Witnessing this, the rest of the group halted, their previous exhilaration and fury evaporating, replaced by sheer terror. For while they had all been attacking Xiang Yu, he had endured far more blows than De Jong, yet stood tall like a mountain, his expression ferocious and unyielding, instilling fear in their hearts, rendering them motionless. In truth, with Xiang Yu's prowess, even double their number would struggle to harm him. The reason he appeared battered was due to his role as a security guard. He had previously showcased formidable strength. It was wise not to reveal all his cards. Now that they recognized he was not to be trifled with, their resolve faltered. "If you don't want to share my fate, then get lost," Xiang Yu roared, his baton crashing down on De Jong once more, each strike eliciting a pained roll and wail from him, causing the onlookers' hearts to quiver. Soon, De Jong lay unconscious, while Xiang Yu surveyed the scene, his eyes gleaming with menace, a smile that was anything but friendly curling at his lips. "It seems you all are quite loyal," he remarked, striding menacingly towards one of them. The man confronted with Xiang Yu's terrifying presence instinctively recoiled and fled. With one person escaping, the others lost all courage to confront Xiang Yu, scattering in panic. Having witnessed Xiang Yu's ferocity, they now regarded him as a reckless madman. Engaging with a madman was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Xiang Yu was merely a security guard, a life deemed of little value compared to theirs. "A bunch of spineless cowards," Xiang Yu scoffed. In a brawl, it was not merely strength that mattered, but the sheer force of spirit, an indomitable will that declared, "You can't kill me, I will." With such a ruthless mindset, none would dare provoke him lightly. The team of would-be aggressors ultimately retreated in defeat. Those who had merely observed the spectacle quickly dispersed, fearing they might become collateral damage if Xiang Yu's wrath turned towards them. "Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make it a point to fight you every time." Xiang Yu glared at the unconscious De Jong, leaving behind a parting threat as he turned to find a restroom to wash away the blood. His objective of instilling caution had been achieved. He hoped no one would dare trouble him again. "Luzi, didn't you say that guy was quite formidable, having shattered the backboard? How is it that he now lies so thoroughly beaten? Are you just making excuses for your loss?" Not far off, 2 towering figures watched Xiang Yu depart, one querying the other. The one being questioned was, of course, Lu Chao, who had gained a reputation as Luzi after his relationships repeatedly faltered due to his overwhelming physicality. Many girls kept their distance, leaving him to seek solace in solitary pursuits. How would I know? Many witnessed him shatter the backboard. Do I really need to fabricate stories? Lu Chao snapped, his expression darkening. The other man chuckled. "I was just joking. Brother Xiang asked us to find him. Why don't you take the lead? After all, you've met him before. You just want to see me humiliated in front of him after losing. I'll admit defeat, but I want to be ashamed." Lu Chao retorted angrily, striding purposefully towards Xiang Yu. The man smirked. "After being beaten like a stray dog, I really don't understand what Brother Xiang sees in him." As Xiang Yu finished cleaning himself and donned fresh clothes, Lu Chao appeared behind him. Seeing the awkward expression on the tall figure in the mirror, Xiang Yu sneered. "What is this? Here to settle the score?" Lu Chao revealed a rather dry smile, acknowledging my lack of discernment, imploring, "Brother, please don't be angry." As he spoke, Lu Chao hastily offered a Zhonghua cigarette to Xiang Yu, who lit it with a practiced ease. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled towards Lu Chao's face, causing the latter to grimace in discomfort. "An apology will suffice, but if you wish to play the hero in rescuing a damsel, one must discern who is worthy of such a rescue and whether one can indeed be that hero," Xiang Yu remarked coolly. Given the sincerity of his counterpart, he chose not to be petty. Lu Chao nodded fervently, awkwardly chuckling. "You're absolutely right, brother. Should I encounter such a situation again, I shall avoid embarrassing myself at all costs." Xiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, but Lu Chao quickly interjected. "Wait, there's another matter." "Speak." Xiang Yu halted his steps. Lu Chao continued. "Today, I concede to your prowess. I am genuinely impressed by your basketball skills. If you were to join our team, you could undoubtedly become a star." Xiang Yu mused, realizing that Lu Chao was a subordinate of Wei Xiong, and Zhao Ji had cunningly orchestrated this arrangement. Alas, I am merely a security guard, devoid of such grand ambitions, he thought, playing hard to get. Lu Chao, sensing urgency, exclaimed, as long as you give the nod, I can facilitate a student identity for you. Once you ascend to stardom, my face will shine as well. I hadn't realized you wielded such influence within the academy. Xiang Yu responded nonchalantly. Lu Chao awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head. The true power lies with our team, Captain. I merely serve as a go-between. Seeing his honesty, Xiang Yu's disdain for him diminished somewhat. If your captain genuinely wishes for me to join the team, let him demonstrate some sincerity, he stated. Before Lu Chao could retort, Xiang Yu took a deep drag from the cigarette and flicked the butt away. No more chatter. You cannot sway me. Have your captain approach me directly. With that, he turned to walk away, leaving no room for further conversation. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Chao felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. He had done his utmost and, thus, pulled out his phone to dial a number. Xiang Yu insists on meeting you in person. On the other end, there was an unmistakable rebuke, eliciting a grimace from Lu Chao, who quickly hung up once the tirade ended. The Miayu team returned in defeat, and indeed, no one dared to trouble Xiang Yu further. He continued to stride through the campus, wielding his baton with an air of authority, choosing to ignore the whispers of the students around him. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air from behind. Xiang Yu turned to see a Harley come to a stop, its rider clad in leather, removing his helmet to reveal a strikingly handsome face. You must be Xiang Yu. I am Wei Xiong, the captain of the basketball team. Are you interested in a conversation? Wei Xiong spoke directly and without preamble. The name Wei Xiong had reached Xiang Yu's ears 8 years prior, during which time Wei had just begun to emerge into prominence, while Xiang Yu's brilliance had already been established, leaving no opportunity for their paths to cross. Are we discussing casual matters or basketball? Xiang Yu inquired with a smile. Wei Xiong dismounted, towering at nearly 2 meters tall. Though lacking the exaggerated musculature of Lu Chao, his lean physique concealed formidable strength. His striking features and status as team captain indicated his impressive skills, making him a sought-after individual on campus. If you join the team, I am confident in transforming you into a star player. Should you excel, you might even have the chance to represent the national team. At that point, we need not discuss matters of romance. You can simply act, Wei Xiong asserted, exuding confidence and charm. Xiang Yu shrugged. I'm not interested. Could you provide a reason? Wei Xiong inquired, seemingly unfazed. I find my current situation quite satisfactory. Patrolling, flirting with girls, and seizing opportunities when I spot a pretty face. Why squander my youth chasing your so-called stardom? Xiang Yu replied candidly. Wei Xiong chuckled. No one desires obscurity. Your refusal stems from a lack of confidence, does it not? Or perhaps a sense of inferiority? Congratulations. Your provocation is quite effective, Xiang Yu remarked, recognizing the aim behind Wei Xiong's words. Wei Xiong laughed lightly, acknowledging that Xiang Yu was no fool. His lengthy discourse merely sought to secure advantages for himself, and as long as he possessed the requisite skills, Wei Xiong was willing to extend benefits. So, are you in? Wei Xiong pressed. Xiang Yu nodded. My agreement to join does not imply that I will heed your every command. Call me when needed, but do not hinder my patrols. It appears you are quite content with your role, Wei Xiong observed, somewhat perplexed. While it was understandable for Xiang Yu to seek greater opportunities, his continued role as a security guard baffled Wei. However, Xiang Yu had his reasons. He could not forsake his mission to gather intel on Wei Xiong. Only within the campus could he engage with others from the 7 clans, and more importantly, he sought to encounter Chu Gur once more. Do as you wish. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Xiang Yu dismissed him. Forgive me, but after the first week of classes, we have a showcase game to welcome the new students, and our opponents will be the renowned NCAA team, Duke University. We require your participation, Wei Xiong stated. It's merely a showcase. Winning or losing is inconsequential, is it not? Xiang Yu replied, fully aware of Duke University's reputation. Many athletes emerging from that institution had transitioned to the NBA, with their skills reaching near pro levels. Wei Xiong grimaced. While winning or losing may not be pivotal, we cannot afford to lose embarrassingly. Given your skills and understanding of basketball, facing Duke would be a formidable challenge, even for our national team, let alone us. Then why not forego the match altogether and save face? Adding one more person will not alter the outcome, Xiang Yu stated bluntly, recognizing the futility of clashing against an unbeatable opponent. Wei Xiang shook his head. It is precisely because we may not win that we must compete. It is the only way to elevate our skills. While the result may not change, your addition would at least prevent a more humiliating defeat. Xiang Yu regarded him with a curious expression, surprised that he possessed such insight beyond mere smuggling. Perhaps it was a genuine love for basketball that drove Wei Xiang. Very well, but I pity those girls. Without my protection, countless delicate flowers may fall prey to those unscrupulous men, Xiang Yu lamented. Wei Xiang chuckled. Such matters are consensual. Spare us the pretense. If you desire women, just say so. How about a new one each day? Forget it, I fear contracting something, Xiang Yu declined, then added cheekily, how about switching every 2 days? It's safer and less troublesome. Wei Xiang was left speechless. Get in the car. I'll take you to the training ground. As he spoke, he mounted the Harley, with Xiang Yu sitting behind him. The motorcycle roared to life, speeding away like an arrow, drawing the attention of students along the way. The training facility was a secluded basketball court, accessible only to team members, with even reserve players like Lu Chao barred from entry. Inside the venue, over a dozen individuals engaged in shooting drills. Upon seeing Wei Xiang, they paused to greet him. Allow me to introduce, this is Xiang Yu, who will henceforth be a part of our team, Wei Xiang stated without preamble. The group exchanged incredulous looks, casting skeptical glances at Xiang Yu, ultimately expressing their disbelief. Standing at 1.8 meters, he appeared tall to the average observer, yet among them, he was the shortest. His slender build suggested that even a rough defense could result in injury, raising doubts about his place on the team. Perceiving their skepticism, Wei Xiang calmly remarked, You've been training, so you're unaware of recent events. However, Lu Chao lost a one-on-one match to him. He did not continue speaking, yet his meaning was abundantly clear. The crowd could not help but gaze at Xiang Yu with increased perplexity. Although Lu Chao had not yet joined the school team, his prowess was sufficient to secure a spot, and it was indeed astonishing that this fellow could best him, especially considering their markedly different physiques. Li Jie, from now on, he will take your place as a starting point guard. You may assume the role of a substitute. Wei Xiang declared to a player standing at a height of 6 feet 3 inches. Upon hearing this, the others displayed their discontent, for they had trained together for an extended period and participated in numerous competitions, building a strong rapport among them. Now, to suddenly announce a change, even if it was commanded by Wei Xiang, felt unjust to them. Particularly, Li Jie was incensed. Xiang Yu's arrival had directly usurped his position, igniting his fury. Though he dared not question Wei Xiang's decision, opting instead to sulk in silence. If you are unconvinced, let us settle this in a one-on-one match, Wei Xiang proposed, eager to witness firsthand the capabilities of Xiang Yu. Li Jie's scowl transformed into a sinister grin as he raised his middle finger towards Xiang Yu, taunting, if you concede, you shall spare yourself the embarrassment. Even if Xiang Yu could win, it was still inappropriate for him to displace Li Jie, for basketball is a team sport, and they were not yet familiar enough with one another, which would likely hinder their cooperation. Moreover, he believed Xiang Yu had no chance of victory. The team's shooting guard, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, named Ma Chong, interjected dismissively. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions towards Xiang Yu growing increasingly hostile. Heh, you two may take the court together, Xiang Yu remarked, stepping forward with a light laugh. Having successfully approached Wei Xiang, he aimed to leave a more profound impression. Chapter 24. 1 against 2, a challenge to battle. From the confines of the penalty area to the battlefield of the world, Xiang Yu possessed the ruthless ferocity of a renegade and the resolute decisiveness of a soldier. He never considered alternatives for problems that could be resolved with sheer force. If you are unconvinced, I shall beat you into submission. Should I fail to convince you, I will annihilate you. While he certainly could not kill Li Jie and Ma Chong, the principle remained the same. Basketball followed suit. 1 against 2? The crowd expressed their astonishment. This was basketball, not a brawl. On the court, winning under conditions of unequal numbers was virtually impossible, as lacking one player effectively granted the opponent an unguarded opportunity. Furthermore, the speed of ball movement far surpassed that of human agility. Li Jie and Ma Chong could exhaust Xiang Yu merely through passing, let alone in a competitive setting. Your jest is rather grand, Wei Xiang conceded, shaking his head. No individual, no matter how formidable, could triumph in a one-on-two scenario. Xiang Yu smiled, posing a challenge. Dare you? To refrain from accepting a one-on-two challenge would be an affront to their very existence. Heh, I've never seen the likes of this. Li Jie replied with a venomous glare, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Xiang Yu was merely courting humiliation. Xiang Yu replied coolly, the truth will soon be revealed. Care to speak up? Defeat me first, Li Jie scoffed, intent on crushing Xiang Yu, who had usurped his starting position. Xiang Yu shook his head. If it's just you, I think I'll pass. You two may join forces. Wei Xiang, clearly wishing to quell their contention, decided to grant Xiang Yu his opportunity. He was also curious to see how Xiang Yu would manage to win in a one-on-two scenario. Li Jie and Ma Chong exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with indignation. Their gazes toward Xiang Yu laden with icy disdain. Though they dared not defy Wei Xiang's command, they approached the impending unfair match with a sense of humiliation. On the surface, they held an absolute advantage. Yet in reality, what significance would such a victory hold? How about a single shot to determine the outcome? Xiang Yu queried languidly as he picked up the basketball. Li Jie retorted coldly, stop with the chatter. Let us go. As the two assumed their defensive stances, Xiang Yu unexpectedly tossed the ball to them, saying, you may initiate play. If I do, you 1T stand a chance. 1 against 2. And now they were to serve? Xiang Yu was brazenly toying with them. However, before their anger could boil over, Wei Xiang interjected, let him have it. Fine, Li Jie replied furiously. The two stepped beyond the three-point line, with Li Jie at the arc's apex and Ma Chong sprinting to the corner. Dribbling the ball at a leisurely pace, Li Jie fixed his gaze on Xiang Yu like a venomous serpent, determined not to pass the ball. He intended to settle this alone. Xiang Yu stood opposite Li Jie, granting him a step's worth of space to drive. As Li Jie dribbled, executing a series of feints, Xiang Yu remained unperturbed, not falling for his tricks. Noticing this, Li Jie smirked coldly, deciding to force his way through. Since he could not shake Xiang Yu's defense, he would break through with sheer strength. You won't get past me. You might as well pass the ball. Xiang Yu replied with a faint smile. He had numerous opportunities to steal the ball, but refrained, as he had promised a one-on-two contest. And currently, Ma Chong was merely spectating from the corner, so there was no need to rush. Li Jie took a step forward, pivoting his back toward Xiang Yu, intending to use his strength to shove Xiang Yu aside. However, Li Jie, usually confident in his physicality, miscalculated this time. He felt as if he were pushing against an immovable wall. Despite several attempts to pivot, Xiang Yu consistently positioned himself in the path of Li Jie's dribble, leaving him no chance to escape. Pass! Ma Chong shouted, racing toward the basket. With just a simple pass from Li Jie, he could slam dunk, clinching the game. Li Jie seethed with frustration, yet Xiang Yu's relentless defense left him no openings. In desperation, he found a slight gap and passed the ball. The basketball flew directly toward Ma Chong, the shortest and quickest route. It's over, the spectators thought. Even as they believed Xiang Yu could keep Li Jie at bay, he could not thwart Ma Chong. With this in mind, they shook their heads, realizing the match was indeed meaningless. Wei Xiang, too, felt a pang of disappointment. It was not that he was disheartened by Xiang Yu's potential defeat, but rather by his reckless approach, which seemed devoid of intellect. Nonetheless, Xiang Yu's defense was commendable. Although Li Jie was taller and stronger, as well as the best dribbler, he still could not penetrate the defense. If Xiang Yu were also adept at passing, he might indeed be better suited for the starting role than Li Jie. Just as everyone believed Xiang Yu was destined to lose, and as Ma Chong prepared to receive the ball, an ashen blur captivated everyone's attention, moving with a speed that far exceeded that of the basketball. Before Ma Chong could react, his fingertips barely grazing the ball, it suddenly slipped away, causing his heart to plummet as he instinctively turned around. What he beheld was Xiang Yu effortlessly soaring for a layup. The ball went in, and the match concluded. Stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Even Wei Xiang gazed at Xiang Yu with incredulity. I have won, Xiang Yu proclaimed, not allowing anyone time to process this outcome. Upon hearing his words, the crowd snapped back to reality, their gazes toward him filled with confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of disbelief. 1 against 2 in a basketball game, and that single individual had emerged victorious. Even NBA superstars could scarcely achieve such a feat under these circumstances, yet the scene had undeniably unfolded before their eyes. Moreover, it was perplexing that Xiang Yu had not stolen the ball before or during Li Jie's pass, but rather after it had been thrown, using a speed that surpassed that of the basketball itself. Such a steal required not only incredible speed, but also razor-sharp insight and an unwavering grasp of opportunity. For miscalculating even slightly while intercepting a rapidly flying basketball could result in disaster. Li Jie was bewildered. Ma Chong was flabbergasted. Had the game truly concluded in this manner? Indeed. Wei Xiong laughed heartily, his mood evidently lifted. Xiang Yu's performance had far surpassed his expectations. Now, do you concede? Li Jie and Ma Chong had no retort. They had failed to overcome Xiang Yu, and to deny the truth further would simply reflect poorly on them. We have suffered defeat. Utter this statement, and it shall cast a pall of despondency upon them. Yet we must concede that Xiang Yu is indeed formidable. With a chuckle, Xiang Yu remarked, "It was merely by chance. Henceforth, we shall all be part of the same team. I hope you will not hold this match's outcome against us, as I have much to learn from you all." Chapter 25, Teasing the Coach. Displaying humility in victory, he revealed his amiable nature, gradually winning over those teammates who initially harbored hostility toward him. Li Jie and Ma Chong experienced the most significant transformation, acknowledging that Xiang Yu had bested them fair and square, leaving them with no choice but to respect him rather than harbor resentment. No brothers, no basketball. We are a united front, and I wish for this unpleasantness to cease. Let us focus on the bigger picture. Internal conflicts are trivial. This energy would be better spent on rigorous training, striving for a future in higher leagues. At this moment, Wei Xiong also spoke up. The others nodded thoughtfully. And after a moment of silence, the tallest and most robust youth among them approached Xiang Yu first, extending his broad palm. "I am Xiong Shan, the team's primary center. Welcome to our ranks." Others followed suit, introducing themselves and expressing their camaraderie. Under the encouragement of the group, Li Jie and Ma Chong also extended their hands to reconcile with Xiang Yu. Center Xiong Shan, the power forward, likely idolized NBA star Kevin Garnett, earning the nickname Wolf King. As for his true name, he did not volunteer it. The small forward Wei Xiong, shooting guard Ma Chong, and Xiang Yu, replacing Li Jie, comprised the school's 5 main players. The remaining 10 members served as substitutes in their respective positions, and Xiang Yu merely offered token handshakes. Lacking the inclination to remember them all, the Duke University team had now arrived in Huaxia, engaged in rigorous training, with only a few days remaining before their arrival at our school. Thus, Wei Xiong urged everyone to seize this opportunity to train well, emphasizing that they must not be treated like mere practice fodder. American basketball is akin to Huaxia's badminton and table tennis, ranking among the world's elite at any level. In facing such a team, we do not seek victory, but hope to showcase our own abilities. For Xiang Yu, winning or losing held little significance. As long as he could uncover evidence of Wei Xiong's illicit activities, he would consider it a successful transaction with Zhao Ji. "Choose a number. I will have someone tailor a few sets for you," Wei Xiong suggested to Xiang Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu replied, "I'll take number 0. For the next 2 hours, Xiang Yu participated in the regular training, viewing it purely as a means of physical exercise, and thus he felt no aversion to it. After completing a round of practice drills, the custom-made jersey for Xiang Yu was delivered. Just as he changed into the new attire, the gym doors were pushed open from the outside, revealing a statuesque beauty who captured Xiang Yu's undivided attention. The beauty donned the same jersey as him, with the number 0 emblazoned upon it. One might mistake them for a couple. To his astonishment, she possessed not only a stunning visage but also an enviable height of 1.8 meters, leaving many men feeling inadequate. Such a tall girl was indeed a rarity. Even in loose-fitting jerseys, her prominent curves and long, fair legs were undeniable. The sight of her legs alone could ignite endless fantasies in the minds of countless men. Upon first glance, Xiang Yu's imagination conjured up unseemly images. As for the towering foreign men behind her, he paid them no mind. "Oh, beautiful lady, let us exchange WeChat. We can sit down to discuss life, share our aspirations, and perhaps indulge in some pleasurable activities as well," Xiang Yu boldly approached, extending his hand with what he believed to be a charming smile. His audacious words drew sharp intakes of breath from the onlookers, who cast admiring glances at his audacity. This fellow was indeed brazen, daring to flirt with anyone. The beauty frowned, ignoring Xiang Yu, and turned her gaze toward the visibly embarrassed Wei Xiong. "Who is this?" Wei Xiong stepped forward, casting an exasperated look at Xiang Yu before smiling at the beauty. "This is Xiang Yu, our new recruit, an exceptional player who has taken Li Jie's starting position." Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice to Xiang Yu. "This is our coach, Chen Sisi." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu was taken aback, retracting his outstretched hand, caught between indecision, his expression a tapestry of surprise. He could hardly fathom that this enchanting beauty would be his coach. "Replatsinglia?" Chen Sisi cast a glance at Xiang Yu, particularly noting his expression, which only served to irk her further. She addressed Wei Xiang coolly. You have brought someone into the team without my consent. Do you not regard me as your coach? Wei Xiang displayed a hint of urgency, explaining his skills are indisputable. To let such talent slip away would be a grave loss. I tried to reach you by phone, but it was unreachable, so I took the liberty of deciding. Is that your justification for acting on your own accord? Chen Sisi queried with a detached demeanor. I do not care how you operate outside, but within this context, you shall adhere to my directives. Otherwise, I will ask you to leave the team. Let this be a warning. Wei Xiang hastily assured her. Xiang Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Wei Xiang was a core member of the Wei family, possessing the clout to command respect, and he could easily oust Chen Sisi from her position. Why was he so anxious? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Xiang Yu mused, casting a quizzical glance at Wei Xiang. Observing his demeanor, Chen Sisi snorted in disdain. Anyone worthy of Wei Xiang's attention must possess some merit. And for this instance, she would let it slide, hoping Xiang Yu's performance would not disappoint him. It seems he has taken a liking to you as well, indicating you possess some talent, though I wonder in which area. Xiang Yu was displeased by Chen Sisi's condescending attitude, and as she spoke, his gaze drifted toward her long, shapely legs. Chen Sisi, infuriated, and Wei Xiang, his expression hardening, snapped, Xiang Yu, you have gone too far. I invited you here, not because I was begging you to join. Please understand your place. Xiang Yu, equally incensed, retorted coolly. Wei Xiang, in a fit of rage, laughed ironically. I can bring you here, and I can just as easily send you away. Xiang Yu chuckled. I see my inoku smiled masking à col d'intention. He was not so easily dismissed, not merely for the sake of his dealings with Zhao Ji, but for the mere allure of such a beauty. He would not easily let this opportunity slip away. It had been far too long since he had encountered a woman, and with Long Hao constantly assigning him tasks, he had seen little of the fairer sex. Perhaps it was the prolonged repression, or perhaps it was the sight of Zhao Ji, whom he despised, alongside his beloved Chu Gu'er, that made him impulsive. The moment he laid eyes on Chen Sisi, he felt an irresistible urge to conquer. Now that she was before him, he refused to leave. Just as Wei Xiang's piercing gaze narrowed, ready to speak, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Coach Sisi, it appears your team is rather disunited. Perhaps that match is unnecessary now? Chapter 26, Refusal. The speaker was a black man among the group standing behind Chen Sisi, his command of Huaxia's language awkward, and his tone dripping with discontent. Enough! Chen Sisi shot Xiang Yu and Wei Xiang a warning look, then turned to introduce. They are the Duke University basketball team, who will be training in the adjacent gym for the next few days. Let us get acquainted. At this moment, Xiang Yu finally withdrew his gaze from Chen Sisi and turned towards the imposing figures of the 8 foreigners before him. Among them, 6 were black men clad in hip-hop attire, their heads bobbing to the rhythm of music streaming through their headphones, completely disregarding Xiang Yu and his companions. The 2 Caucasians were dressed in basketball jerseys, yet their looks towards Xiang Yu's group were equally contemptuous. I mused that it was hardly necessary to introduce ourselves. Who would wish to remember the names of a band of defeated foes? One of the white men, with a clumsy grasp of the Huaxia language, spoke with a tone dripping with disdain. Chen Sisi's expression soured slightly as she interjected, David, watch your words. Hasn't your coach taught you to respect your opponents? David's gaze shifted to Xiang Yu and his companions, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. Do you really think they could be our rivals? Isn't that a joke? The supremacy of American basketball was an undeniable fact, and the natural athleticism of black and white individuals overshadowed that of the yellow race. All of them had aspirations of entering the NBA, the hallowed hall of basketball, thus fostering an inherent sense of superiority. Although Chen Sisi felt a surge of anger, she recognized that they were guests and players at that. As their coach, if she were to argue her case, it might be misconstrued as a lack of grace. The only recourse was to defeat these arrogant individuals on the court. However, reflecting on her team's abilities, she sighed helplessly, casting a fierce glare at Xiang Yu. It was this lecherous man who had instigated the trouble. Had he not teased her, would this confrontation have arisen? Without his provocation, David would have had no opportunity to exploit the situation. You think you're impressive? I beg to differ, Xiang Yu remarked with a smile directed at Chen Sisi, his gaze turning icy towards David. As the point guard and captain of their team, David raised an eyebrow at Xiang Yu's words, intrigued. It seems you're rather unconvinced. How about a warm-up match? Huaxiao individuals are known for their politeness, Unlike you Americans who lack even the most basic respect for others. While I regard you as inconsequential, you are guests. So I grant you the opportunity to set the rules, and we shall oblige. In the face of arrogance, one must respond with even greater audacity and dominance. Having taken down countless American special forces, exterminating these inexperienced students would be a trivial matter. Yet here they were, flaunting their bravado before him. Chun Sisi shot Xiang Yu a perplexed look. While his words were indeed provocative, they carried a certain gravitas. Yet, upon further reflection, her anger intensified. Speaking with such bravado now could lead to greater embarrassment if they were to lose later. What an incorrigible individual! Chun Sisi mentally categorized Xiang Yu as such. David's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he pointed to himself and exclaimed, "Are you sure you want to challenge us? You're too full of yourself. This is a competition, not a challenge. If anyone is to challenge, it should be you." Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "A challenge implies that the opponent is superior. How could I ever consider myself weaker than others?" Li Jie and the others regarded Xiang Yu with admiration. His arrogance was undeniably entertaining. David and his companions burst into laughter. "Good. Since you feel that way, so be it. I now issue you a challenge. Will you accept?" Just as Xiang Yu was about to agree, Chun Sisi interjected, "I'm sorry, but we do not accept." "Not accepting? Is it fear?" David mocked. Chun Sisi replied, "He is our new team member, joining us for the first time today. He hasn't yet familiarized himself with his teammates. Do you think such a match would be fair? Even if he were to win, it would hardly be a legitimate victory." David chuckled, "I like that excuse. You've successfully convinced me. We shall not pursue such a hollow victory." After a pause, he inquired, "When would be suitable then?" "With several days until the match. We shall see you then." Chun Sisi replied, her tone unwavering. David shrugged, turning to Xiang Yu. "It seems we must wait for the actual competition to show you what true basketball is." Xiang Yu smiled, but said nothing further. "All right, we need to conduct tactical training now. Please leave," Chun Sisi decreed. As they departed, David winked at Xiang Yu. The meaning unmistakable. Once the gym doors closed, Chun Sisi coldly stated, "The rest of you go train. Wei Xiang stay behind." As Xiang Yu and the others exited, Wei Xiang frowned and remarked, "Xiang Yu's abilities are truly formidable. Why refuse? His one-on-one skills are impressive, or else Li Jie wouldn't have been replaced by him. However, you lack teamwork. Basketball is not a solitary game. If we were to play, we would stand no chance." Chun Sisi replied dismissively. Wei Xiang took a deep breath. Initially displeased with Xiang Yu, his frustration had diminished somewhat after the earlier incident. After all, Xiang Yu was the one he had brought into the team. Causing too much trouble wouldn't benefit anyone. "I hope you can rein it in a bit. Otherwise, don't blame me." Wei Xiang shot a meaningful glance at Xiang Yu, who was practicing dribbling. Chun Sisi also turned her attention to Xiang Yu, pondering whether her interest in him extended beyond mere basketball skills. As a member of the Wei family, Xiang Yu's presence warranted considerable attention. He certainly wouldn't have brought someone devoid of apprehension into his team, although the true reason for his interest was something he would never disclose to Chun Sisi. "With him around, coupled with my presence, even if we cannot win, we won't lose face either." Wei Xiang smiled, evading a direct answer to Chun Sisi's question. "Let us hope so." Chun Sisi concluded. After their conversation, she left first, prompting Wei Xiang to call an end to the training session. "Everyone disperse. For the next few days, stay out of trouble and conserve your energy." This group had grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, so a warning was necessary. Li Jie and the others responded affirmatively, tidying up before heading off to shower. As Xiang Yu prepared to leave, Wei Xiang called after him, "Stay, I have something to discuss." Chapter 27. Playing dirty, what is there to discuss? Xiang Yu retorted, his displeasure evident. Wei Xiang replied coldly, "With your skills and today's performance, do you truly believe anyone would take you for merely a security guard?" "I am just a security guard. Consider me an underappreciated talent," Xiang Yu retorted casually. Wei Xiang's smile turned icy. "I must admit, your excuse is rather feeble. Many are now watching you. You're clever enough to understand your situation." Xiang Yu's expression shifted, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he fixed it on Wei Xiang. "Knowing too much may not bode well for you." Wei Xiang laughed heartily. "It seems you remain unaware of who truly holds the reins at the academy. Your threats are but a joke to me. If I wish to see you gone, no one can stop me." Xiang Yu silently chuckled, considering how the Wei family could elevate such a capricious individual as a core figure. With such a temperament, his downfall was merely a matter of time. explaining Zhao Ji's intent to use him as a scapegoat. Well, if you possess such considerable influence and can tolerate my presence, there must be some utility I provide you. Xiang Yu feigned submission, attempting to give Wei Xiang a way out. Otherwise, their standoff would impede his subsequent plans. Wei Xiang replied nonchalantly, "Just understand that I expect you to temper your behavior. Some individuals are beyond your reach." Seeing Xiang Yu fall silent, Wei Xiang continued, "Of course, as long as you stay with me, I will ensure you do not suffer." "Then I thank you in advance," Xiang Yu responded. The objectives of coercion and temptation have been achieved. Wei Xiang, appearing as though nothing has transpired, approached and clasped Xiang Yu's shoulder, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Are you feeling rather displeased with David and his group? A bunch of self-righteous fools, believing themselves to be invincible. I could annihilate them in an instant." Xiang Yu retorted coldly. The more arrogant he appeared, the more Wei Xiang felt he could manipulate him. If he could successfully earn Xiang Yu's genuine trust, he would have the opportunity to uncover evidence of Wei Xiang's drug trafficking. Of course, the name Xiang Yu was taboo among the 7 clans, making it exceedingly difficult for them to truly believe in him. Yet, he relished such a challenge. Annihilating the 7 clans was his greatest aspiration. You possess strength and capability, yet lack self-control. If you could master yourself and discern when to speak and act, I cannot fathom the magnificent future that awaits you, Wei Xiang remarked with a smile. Xiang Yu dismissed this notion, declaring, "Life and death are of little consequence. If one is unwilling, then let us fight. I care not for the trivialities. As long as I find pleasure in the moment, nothing else matters." Living in the present, Wei Xiang mused, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes. Though they had only just met, he found himself somewhat envious of Xiang Yu's carefree attitude. Xiang Yu understood Wei Xiang's sentiments well. Residing within the ancient 7 clans of Huaxia, they appeared to command great power and prestige. Yet every action they undertook was dictated by the family, always shadowed by familial obligations. It could be said that they were perpetually ensnared by their lineage. The family was both their support and their prison. At this juncture, the image of a captivating figure lingered in Xiang Yu's mind. Chu Gur, the pride of the Chu clan. If ever they were to rekindle their bond, would she choose to forsake everything to join him, or would she refuse for the sake of her family? "What troubles you?" Wei Xiang inquired, noticing Xiang Yu's furrowed brow and the peculiar expression upon his face. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Xiang Yu considered how they might bring about David and his crew's discomfort. "I have discovered that David and his associates lead exceedingly debauched lives. They frequent nightclubs in America, pursuing women, indulging in marijuana, and gambling is as common as breathing. We can exploit this aspect." Wei Xiang's expression radiated confidence, clearly having devised a plan. Yet, Xiang Yu frowned, pondering how, despite their prowess, they were merely students without the means to indulge. David is wealthy. His father is a legendary NBA player, and his family possesses substantial fortune. He need never worry about sustenance or pleasure, Wei Xiang elucidated. Xiang Yu understood, a cold smile forming on his lips. Given such an opportunity, we certainly cannot let it slip away. With a chuckle, Wei Xiang continued, "They reside at the Jungle Hotel, where the Jungle Bar is located in the red light district. Once night falls, our opportunity shall arise. Let us provide them with something intense. As long as they do not perish, we can indulge in any manner we choose," Xiang Yu stated coolly. Wei Xiang cast him a curious glance, pondering the ruthlessness of this young man. His intent was to ensure that David and his cohorts would revel night after night, exhausting their vigor and stamina, thereby increasing their chances of victory in the forthcoming competition. However, his small ambition seemed trivial in the face of Xiang Yu's grand designs. "What do you propose?" Wei Xiang asked. Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Fine wine, marijuana, women, preferably those with ailments. Let it all flood in. I refuse to believe we cannot bring them to ruin. Guarantee, we just saying not to kill them?" Wei Xiang frowned. Xiang Yu laughed, "Such is the intention. But if they truly met their demise, it would not implicate us. Naturally, it is preferable that no one dies. Otherwise, regardless of whether we are caught, we would be the prime suspects." Wei Xiang pondered for a moment before agreeing. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will ensure your requests are fulfilled, but the specifics are yours to determine. Moreover," he paused slightly before continuing, "if we are discovered, I will have no part in this. It is entirely your vendetta, as they provoked you first." Xiang Yu smirked coldly, You certainly managed to distance yourself quite effectively. Regrettably, should you face any repercussions, it would merely result in your dismissal, perhaps a few days in custody. Rest assured, I will find a way to extricate you. My situation, however, would entail far greater complications, Wei Xiong replied. Xiong Yu couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. While he may still have some distance to cover compared to Chu Guer and Zhao Ji, he possessed redeeming qualities. He was candid about his thoughts and intentions. I appreciate your straightforwardness. It is settled then. Should any unfortunate events arise, I shall bear the burden, Xiong Yu declared with a sense of resolve. Wei Xiong laughed heartily. Now that is the spirit of brotherhood. But do not rejoice too soon. Should I discover you have betrayed me from behind, your life will become as miserable as mine. Xiong Yu's demeanor shifted to one of cold seriousness, his tone turning ominous. Wei Xiong retorted, I, Wei Xiong, am no petty schemer. If you doubt me, we shall abandon this endeavor. Chapter 28. A frenzied rush. Xiong Yu divulged his plan to Wei Xiong, who, given his cunning nature, could not help but feel a sense of trepidation towards Xiong Yu's deviousness and ruthlessness. If this man were to wield such underhanded tactics against him, the consequences would indeed be unfathomable. After making a few phone calls to finalize arrangements, Wei Xiong and Xiong Yu shared a light meal, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming spectacle. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall leave the remaining matters to your associates. I feel somewhat fatigued after a long day, Xiong Yu stated, feeling little inclination for what was to unfold. As long as Wei Xiong's people executed their roles flawlessly, his plan would be seamless. Even if David and his companions later suspected him, they would be left to suffer in silence. Wei Xiong expressed surprise. Aren't you interested in witnessing the unfolding drama? Xiong Yu shook his head, dismissing the notion with a scoff. While others indulge in women, I shall stand idly by. That would be sheer folly. Wei Xiong's face lit up with understanding as he winked. As promised, I will arrange for a beauty for you daily. I shall keep my word. Allow me to summon one now. However, Xiong Yu interjected, no need, I lack the mood today. Pausing briefly, he cast a glance at the Harley parked by the roadside, yearning for a ride but lacking a vehicle. Should you desire it, simply say so. We are like family here. Take it, Wei Xiong said, tossing the car keys to Xiong Yu. Xiong Yu caught them, expressing his gratitude before mounting the Harley, revving the engine to its fullest, and darting away like an arrow, swiftly disappearing from sight. Wei Xiong's gaze turned increasingly icy as an individual emerged from the shadows behind him, their voice gravelly and serious. Young master, this individual is far from simple. Have you uncovered his background? Wei Xiong inquired coldly. The informant replied, yes, we retrieved his file from the security company. He is indeed a security guard, hired a few months ago, with detailed work and transfer records in the file. There are no discrepancies. Yet this very lack of irregularity raises suspicions. Wei Xiong mused. What was his prior information? The file includes a photocopy of his ID. He hails from a remote mountainous region and began working at a young age. We are currently dispatching individuals to investigate the address on his ID. If we are to investigate, we must do so thoroughly and without negligence, Wei Xiong stated coolly. Aside from us, I assume the other 6 clans have not been idle either. This shall make for an intriguing spectacle, he added, taking a brief pause before exhaling deeply. It has been 8 years since Xiong Yu's demise, and during this time, the 7 clans have remained remarkably tranquil. With this name resurfacing, the clans are bound to take action. I have heard tales of those events. Was that young man truly so formidable? 8 years ago, Xiong Yu was merely a youth in his teens, a mere child of insignificant stature. Despite his remarkable talent, how formidable could he truly be? Moreover, the 7 clans had stood resolute in Huaxia for 2 millennia, a formidable entity with a profound heritage that was awe-inspiring. Regardless of the dynastic changes, their foundation had remained unshaken. Could a mere boy really turn the tides? Wei Xiong's expression turned cold as he admonished. There are matters you are not yet ready to comprehend. I apologize, young master, the man replied, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart. Wei Xiong gazed towards the direction in which Xiong Yu had vanished, retrieving a mobile phone and handing it to the man. Hey, keep a close watch on him. Whatever he does, report to me in detail. Also, assess his capabilities. Ahei glanced at the phone screen, which displayed a map with a red dot moving swiftly. Clearly, Xiong Yu was speeding on his Harley. Rest assured, young master, Ahei affirmed before disappearing into the night. Wei Xiang's thoughts turned to Xiang Yu's sinister plans, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Is Duke University's basketball team truly formidable? Today, they shall discover who the real powerhouse is. Xiang Yu relished the exhilarating sensation of speed, for it sent every nerve in his body into a taut, fervent state. Immersed in the thrill of the ride, he had no mind for anything else. Zhongtian City, signifying at the zenith, was among the most vibrant in Huaxia. As twilight descended, the streets buzzed with vehicles, traffic appearing congested. Yet, Xiang Yu showed no signs of slowing down, darting through the streets like a bolt of lightning, showcasing his extraordinary driving skills. Time slipped away, and the streets gradually grew sparse. He had already exited the urban sprawl. Just as he sought a place to halt, a piercing horn blared nearby. Instinctively he turned, only to be blinded by a barrage of glaring lights. Behind him, a dozen motorcycles formed a fan-like formation, their engines roaring like thunder, riders clad in gear and helmets obscuring their identities. They spoke not a word, merely revving their engines to a deafening crescendo that sent chills down his spine. Xiang Yu's demeanor hardened. He had been targeted, and judging by their aggressive stance, they were intent on his demise. If you wish to live, then follow closely, he declared with a chilling smile. Regardless of who they were undoubtedly sent by the 7 clans, which family mattered little to him, as all 7 clans were his adversaries. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Harley roared to life, surging to 100 miles per hour like a wild stallion, swiftly leaving them in the dust. However, he had not succeeded in evading them. At the same moment he accelerated, the motorcycle shot forth like meteors, tailing him closely. The speed escalated rapidly, reaching 200 miles per hour within mere breaths. From above, one would only see streaks of light racing past. The suburban roads were wide and straight, and with vehicles of similar performance, losing his pursuers was evidently impossible. To add to Xiang Yu's frustration, the Harley was running low on fuel, the gauge indicating only 1 bar remaining. If he could not shake them before running out of gas, no matter how formidable his strength, he would not withstand the impact of a high-speed collision. His assailants could easily crush him into oblivion. Since I cannot escape, I shall have to eliminate you, Xiang Yu resolved, instantly easing off the throttle. Simultaneously, he gripped the brakes, exerting force with both arms as the Harley swung sharply, executing a 180-degree turn. The tires screeching against the pavement, emitting a pungent odor. The maneuver was executed with such swiftness and surprise that the 2 closest motorcycles could hardly react, instinctively veering aside. However, they had forgotten that at such high speeds, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Bang! Bang! The thunderous collisions erupted, accompanied by terrified screams. As the 2 riders toppled, their bikes skidding for 200 meters before exploding. The others, witnessing the scene, hastily braked to avoid a similar fate. Chapter 29. A secret Xiang Yu, perched upon his Harley, with 1 foot resting on the ground, bore an expression that appeared both sinister and fierce under the glow of the lights. His cold eyes seemed to radiate an unsettling brilliance. If you surrender now, those 2 may yet be saved, he said, his tone devoid of warmth. The assailants glanced towards the distant moans of the injured before turning back, seemingly indifferent to the fate of their comrades. Xiang Yu smirked, a chilling and lethal smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, then let all of you accompany them. With his icy words, the Harley surged forward, charging towards the individual directly in front of him. The latter had anticipated the move, but could not fathom Xiang Yu's ruthless and audacious nature. It was clearly a gamble, a wager on whether the opponent would dare to risk their life against his. Madman! The rider, Ahei, cursed inwardly, forcing his foot down on the motorcycle's throttle, propelling himself into the air and twisting mid-flight to land on another bike. Xiang Yu had remained vigilant against any of their maneuvers. Noticing this, he subtly adjusted his course, heading towards another motorcycle that was directly in his path. This rider lacked Ahei's agility and could only watch in horror as Xiang Yu barreled towards him, frozen in indecision. Just as a collision seemed inevitable, Xiang Yu's arm surged with power, lifting the front wheel of the motorcycle, which stood upright, the rapidly spinning tires crashing into the rival vehicle. The remaining riders were struck with terror, powerless to intervene as they could only watch. Xiang Yu altered his trajectory slightly, allowing his motorcycle to slip past the opponent's side. Otherwise, the man would have met his end. Consider this a minor lesson. Do not let it happen again. Xiang Yu's cold voice echoed as he vanished from their bewildered gaze. If these individuals insisted on fleeing, Xiang Yu knew he lacked the ability to detain them all. Merely allowing one to escape would pose a troublesome complication. Thus, without absolute certainty of annihilation, he had no choice but to relinquish his murderous intent. Ahei removed his helmet, his face pale with rage. This attempt at a test had proven utterly fruitless. He had not witnessed Xiang Yu's prowess, but rather his relentless ruthlessness and reckless abandon. Today's events shall not be mentioned by anyone. Take them away. Ahei commanded coldly, leading the way. It seemed his intimidation had taken effect. There were no pursuers behind him. Xiang Yu refueled his tank at the nearest gas station, taking his time before returning to school. By the time he arrived, it was past 9 in the evening. Noticing no sign of Zhang San or Li Si at the entrance, he casually greeted old Li before entering the campus. With the new semester just commencing, many students had not seen each other over the summer, leading to an atmosphere of lively gatherings, making the campus unusually bustling. Parking his motorcycle at the roadside, he lit a cigarette, observing the students walking by, laughing and joking, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his face. Compared to them, he was also a peer, yet the chasm between their fates was immeasurable. Despite his formidable achievements and fearsome reputation on the international stage, what did it matter? Was he truly happy? He did not know. Why don't you go catch someone over there getting cozy? At that moment, a voice floated into his ears, accompanied by a waft of sweet fragrance. Xiang Yu glanced over to see Dai setting down her textbook and plopping down beside him. He frowned. Did I permit you to sit next to me? Dai brushed her hair, her beauty rivaling that of Chu Gur. Unlike Chu Gur's frosty demeanor that kept others at bay, Dai possessed an approachable charm. This is a public place. I can sit wherever I please. If you're displeased, you may leave, she replied lightly, her demeanor unfazed by Xiang Yu's icy attitude. Xiang Yu did not walk away. Rather, he leaned closer to Dai, the faint fragrance enveloping him, prompting him to inhale a few more breaths. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, when such a beauty takes the initiative to embrace me, can I, as a man, simply depart? Dai shifted slightly, responding coolly, do not engage in self-deception. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. If you're already pursuing girls, what right do you have to catch others? You wouldn't understand my motives. Why should I catch those in love? It is merely to create opportunities for myself. Once the beauties in the school are all unattached, won't they all belong to me? Xiang Yu replied with a lecherous grin, Dai shot him a disdainful glance. Dream on? Enough with the nonsense. Are you here to give me money? Or did your beautiful classmate feel guilty after returning and send you to apologize for her coldness towards me? Xiang Yu observed Dai's profile, sighing inwardly, realizing that Gu Er must have sent her to test him, to ascertain his true character. Although the car accident 8 years ago led everyone to believe Xiang Yu had perished, no one had ever seen his corpse, leading to a habitual assumption that he had burned to ashes in the inferno. Even without a body, in such an explosion, everything within 100 meters would have been reduced to cinders. Even someone with extraordinary abilities could not have survived. Perhaps, Goer was the only one still clinging to hope, not willing to accept his demise. Dai huffed, you are far too full of yourself. Today, consider yourself lucky. Stop dwelling on what happened during the day. It will do you no good. Xiang Yu chuckled silently, realizing that the person was indeed significant. Now that you are involved with Wei Xiang, what do you think of him? Dai inquired, clearly indicating that Xiang Yu's every move at school was under the watchful eyes of the 7 clans. He's quite generous. He even gave me his Harley, Xiang Yu replied. That's not what I meant. Wei Xiang has considerable influence and connections within the school. But do you understand what would happen if he encountered Guer and recounted what you said to her? Dai retorted sharply. Ah, so her name is Guer. What a lovely name. Xiang Yu complimented, then asked, what would be the consequence? Dai replied coldly, either he leaves the academy, or he mysteriously disappears. Silencing him? Xiang Yu gasped, clutching his chest in mock fear. Dai snapped, stop pretending. If you don't take this seriously, you'll regret it eventually. Enough with the warnings. I'm not a fool. I know what to do. Out of goodwill, I have a secret to share with you. Xiang Yu straightened up, realizing Zhao Ji was clearly plotting against Guer, and he needed to alert her. Seeing that he was serious, Dai frowned. What secret? This secret concerns Guer, so I must tell her in person, Xiang Yu declared, his blood boiling at the thought of seeing the one he longed for. Chapter 30. A different kind of fireworks, a secret, told directly to Guer? Dai pursed her crimson lips, huffing, You are not the one Guer likes. I advise you to save your effort. She will not meet you. How can I know unless I try? Xiangyu countered dismissively, and Dai smirked. There are countless individuals far superior to you. Guer would hardly give you a second glance. You might as well stop dreaming. Even if there are thousands of rivers, I may be the only drop she needs, Xiangyu replied confidently. And Dai scrutinized the self-assured man before her, pondering for a moment before sighing softly. There is indeed something about you that stirred her emotions. I witnessed her lose her composure for the first time, but you must understand, you are not the one. Guer's heart already belongs to someone else. At her words, Xiangyu felt as if a storm surged within him, his face draining of color. Beads of sweat cascading down. Guer, I have always been in your heart, but I am sorry, I cannot reveal that I am still myself. Please grant me time. I will surely bring you a lifetime of happiness. What is wrong with you? Have you truly fallen for Guer at first sight? It cannot be that severe. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. You'll find someone suitable for you, and Dai noted, surprisingly not mocking him, but rather offering comfort. Thinking to herself that if someone felt that way about her, she would dive in without hesitation. Every mention of Guer sent Xiangyu's emotions spiraling out of control. And Dai's words gradually calmed him, though his voice still trembled slightly. That person, who is he? Who he is no longer matters, for he is dead, and Dai replied, her expression bitter, revealing no concealment regarding this matter. Xiangyu suppressed the tumultuous excitement within, knowing Dai was astute and perceptive, having remained by Guer's side. He could not betray any emotion, lest she grow suspicious. A deceased person, no matter how unforgettable, could not return. Life is fleeting. One should seize joy while they can. If she were clever enough, she would recognize the charm he possessed. Initially dismissive, Xiangyu then displayed unwavering confidence. And Dai's demeanor turned cold. You may say such things in my presence, but if you utter them before Guer, I cannot guarantee your safety. Xiangyu shrugged nonchalantly, shifting the topic. I truly have something very important to discuss with her. What is it? You can tell me. And Dai's tone grew frosty, as she wished to limit the interactions between this persistent man and Guer. Since you are aware of my current association with Wei Xiang, you should also know what I did previously. Although I dislike you and find you quite irritating, given that you were able to provoke a reaction from Guer today, I will offer you a piece of advice. Zhao Ji and Zhao Ye, those two sisters, may appear cold and noble, even charming, but in reality, they are as venomous as snakes. They excel at manipulating their beauty. Their gentle demeanor is a graveyard for heroes. If you do not wish to find yourself oblivious to how you met your end, draw a clear line with them. And Dai cautioned, her voice grave. As she spoke, she acknowledged her disdain for him. Yet something compelled her to warn him. Perhaps it was truly for Guer's sake. A dangerous smirk crept on his Xiangyu's lips. Who is playing whom remains to be seen. I need to see her because of Zhao Ji, he stated. And Dai's beautiful eyes narrowed with lethal precision as she coldly laughed. That vile woman truly has some audacity. Now tell me, what is it? Apologies, but I will only share this secret upon meeting Guer. Xiangyu insisted, yearning to see her, even if just for a fleeting moment. And Dai stood up. I can take you to see her, but whether she chooses to meet you is not my concern. Also, please refrain from calling her Guer. That is not a name you are entitled to use. Then what should I call her? Xiangyu replied, exasperated, feeling that the woman he was destined for could not even be named. In school, refer to her as classmate Shu, and Dai instructed. Pausing, she glanced around. If you approach her like this, Zhao Ji will undoubtedly find out. I assure you, no one will learn of anything I wish to keep private, Xiangyu replied calmly. And Dai shot him a sidelong glance, uninterested in further conversation, settling on the Harley behind her. Beneath the dim yellow lights, her long, elegant legs shimmered with a lustrous glow, perfectly straight and slender, pressed tightly together without a hint of a gap. My driving skills may be lacking, but I enjoy speed. What you're doing is quite dangerous, Xiangyu said earnestly, swallowing hard. And Dai, clad in a short skirt, certainly understood the implications of her position. Unable to ignore his lewd thoughts, and couldn't help but retort, perverted rogue. Are you sure you want to sit like this? A prior declaration. Should any misfortune arise, I shall not bear the responsibility, Xiangyu declared with unwavering determination. And Dai, growing impatient, retorted, do you truly wish to see her or not? Defeated, Xiangyu mounted his Harley, his posterior inadvertently shifting backward, relishing the warmth that seeped through his thin basketball shorts. In a fit of vexation, and Dai pinched the soft flesh at his waist, gritting her teeth as she warned, "If you don't behave. Do you believe I won't tear this flesh from you to feed the dogs?" Xiang Yu grimaced in pain, yet the matter at hand was pressing. So he refrained from further contesting with her. The vehicle roared to life, navigating deeper into the campus under Dai's guidance. Upon arriving at a female dormitory, the vehicle halted, and Dai stepped out, instructing, "Wait here. Zhao Ji possesses her own independent residence. Does Chu Gur not have one?" Xiang Yu was taken aback. Although this was a school, he never anticipated that Chu Gur would actually reside in a noisy dormitory. And Dai chuckled. If Gur wishes to indulge in special treatment, even the principal must heed her wishes, so do not compare that wretched woman to her. With that, she retrieved her phone and stepped aside to make a call. Xiang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He would soon see her once more. Not long after, Dai returned, looking at Xiang Yu with curiosity. "I never imagined you would have such an effect. Gur actually agreed to meet you. I'm not a mere object. I am a man, a remarkably handsome man. I am who I am, a unique firework. I could ignite with joy just by gazing at myself." Xiang Yu replied with a grin, and Dai scoffed, "A foolish narcissist." Chu Gur did not keep Xiang Yu waiting long. Clad in loose-fitting athletic attire, she emerged at the dormitory entrance. Upon seeing Dai wave, she walked over directly. Xiang Yu stared at her in a daze. Although she skillfully concealed her devilish figure, in his eyes, she would forever be the most resplendent star in the sky, even more radiant than the stars themselves. "Is there something you need?" Chu Gur inquired with a slight frown, though her tone remained as calm and unperturbed as ever. A single phrase from Chu Gur jolted Xiang Yu from his reverie. Before him stood an enchanting visage. How he longed to embrace her and lavish her with affection, to express his yearning. Yet that impulsive thought was forcefully suppressed. "Zhao Ji intends to deal with you," Xiang Yu stated bluntly. "Tu ge fu het delicate pose." Contemplating for a moment before nodding, "I understand. Thank you." The anticipated outburst of rage did not manifest. Her tone remained cool and serene, as if nothing could truly faze her, revealing an undeniable air of confidence. Having spoken, Chu Gur turned to leave, not even sparing Xiang Yu a second glance. "Aren't you curious how she plans to confront you?" Xiang Yu's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, Chu Gur's indifference suggested that he still held a place in her heart, which made her dismissiveness towards other men all the more evident. On the other hand, he wished to engage her in conversation, to not be so blatantly ignored. Chu Gur paused momentarily, but only for a brief instant before continuing on her way. Observing the bitter smile on Xiang Yu's face, Dai patted his shoulder. "This snow lotus does not belong to you. It's better to abandon your dreams of spring and autumn. Don't worry, when the right one comes along, I will surely help you." "I only want her," Xiang Yu thought wryly, while his face maintained a playful demeanor as he leaned closer to Dai, grinning. "Right now, I believe I've found someone suitable. Will you assist me?" Dai took a step back, exasperated. "You still won't give up? Aside from Gur, I can help you with anyone else. Even that loose woman Zhao Ji, I could assist you in winning her over along with Zhao Ye. You would be fine. But I don't fancy women like them." Xiang Yu shook his head. Dai, intrigued, remarked, "You don't even fancy Zhao Ji? Then tell me, aside from Gur, who could possibly catch your roguish eye?" Xiang Yu surveyed Dai from head to toe. "Go to hell." Dai paused for a moment, then cursed playfully, delivering a swift kick towards Xiang Yu's groin. He laughed heartily, evading her. "Just kidding, just kidding. Sister, please don't take it to heart." Dai chuckled in return, realizing that this fellow was not as intolerable as he seemed. Despite his irreverent words, he had never truly overstepped boundaries with her, and any minor inconveniences were merely perceived as Xiang Yu's playful antics. Nevertheless, she was a rational person, regardless of whether her impression of Xiang Yu had changed. She needed to approach him with caution. His presence was too suspect, compounded by a name that was a taboo among the 7 clans. "Fine then, give me your contact information. In the future, if a suitable girl comes along, I will be the first to think of you," Dai proposed. Xiang Yu pulled out his phone, suggesting, "Let's exchange WeChat. Sister, whenever you feel lonely, your little brother will be at your service, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." Dai, accustomed to his manner of speaking, paid it no mind. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Dai returned to her dormitory. Xiang Yu gazed at the brightly lit female dormitory, his expression somewhat somber. Might you be watching me from some window unbeknownst to me?" This thought caused him to chuckle softly. Chu Gur had not recognized him, so how could she engage in such a trivial pursuit? Although Long Hao had placed Xiang Yu within the school, he had not provided him with accommodation. To make matters worse, Long Hao had only allocated him 200 yuan for expenses, leaving him to fend for himself. Having spent it all on fuel earlier, he was now without a single cent, feeling an overwhelming sense of displacement. At that moment, he recalled that since Zhao Ji aimed to confront Chu Gur, she would undoubtedly not place her hopes in him, implying that there was a larger conspiracy at play. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you, Xiang Yu silently vowed. He had long grown accustomed to survival in the jungle. The environment here was infinitely more civilized than the Amazon rainforest. He might as well take up residence. Resolving to act, Xiang Yu reclined on his Harley, his feet hooked around the handlebars, hands cradling his head, and stared at the night sky for a while. Only after the lights in the female dormitory dimmed did he slowly close his eyes. In a dormitory on the third floor's corner, only Chu Gur and Dai resided. The interior was simply decorated yet immaculate, imparting a sense of tranquility. Other dormitories had extinguished their lights, yet this one remained aglow. Dai had just taken a shower and changed into her sleepwear, drying her damp hair as she emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Chu Gur standing by the window, her gaze fixed on the outside world, Dai remarked, "Classes officially start tomorrow. Why haven't you bathed and gone to sleep yet?" Chu Gur lifted her delicate chin. "He hasn't left, he's downstairs. It seems he has truly fallen for you at first sight. Is he waiting for you to make a move?" Dai teased, joining her at the window. Indeed, there was the stationary Harley, with Xiang Yu reclining atop it. Chu Gur frowned slightly, but did not respond. Seeing that she was not upset, Dai couldn't help but jest. That guy may be reckless and unpredictable, but he is rather handsome. The fact that both Zhao Ji and Wei Xiang regard him highly indicates he possesses some merit. Moreover, he shares a name with you. Why not consider him? After encountering him, you have mentioned his name more than once, Chu Gur stated calmly. Dai felt a twinge of pain in her heart, cupping Chu Gur's exquisite face. She spoke gently, "I am merely considering your well-being. For 8 years, since that incident with that person, Aunt Dai brought me to your side. We have been inseparable for these 8 years. Do you think I am unaware of your feelings?" Chu Gur's lovely eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I cannot forget." "And if you cannot forget, what then?" "He is gone, never to return. Can you not awaken to this reality?" An unbearable ache twisted within Dai's heart. She remained oblivious to the intricate past shared between Chujur and Xiang Yu. Yet the fact that Chujur had clung to the memory of a deceased person for 8 long years spoke volumes. Her heart aches profoundly. Tsuga, a paragon of grace and nobility, deserved a life brimming with brilliance. Yet, for his sake, she had forsaken everything to arrive here, confronting the 7 clans in the guise of a member of the Chu family, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Given her father's formidable influence, even the annihilation of the 7 clans would prove daunting. Yet she not only took on this monumental burden, but also forbade her father from intervening. This illustrated the depths of her hatred and the magnitude of her love for him. "I refuse to believe he is truly gone." Chujur vehemently shook her head, tears cascading like pearls as she collapsed on Dai's shoulder, consumed by anguish. "I too cannot accept it. He is alive. He must be alive," Dai gently reassured her. Chapter 32. A sensational battle. Gradually, Chujur's emotions stabilized, restoring her habitual calm demeanor. She wiped away her tears and declared, "I am fine now. I shall take a shower." With that, she extricated herself from Dai's embrace and headed to the bathroom. Dai composed herself, her gaze drifting downward. And after a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her phone and located Xiang Yu's WeChat, sending a terse message. "She is upset. You should leave." Ding! Just as Xiang Yu was on the verge of slumber, the notification sound from his phone jolted him awake. Though slightly irritated, he glanced at the screen, and the succinct message instantly banished his drowsiness. Chujur was unhappy. Was it due to his presence? She remained unaware of his survival. Yet now he had resurfaced under a different guise, still bearing the same name, rekindling memories buried deep within her soul. Xiang Yu rose silently, started his vehicle, and sped away. Although he was still the same person from 8 years ago, in Chujur's eyes, he had transformed entirely. His reappearance disrupted her life and unsettled her peace of mind. How could she possibly feel joy? "Chujur, wait for me. At the right moment, I shall reveal everything," Xiang Yu silently vowed. Over the years, he had endured much and matured significantly. Regardless of the impulses urging recognition, he knew he must exercise restraint. The night breeze whispered softly as his Harley roared through the campus, the engine's thunder shattering the tranquility of the night, inciting the dormitory matron's ire. However, Xiangyu had long since vanished from sight. Before he realized it, he found himself at Zhao Ji's two-story abode, in stark contrast to the darkness enveloping the campus. This place was ablaze with light. A crimson Lamborghini Aventador parked below, reflecting a mesmerizing glow that dazzled the eye. At that moment, he contemplated that merely standing by Chujia would hardly suffice to protect her. The adage of visible blade is easily dodged, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against rang true. His solitary strength was ultimately limited. If he were to maximize his power, guarding Chujia was less effective than watching over Zhao Ji. Whatever she said or did would be under his vigilant scrutiny. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Xiang Yu's lips. Although he could not be by Zhao Ji's side at all times, as long as he remained present, any scheme she devised against Chujia would be laid bare. Bang! Xiang Yu alighted from his vehicle and approached, pounding on the door with fervor. After a considerable wait, just as impatience began to gnaw at him, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Ye, her face slightly flushed. Her hair was tousled, beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead, and she wore a sheer silk nightgown that barely concealed her form. Her long, exquisite legs almost entirely exposed, with a hint of darkness between them. She was clad in nothing at all beneath. Xiang Yu appraised her from head to toe, and only then did Zhao Ye realize, letting out a shrill, desperate scream, instinctively attempting to shut the door. What are you trying to hide when you've already been seen? Xiang Yu grinned wickedly, his hand slipping through the gap to grasp Zhao Ye's chest. As a member of the 7 clans, Zhao Ye possessed some degree of martial prowess, and she was no exception. In fact, she was quite formidable, instantly regaining her composure amidst the panic. She coldly snorted and struck at Xiang Yu's palm with a swift, lethal chop. The explosive force of her attack far surpassed the playful grab Xiang Yu had intended, and despite his formidable strength, caught off guard, he found himself struck squarely, potentially risking injury to his palm. However, Xiang Yu emerged from the crucible of battle, his reflexes extraordinary. He swiftly transformed his grasp into a fist, meeting Zhao Ye's chop head-on. Bang! The clash echoed, and Zhao Ye emitted a soft grunt, stumbling backward, her fingers aching as if they had struck steel. Xiang Yu, too, felt a sharp pain, indicating Zhao Ye's considerable strength. Are you serious? Xiang Yu barked, kicking the door open and glaring at Zhao Ye. Her beautiful eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury, disregarding her fully exposed form in front of Xiang Yu. She lunged forward, delivering a kick aimed at his face. Damn it! Xiang Yu cursed, narrowly avoiding the fragrant wind accompanying her assault. As Zhao Ye's attack missed its mark, she prepared to retract her leg, but Xiang Yu had already surged into her embrace, seizing her leg and hoisting it onto his shoulder. The silk nightgown clung smoothly, artfully obscuring her private areas, tantalizingly half-revealed, challenging even Xiang Yu's resolve. Get off! Zhao Ye shouted, suddenly driving her knee hard into Xiang Yu's groin. Should she succeed, he would be destined for a life of impotence. Crazy woman! Xiang Yu cursed, yanking her ankle upward while pushing forward, sending Zhao Ye tumbling onto the living room sofa. If you continue this madness, I shall take you first and then toss you out, stripped bare. Zhao Ye's eyes burned with rage, her fierce gaze fixated on Xiang Yu, wishing to devour him whole. What are you staring at? Xiang Yu glared back, his expression formidable. Zhao Ye suddenly sprang from the sofa, launching herself into the air, knees and elbows aimed at Xiang Yu's head. This was a Muay Thai maneuver. He had not anticipated her possessing such skills. Xiang Yu's anger flared. This woman was relentless and exceedingly vexing. Yet, just as he prepared to retaliate, Zhao Ye abruptly spread her legs, fully exposing her lush, unadorned form to his gaze. The depths of her feminine allure, glistening with droplets of water, reflected the vibrant greenery, igniting a fire within Xiang Yu that threatened to consume his reason. As Zhao Ye descended, her feet entwined around Xiang Yu's waist, her arms encircling his neck. She pressed her cherry lips against his, silencing his astonishment. Her nimble tongue sought something within his mouth. What was she attempting? Just as this thought flickered in Xiang Yu's mind, rationality was drowned in overwhelming stimulation. He grasped Zhao Ye, drawing her body against his, and they shared a passionate, fervent kiss. Zhao Ye, like a siren, unleashed sultry sounds, her body igniting with heat, her fragrance enveloping Xiang Yu entirely. As he reveled in this intoxicating embrace, his body responding fervently, a sudden sting on his tongue jolted him back to reality. Instinctively, he pushed Zhao Yu away, his gaze sharp as he glared at her bloodied smile. Are you trying to kill me? Chapter 33. Reluctant to depart, are you trying to kill me? Xiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes icy and lethal, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Zhao Yu was indeed a femme fatale. One moment she could entwine you in a passionate embrace, and the next she would seek your life, plunging you from paradise into the depths of despair. Ticklish, isn't it? Zhao Yu appeared unfazed by Xiang Yu's murderous intent, her laughter like the rustle of petals, her scarlet tongue licking her lips, a beguiling blend of allure and menace that ignited a desire for conquest. Xiang Yu found himself unexpectedly valuing her from the depths of his heart. Had Zhao Yu truly bitten off his tongue moments ago, she would undoubtedly have devised every possible means to torment him to death. Yet, she had failed, and her seductive powers subtly activated, leading one to mistakenly believe that her earlier actions were merely a quest for excitement. If Zhao Yu possessed such formidable abilities, what level of mastery could Zhao Ji, who had perfected her alluring skills, possibly attain? It was likely that when her enchantments were unleashed, a mere glance could ensnare souls, leading them to despair or even self-destruction. The notion that a gaze could be lethal, perhaps this legend might become reality through Zhao Ji. Such provocations could indeed be perilous. It would be wise to refrain from jesting in this manner in the future. I tend to be suspicious, and who knows when I might take it seriously, inadvertently causing harm or marring your exquisite visage, which would hinder your chances of captivating others. With a countenance full of playful mirth, Xiang Yu feigned jest, though the undertones of threat were unmistakably clear. Zhao Yu retorted with irritation. You have no sense of romance. Xiang Yu did not engage with her rebuttal, stretching lazily and remarking nonchalantly. Our first meeting today cannot be as simple as mere coincidence, can it? What do you wish to convey? Zhao Yu's tone matched his coolness. Xiang Yu smiled and continued, your deliberate approach towards me must have a reason. I require you to elucidate the specifics. Zhao Yu donned a contemplative expression before teasingly replying. Just as boys pursue girls, we girls naturally seek out handsome suitors. I find you quite attractive and wish for you to be my boyfriend. Is that so unreasonable? Xiang Yu scrutinized her thoroughly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he quipped, not a single aspect of you stirs my heart. I have an affinity for your sister instead. Being your boyfriend is out of the question, but I might consider being your brother-in-law. Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed, and she scolded. Get lost. Xiang Yu, intent on provoking her further, chuckled lightly and inquired, and where is your sister? Zhao Yu coldly huffed, I have no idea. I have nowhere else to go. I intend to stay here tonight. Is that welcome? Xiang Yu asked earnestly, observing her reaction. Zhao Yu's expression momentarily froze before breaking into a smile. This place has never seen a third person, aside from me and my sister. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to remain here. I assume you must be quite fearless, so I'll offer you my room. She stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. At her unexpected willingness to accommodate him, Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. Her unguarded kindness raised his suspicions. He cast a cautious glance into the room. This is my sanctuary. Do you think it's some treacherous domain? If you don't wish to stay, then I'll retire, he remarked, observing her incredulous expression. In a huff, Zhao Yu retorted, if you're going to act so suspiciously, then just sleep. With that, she entered her room. Xiang Yu chuckled and followed her inside, his curiosity piqued. It was his first time stepping into a girl's room, and he quickly took in the modest space adorned in pink hues, exuding a cozy and charming atmosphere. It seemed this girl still harbored a youthful spirit. What he envied most was the large bed. Having spent 5 years on a hard iron slab and another 3 under the watch of Long Hao, he longed for the softness and fragrance of a proper bed. However, as he settled into the inviting bedding, he encountered an unexpected hardness beneath him. Turning over, he pulled back the covers to reveal a long, round black rubber object, its shape shockingly reminiscent of a certain male appendage. What on earth are you doing? Xiang Yu gasped, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief as he fixed his incredulous gaze upon Zhao Yu. He could hardly fathom that this enchantress harbored such proclivities. No wonder she had appeared disheveled and breathless moments prior. Get out! Just get out! Zhao Yu, having completely forgotten her previous intentions, suddenly recalled her modesty upon seeing Xiang Yu on the bed, her countenance flushed with embarrassment and fury. Xiang Yu, far from being offended, grinned wickedly, not a trace of regret in his demeanor. Does this satisfy your desires? I have something intriguing on my phone. Would you like a glimpse? Zhao Ye, infuriated and humiliated, had never encountered such shamelessness. Yet, true to her nature, she slowly turned her alluring form, radiating an intoxicating charm, and whispered, "Merely looking is hardly satisfying. How about we take it a step further?" Xiang Yu resolved never to engage with the women of the Zhao family again. Faced with Zhao Ye's temptation, he felt himself surrendering, muttering a curse under his breath as he feigned capitulation. "You're quite the formidable opponent, but I'm no paragon of virtue either. If you persist in your advances, who knows, I might very well bite." "You coward!" Zaha Yesimirkit, had lips kulink in a victorios simile. Though she acted brazenly, being discovered in her private moment made her blush with embarrassment, yet she had never been one to shy away from confrontation. She understood Xiang Yu was perceptive enough to know not to overstep boundaries, hence her playful teasing. Now that he had shown signs of yielding, she felt a surge of pride, albeit tinged with a sense of unfairness. Xiang Yu, disinterested in her theatrics, reclined on the bed, his body pressed against her warm figure. Yet his mind remained resolutely clear of any carnal desires. Through the trials of blood and fire, he had forged a heart of iron and stone, exhibiting remarkable self-control. Zhao Ye's allure held little sway over him. Understanding the need for restraint, Zhao Ye, confident in her appeal, refrained from further provocation, wrapping herself in modesty. She turned to face him, her gaze clear and intent, and suddenly recognized that this man was indeed quite handsome. His chiseled features were striking, his eyes sparkling like the morning stars, and his thin lips curved in a proud smile. "Are you really not planning to leave?" Feeling her gaze upon him, Xiang Yu shifted awkwardly, turning onto his side and closing his eyes. "I'm tired. Don't bother me." Chapter 34. A sense of injustice. Zhao Yu regarded his marble-like profile, letting out a giggle. "Aren't you afraid that once you fall asleep, I might do something?" "You may do as you wish," Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Frustrated, Zhao Yu clenched her teeth. Not only was he oblivious to her charms, but he also maintained an aloof demeanor, having seen her secrets laid bare. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, kicking her feet in indignation. "Then you shall await my whims." Xiang Yu, exasperated, turned to face the irate Zhao Ye, taking in her exquisite features, still flushed with lingering color. Whether from anger or embarrassment, he couldn't help but chuckle. "If I had intentions toward you, I would have acted long ago. My lack of action signifies my disinterest. What more do you desire? Chat with me." Zaha Ye insisted, had frustration palpable. Xiang Yu yawned. "It seems there's little for us to discuss. Besides, being alone together in a room may lead to inappropriate conduct. I don't care. You can't just sleep in my bed without some form of compensation. Engage me in conversation as your payment," Zhao Ye declared stubbornly, a playful grin spreading across her face. "Do you wish to commit a crime? If so, go ahead. After all, I cannot escape your desires." With her alternating between petulance and innocence, Xiang Yu felt a sense of dizziness. Had she not been a Zhao, he might have succumbed to the allure of the moment. "If we're truly going to converse, I have a question I would like your assistance with," he stated earnestly. Zhao Ye's interest piqued. She turned to face him. Their proximity, suggesting an intimacy that might lead an observer to believe they were a couple deeply in love. "What is it?" "I shall assist if I can, but it won't be without cost. You must offer me something in return." Zhao Yang expressed her interest, prompting Xiang Yu to respond earnestly. "This matter, aside from you, truly leaves no one else capable of assisting." "Then do share what is the matter," Zhao Yang urged impatiently. Xiang Yu first glanced at the closed door, revealing a look of reassurance, before sheepishly confessing, "I wish to be with your sister." "Do you have any means to facilitate this?" Zhao Yang's expression faltered, and after a brief moment of silence, she suddenly erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick to Xiang Yu's groin. He had no time to react, landing unceremoniously on the floor, a sharp pain radiating from his injured area. "Are you attempting to murder your own husband?" Xiang Yu yelped in agony. Zhao Yang retorted vehemently, "Who is your husband? Leave! I do not wish to see you again. If I were to be with your sister, I would indeed become your brother-in-law." "What is amiss with that?" Xiang Yu inquired innocently. Zhao Yang was genuinely enraged this time, yet she found herself powerless against him. After glaring at Xiang Yu for a long moment, she huffed angrily, wrapping herself in the quilt and descending from the bed. "If I cannot defeat you, can I not at least evade you?" Her voice trembled with a soft, helpless cry, her expression pitiful enough to evoke sympathy. In the midst of Xiang Yu's astonished gaze, she stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. From a young age, Xiaoyang had been the cherished jewel of her family, accustomed to bullying others without anyone daring to retaliate against her. Although she was willful, capricious, and even somewhat cruel, her mind was more mature and profound than that of an average girl. Yet, she was still fundamentally a girl, possessing a delicate and sensitive side. Faced with Xiangyu, a relentless adversary, she found herself at a loss. Her proud allure proved ineffective, and for the first time, she felt utterly helpless, tears streaming down her face. Seated on the bed, Xiangyu could hear the sobs emanating from the living room. However, he did not perceive Xiaoyang as a girl prone to tears. Her weeping was merely an attempt to elicit his sympathy. If he softened, she might be scheming something sinister in wait. I refuse to be deceived. Cry all you want. I shall sleep now, he declared, locking the door and extinguishing the light, promptly falling asleep. Since arriving at the school, his day had been fraught with turmoil, and with numerous tasks awaiting him the following day, he needed ample rest to face the omnipresent dangers. The relentless struggles of blood and fire had honed his ability to sleep at will. Before long, the sound of even breathing filled the air. In the living room, Xiaoyang, hearing Xiangyu's cold, unyielding voice, cried even harder. Even if my parents were to perish, this is the only sorrow I can endure. Just then, Zhaojia's voice rang from the entrance, icy with intent. She was well aware of her sister's nature. Having seldom seen her cry, she knew that each instance was born of profound injustice. Having spotted Wei Xiang's Harley outside, and realizing it was Xiangyu who had ridden it, she immediately deduced that he had wronged Xiaoyang. Sister, you've returned. You must help me. Upon seeing Zhaojia, Zhiyang's sobs intensified as she rushed into her sister's embrace, her petite frame trembling violently with emotion. Zhaojia comforted her softly, and, once Xiaoyang had calmed somewhat, scrutinized her sister, noting her disheveled attire and unkempt hair. What has he done to you? She demanded coldly. He bullied me, took over my bed, and cast me out. Sister, I despise him. You must teach him a lesson. Xiaoyang ground her teeth in fury. Zhaojia was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. Is that all? What more do you expect him to do? Do you wish for me to witness you being wronged? Xiaoyang grew increasingly agitated. Isn't that already bullying? Zhaojia chuckled softly, feigning anger. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I bear to see you mistreated? Where is that scoundrel? He is in my room. Xiaoyang pointed in frustration. Zhaojia approached and gently knocked on the door, waiting for a while before knocking more forcefully, causing the door to rattle. Em sleepin. If you seek a man, go find one. If you cannot, head to your sister's room. You have a stick. She surely has one too. Do not bother me. Xiangyu, having just awakened from a spring dream, was irked by the persistent knocking. Zhaojia's expression darkened as she fixed an intense gaze on the flustered Xiaoyang. Her keen intellect had discerned the implications of Xiangyu's words, realizing that her sister had inadvertently placed herself in a compromising position. You've truly outdone yourself, Zhaojia remarked coldly. Xiaoyang, seething with indignation, cursed Xiangyu silently, her anger bubbling over as she kicked the door with fervor, shouting, Xiangyu, if you do not come out, I swear I will set this house ablaze and watch you perish within. Hurry up, Xiangyu retorted, burying his head under the covers. Indifferent to the impending chaos, faced with an obstinate adversary, Xiaoyang found herself at a loss. Her frustration only intensified as she continued to kick the door. Zhaojia, recognizing her sister's escalating anger and impending breakdown, approached the door and said, I know you cannot sleep. Come out. I have questions for you. No matter how steadfast Xiangyu was, the ruckus outside was impossible to ignore. Hearing Zhaojia's voice, he sat up, yawning in annoyance. Sister, can this not wait until tomorrow? I'm utterly exhausted. Zhaojia replied coolly, unless you wish to face Wei Xiang's interrogation tomorrow, you should come out. With no other option, Xiangyu begrudgingly rose to open the door. As Xiaoyang entered, she was struck by the disarray of her bed, half the quilt strewn across the floor, igniting her fury. Yet before she could unleash her wrath, she caught sight of a solitary, dark object lying on the ground and instinctively shrieked, kicking it beneath the bed. A futile attempt to conceal the truth, Xiangyu teased. Xiaoyang felt a surge of murderous intent, yet realizing she was powerless against him, she shot him a resentful glare before collapsing onto the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, wishing for a crevice to hide within. Come out and speak, Zhaojia suggested awkwardly, recognizing that such matters were better handled privately, away from the prying eyes of others, particularly a man. Nodding, Xiang Yu are entirely capable of staying out all night. Xiang Yu, with an air of indifference, made his way onto this territory. Zhao Yi, rendered speechless, pondered who truly claimed dominion here. This individual seemed far too casual about his presence. Were it not for his usefulness and the sensitivity of his identity, daring to tread here would surely spell his doom. Your justification is utterly flimsy, and I have no fondness for men appearing in this space, Zhao Ji remarked coldly. Xiang Yu, without a hint of hesitation, reclined on the sofa, hands cradling his head. I truly have nowhere else to go. If you refuse to take me in, I shall have no choice but to camp out on campus. Should I fall ill with a headache or fever, I would be unable to participate in the competition. Without attending the match, he would lose the opportunity to engage with Wei Xiang, and Zhao Ji, intent on gathering evidence of Wei Xiang's drug trafficking, would have to seek other means. Are you threatening me? Zhao Ji stretched, revealing her flawless curves, her voice tinged with a slight rasp that made Xiang Yu's heart race. Suppressing his burgeoning desires, he brazenly stated, regardless, I am out of options. Should you truly wish for me to leave, I will comply, but our arrangement will end here. Zhao Ji felt a growing sense of having invited a wolf into her home. This man was impervious to both coaxing and coercion. The moment she suggested terminating their agreement, Xiang Yu would undoubtedly become her enemy, potentially exposing the details of their dealings to Wei Xiang, effectively siding with him. For one devoid of boundaries, ensuring he posed no threat required two approaches: either capture his heart, rendering him utterly devoted, or extinguish his life. Zhao Ji was clearly not inclined to eliminate Xiang Yu, at least not for the time being, leaving her with but one option: seizing his heart and holding it firmly in her grasp. Since that is the case, you may stay here from now on. For today, I shall make an exception, and tomorrow I will arrange a room for you, Zhao Ji decisively declared. Xiang Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, just a moment ago, you were eager to expel me, and now you wish for me to remain indefinitely. Your change of heart is rather dramatic. Pray tell, have you devised some cunning scheme against me? Do I need to resort to schemes to deal with you? Zhao Ji retorted with a wry smile. You think far too highly of yourself. Xiang Yu chuckled. Then his tone shifted to one of icy resolve. Do not fault me for failing to warn you. If I discover that you are plotting against me in secret as long as I draw breath, I will ensure that you and your sister endure a fate worse than death. Noticing Zhao Ji's expression shift subtly, he continued, do not dare invoke your so-called connections. Even if the heavens themselves were to conspire against me, I would make them regret it. Zhao Ji's sense of having invited a wolf into her abode intensified. Yet her pride compelled her to confront this challenge head-on. She was determined to see how long it would take to subdue this man. We are currently in a partnership, each with our own needs. I hope we can engage with complete honesty and refrain from harboring ulterior motives, Zhao Ji expressed sincerely. Judging by Xiang Yu's conduct throughout the day, she was willing to take a gamble on him. A cold smile crept across Xiang Yu's face. If he were to believe her, it would signify a second betrayal. The last time had nearly led to his undoing. He would not tread the same perilous path again. Ah, honesty, how delightful. Why not commence right now? He replied cheekily. Zhao Ji frowned. Commence what? Why, an honest exchange, of course. From now on, let us strip bare before speaking, ensuring no secrets remain, Xiang Yu declared, reaching for his jersey. Zhao Ji sprang to her feet. I have no interest in your body. It's late. You should rest. With that, she swiftly turned and hurried into her room, unwilling to linger a moment longer with him. Baffled by the thoughts that occupied his mind, Xiang Yu grinned in triumph, finally able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Chapter 36. Mischief. The night passed in silence. The next morning, before Xiang Yu had fully awakened, his phone rang. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw it was a call from Wei Xiang. Feeling disinclined to respond, he silenced his phone and resumed his slumber. Uncertain of how long he slept, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. It was evident that Zhao Ye had risen. If she was awake, Xiang Yu would have no hope of sleeping further. You didn't leave? Zhao Ye, surprised to see him, inquired. After having buried herself under her blanket in frustration the previous night, she was unaware of the events that followed. Why would I leave when I am so comfortably nestled here, surrounded by two lovely ladies? If I wished, I could indulge in a little peeping, Xiang Yu teased. You scoundrel! Stepping closer. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, a foul odor of sweat wafted toward her, causing her to wrinkle her nose. What on earth is that smell? It's truly repugnant. Realizing sleep was no longer an option, Xiangyu sat up. Noticing Zhao Ye had changed out of her silk nightgown into more conventional attire, effectively concealing her alluring figure, he could not resist teasing her. Are you afraid I might do something untoward? You're bundled up so tightly, it's quite hot outside. Be careful not to overheat. Mind your own business. Zhao Ye shot back, exasperated. With the school year commencing, she certainly wanted to dress like a student. As Xiangyu stretched and cast a glance toward Zhao Ji's closed door, he inquired, "What about your sister?" This man had repeatedly expressed interest in her sister, questioning her in front of Zhao Ye, as if she were of no consequence, which irked her. Did she truly possess no allure in his eyes? Although she found him insufferable, she could not help but compare herself to her sister. You ask me? How would I know? She retorted before storming out the door. Xiangyu, feeling dejected, thought, could it be that her time of the month has arrived? Why is she so irritable? Yet that did not seem likely. After all, she had engaged in her own antics last night. Checking his phone, he noted the time, over 9 o'clock, and was taken aback to see more than 10 missed calls, all from Wei Xiang. He washed his face in the bathroom, indifferent to whose toothbrush he used. After straightening his wrinkled jersey in front of the mirror and noticing Zhao Ji's door still shut, he decided against seeking her out. Upon exiting, he spotted Harley lying on the ground with a deflated tire and felt a surge of anger. Zhao Ye, this isn't over, he bellowed. The tire had undoubtedly been deflated by Zhao Ye. No one else would have dared. At that moment, the window of a Lamborghini rolled down, revealing Zhao Ye's smug face. The more furious Xiangyu became, the more delighted she appeared. You brought this upon yourself? She taunted before starting the car. Xiangyu dashed forward, tugging at the car door, only to find it locked, realizing now that Zhao Ye had intentionally set him up. You were prepared for this, weren't you? Now what will you do? Zhao Ye teased, relishing the sight of his frustration. How about you drive off while your sister is left here? Are you not concerned for her? He shot back. Zhao Ye scoffed, if you have the guts, go find her. She's still in her room. Seeing that force would not work, Xiangyu resorted to pleading. Zhao Ye, I have treated you well, haven't I? As a gentleman, I have preserved your virtue. Considering this, could you not grant me a ride? I assure you, should anyone dare to bully you at school, just say the word, and I will be there in an instant. Really? Zhao Ye's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Xiangyu pounded his chest, promising, absolutely. Very well, but remember, you must keep your word, Zhao Ye replied. Unlocking the car door, Xiangyu found amusement in the situation, realizing that this young lady was not as astute as she appeared, easily swayed by mere words. Rest assured, brother possesses an admirable character. With a grin, Xiangyu reached for the carriage door. However, before he could grasp the handle, the door was locked once more. Zhao Ye, with a playful smirk, looked at him and inquired, do you truly believe I would take your words to heart? Without granting Xiangyu a chance to respond, the carriage sped away like an arrow, vanishing in an instant. Xiangyu stood in stunned silence for a moment before recovering, bellowing, Zhao Ye, you wretched woman. Our affair is far from over. No sooner had his words left his lips than Zhao Ye circled back, halting the carriage before him. She leaned out, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and teased, how does it feel to be played? Xiangyu, too indignant to engage, merely huffed dismissively. What is your tolerance for alcohol? Zhao Ye inquired abruptly. Xiangyu retorted with irritation. Don't even think about getting me drunk just to take advantage. Zhao Ye continued, undeterred. I suddenly recalled something that genuinely requires assistance, and if you possess a good tolerance, you might just be the one. Xiangyu countered with a question of his own. And what about your own tolerance? 1.5 gene of Baijio. Anything more than that is beyond my limits. Zhao Ye replied nonchalantly, though such a capacity seemed trivial to her. Xiangyu casually remarked, I could easily take down 3 or 4 of you. Zhao Ye's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Believe it or not. If you doubt it, then so be it. Xiangyu replied bluntly. Zhao Ye nodded, finally opening the carriage door. I hope you haven't deceived me. For if I find myself embarrassed, you won't escape unscathed. Once inside the carriage, silence enveloped them until Zhao Ye spoke again. I'll come to pick you up at 8 tonight. Skip dinner. Save room for a fine meal. Dream on, Xiangyu exclaimed as he exited, wearing a cheeky expression. Zhao Ye appeared momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I never agreed to drink with you, Xiangyu teased, seeking to exact retribution for her earlier mockery. Zhao Ye, clearly irritated, shot back. You said I would help you if you got in the car. Haven't you heard the saying? Better to believe in ghosts than in the sweet words of men. Xiangyu pointed to his own mouth, seriousness etched across his face. Zhao Ye, seething with frustration, retorted, "At 8 tonight, I'll come and pick you up. If you're not there, don't blame me for being rude." With that, she turned the carriage and sped away. This audacious young lady would indeed resort to any means. She wished to attend the evening gathering, and so would he. Just then, Wei Xiong's voice echoed from behind, having evidently overheard the exchange between Xiang Yu and Zhao Ye. Intrigued, Xiang Yu noted that Wei Xiong remained surprisingly calm upon witnessing him with Zhao Ye, raising suspicions within him. Nodding with a bemused smile, he mused, "It seems I must acquiesce to your wishes." Chapter 37. Inviting the gods is easy. Sending them away is difficult. We've been training for over 2 hours. Hurry inside, and remember not to provoke the coach, Wei Xiong stated as he led the way into the gymnasium. As Xiang Yu observed his retreating figure, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. This fellow had nearly bombarded him with messages, and seeing him with Zhao Ye, while Harley had vanished without a trace, must have stirred questions within Wei Xiong's mind. Yet he remained silent, neither inquiring nor expressing concern. Was it indifference or something more? Moreover, he had yet to mention their previous scheme involving David and the others, leaving Xiang Yu perplexed. It appeared that Wei Xiong was indeed more complex than Zhao Ji had suggested. In light of this, Xiang Yu resolved to engage him in a game. A smirk played on his lips, revealing a hint of mischief. If Wei Xiong underperformed, he would hardly pique Xiang Yu's interest. Upon entering the gym, he noticed Chen Sisi, clad in matching attire, sternly pointing out the errors displayed by Li Jie and the others during practice, setting targets for them before dismissing the group for a break. "Come here," Chen Sisi's cold, commanding voice cut through Xiang Yu's thoughts. Approaching her, he greeted, "Good morning, coach. You are late." Chen Sisi's disdain for his relaxed demeanor, disheveled uniform, and tousled hair was palpable, her tone growing even more frigid. Xiang Yu, taken aback, replied, "No one informed me that there was training today. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of effort behind the scenes. As an athlete, one must adhere to a regular training regimen to maintain physical condition, spirit, and competitiveness. If everyone were as lackadaisical as you, what purpose would this team serve? Anyone could take the court." Chen Sisi's reprimands were fierce, leaving no room for leniency as she chastised him mercilessly. Xiang Yu, incensed, retorted, "Please understand, I am here to win games, not to endure your lectures. If training ensures victory, then where are the losers?" Unprepared for his defiance, Chen Sisi responded with a sardonic laugh. "Winning is not solely dependent on words. Training is not the only path to victory, but without it, you will never win." Their quarrel drew the attention of onlookers, and Wei Xiong, furious, recalled his warning to Xiang Yu about provoking Chen Sisi. Not only did Xiang Yu ignore the advice, but he escalated the situation further. "Xiang Yu, remember your place?" Wei Xiong coldly admonished. Xiang Yu's gaze turned icy as he faced Wei Xiong. "Out of respect for you, I won't hold her accountable. However, let me reiterate, I am here to assist you in winning games, not to be a punching bag. Why should I suffer her scorn upon my arrival? You remain in this team for every minute, hour, and second. I am your coach, and you must heed my commands," Chen Sisi asserted in an authoritative tone. Xiang Yu fixed his steely gaze on Chen Sisi, questioning, "Then allow me to inquire, Coach Chen, what are our chances against Duke University?" The dynamics of the game can shift in an instant. Until the final moment, no one can predict the outcome. "I cannot provide an answer to your question," Chen Sisi replied coldly. Xiang Yu scoffed. "Not that you cannot answer, but rather that you lack the courage to do so, isn't it? Did you not previously state that our odds were slim? What has changed now? Are you afraid of my ridicule? Or do you genuinely believe your training can turn the tide?" His barrage of questions was relentless, leaving Chen Sisi momentarily speechless. "Enough! Xiang Yu, are you truly attempting to force me into a position I detest?" Wei Xiong's fury was palpable, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of menace. Li Jie and the others fell silent, terrified, wishing to intervene, but refraining, casting helpless glances at Xiang Yu, silently urging him to de-escalate the tension with Wei Xiong and Chen Sisi. Yet Xiang Yu was not one to shy away from conflict. He had never been one to provoke trouble, but neither did he fear it. "What do you intend to do? What can you do? Drive me away from here? Have you heard the saying, inviting the gods is easy, sending them away is difficult? Let me be frank. I was raised to withstand fear. Do not threaten me again, or you will regret it." His tone was imbued with defiance, a challenge hanging in the air, as he turned to Chen Sisi. "And you, should you dare to dismiss me, I will ensure none of your players set foot on the court. Do not doubt my capability. When I unleash my fury, even I fear myself. Wei Xiong suddenly exuded an intense aura of menace, his presence formidable, eyes locking onto Xiong Yu as if he were prey. In Qingzhou Academy, few dare to speak to me in such a manner. Do you wish to fight? I shall oblige. But if you leave injured, missing limbs, do not blame me for being too severe. Xiong Yu laughed, his spirit of battle soaring. For him, killing was merely a daily affair, let alone engaging in a brawl. Wei Xiong let out a cold snort and prepared to strike, but was halted by Chen Cici's sharp reprimand. Competing with this rogue, Wei Xiong, do you not feel ashamed? Upon hearing her words, Wei Xiong's murderous intent slightly receded. Since you disdain training and have no interest in my methods, how about we make a bet? Chen Cici took a deep breath, suppressing her inner fury, and asked calmly. Xiong Yu cast Wei Xiong a glance filled with murderous intent and replied noncommittally. What shall we bet on? Chen Cici proposed. You may choose to forego training and skip the gym, yet I will ensure you play in the match. If you lose, you shall vanish from Qingzhou Academy. Do you consider this fair? It seems you once said basketball is a 5-person game. No matter how strong I am alone, I cannot defeat an entire team. If you wish for my departure, you are not yet qualified. Xiong Yu sneered dismissively, while the others stood firmly by Chen Cici's side. If they chose to lose on the court, there would be nothing anyone could do. You think too highly of yourself. In comparison to the honor of the academy, what do you think I would choose? I can assure you, when we step onto the court, they will unleash their full potential. If you discover any player intentionally losing, then I accept defeat. Fine, I will trust you this once. If I lose, I will leave. But if I win? Xiong Yu inquired. Chen Cici replied, if you win, I will depart. At this, Li Jie and the others displayed expressions of astonishment, while Wei Xiong grew anxious. Cici, you absolutely cannot leave. You promised to lead us in the national competition. What will we do if you go? If we can win without training or tactics, what use is there for me as a coach? Chen Cici remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Xiong Yu replied nonchalantly, if I lose, I will leave. As per your terms. Hence, if I win, I should set the terms. That would be fair. Chapter 38. Conditions. The condition for Xiong Yu's loss was proposed by Chen Cici. Thus, the terms for his victory should be his to determine for fairness. You have no right to set conditions. Wei Xiong retorted coldly, fully aware of Xiong Yu's nature. The conditions he proposed would undoubtedly pertain to Chen Cici. And given that he dared to act inappropriately toward Zhaoye, it was evident he was audacious enough not to fear Chen Cici. Xiong Yu scoffed. When did you become her spokesperson? This is a transaction between her and me. It has nothing to do with you. Wei Xiong was momentarily speechless, shooting Xiong Yu a piercing glare. Coach, he is cunning and insidious. You must not agree to his terms. Are we betting or not? Xiong Yu impatiently pressed. Chen Cici retorted with a cold smile. As long as your conditions are not as shameless and vile as you are, I may consider it. Xiong Yu shrugged. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Besides, you are not my type. I have women I fancy. Very well, I agree. State your terms. Chen Cici replied. Xiong Yu revealed a knowing smile, first glancing at Wei Xiong before slowly stating, if I win, please give him a chance. His words left everyone present in stunned silence. Was this truly his condition? What do you mean? Chen Cici was the first to react, her tone icy. Xiong Yu chuckled. Wei Xiong has always harbored feelings for you. Yet you maintain an aloof goddess facade before him. Your willingness to offend me shows your significance in his heart. Regardless of his character, at least he is sincere towards you. If you have no one you cherish, why not give him a chance? It is also an opportunity for yourself. Prior to this, his relationship with Wei Xiong had thoroughly soured, and the likelihood of gathering evidence for drug trafficking was virtually nil. Thus, he needed to create an opportunity, one that would allow him to draw closer to Wei Xiong. Although this action might seem to push Chen Cici into the fire, her fate was of no concern to him. He had long since learned the essence of being ruthless to achieve his goals. Of course, if Chen Cici were wise, she would not allow Wei Xiong to succeed. Otherwise, it would be her own fault. Xiong Yu merely gave a gentle push. Whether Chen Cici jumped into the fray was entirely up to her. He felt no guilt for his actions. Wei Xiong never anticipated Xiong Yu would propose such a condition. In an instant, Xiong Yu's image in his mind grew larger than life, and he felt a twinge of shame, realizing that despite his previous hostility, Xiong Yu was returning kindness for malice. What a good brother. Thank you. Wei Xiong's eyes glimmered with gratitude as he spoke in a hushed tone only they could hear. Xiong Yu chuckled. I can help you this far. As for whether you can win over your goddess, I am afraid I cannot assist. Wei Xiong, excited and thrilled, rubbed his hands together. Yet his expression bore a hint of awkwardness, feeling embarrassed for assuming the worst of Xiong Yu. This is enough. All I need is a chance, he said with a foolish grin. Xiong Yu turned his gaze towards the still impassive Chen Sisi, asking, So, do you agree to give him a chance? Chen Sisi felt somewhat flustered. She had not expected Xiong Yu to propose such a condition. For her, Wei Xiong was not even a standard for choosing a partner, and she found some of his behaviors rather distasteful. How could she give him a chance? Yet if she rejected, regardless of Xiong Yu's reaction, she would completely offend Wei Xiong. Though he had always treated her with deference, she understood the powerful forces behind him, and she truly could not afford to provoke them. Agreeing was out of the question. Refusing left her terrified of the consequences. Caught in a dilemma, her heart was filled with a bittersweet taste. I am merely asking you to give him a chance. It does not mean you must accept him. Is that too difficult for you? From Chen Sisi's reaction, Xiong Yu deduced that she held no fondness for Wei Xiong and felt a pang of sympathy as he gently reminded her. Chen Sisi, being astute, grasped Xiong Yu's intentions. Though she did not understand his motives, she decided to see what game he was playing, especially since she wondered if he could truly win the match. Very well. I agree, Chen Sisi said, somewhat begrudgingly. Wei Xiong instantly leaped with joy. Sisi, rest assured, I will treat you well. Anyone who dares to harm you will be opposing me, Wei Xiong, and I will make them understand the consequences they cannot bear. I am only agreeing to give you a chance. Please do not misunderstand, and until the match concludes, please continue to call me coach, Chen Sisi stated coolly. Wei Xiong paid no heed to these details. With this chance, he was confident he could win over any woman. Yes, I was too excited and lost my composure. I apologize, Wei Xiong quickly replied. Chen Sisi cast a deep glance at Xiong Yu, then declared, The morning training is concluded, and today is the first day of school. You may enjoy your free time. There is another hour of training in the evening, and I hope everyone will be punctual. With that, she walked away. Once her figure vanished beyond the door, Wei Xiong vigorously patted Xiong Yu's shoulder. Brother, I apologize for my previous behavior. I hope you can overlook it. Xiong Yu smiled. I employed the strategy of feigning weakness to entice the enemy, and thankfully you cooperated. If you had not treated me that way, this play could not have continued. Moreover, this allows her to see your true feelings for her, does it not? Wei Xiong felt an overwhelming sense of shame and awkwardly chuckled. Even if it were a ploy to gain sympathy, you could have informed me in advance. Thankfully, I refrained from any outrageous actions. Otherwise, I would truly owe you an apology. If you had told me, it wouldn't have worked. I can endure some grievances. What matters is that you, as our captain, must exert yourself, replied Xiong Yu magnanimously. Those in love, whether man or woman, often act irrationally. Wei Xiong was no exception. He did not delve into the underlying reasons for Xiong Yu's assistance. Presently, Xiong Yu held a place in his heart that was even dearer than that of his own parents. He would never betray the earnest intentions of a brother. Wei Xiong chuckled, then added, I shall say no more. I will remember your kindness, and you may keep that Harley for now. We shall discuss other matters later. Xiong Yu expressed his gratitude and continued, When the time comes for the match, we must unite our efforts. Only by winning will the coach agree to my conditions. Chapter 39. By what right for the captain, we shall exert our utmost effort and triumph over those arrogant Americans, Li Jie and the others promptly declared, their voices brimming with unwavering conviction. They understood that securing victory in this match would greatly assist Wei Xiong, and the benefits they could reap from him would far exceed their contributions. Wei Xiong spoke solemnly, In this match, we shall accept nothing less than victory. Now, everyone, please head to the classroom to check in, and then gather here for further training. The group responded affirmatively and departed. Once they had all left, Wei Xiong murmured, Last night's plan has fallen through. What happened? Xiong Yu frowned. Although his plan was not meticulously crafted, it should have sufficed to deal with David and his associates. The failure left him puzzled. Wei Xiong replied coldly, Someone is working against us from the shadows. Before my arranged personnel could approach David, they were taken away. Do you know who it is? Xiong Yu inquired. Wei Xiong shook his head, stating, Not yet, but I will uncover the truth. Even if you do, it may be of little consequence, for David will not be easily deceived again. There is no need to engage in futile efforts. Nor should we allow any incriminating evidence to fall into their hands. That would be a double defeat, Xiang Yu asserted. Wei Xiang nodded, speaking with confidence. Even without employing any underhanded tactics, David and his crew are not invincible. With the two of us, our chances of victory remain substantial. Pausing briefly, Wei Xiang added, I must also head to the classroom. Before I leave, I wish to apologize for our previous unpleasantness. I hope we can work together sincerely to secure victory. You mean to win that opportunity, don't you? Xiang Yu chuckled softly. Embarrassed by the revelation, Wei Xiang managed a sheepish smile before taking his leave. In the vast gymnasium, only Xiang Yu remained, feeling solitary. As he surveyed the surroundings, he spotted the security uniform he had worn the previous day in a corner. Thinking he had nothing better to do, he decided to wander around the campus, perhaps seizing an opportunity for some benefit. He changed out of his jersey into the sweat-stained security uniform, wrinkling his nose at the unpleasant odor. Unfortunately, it was the only outfit he possessed, and he had exhausted the activity funds given by Long Hao. Thus, he had to make do. Ladies, your guardian angel, Brother Yu, is here. Come closer, and let me give you a kiss. Xiang Yu thought of various lewd notions as he whistled his way to the door. Just as he was about to step outside, Chen Cece appeared at the entrance. As she opened her mouth to speak, a foul odor assailed her senses, prompting her to grimace. Can't you smell the stench emanating from yourself? Xiang Yu feigned seriousness and took a deep whiff of his clothes, adopting an expression of rapture. I do smell it. A certain masculine charm is subtly wafting through the air. Surely, this scent must captivate you? The acrid odor of sweat was overwhelming, and Chen Cece felt a wave of nausea at his bizarre enthusiasm. Struggling to endure the smell, she retorted coldly, You yourself have said I'm not your type. What does it matter to me what scent you carry? With a mischievous grin, Xiang Yu leaned closer to Chen Cece. Does that statement not carry a hint of regret? Pray, do not tell me you harbor feelings for me. As a man of principle, I cannot accept such an offense against a friend's honor. Conceited fool. Chen Cece muttered under her breath, retorting with sarcasm. You think too highly of yourself. Even if you were the last man on earth, I would harbor no such inclinations. Moreover, she added, I have no connection with Wei Xiang. Please refrain from spreading falsehoods. Xiang Yu chuckled. If I were indeed the last man standing, do you truly believe I would find you desirable? After 3 years in seclusion, Xiang Yu had become adept in various fields. Engaging in a battle of wits with him was no easy feat for Chen Cece. Unable to formulate a retort, she glared at him. And though their interactions had been limited, she recognized that he was certainly not one to willingly sacrifice his interests for others. What is the true purpose behind your proposal? She challenged. Helping others is my lifelong principle. Wei Xiang is my good brother. Witnessing him in distress stirs my concern. To ensure that you two lovers can unite, I believe any effort I make is worthwhile. Please do not judge my intentions with a narrow perspective. I only wish for your happiness, Xiang Yu declared earnestly. His demeanor serious enough that an uninformed observer might believe he was engaged in a noble endeavor. Chen Cece was unconvinced, scoffing, regardless of your motives. You should not exploit me. Such actions will only deepen my aversion towards you. There are many who dislike me. What makes you think you hold any significance? Xiang Yu retorted with a smirk, his expression inciting Chen Cece's frustration, her beautiful eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Seeing her distress, Xiang Yu felt a pang of compassion, recalling how Chu Gu'er would look similarly wounded whenever he teased her. Sometimes, to achieve certain goals, one must resort to methods that elicit disdain. Wei Xiang is not worth your acceptance. I will say no more on the matter. I hope you can comprehend, he sighed. Speaking indirectly. Furious, Chen Cece exclaimed, You are fully aware that Wei Xiang is not a good person, yet you insist on pushing me into the fire. Are you inherently this shameless? What I am is inconsequential. I merely hope you will cooperate with me this time, Xiang Yu replied coolly. In a fit of rage, Chen Cece laughed bitterly. You wish to harm me and expect my cooperation? On what grounds? Because I can help you secure victory in this match and ensure that Wei Xiang will no longer pursue you. Is that not enough? Xiang Yu stated, his tone resolute. As long as we can successfully approach Wei Xiang and gather evidence against his drug dealings, Zhao Ji will undoubtedly find a way to bring him down. Chen Cece paused, her expression shifting to one of skepticism. Why should I trust you? She retorted coldly. Xiang Yu was momentarily speechless. He had laid everything out plainly. Did she truly not understand? Believe it or not, that's your choice. I cannot compel you to trust me. He shrugged. a hint of exasperation in his voice. He knew there was no way to convince Chun Sisi. Even if he revealed the entire plan, she would remain doubtful. Thus, he resolved to leave it in her hands. If you dare deceive me, I will hate you for a lifetime. Chun Sisi shot back, turning on her heel in a huff. Xiang Yu watched her retreating figure, muttering to himself with a mix of amusement and resignation. To be hated for eternity by a woman, especially a beautiful one, does not seem to bode well. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, without arriving at a foolproof plan, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a couple walking closely together outside. The woman was rather attractive. Instantly, he cast aside thoughts of Chun Sisi, calling out, "Wait, don't go," as he dashed outside. Chapter 40. Confrontation. After seizing a fleeting opportunity for petty gains, Xiang Yu allowed the couple to depart. This was not the first time he encountered such a scenario. However, now he had become somewhat of a celebrity within the school. Many couples, upon noticing his presence, would disperse in haste, leaving him utterly speechless. Standing beneath the shade of a tree by the roadside, Xiang Yu surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps it was due to the commencement of the new term that the campus was relatively sparse, with couples fleeing at the sight of him, prompting him to let out a deep sigh. He lamented his own impatience and ambition, realizing that such haste had rendered couples wary of appearing before him. How much better it would have been had he adopted a more measured approach from the outset. Eventually, the clock struck noon, and the number of students on campus began to swell. Yet he found himself devoid of any inclination to exploit the situation, particularly after Wei Xiang treated him to a meal just the day before. Now, hunger gnawed at him. With not a penny to his name, he observed numerous students leisurely devouring hamburgers and meat sandwiches, his throat involuntarily swallowing in envy. He yearned to rush forward and seize some food, but the thought of losing face held him back. Isn't that the point guard from the school team? What happened to him becoming a security guard? A voice laced with mockery pierced through the air from behind him. Already irritable from hunger, Xiang Yu's displeasure deepened upon recognizing the speaker. With irritation, he retorted, "I am indeed a security guard. What of it?" The voice belonged to David and his companions, who had just exited the adjacent gymnasium and were on their way to grab a bite. Unable to restrain their amusement, they exchanged jests. David chuckled. A security guard can become a mainstay on the school team? The state of basketball in Huaxia is truly concerning. A wicked grin crept across Xiang Yu's face. If a team has a security guard and you still can't defeat them, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing for you? David erupted in laughter, scoffing. "Do you honestly believe you stand a chance of winning?" "I merely think we won't lose," Xiang Yu replied with a light chuckle, dismissing the group of immature foreigners before him as lacking any real audacity. David's expression darkened. "You Huaxia pigs, with your physical condition, a single collision could leave you crippled. In our country, you'd be nothing more than a dishwasher. A mere dishwasher could wipe the floor with you." Xiang Yu maintained his infuriating demeanor. David taunted, "Since you're so eager to win, I can give you a chance. I could win based on skill alone." "The opportunity is yours," Xiang Yu retorted coolly. David jeered. "Skill? Is your skill merely those underhanded tactics? Using a few sickly ones to drug our drinks?" Undoubtedly, someone had spoiled his and Wei Xiang's plans. But Xiang Yu would never admit to it. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Own up to it like a man instead of acting like a coward." David sneered. Xiang Yu replied coldly, "Without evidence, you ought to silence that foul mouth of yours. Though you maybe guess, if you presume upon your status to slander me, I would not hesitate to strike you. Are you angry? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, try it." "A coward like you wouldn't dare lay a finger on me," David taunted, leaning in closer. With an icy smile, Xiang Yu swiftly brought his palm down upon David's head, followed by a knee strike to his nose. One blow, then another amidst David's pig-like wails. Xiang Yu continued the assault for over 10 strikes before finally relenting. As he released his grip, David collapsed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. The scene unfolded too swiftly for those behind David to react before he began howling in agony. "You dare strike me?" David's face, streaked with blood, twisted in a mask of rage and disbelief. He never imagined someone would have the audacity to hit him. Xiang Yu chuckled lightly. "You invited this upon yourself. If I had not acted, wouldn't that have been disrespectful? A guest's request must be honored, even if that request is rather peculiar." "Very well. You shall pay for this," David declared, producing his phone to make a call. "You're finished." Xiang Yu understood he was calling Chun Sisi. Before long, she reappeared, accompanied by an elderly American man with graying hair. Upon seeing David's bloodied visage, she bypassed Xiang Yu, urgently instructing, "Quickly, Get him to the school nurse. Staunch the bleeding. Coach Chun, I demand an explanation. If your explanation fails to satisfy me, I shall have no choice but to escalate this to the embassy, the American man spoke, his voice gravelly and ominous, clearly suppressing his fury. If this matter escalated to the embassy, it would transition from a mere brawl to a significant political issue. Chin Sisi wore an awkward smile, responding, Coach Mike, the priority now is to stop David's bleeding and bandage him. We can discuss the rest later, all right? Coach Mike turned to David, inquiring, is it serious? A fleeting smirk crossed David's face as he quickly clutched his head, rolling on the ground and emitting anguished cries. He was determined to make Xiangyu pay. Get him to the hospital, Coach Mike ordered before reiterating to Chin Sisi, Coach Chun, I await your explanation. Chin Sisi was utterly bewildered by the turn of events, but given the scene, it was evident that Xiangyu had assaulted someone. With David injured, her only recourse was to apologize, her frustration with Xiangyu mounting. How could he be such a troublemaker? If apologies were sufficient, I might overlook this incident. But do you believe your apology holds any weight? Coach Mike's demeanor was unyielding. Before Chin Sisi could respond, Xiangyu stepped forward, interjecting, before we discuss explanations. I have a few questions I hope Coach Mike can address. Who are you? Why should I answer your questions? Coach Mike inquired frostily. Xiangyu stated, I am the one who struck David. Now, do you think I should answer your questions? Very well. I am curious to hear your inquiries, Coach Mike replied. Xiangyu continued, if someone were to insult your family, belittling your players and referring to them as mere dishwashers, what would you do? Coach Mike chuckled lightly. Everyone possesses their own identity. To earn respect from others, one must embody a stature worthy of it. If someone were to insult me thus, it would merely signify my identity is insufficient to command their respect. My task would be to strive to earn their recognition. Coach Mike indeed displayed great wisdom. But what if someone were to insult your country, degrading it to nothingness, claiming the people of your nation are worthless? What would you do then? Xiangyu pressed on. With a serious expression, Coach Mike replied, a nation is sacred. You may insult me personally, but you absolutely cannot insult my country. That is unforgivable. Xiangyu could not help but applaud, then smile knowingly. David has indeed insulted Huaxia. As a citizen of Huaxia, what course of action should I pursue? Chapter 41. An oath in the name of the divine. The homeland holds an unparalleled sanctity in the hearts of all individuals. While some may occasionally voice grievances regarding national systems, such sentiments are merely expressions of internal discontent. When confronted with the skepticism of foreigners, unity is paramount. Coach Mike is no exception, and neither is Xiangyu. After hearing Xiangyu's words, Coach Mike momentarily stood in stunned silence before adopting a grave expression. We have come to Huaxia at your invitation to engage in cultural and athletic exchanges. We arrive with friendly intentions. David is an intelligent individual who would never act in such a manner. Xiangyu smiled leisurely. Dear Coach Mike, it seems you are not a good coach if you lack understanding of your own players' characters. I truly feel sorry for you. Coach Mike's anger flared as he turned to the nearby black player, asking George, has David ever said anything like that? George certainly would not stand on the side of the Americans. He shook his head and said, David merely ridiculed him for his overestimation of himself, which provoked him into a fit of rage, leading him to strike David, claiming that David had insulted his country, when in fact, that was far from the truth. Coach Chun, my player would never lie. Coach Mike turned his gaze towards Chin Sisi, his meaning quite clear. If George was not lying, then it was Xiangyu who had spoken falsely. Although Chin Sisi secretly resented Xiangyu's reckless behavior, he was still her player, and at this moment, she had to stand by him. Otherwise, how could she maintain her authority? Coach Mike, you believe your player would not lie. Conversely, I also trust that my player has spoken the truth. Now both sides are at an impasse, and in the absence of sufficient evidence, I implore you not to hastily draw conclusions. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to both parties. Wouldn't you agree? Chin Sisi's tone had grown considerably firmer. Xiangyu could not help but cast a quizzical glance at the beautiful coach before him. He had not anticipated her coming to his defense. Since Coach Mike had traveled thousands of miles to arrive in Huaxia, it was evident that he had received benefits from Qingzhou Academy. If he continued to press the issue, even if he triumphed in this farce, he would lose those benefits. I can choose not to pursue this matter further, but you must agree to one condition. After weighing the pros and cons, Coach Mike opted for compromise. Chin Sisi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Please go ahead. Coach Mike pointed at Xiangyu and stated, this individual exhibits a serious propensity for violence and acts with extreme brutality. Such a person cannot be allowed on the court, as the safety of the players would be compromised. Therefore, he absolutely cannot participate in this match. Otherwise, we will refuse to compete. Xiang Yu had been personally recruited by Wei Xiong. Although Chen Sisi had always harbored a dislike for him and held no fondness for Wei Xiong, anyone whom Wei Xiong valued undoubtedly possessed considerable skill. If Xiang Yu did not play, their team's chances of victory would diminish significantly. Just as she was about to argue her case, Xiang Yu's mocking voice rang out. "Coach Mike, are you afraid of me? Afraid of you? I have no knowledge of you. Why would I fear you?" Coach Mike replied, furrowing his brow. Xiang Yu calmly responded, "If you are not afraid of me, why not allow me to participate in the match?" Pausing for effect and not giving Coach Mike the opportunity to respond, Xiang Yu continued, "If I do not play, I can only suspect that you have ulterior motives. Your temper is volatile, and you resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Such a person should never set foot on the court." Coach Mike retorted, half enraged, half amused. Xiang Yu shot back, "Isn't it true that this is all because I struck David, giving you an excuse? What if I procure evidence proving that David truly deserved it? That would be an absurd farce. This is Huaxia. You could find any number of people here willing to testify that David made insulting remarks about Huaxia. If that is the case, we shall refuse to compete in this match." Coach Mike's stance remained resolutely firm, as if he had made up his mind not to allow Xiang Yu to play. A smirk crept across Xiang Yu's lips. "Rest assured, the evidence I seek will come from your players." Coach Mike replied, "Very well. If my player can prove that David lied, you may take the court." Xiang Yu's piercing gaze turned towards George. "You remember what you said earlier, don't you?" George, somewhat intimidated by Xiang Yu's stare, still managed to assert, "Of course I remember. David merely insulted you. Not a single word was said about Huaxia. Do you dare swear on God's name? If you have lied, you shall face divine punishment and be cast into hell." Xiang Yu's voice was cold and sharp, his gaze seemingly piercing into George's very soul. George trembled, a flush creeping onto his dark face. "Why should I swear? You are blaspheming God. It is you who is blaspheming." Xiang Yu retorted coldly. Looking at Coach Mike, he sneered, "Now, do you understand who is lying?" Coach Mike, with a serious expression, turned to George. "George, if what you said earlier was true, swear on God's name." "Coach, David did make insulting remarks about Huaxia, but that was because—" "Enough. Do not continue." Coach Mike interrupted sharply, cutting off George's words. At that moment, Coach Mike finally grasped who was lying. He shot an angry glare at George and said to Xiang Yu, "It was David's fault. I apologize on his behalf. You may play in the match. Now, isn't that better? Friendship first, competition second. Regardless of whether I can play, we must not damage the harmony between us. What do you say, Coach Mike?" Xiang Yu said with a broad smile. Coach Mike seethed inwardly at this shameless individual, who took advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. However, David was indeed at fault. What more could he say? Enjoy your moment of triumph. Once we are on the court, I will ensure you taste the bitterness of humiliation. Coach Mike thought to himself, casting a derisive glance at Xiang Yu before addressing Chen Sisi. "Let today's incident end here. I hope Coach Chun can manage her players properly." "Likewise," Chen Sisi replied coldly. A foreigner, regardless of his reputation or status in America, had no right to speak to her in such a condescending tone. Having been put in his place, Coach Mike found no reason to linger and led George and the others away. After they departed, Chen Sisi finally voiced her curiosity. "How could you be so certain that George would speak the truth? Isn't it obvious? Georges la crucifix pendant has a tattoo of the Virgin Mary on his arm, and even his earrings are small crosses. This signifies that he is a devout Christian. God is his deity. And how could he dare to blaspheme? Thus, he had no choice but to tell the truth." Xiang Yu patiently explained. Chen Sisi had not expected this seemingly arrogant individual to possess such attention to detail. "Let today's matters rest. Please refrain from causing further trouble. All right?" Chen Sisi suddenly adopted a gentler tone, as if seeking Xiang Yu's consent. Xiang Yu, not wishing to stir up trouble, smiled and said, "As long as you treat me to a meal, I promise not to cause any issues." Chapter 42. Shopping. Having just developed a semblance of goodwill towards this individual, now she was expected to treat him to dinner? Chen Sisi retorted, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "I have already eaten. Let us postpone it to another day." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiang Yu scratched his head and nervously chuckled. "Well, actually, I don't have any money. I've only eaten once in 2 days. And that was treated by Wei Xiong." Noticing Chen Sisi's puzzled expression, Xiang Yu grew even more awkward. Rest assured, once I have money, I will definitely treat you to a nice meal. Who would believe you? A person so arrogant as to disregard everyone around him is suddenly penniless? Chun Sisi chose not to believe him, suspecting it was merely an excuse to get closer to her, perhaps even to exploit her kindness. After saying this, Chun Sisi quickly walked away, leaving Xiang Yu standing there, utterly dejected and on the verge of tears. He now found himself eagerly anticipating the evening, hoping Zhao Yu would not stand him up. Otherwise, he would truly have to lower himself to borrow money. A penny can thwart even a hero. The ancients did not deceive me, Xiang Yu murmured wistfully, before returning to the gym, lying down and falling asleep. Sleep was the least energy-consuming option, and it was the only course he had. Time passed without his notice until he was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was Zhao Yu calling, instructing him to wait at the gym's entrance. After hanging up, he glanced at the time and realized it was already 6 in the evening. Previously, Wei Xiang had said he would come to check in after class, but no one had shown up. Perhaps other matters had delayed them. Not wishing to dwell on it, Xiang Yu cheerfully exited the gym, thinking to himself that after a whole day of hunger, he would indulge in a hearty meal, hoping to eat enough for the next couple of days as well. Before long, a Lamborghini appeared at the entrance. The window rolled down, revealing Zhao Yu's exquisitely beautiful face as she called out, "Get in. If you don't hurry, I'll starve to death." Xiang Yu mumbled a remark and took a seat in the passenger seat. Zhao Yu caught another whiff of his body odor, pinching her nose with one hand while fanning herself with the other, and remarked with a pout, "This outfit smells worse than your sports jersey. Can't you wash it?" Xiang Yu chuckled, "I find it quite pleasant. Don't you sense the subtle allure of masculinity wafting from me? A smelly man is just a smelly man. Don't you have any other clothes?" Zhao Yu rolled her eyes before teasingly asking. With her words striking home, Xiang Yu felt his cheeks flush, and he awkwardly replied, "How about you buy me a new outfit? Dream on. Do you think my money grows on trees? Why should I spend it on you, you filthy creature?" Zhao Yu laughed heartily. Xiang Yu countered, "I'm accompanying you for dinner. No one knows me, so it doesn't matter what I wear, but you are different. My shabby appearance would embarrass you." Zhao Yu scrutinized him with a playful smile, only relenting after he squirmed under her gaze. Many people now pride themselves on being unconventional, and I am no exception. If others see me with a guy like you, I would undoubtedly become the center of attention. There are many forms of being unconventional. For instance, if I dress sharply and outshone all the men at the gathering, wouldn't that make me the focus too? Xiang Yu argued. Zhao Yu shook her head. In that case, you would be the star, and I would merely be your accessory, which is unacceptable. Xiang Yu was left speechless, regretting having offended her so profoundly earlier. "If you don't buy me clothes, I won't go," he persisted, feeling discontented in his smelly attire, and seizing the opportunity to extort a little. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach audibly protested, prompting Zhao Yu to burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming from her eyes. "Have you not eaten all day? If you don't want to go, just get out of the car. Don't blame me for your hunger." Xiang Yu clenched his teeth in frustration. "Fine, I won't drink." "You dare." Zhao Yu suddenly slammed the brakes, nearly causing Xiang Yu to knock his head against the dashboard. Realizing he had discovered her weakness, Xiang Yu, rather than being angry, grinned mischievously and said, "No new clothes, no drinks." Zhao Yu glared at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation, before finally conceding, "We have a deal. You must drink as much as you can after I buy you clothes. With your limited tolerance, are you trying to get me to kill you?" Xiang Yu scoffed. "Don't worry, if you do, I'll make sure to give you a grand burial," Zhao Yu retorted. "You're ruthless," Xiang Yu grumbled. Feeling victorious, Zhao Yu's confidence surged. Upon exiting the school gate, they chose a high-end boutique, where Zhao Yu handed him a credit card, saying, "I've never bought clothes for a man before, so go ahead. The password is my birthday, 2 5s and 2 zeros. Is there enough money on this card?" Xiang Yu asked skeptically, worried about the embarrassment of an insufficient balance. Zhao Yu shot him a look. "Buying out this store would be no issue. That's sufficient." Xiang Yu grinned, eager for her not to have a change of heart, and hurried into the clothing store. Without even glancing at the displayed garments or asking for assistance, he pointed to a row of t-shirts and commanded, "I want one of each color of this style, and each piece should come with a pair of pants, a belt, shoes, 2 pairs of underwear, and 3 pairs of socks." The sales assistant stared at the disheveled man in the stained, wrinkled security uniform with disbelief, clearly doubting his financial capability. Xiang Yu, noticing her skepticism, waved his black credit card and asserted, "I have plenty of money, so hurry up." The Black Centurion card was a symbol of status. Its holders enjoyed exceptional privileges worldwide. Although the assistant was unaware of its full implications, she recognized the card's staggering credit limit and quickly changed her demeanor. "Please hold on, sir. I'll package that for you right away." Working in such a high-end boutique, the staff's discerning eyes immediately recognized Xiang Yu's size without needing to measure him. They swiftly got to work, gathering more than 30 bags of clothing for him. "That's a bit excessive. I can't possibly carry all of this," Xiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. The assistant beamed. "Not a problem, sir. Just provide me with an address, and after I leave, you can call this number for the details." Knowing he barely recognized anyone, Xiang Yu deemed and Dai the most reliable among them and provided the sales assistant with her phone number. After tallying the costs, the assistant's smile grew even more radiant. "Sir, your total comes to 356,800. You are our largest customer today, and we will charge you 356,000. Don't bother giving me a discount. I have money," Xiang Yu replied, swiping the card. After completing the transaction, the assistant looked at him with newfound admiration, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. Grabbing a set of clothes at random, he glanced outside to see Zhao Yu remaining still. Lowering his voice, he asked the assistant, "Could I discuss something with you, beautiful?" The assistant, though discomforted by his proximity and odor, maintained her professional smile. "What can I assist you with, sir? Can you withdraw some cash from my card?" Xiang Yu asked, glancing nervously outside again. Seeing the Lamborghini parked outside, the assistant recognized the importance of catering to such a valuable client. "Of course, how much do you need?" Given the location's proximity to the school, withdrawing cash via card transactions was commonplace for them. Although they typically charged a fee, it was a trivial concern compared to Xiang Yu's status. After some contemplation, Xiang Yu decided not to be overly greedy, reasoning that he had already benefited immensely. "Just 200 will suffice. That should last me a few days." 200 for a few days? The assistant questioned, puzzled but not inclined to argue. After processing the transaction, she handed him 200 in cash, causing Xiang Yu to beam with joy, thinking to himself that he was now a wealthy man. He instructed the assistant to deliver the remaining clothes to Indai and then left the store with a spring in his step. Zhao Yu would receive a text notification of his substantial expenditure, yet she harbored no dissatisfaction, perhaps considering the amount a mere trifle. After all, one often feels indebted when receiving favors, and with Xiang Yu having taken from her, she had no fear of losing control over him. "Change before you embarrass me," Zhao Yu instructed once Xiang Yu was back in the car. Without hesitation, he stripped down completely, leaving even his underwear behind. Upon catching a glimpse of his rather exaggerated anatomy, Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she couldn't help but lick her lips, thinking, "He's got quite the foundation." "Do you like it?" Xiang Yu asked, puffing out his chest as if to showcase his endowment. A blush crept onto Zhao Yu's cheeks, and she instinctively crossed her long legs, bashfully murmuring, "I do." "Then grow one of your own." "This one is mine," Xiang Yu teased with a wicked smile, hastily slipping on a new pair of underwear to prevent her from seizing it. Zhao Yu, flustered and indignant, readier after Zhao Yu had donned all his attire. He was immediately struck by a sense of brilliance before his eyes. Indeed, the adage holds true. A person is judged by their clothing as a horse is judged by its saddle. Although this fellow possessed handsome features, his previous attire had been wrinkled and unappealing, dissuading a second glance. However, now it was a different story. The light gray t-shirt perfectly accentuated his physique, while the straight-cut jeans made his legs appear elongated. Coupled with a pair of sneakers, although not trendy, they exuded a sense of comfort to the observer. The mischievous grin plastered across his face rendered him nothing short of a charming rogue. "What do you think? Am I captivating you?" Xiang Yu inquired playfully, noticing Zhao Yu's silence. Zhao Yu's cheeks flushed inexplicably, and with a playful scold, she remarked, You hardly meet my standards." Xiang Yu chuckled, choosing not to retort, thinking to himself that her disinterest was a blessing. He had no desire to become entangled with a woman from the Zhao family, let alone develop any romantic feelings. As they traveled, under Xiang Yu's probing inquiries, Zhao Yu divulged the specifics of the upcoming gathering. Initially, he had assumed that after a summer break, students who had not seen each other for 2 months were merely reuniting. However, it turned out that this gathering was initiated by the 7 clans' offspring, ostensibly a welcoming party for the new entrants of the Qingzhou Academy among the 7 clans, though the authenticity of this claim could be debated. Was this yet another test directed at me? Xiang Yu mused as he observed Zhao Yu, who was focused on driving, seemingly unaffected. He was quite certain that his presence had naturally attracted the attention of the 7 clans. Zhao Yu's provocations were anything but coincidental. and Wei Xiang's arrival was also within reason. Even the few slaps delivered by Chu Gur carried an element of testing. Yet, these tests had not yielded the desired outcomes, which explained the gathering. Though the 7 clans were deeply rooted and possessed profound backgrounds in Huaxia, they remained shrouded in secrecy. Very few were aware of the existence of the 7 great families. Zhao Ye's deliberate mention of the 7 clans indeed raised his suspicions. What exactly are the 7 clans? What era is this? Do you think we are still in a feudal society governed by family systems? Xiang Yu feigned surprise. Zhao Ye shot him a glance, explaining that the 7 clans comprised 7 ancient and powerful families, unparalleled in wealth and influence within Huaxia. Many publicly traded companies have the 7 clans as their major shareholders. So tell me, what do you think the 7 clans are? From your description, they indeed sound formidable. Which clan do you hail from? Xiang Yu inquired with genuine interest. Zhao Ye rolled her eyes at him, stating, "My surname is Zhao, so naturally, I belong to the Zhao family." Ah, it makes sense now why both you and your sister are so formidable. A powerful family stands behind you. I must tread carefully around you, lest I find myself unaware of my own demise, Xiang Yu replied thoughtfully. Zhao Ye retorted sharply, "You've already offended me. It's too late for you to realize that now." After a pause, she smiled brightly, adding, "However, as long as you serve my sister and me well in the future, I can assure you of endless riches, uncountable wealth, and an abundance of romantic pursuits." Xiang Yu chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that serving them would only happen over his dead body, turning into a vengeful spirit to haunt them. In the midst of their banter, they arrived at the venue for the gathering, the Piaxianju, a name that struck a balance between elegance and simplicity. Its light brown exterior conveyed an air of understated luxury, and the entrance was modest, easily overlooked. Zhao Ye parked the car in the rear lot, which already housed numerous luxury vehicles, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Lexuses, Porsches, and more, indicating that the attendees were indeed wealthy individuals. Among the array of cars, Xiang Yu spotted Chu Gur's Volvo, causing him to pause in surprise. He hadn't expected the typically aloof Chu Gur to attend this gathering. Once the car was parked, the two approached a side entrance, with Zhao Ye reminding him, "Remember our agreement. You are covering all my drinks tonight. If you perform well, there will be rewards." Xiang Yu's thoughts had already drifted to Chu Gur as he hurried toward the door. Chapter 44. The test from the outside, Piaxianju appeared unremarkable. But upon entering, one would grasp the meaning of opulence. After traversing a dimly lit corridor, they were greeted by a resplendent hall adorned in gold. The golden decorations were indeed crafted from the precious metal. The hall was bustling with people. The men were impeccably dressed, handsome, and exuded gentlemanly manners, while the women donned revealing attire that showcased their alluring figures. Xiang Yu felt as though he had stepped into a paradise of indulgence. Yet his gaze did not linger on the beautiful women. Instead, he searched the hall for the radiant figure he longed to see. To his disappointment, he found neither Chu Gu nor Wei Xiang, but rather encountered Dai, who, upon noticing him, excused herself from the handsome man beside her and approached Xiang Yu with a glass in hand. "You best avoid this woman," Zhao Ye whispered urgently in Xiang Yu's ear as she spotted Dai approaching, her tone serious. Before Xiang Yu could respond, Dai was already in front of him. "Hey there, handsome, care for a drink?" "Not interested," Zhao Ye interjected coldly, displaying a palpable animosity toward Dai. Dai cast a dismissive glance at her and replied with a smile, "What a busybody you are, meddling in affairs that aren't yours. Who is he to you that you speak for him?" Zhao Ye, linking her arm with Xiang Yu's, leaned in close. Her eyes filled with defiance as she glared at Dai. "Now you understand our relationship? If you want to fish for a catch, you must choose your targets wisely. Some are not meant to be hooked." Dai chuckled, addressing Xiang Yu. "If you're interested in such lowly company, your taste is truly lacking. Who are you calling lowly? What are you but a mere dog at the feet of that detestable Chu Gur? Without her, do you believe you have any standing to attend a gathering of the 7 clans' offspring? First, understand your own surname." A flash of cold light flickered in Xiang Yu's eyes at the audacity to insult Chu Gur before him. Had it not been for his current mission, which necessitated concealing his true identity, he would have delivered a severe lesson to Zhao Ye. Dai noted the shift in his demeanor and could not help but retaliate against Zhao Ye's insult. "My ability to attend this gathering as an outsider signifies my recognition of worth. However, if you weren't a Zhao, you'd likely be barred at the door." Furious, Zhao Ye pinched Xiang Yu hard, exclaiming, This wretched woman is bullying me. Are you just going to stand there like a statue? Isn't it unchivalrous for a man to remain silent while women argue? Xiangyu countered her question with another. Zhaoye was incensed, especially with so many eyes upon them. Not only did Xiangyu refuse to assist her, but he also offered her no semblance of dignity. Just as she was about to explode, a voice rang out. Our beloved beauty, Xiaoye, has arrived. Everyone, let us give her a warm welcome. Previously, amid the lively music and dancing, the crowd had been engrossed, failing to notice anyone's arrival or departure. However, at the sound of this announcement, the music ceased and the lights brightened. The Zhao sisters clearly held a prominent reputation in this circle. Zhao Ji was exceptionally talented, her charm reaching a level of simplicity that made her somewhat unapproachable, while Zhaoye, with her delicate features and alluring form, was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, attracting countless suitors from the 7 clans who wished to be her admirers. Thus, when the crowd caught sight of Zhaoye, their excitement bubbled over as they hurried toward her, fearing they might be overshadowed by others. However, their expressions soured upon realizing that Zhaoye was linked arm in arm with Xiangyu, their faces darkening as they cast him looks filled with animosity. These individuals were all students of Qingzhou Academy, and the events of the day had made Xiangyu a well-known figure within the school, ensuring he was instantly recognized. It is rumored that 2 individuals made a wager, and Zhaoye, upon losing, is to be subjected to a cannonade from Xiangyu. Given their apparent intimacy, could it be that the rumors hold a grain of truth? Moreover, has Zhaoye indeed succumbed to Xiangyu's charms in the bedroom? This notion has caused those present to cast increasingly hostile glances towards Xiangyu. They have yet to have the opportunity to savor her allure. And yet, this mere security guard has seized the initiative. Intolerable. You boy, what are you? Is this a place for you? If you know what is good for you, get out now. One disgruntled voice rang out, completely disregarding Xiangyu's presence. The gray security uniform has been discarded, and while he may still appear somewhat respectable, surely this attire must cost over 10,000. Can a mere guard afford such a thing? You overestimate him. He is merely riding on a woman's coattails. The chatter among the crowd was rife with sharp and biting remarks, thoroughly humiliating Xiangyu. As they spoke, a few individuals seated in the hall exchanged knowing glances, a sly smile gracing their lips. Just as Xiangyu had surmised, this was indeed a test, utilizing Zhao Ye's illustrious reputation to incite hostility against him. Were Xiangyu merely a fortunate celebrity of the school, he would undoubtedly be seething with rage, for even a clay figurine has its temper. Being insulted in such a manner without retaliating would not befit a man. However, should Xiangyu have ulterior motives, he must certainly act with restraint in this situation, projecting an air of magnanimity. Zhaoye too awaited Xiangyu's response. A cold smile played upon Xiangyu's lips. If a mere trick could unveil him, then he had wasted his time in this restricted zone. It was now abundantly clear this was a test, and Zhao Ye's indifferent demeanor spoke volumes. A bunch of pathetic fools. I am skilled, having conquered the goddess in your eyes. Whether I rely on a woman or not, it is still a talent. Are you displeased? If so, come and try your luck. As he spoke, Xiangyu's large hand firmly squeezed Zhao Ye's pert posterior before giving her a shove, taunting them. She is right here, and as long as you are not impotent and still a man, feel free to give it a shot. His words were unrestrained and brazen, likening Zhao Ye to a public bus, available to anyone who wishes to board. This declaration left the crowd momentarily speechless, their eyes burning with murderous intent towards Xiangyu for daring to treat Zhao Ye in such a manner. He must not be spared. You're courting death. Apologize to Xiao Ye. Someone barked. Zhao Ye herself was taken aback by Xiangyu's audacity, despite her usual flamboyance. Being referred to as a bus in front of so many ignited her fury. Do you wish to die? Zhao Ye turned, her fiery gaze locked onto the coldly smiling Xiangyu, an aura of frost emanating from her being. Chapter 45. The first move. Do you wish to die? Zhao Ye was genuinely enraged, her eyes capable of murder. Xiangyu chuckled, finally revealing his true colors. Truth be told, this woman was adept at masking her emotions. Earlier, she had generously allowed him to use her card, feigning modesty, nearly convincing him. Now, provoked by his taunts, her true nature was laid bare. What was he thinking? If he did not put these arrogant individuals in their place, they would genuinely believe him to be easy prey. Xiangyu approached Zhao Ye, whispering in her ear, "Just wait and see the spectacle. How could I possibly let you fall into the hands of this trash?" As he spoke, his hand mischievously caressed Zhao Ye's flat abdomen. discovering her to be a true enchantress. A mere touch sent warmth coursing through her body, her breath quickening. Witnessing him toy with Zhao Ye, the onlookers burned with jealousy. Lacking Xiang Yu's brutish simplicity, they could only fantasize about ravaging Zhao Ye in their minds, never daring to act. What is the matter, afraid? He scoffed at the group of sycophants. What else can you do aside from flaunt your tongues? Oh, how could I forget? You're just shy, daring to think in silence, yet never acting on it. Xiang Yu's gaze was filled with disdain, his words dripping with sarcasm. Even the most patient of individuals could hardly endure such provocation, and the sentiments he expressed struck a nerve, eliciting furious glares directed at him. Among them, a particularly burly and handsome fellow could no longer restrain himself. This is our private gathering. You are not welcome. If you apologize now and leave, we can let the matter rest. Apologize? Who do you think you are? Why should I apologize to you? Xiang Yu retorted. Because your words have offended us all. And that is reason enough for an apology, the man replied. Isn't it rather strange? If I must apologize for such trivialities, should you not also apologize for the nonsense you've spewed at me? Xiang Yu chuckled coldly. Do you truly think you can test my limits? You are overestimating yourselves. The man's eyes glinted with mockery. Look at yourself in the mirror. What are you doing here? You don't even have the right to be present, let alone demand an apology. What a tremendous joke. He spoke the truth. It was indeed baffling how someone like him managed to infiltrate this gathering. Yet at the core, he remained merely a security guard. No matter how high he flew, he would never become a phoenix. As one person spoke, others chimed in, launching a barrage of ridicule and derision at Xiang Yu. Once their words subsided, anger simmered within Xiang Yu. It was evident this was a test, with many onlookers observing coldly, waiting to see how he would respond. Your grandiloquence changes nothing. I remain standing right here, and I have already wooed your goddess. What do you intend to do about it? Xiang Yu declared with swagger, clinging stubbornly to this principle, rendering all their efforts futile. Indeed, upon uttering these words, he brazenly drew Zhao Ye into his embrace, causing the crowd to lose their composure, their eyes ablaze with rage, wishing they could tear him to shreds. The earlier speaker smirked coldly. In that case, let me see just how much weight you can bear while standing here. Before his words could fully settle, a punch was hurled towards Xiang Yu's face, the speed so rapid it was nearly imperceptible, containing explosive force that shook the air. You lack the strength. Xiang Yu huffed, and without waiting for the incoming punch, he executed a swift kick, equally astonishing in its speed. The man, quick to react, sidestepped, but his punch retained its momentum. Xiang Yu had anticipated his evasion. With a flick of his foot, he blocked the man's assault, and as Zhao Ye gasped in shock, he once more pushed her aside, heading straight for the man's punch. Seeing Zhao Ye as the new target of his attack, the man's expression turned frantic, instinctively retracting his fist. Should this punch land on Zhao Ye, he would become the subject of everyone's wrath. Xiang Yu had been waiting for this moment. After shoving Zhao Ye, he did not release her, pulling her back just as the man changed his approach, then charging forward to deliver an elbow strike to the man's face. A cry of pain escaped the man as he was sent hurtling backward. Yet Xiang Yu had no intention of letting him off the hook. He pursued him, landing another solid punch to the man's face, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. Pathetic. Xiang Yu halted, glancing back at Zhao Ye with a smile. You are mine. No one else shall lay a finger on you. This serves as a warning to others. Let us see who dares to vie with me. His words were brazen and defiant, clearly intended as a warning, inciting dissatisfaction among the onlookers. However, seeing him take down that man, they could not help but regard Xiang Yu with newfound respect. Very well, a dog has bitten you. Do you intend to bite back? At that moment, a true figure finally spoke up. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd regarded Xiang Yu with a mix of schadenfreude and mockery, yet did not take further action. Xiang Yu turned to see who had spoken, a strikingly handsome young man, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his indifferent gaze tinged with disdain. Qi Tian? Certainly, Xiang Yu recognized the speaker. Qi Tian, a core disciple meticulously nurtured by the Qi family, who had displayed extraordinary talent in his youth. It was unexpected to encounter him here today. With his presence, could it be that Qin Zheng, Han Lung, and others would also make an appearance? Indeed, it was true that if I were to say or do anything further after being bitten by your dog, I would truly be mingling with the likes of you. Xiang Yu remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. His retort elicited astonishment among the onlookers. Qi Tian was no ordinary scion of their families. and the audacity of this individual to insult Qi Tian as a dog was beyond comprehension. Though they all belonged to the seven clans, their statuses were worlds apart. Even if Qi Tian were to slay a member of another family, it was inconceivable that his clan would bear animosity towards the Qi family over such a triviality. This was the influence of a core disciple. Certainly, if anyone dared to lay hands on Qi Tian, it would likely provoke a furious retaliation from the entire Qi clan. Xiang Yu's scathing insult towards Qi Tian bordered on self-destruction, yet one could not help but admire his audacity. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qi Tian merely chuckled nonchalantly. His words sharp, but the occasion called for restraint. Otherwise, he would surely test whether Xiang Yu's skills were as formidable as his tongue. Rest assured, as long as you have time, I shall certainly take the opportunity to educate you thoroughly. Xiang Yu maintained his fearless demeanor. The glint of murderous intent flickered in Qi Tian's eyes, yet he smiled and shifted the topic. Since everyone is gathered, let us commence. Chapter 46. A small gathering among the attendees, Qi Tian held the highest familial status. Although the seven clans were embroiled in continuous rivalry and competition, such conflicts transpired in the shadows, while on the surface, harmony prevailed. Therefore, when Qi Tian spoke, it was only natural for everyone to show him respect, casting aside the unpleasantness brought by Xiang Yu and reveling in the festivities. This gathering had two purposes. First, to welcome the younger siblings who had been admitted to the Qingzhou Academy, wishing them a promising start to their university journey and bringing glory to the family. Qi Tian declared loudly, raising his cup. The newcomers erupted in cheers, downing their drinks. Once the clamor subsided, Qi Tian continued. The second purpose is that after a holiday, we have not seen each other for 2 months. Everyone has been quite busy, rarely able to gather, so let us take this opportunity to converse and bond. If anyone has promising projects, do not keep them to yourselves. Let us share and prosper together. The crowd responded in kind, the atmosphere growing lively. As scions of the seven clans, while completing their studies, they also stepped into the business world, which served as a vital training ground. Moreover, anyone who could bring profit to the family at this age would undoubtedly be accorded greater importance, potentially elevating their status. For them, making money was not the sole objective. More importantly, it was about honing their skills and accumulating rich experience, which would enable them to leverage their family connections in the future. As music began to play and the dance commenced, the hall transformed into a sea of joy. Is my ploy of feigned retreat effective? Those rascals will surely think twice before bothering you again, for who could rival my prowess? Xiang Yu remarked to Zhao Ye, who was still visibly miffed. Zhao Ye scoffed. Such flattering words. Xiang Yu continued to coax her, and from another perspective, he had indeed salvaged her dignity considerably, which seemed to have calmed her ire. I have some matters to attend to. You enjoy yourself first, and I shall call for you later. Upon catching Qi Tian's glance, Zhao Ye hastily concocted an excuse and departed from Xiang Yu. I warned you not to entangle yourself with the Zhao sisters. You will regret it. And Dai approached, shooting him a disapproving glance before turning to follow Zhao Ye. Besides them, a few others simultaneously made their way toward a door at the corner of the hall. Once everyone entered, the door was shut, severing all ties with the outer world. Observing this scene with a cold gaze, a smirk crept across Xiang Yu's lips. The assembly of these individuals could only portend mischief. Should they be plotting against him, he would await their move with anticipation. This was a reception room, and once the door closed, the external clamor was entirely muffled, creating an eerily tranquil environment. I am furious. I am absolutely furious. Upon entering, Zhao Ye transformed entirely, her face clouded with darkness and rage. Had Xiang Yu seen her, he would surely not believe she had calmed down. And Dai chuckled. I suspect you are merely feigning anger while feeling quite pleased inside. Are you not? What do you mean by that? Zhao Ye glared at Dai, who seemed to oppose her at every turn. Were it not for the presence of Chu Gur behind her, she would have made her pay. And Dai smiled but offered no reply, instead turning to Qi Tian. Have we discerned any conclusions? I was hoping for a clash between the two stunning beauties, but it seems the battle is over before it even began. How dull. Qi Tian jested, then quickly composed himself, his expression turning serious. That individual is quite formidable. It is difficult to ascertain his true nature for now. What about you all? Please share your thoughts. And Dai spoke first, stating, this person oscillates between softness and harshness, employing unorthodox tactics that render him inscrutable. Further observation is warranted. Zhao Ye added coldly. On the way here, I revealed the existence of the 7 clans to him, and he feigned surprise, yet I suspect it was an act. And what is your reasoning? Qi Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhao Ye replied, if he were genuinely curious, he would have probed further. However, he merely touched upon the subject, which raises suspicion. What are your thoughts? Qi Tian directed his gaze towards the few who had remained silent. These individuals also hailed from the 7 clans, and their ability to engage in equal discourse with Qi Tian and Zhao Ye indicated their exceptional standing within their families. We have had no direct contact with him, thus it is challenging to form an opinion, but both Zhao Ye and Dai make valid points. This person is certainly not as straightforward as he appears. Continued observation is prudent, Han Lung remarked indifferently. In agreement, Qin Zheng nodded, while the remaining 2, Wei Zixuan from the Wei family and Yin Chuanxiu from the Yin family, echoed Han Lung's sentiments. Then let us continue to observe. Qi Tian smiled, then turned to Wei Zixuan. Wei Xiong has been quite close to him. Perhaps you could have Wei Xiong pay closer attention. Wei Xiong is Wei Zixuan's cousin, who typically heeds his older cousin's counsel. Upon hearing this, he nodded. I have already advised him, but it seems Wei Xiong holds a favorable impression of him. He appears quite skilled at winning hearts. Zhao Ye secretly chuckled, her anger towards Xiong Yu dissipating somewhat. That fellow was sent by her sister to be an informant beside Wei Xiong, and from Wei Zixuan's words, it seems Xiong Yu was performing admirably. Then you ought to caution Wei Xiong not to be swayed by him. Han Lung spoke with a tone as icy as his name, devoid of warmth. Wei Zixuan scoffed. I do not require your reminders. The group continued to discuss various other matters until Qin Zheng stated, we should be on our way. If he truly harbors ulterior motives, our gathering will surely raise his suspicions. And Dai, why has Ger not arrived? Among us, she is the most concerned, given that this fellow shares the same name as that individual. Just as the group was preparing to disperse, Yin Chuanxiu suddenly inquired. Curiosity sparked among the others. They were all aware of the past between Xiong Yu and Chu Guer, and over the years, no man had ever appeared by her side, indicating she had yet to forget him. Now, with the emergence of someone bearing the same name and possessing certain similarities, it was likely that Chu Guer was the most eager to uncover Xiong Yu's true identity. She is an aloof goddess who revels in her own solitude. How could she possibly attend such a gathering? Your inquiry is rather redundant, little swallow. Zhao Ye retorted, her disdain for Chu Guer stemming from the influence of Zhao Ji. And Dai lightly laughed. Yet was not Zhao Ji absent as well? My sister is simply occupied. Zhao Ye fit. And Dai shrugged and merely uttered a casual farewell without addressing Yin Chuanxiu's inquiry. Chu Guer held a rather unique status. Members of the Chu family would never command her to undertake any task. Therefore, if you harbor any romantic inclinations towards her, I would advise you to abandon such thoughts. Qi Tian patted Yin Chuanxiu on the shoulder and departed from the reception room. Outside, the atmosphere remained vibrant with lively music and dance. Xiong Yu noticed that the 2 individuals he knew, Zhao Ye and Dai, were absent, while the others seemed disinterested in him. Relishing his solitude, he nestled in a corner, indulging in a feast, hoping to satisfy his hunger for 3 days with this one meal. Chapter 47. Drinking games. And Dai and Zhao Ye emerged together, scanning the surroundings before spotting Xiong Yu, who was gorging himself in a corner. The former chuckled lightly. Your little lover certainly has quite an appetite. I wonder if he can devour you whole once he has filled. Zhao Ye retorted, who says he is my lover? His eating habits are our concern, not yours. Due to the ongoing rivalry between Chu Guer and Zhao Ji, both women regarded each other with disdain, seizing every opportunity to mock one another. He doesn't seem too bad-looking. If you don't want him, I might just take a chance. And Dai speculated, well aware that Xiong Yu would not be interested in Zhao Ye. Her intention was to provoke a reaction from Zhao Ye. Zhao Ye, recalling that no matter how she flirted or hinted, Xiong Yu made no further advances, found in Dai's taunt quite irksome. Coldly huffing, she declared, if you're so capable, I wouldn't mind letting him go. It's not a matter of capability, but of courage. Surely no man would dare to pursue a woman from the Zhao family. And Dai retorted with a self-deprecating smile. She continued, however, this man's identity is shrouded in mystery, and I would advise you to be cautious. It would be a shame to be outmaneuvered by him after failing to capture his interest. With that, Dai gracefully approached a handsome gentleman, leaving Zhao Ye no room for rebuttal. Xiong Yu, indifferent to the unfolding drama, and now the target of Dai's teasing, felt Zhao Ye's frustration boil over. She stormed over to him, fuming. Eat. Stuff yourself. I hope you choke. Seemingly oblivious to her tone, Xiangyu continued to devour the pastries, his mind occupied with the realization that he hadn't performed well at today's gathering. He doubted Zhao Yu would invite him again, so he intended to relish this rare opportunity to eat and drink to his heart's content. You don't feel embarrassed? What about me? Zhao Yu exclaimed, stomping her foot, feeling that he was deliberately making her look foolish. After stuffing his mouth with more pastries and downing a glass of juice, Xiangyu let out a satisfied belch, directed at Zhao Yu, the aroma of which turned her face pale. Is that not disgusting? Zhao Yu scolded. Xiangyu casually inquired, what are you all discussing? None of your business, Zhao Yu retorted, naturally unwilling to share. Just then, the music ceased, and Qi Tian stood at the center of the stage, laughing heartily. It seems everyone has had their fill of fun, but I suspect you all have not yet had your fill. Have you? Merely singing and dancing cannot possibly satisfy you. The crowd appeared to anticipate his next words with excitement, their expressions brimming with eagerness. Indeed, Qi Tian continued, now, let us divide into our respective teams. This gathering included all 7 clans, with each family automatically aligning themselves into distinct groups, forming 7 major factions, approximately equal in number. Xiangyu, having arrived with Zhao Yu, naturally belonged to the Zhao clan, while the Chu clan was led not by a member of the Chu family, but by Ndai. Once the teams were established, Qi Tian announced, now, each family should present their stakes. As Xiangyu pondered, several individuals stepped forward from each faction, each carrying a box, which they placed in the center of the stage. Upon opening the boxes, Xiangyu's eyes widened in astonishment. They were filled with cash, dazzling him with their abundance. Each box contains 2 million. Every family has 10 million. We shall take turns to roll the dice, Qi Tian proclaimed. The members of each clan began to inspect the boxes, counting the money. What is the purpose of this? Xiangyu quietly asked Zhao Yu. With a knowing smile, she replied, you'll find out soon enough. Before long, the cash was counted, each family confirming their 10 million without discrepancy. As per our usual custom, we shall engage in a drinking game. Starting with my chief family, we will take turns clinking glasses with the other 6 families. Each must consume 6 cups without faltering. If one falls, my chief family will distribute 60,000 among the others. Once a family has 1 million left, they may withdraw from the competition. Such gatherings occurred biannually, so everyone was familiar with the rules, and Qi Tian offered a brief overview. That's an enormous sum, Xiangyu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with greed. This was the first time he had witnessed such a large amount of cash, a total of 70 million. If given to him, he could spend days tearing the bills apart. Zhao Yu chuckled, do you want it? Of course. Xiangyu rolled his eyes. That's real money, not mere paper. Zhao Yu replied, if you want it, it depends on your drinking prowess. As they spoke, boxes of liquor were brought out, all containing 52-degree baijiu. The crystal-clear liquid made Xiangyu swallow hard. It was a tea that he particularly enjoyed drinking. But the value of the liquor was significant. Each bottle could cover his living expenses for half a year. These families truly lived lavishly. Now, let each faction send forth their champions, Qi Tian instructed, signaling to an individual behind him, who stepped forward to the stage, where 6 cups of liquor awaited. Each cup was small, and one bottle could fill 18 cups, sufficient for 3 rounds. Other factions also sent representatives, each eager to prove their mettle, clearly seasoned drinkers. Let us go. The Qi family will drink first. The Chu family soon followed suit, downing their cups in unison. After this round, the Qi representative continued to clink glasses with the other 5 families, finishing the round without displaying any signs of intoxication. Dongchang's drinking capacity has significantly improved. This round was impressive, Qi Tian remarked, giving Dongchang a thumbs up, clearly satisfied with his performance. Dongchang grinned, casting a challenging glance at the other families. Bring on the cash. Having consumed 6 cups so swiftly without faltering, he naturally earned 60,000 from each family. It must be easy for the wealthy to make money, Xiangyu noted with envy. Zhao Yu chuckled. Don't be hasty. The real show has just begun. That 60,000 may not even be his in the end. What do you mean? Xiangyu inquired. Zhao Yu explained, if he were to withdraw now, he would secure the 60,000, but should he continue to challenge and lose, all his earnings would be forfeited. That's the rule. Knowing when to stop is wise. 60,000 is quite a sum for me, Xiangyu chuckled, revealing his lack of greed. Zhao Yu responded, they are not lacking in money. Do you know where all that money ultimately goes? Where else could it go? It's obvious that it goes into the pockets of the victor, Xiang Yu replied. However, Zhao Yu shook her head. If you think like that, you're mistaken. Don't underestimate us. Not all second-generation rich kids are debauched. Ultimately, the winner will take a portion of the principal, as well as their personal winnings. And the remainder will be donated in the family's name to establish a Hope Primary School, providing opportunities for children in impoverished regions to receive an education. If that is truly the case, Xiang Yu couldn't help but reassess his view of the 7 clans. However, if he were to believe that they were altruistic benefactors, that would be too far-fetched. Donating to the Hope Primary School is in essence a means of accumulating virtue for oneself. After all, having committed numerous wrongdoings, one must accrue some merit to avoid retribution. If the intention is to donate, then why complicate matters with unnecessary embellishments? Would it not be more commendable to directly contribute the entire 70 million? Ultimately, no one is truly eager to part with such a sum, thus resorting to this method to profit at the expense of others, remarked Xiang Yu with a hint of disdain. Engaging in charitable acts should be devoid of any justification or excuse. Otherwise, such self-serving benevolence lacks purity. Though these individuals are not lacking in wealth, each must present ample justification to their families when soliciting funds. Only with a promising project that guarantees profit will the family consider their request. Day to day, they subsist on allowances, relying on their own efforts to earn what they desire, while drinking contests serve as a lucrative avenue for profit. Zaya pourset her lips, feeling that this fellow harbored significant biases against them, mistakenly believing that everything should hinge on familial support, when in reality, self-reliance is paramount. Controlling finances is the most effective form of discipline for the scions of prominent families, instilling in them the understanding that they cannot simply rely on their lineage for sustenance, but must cultivate a sense of urgency and resilience, spurring their growth. The enduring strength of the 7 clans does not stem from any sense of superiority, but rather from generations of diligent effort. Otherwise, they would merely be pampered offspring, doomed to failure within 3 generations. The profits garnered here are seldom spent frivolously, rather, they are invested to generate further wealth, serving as a testament to our capabilities, Zhao Yu continued. Xiang Yu nodded, having undergone a complete transformation in his perceptions of these individuals, now recognizing that none among the 7 clans could be dismissed as weaklings. The trials endured in the purgatory of the Forbidden Zone and the brutalities of the battlefield had afforded Xiang Yu a sense of superiority, leading him to believe he was invincible among his peers. Thus, when Long Hao assigned him this task, he readily accepted, convinced that dealing with the young scions of the 7 clans would be a trivial matter. However, he was gravely mistaken. The commotion he stirred only prompted the 7 clans to adopt a stance of detached observation, contrary to his expectation that they would take drastic action or confront him directly, thus providing him an opportunity. The 7 clans remained remarkably composed, consistently sending emissaries to approach and test him, yet never overtly displaying hostility or employing extreme measures. Their demeanor remained amicable. In Xiang Yu's view, the scions of the 7 clans possessed an inherent sense of superiority, their pride often leading them to resent the sudden attention their families bestowed upon an outsider, at the very least igniting a spirit of competition. Yet, none of his assumptions materialized. Zhao Yu and her companions merely sought to provoke him, expertly maintaining a balance that rendered him unable to distance himself from them or draw closer. It seemed that overconfidence was ill-advised, Xiang Yu mused, allowing a self-deprecating smile to grace his lips. At that moment, on stage, Qi Dongqiang had triumphed in 5 consecutive rounds, meaning he had consumed over 1.5 pounds of liquor, his face flushed, words slurring with the unmistakable scent of alcohol. Yet, as Zhao Yu had previously articulated, no one was willing to concede defeat easily. Thus, Qi Dongqiang initiated a 6th round. However, after merely 2 more cups, he collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. His inebriation signified that the 3 million he had won were not his to keep, but belonged entirely to his family. Following Qi Dongqiang's fall, it was the Chu family's turn, with Ndai dispatching a participant who, alas, could only endure 2 rounds before succumbing. His winnings of 120,000 equally out of his control. The drinking contest continued, yet no one could match Qi Dongqiang's remarkable performance. Some even failed to last past the 1st round, falling into unconsciousness. It appeared that each faction was merely probing, sending forth weaker participants first, reserving their strongest contenders for the main event. Zhao Yu's representative soon faltered as well, yet she remained unfazed, whispering to Xiang Yu, Unless we can win all the money from each family, no one will deploy their true experts. This was easily comprehensible. Failing to win all the opponent's funds would merely afford them an opportunity to recover, as a single expert's appearance could reclaim the lost stakes. While the strategy held merit, sending out individuals who couldn't even last a single round was tantamount to depleting one's own resources, gradually leading to erosion. Should any two factions take notice and deploy a skilled participant midway, they could sweep away the remainder, resulting in elimination, Xiangyu pondered. It's not that simple. Do you really think liquor flows as easily as water? While someone might manage to drink a pound under normal circumstances, this setting allows no time for digestion. Being able to consume half a pound is already commendable. The distinction between drinking quickly and slowly is entirely different. Some may consume food or water alongside their liquor, making 2 pounds manageable, yet downing a pound in one go is an impressive feat, do not boast. Or I want to let you off lightly. Zhao Yu intended for Xiangyu to make a grand entrance. Fearing that if his claims about his drinking prowess were mere bragging, she would not only lose money, but also suffer embarrassment. Xiangyu smiled casually. Is it permissible to use inner strength while drinking? Inner strength, akin to ancient martial arts energy, is an essence derived from rigorous training, hidden within one's dantian, merging with the body. When engaged in combat, it can be unleashed through specialized means to achieve damaging effects. Of course, knowledge of this elusive energy is scarce, and not every practitioner can cultivate it. It requires both talent and personal insight. However, within the 7 clans, it is hardly a secret. Zhao Yu was not surprised by Xiangyu's understanding of inner strength, as she had already experienced its implications, further fueling her suspicion that he possessed hidden depths. Utilizing inner strength to expel alcohol is indeed feasible, but one must do so discreetly. Otherwise, the entire family would face immediate elimination. Nearly every member of the 7 clans has cultivated this inner strength. Should they all resort to it to expel alcohol, there would be no point in competing. Xiangyu's cultivation method was somewhat unique, allowing him to expel alcohol without detection. But this was a secret, one even Long Hao was unaware of, and thus he could not divulge it to Zhao Yu, instead grimacing. That presents quite a challenge. Chapter 49. The new rules of the game. Xiangyu's words displeased Zhao Yu greatly, and she retorted with indignation. Whether we can win all the money depends on you. Sister Xiaoya, look at his frail form. Managing half a pound would be impressive. Relying on him is less dependable than counting on Li Zhe. At that moment, a disdainful Zhao family descendant behind them remarked. He had long harbored a dislike for Xiangyu, questioning why a lowly man should stand alongside Zhao Yu. Zhao Li Zhe was renowned among the Zhao family for his drinking prowess, capable of consuming 2 pounds of liquor without so much as a flush, rivaling even the strongest from other families. He was among the top contenders expected to secure ultimate victory. Since he is brought by Xiaoya, he must have some weight. Let him take the final round. Zhao Yu's south decision to place Xiangyu last irked Zhao Li Zhe, prompting him to voice his discontent. Zhao Yu retorted coldly, here, I make the decisions, not you. Zhao Li Zhe and the other speaker, sensing Zhao Yu's ire, felt a surge of anger, their gazes towards Xiangyu growing venomous. This was their chance to win, and should Xiangyu be placed last, it could jeopardize their earlier gains. In response to Zhao Li Zhe's hostility, Xiangyu merely smiled, which only further incited the latter's ire. Zhao Li Zhe warned coldly, kid, if you lose, you'll owe us for every penny. Xiangyu replied with a dismissive tone, you truly have a knack for humor. I'm the one you invited. If I lose, what does it matter to me? Invited? What are you even worth? If you lack the ability, don't step onto the stage. It'll save you from embarrassment. My Zhao family doesn't need weaklings like you. Zhao Li's face was a canvas of scorn, believing that just by following Zhao Yu, he had lost sight of his own identity. Xiangyu couldn't help but clutch Zhao Yu's arm, nuzzling his head against her chest, and lamented, he threatened me. I'm so frightened. If you continue to prattle on, do you believe I won't strip you of your eligibility to participate? Then seized Xiangyu by the ear, straightening his head with a firm tug. Is that comfortable? Ah! Xiangyu chuckled awkwardly, standing up straight. One by one, the representatives from the 7 factions took the stage, and just as Xiangyu had previously stated, none of the participants sent by Dai managed to endure the next round. The cash in front of her dwindled rapidly, and when only around 3 million remained, the Yin and Han families, positioned behind the Chu family, joined forces and sent forth 2 individuals with impressive drinking capacities, swiftly reducing the Chu family's winnings to a mere million, thus signaling their elimination. Still pretending. Now there's not even a chance to turn the tables. You deserve it. Zhao Yu could not resist mocking as she observed and Dai retreating to the periphery. Xiang Yu had not anticipated in Dai's swift defeat. Yet seeing her expression devoid of disappointment, he understood she was unconcerned about losing the 9 million. The Chu family's members behind her also showed no signs of resentment, which piqued his curiosity. Why leave behind 1 million? When Qi Tian announced the rules, he had stated that being eliminated meant having only 1 million left. At that moment, Xiang Yu had found it perplexing. Zhao Yu replied, "That million serves another purpose. You'll find out shortly." As the preliminary tests concluded, the competition grew increasingly intense, with each family dispatching their true experts to the fray. The funds in front of the 7 factions ebbed and flowed, and due to the Yin and Han families dispatching their experts first, they soon found themselves lacking in reserves. After enduring several rounds, they were ultimately devoured by other factions and eliminated when only 1 million remained. The Chu, Yin, and Han families were ousted, leaving the competition among the Qi, Zhao Wei, and Qin families entering a fevered state. Zhao Lizha, it's your turn. When it was the Zhao family's turn, only 3 million remained, prompting Zhao Yu to make her move. Zhao Lizha shot a cold glance at Xiang Yu, stepped forward, discarded his cup, and grasped a bottle of liquor. With a sweeping gaze at the remaining participants from the 3 families, he proposed, "Since we've come this far, why not introduce a new twist?" The participants from the 3 families agreed, feeling that their earlier method of 1 cup at a time was rather slow. Zhao Lizha declared, "I have 3 million left. Excluding the guaranteed million, that leaves us with 2 million. Let us drink together 1 bottle at a time. The first defaulter shall pay 2 million to each of the other 3 parties, and the losing faction will send in a new contestant in turn, until a final victor emerges. However, those who have previously succumbed to inebriation are ineligible to re-enter. Otherwise, the contest could never conclude." Many in attendance had cultivated their skills to the point where they could expel the effects of alcohol, rendering them seemingly unaffected and fully capable of rejoining the fray. Yet, as Zhao Lizha stated, this would preclude any chance of resolution. The new rules eliminated any semblance of trial or strategy. It became a contest of drinking capacity, which many deemed far fairer and more exhilarating than the previous regulations. Qi Tian chuckled. Lizha's approach is quite intriguing, and it seems everyone is in agreement. If that's the case, let's proceed. What if one side runs out of money, but has no one left? A voice raised a query. Qi Tian glanced at the leaders of the other 3 factions, Zhao Yu, Wei Zixuan, and Qin Zheng, seeking their input. If such a scenario arises, then the remaining funds will be divided among the other 3 families. Is that acceptable? All 3 nodded in agreement. Very well, let us begin. Zhao Lizha smiled confidently, uncorked the bottle, and began to drink heartily. In mere moments, a full bottle of liquor disappeared down his throat, and his demeanor remained unchanged, clearly within his limits. Observing this, the representatives from the other 3 families did not shy away, launching into their own drinking bouts. Those who entered later were no slouches. To them, a bottle of liquor was hardly a challenge. However, after 2 bottles consumed so aggressively, some began to falter. With a resounding thud, the first to collapse was from the Wei family. "The Wei family has lost a round. Take the money," Zixuan instructed, sending in a replacement. Zhao Lizha, indeed, boasted the confidence to outdrink the others, managing to incapacitate 1 contestant from each of the 3 families before finally succumbing himself. Nonetheless, he had single-handedly returned with 6 million. A commendable feat. Why push yourself so hard, only to forfeit your winnings? Xiang Yu remarked, a hint of frustration in his tone. After Zhao Yu designated another participant, she added, "Though the rules state that the winnings belong to the family upon collapse, 1/10 of the prize must go to the individual. Thus, you shall receive half of that share." A bottle of liquor equated to 2 million, meaning that by consuming 1, Xiang Yu could earn 100,000 in winnings, while those who had previously competed received 10,000 per cup, making the disparity quite pronounced. "Do you believe this arrangement is fair?" Xiang Yu scoffed. "Do you think I have not encountered wealth before? Earning 100,000 for a bottle of high-proof liquor? Only a fool would engage in such folly." Zhao Yu remained non-committal. "Then what do you desire? You must understand, this money is intended for charity. Do you not wish to see the smiles of children in impoverished regions? If you are merely bargaining for your own gain, can you truly live with yourself? Whether I can live with myself is of no concern to you. Whether those children laugh or cry has nothing to do with me. One must prioritize their own survival. My own needs are yet unresolved, so why should I concern myself with others? Xiang Yu dismissed her notion. Do you truly believe you are guaranteed victory? You haven't even entered yet, and you are already bargaining. Our Zhao family does not require the aid of selfish, cold-hearted individuals like you. The Zhao family member who had previously mocked Xiang Yu could not resist chiming in again, as he relished the opportunity to deride him. Silence. Zhao Yu snapped, turning her gaze back to Xiang Yu. Are you truly confident in winning all the prize money? Xiang Yu replied coolly, that depends on your sincerity. State your terms. If they are reasonable, I may agree. Zhao Yu responded with indifference. Xiang Yu declared, all winnings belong to me. Otherwise, seek someone else. Such a demand was undeniably overbearing and devoid of rationale, inciting the ire of the Zhao family members, who, had it not been for Zhao Yu's protection, would have been unable to restrain themselves. Do you truly think I would acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? Zhao Yu, in a fit of rage, suddenly broke into laughter. Despite her constant forbearance, this man remained oblivious to the concept of knowing when to retreat, persistently pressing forward as if he believed he was indispensable. Xiang Yu shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, a few tens of millions is hardly a drop in the bucket for your Zhao family. Is it? I've won some money. Your family could donate a Hope primary school, gaining some notoriety in return. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wouldn't you agree? Without me, you would be left with nothing. What a joke it is to assume you are guaranteed victory simply by taking the stage. What if you were to lose? Even amidst Zhao Yu's reprimands, there were still those within the Zhao family who could not suppress their discontent. This time, however, Zhao Yu did not display anger. Instead, she was curious about the source of his confidence. That is not your concern, Xiang Yu replied coolly. Just tell me whether you will accept my terms. What if you lose? How could I possibly lose? Xiang Yu scoffed. How many of the three families have yet to take the stage? Meanwhile, your numbers are dwindling. I doubt the remaining few possess drinking prowess on par with Zhao Lizha. Therefore, your defeat is inevitable. Even if I were to lose, you would suffer no significant loss. Xiang Yu understood clearly that Zhao Lizha was the best drinker among the Zhao clan, and his early appearance was crucial. Had he not participated, the Zhao family would have faced elimination. The remaining competitors, though vocally assertive, lacked the necessary drinking capacity and could only indulge in verbal sparring. A glint of cold determination flickered in Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes. This man indeed had a keen insight, recognizing the precarious situation she found herself in, which explained his unreasonable demands. If there was no certainty of victory, she thought it wise not to allow him to compete, lest they be ridiculed and mistaken as desperate. Willing to risk anything, losing is losing. We cannot afford to appear weak, especially when we still have ample opportunity to protect our capital. Xiang Yu was clearly not well received. They would rather lose than allow him to take the stage. With a playful grin, Xiang Yu declared, if I lose and only 1,000,000 remains, how do you expect to preserve your capital? Don't jest with me. You wouldn't know the stakes we're playing for, you country bumpkin. The one who laughs last is the true victor. As they spoke, another member of the Zhao family faltered, resulting in a loss of 2 million from the 6 million Zhao Lizha had previously secured, leaving Zhao Yu with 5 million. I won't deduct your 1/10. It's all yours. Xiang Yu shook his head, asserting, what I win is mine. Remember, it is I who have provided you with this opportunity. Otherwise, you wouldn't see a single cent. Do not be so aggressive. At most, I will concede to give you 20%, or we shall not negotiate further. Even if we lose, we cannot afford to give you the upper hand. Xiang Yu remained unmoved, so she had no choice but to yield once more. You are correct. In light of this opportunity, I will also compromise. 80% is mine. 30%. Indignantly. 70%. Xiang Yu continued to negotiate. 40%. Zhao Yu also relented. 50%. This was Xiang Yu's bottom line. 60%. Zhao Yu said through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback, while Xiang Yu burst into hearty laughter. All right then, 60% it is. When Zhao Yu regained her composure, she was filled with frustration, realizing she had been outsmarted. As Xiang Yu had proposed 50%, she had blurted out 60 without a second thought, clearly having been tricked. You scheming rogue. Zhao Yu could hardly find words to describe this crafty individual. Managing only a few words through gritted teeth, their argument naturally drew the attention of others, who watched with amused expressions. When Zhao Yu appeared ready to explode, Qi Tian leisurely inquired, does the Qi family have anyone else to take the stage? If not, we shall divide the remaining funds. Now it's your turn. Zhao Ye forcefully pushed Xiang Yu forward. With a mischievous grin, Xiang Yu stepped to the front, surveying the crowd, all of whom regarded him with schadenfreude. He boldly proclaimed, "Bring forth the money. You are all doomed." Chapter 51. One-on-one challenge among the three families among the 7 clans. There was no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women. But today's gathering was truly captivated by the presence of Xiang Yu, an outsider. He had just made an entrance by violently dispatching a man who had humiliated him. And now he was the final representative of the Zhao family. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the Zhao family's chance of turning the tide rested solely upon him. This man's arrogance knew no bounds. He boldly declared his inevitable victory, instantly provoking a chorus of boos. Until the final moment, no one could guarantee their triumph, especially since the Qi, Wei, and Qin families still had 2 members each yet to appear. These were their respective trump cards. In essence, for Xiang Yu to emerge as the ultimate victor, he would need to outdrink all 6 of them. Even if each of these 6 individuals possessed only a gene of drinking capacity, Xiang Yu would need to consume 6 genes and remain standing to claim victory, given that their drinking abilities were likely equal to or greater than Zhao Lijia's. It meant Xiang Yu would need a minimum of 12 genes of alcohol to have any hope of winning. 12 genes of liquor, even with the ability to expel alcohol through internal force, would leave enough residual alcohol in his system to be lethal, unless Xiang Yu was willing to risk his life. His chances of victory were purely theoretical. Another reckless gambler who values money over life. "This will be entertaining," someone remarked. At this moment, Zhao Lijia had also regained his composure, cackling. "If you were to drink yourself to death, it would be your own doing. Do not place the blame on the Zhao family." Xiang Yu rolled his eyes. "If I die, how would I then blame your Zhao family? Are you so foolish as to think your words could provoke me?" His retort left Zhao Lijia speechless, and he grunted in frustration. Had it not been for Zhao Ye's protection, he would have shown this ignorant fool the error of his ways. "Your words are quite redundant. Are you going to drink or not? If not, just concede." The challenger from the Qi family regarded him provocatively, eager to witness how he intended to win their money. Xiang Yu ceased his banter, seized a bottle of liquor, flicked off the cap with his thumb, and in the blink of an eye, emptied the entire bottle. He tossed the bottle aside and picked up another, asking the 3 challengers, "Who will go first?" "I will." The representative from the Qi family snorted disdainfully, mimicking Xiang Yu's actions by downing a bottle, though his speed was no match for Xiang Yu's. "I'm parched. You're too slow," Xiang Yu replied with a relaxed smile, finishing off another bottle before the Qi family member had even set his down. The speed was astonishing, yet as the redness crept onto Xiang Yu's face, the onlookers couldn't help but smirk internally. They thought he had chosen the wrong moment to show off, mistakenly believing this was as easy as drinking water. "Whose turn is it now?" Xiang Yu inquired, his demeanor unfazed by any inebriation. The representative from the Wei family took up a bottle, determined not to be outdone. As he drank, Zhao Ye leaned in and cautioned Xiang Yu softly. "The faster you drink, the easier it is to get drunk. Take it easy. This is the slowest I ever drink." Xiang Yu retorted impatiently, urging his opponent to hasten. Hearing this, Zhao Ye let out a cold snort, exclaiming in frustration, "You ungrateful fool. May you drink yourself to death. If I were to drink myself to death, the money I win will buy me offerings for the afterlife, allowing me to live luxuriously in the underworld." Xiang Yu jested. And as the Wei family representative finished his drink, he downed another bottle with unrelenting speed. The representative from the Qin family silently followed suit, downing a bottle of his own. This round concluded with remarkable speed, even faster than the previous rounds of 1 cup at a time, drawing the attention of all present. "This kid truly has some skill, but such a vigorous start will surely lead to exhaustion. He is courting disaster," Yan Chuanqiu remarked lightly, as if losing 9 million was of no consequence, still in the mood to engage in idle chatter. Qi Tian and the others nodded in agreement, keeping a close watch on him. Should they detect any sign of him employing hidden strength, they would immediately declare him eliminated. Zhao Ye would surely erupt in fury. Qin Zheng smirked with a hint of schadenfreude, casting a glance at Zhao Ye, his eyes betraying a tinge of greedy desire. "Money, money!" Xiang Yu extended his hand. Having won 6 million from 3 bottles of liquor, of which 60% belonged to him, amounting to 360,000. Upon seeing the rows of little red fish before him, he couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. Just at noon, he had been fretting over a meal, and now he had transformed into a wealthy gentleman. Life is truly wondrous, filled with surprises. He couldn't help but express his amazement. The three factions naturally would not resort to trickery. Someone stepped forward to count out 2 million and pushed it towards him. Are you still able to proceed? A member from the chief family sneered. Xiangyu picked up a bottle, retorting, whether I can or not, just watch and see. As he spoke, he downed another bottle in one swift motion, his pace no slower than before, though his complexion now bore a deeper shade of red. Let's see how long you can last. The three factions exchanged glances, and the chief family member hastily finished off a bottle, their faces instantly flushed, their eyes becoming dazed. Yet they still did not collapse. Xiangyu chuckled, downing 4 bottles in total. He too felt the effects of intoxication. Without using hidden strength, he knew he could not manage a 5th bottle. I can endure longer than you, he declared, simultaneously channeling his hidden strength. Not only did he encapsulate the alcohol with this force, but the intense heat of his hidden energy evaporated the liquor almost instantaneously, releasing it as gas without a trace. Ordinary hidden strength could expel alcohol, but it would condense on the skin, forming beads of sweat, easily detected. Thus, no one dared to employ hidden strength in plain sight. However, gas is colorless and shapeless, only exuding a strong scent of alcohol, making it undetectable. Given the sheer volume he had consumed, his own potent aroma masked any suspicion. All the liquor had been evaporated and expelled, leaving him feeling invigorated, as if he had not drunk at all. Of course, his face remained crimson, a deliberate effort to concentrate blood flow to his features, misleading others into thinking he was on the verge of inebriation. Are you going to drink more? Urged a participant from the Wei family. Xiangyu smiled ominously and downed another bottle. In this round, no one fell. After 6 bottles, he still stood firm, and at this point, no one doubted his claims. The crowd's gaze towards him grew more serious. No wonder Zhao Ye had granted him the coveted external aid position, for he truly possessed remarkable abilities. Yin Chuanqiu's gaze turned icy. For the first time, he regarded Xiangyu as a rival. Wei Zixuan scoffed. Let us see how he performs next. Such blatant prowess will only lead to a quicker downfall. Chapter 52. Unyielding Spirit as a new round commenced. Xiangyu was the first to consume a bottle. A participant from the Qi family stepped up, but after barely half a bottle, he collapsed, foaming at the mouth, his legs flailing uncontrollably. Members of the Qi family rushed to his aid, lifting him away and using hidden strength to expel the alcohol. According to the rules, since he had not finished his bottle, if no one stepped in to substitute, it would mean the Qi family had lost, and all remaining funds would belong to Xiangyu. Qi, you're up, Qi Tian commanded solemnly. He was the last participant from their family, bearing the weight of all their hopes. Qi Yu, handsome and refined in appearance, should not be underestimated simply because of his looks. For being chosen as the final contestant by Qi Tian spoke volumes of his capability. Without hesitation, Qi Yu opened a new bottle of liquor and, like Xiangyu, downed it in one gulp. The participants from the Wei and Qin families, similar in drinking capacity to the previous members of the Qi family, also succumbed to intoxication, collapsing one after another as replacements were brought in. Thus, the Qi, Zhao, Wei, and Qin families were left with their final representatives. Regardless of who lost, all remaining funds would be forfeited. The competition had reached its most intense moment, with everyone holding their breath, secretly cheering for their own factions. Even the Zhao family, who had consistently harbored disdain for Xiangyu, found themselves begrudgingly admiring him after witnessing his unwavering stand against all odds. True respect is not merely earned through brute force or violence, but requires genuine strength that commands admiration, and Xiangyu had achieved both, compelling the crowd to reassess their opinions of him. It's just the 4 of us now, Xiangyu spoke softly. Qi Yu laughed derisively. Do you truly believe you can triumph over the 3 of us? Xiangyu was indeed confident. His hidden strength was operating at full throttle, ensuring that nearly every sip he took would evaporate instantly. Unless his hidden strength was exhausted, he could drink for 3 days without succumbing. Yet, having consumed 9 bottles of liquor, even water would be overwhelming to his stomach. If he continued to appear unaffected, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. I think I might need to use the restroom. Is that all right? Xiangyu said, rubbing his belly. You wish to use hidden strength to expel the alcohol, don't you? Someone scoffed. Having downed 9 gin of liquor was already astonishing. They had never witnessed anyone capable of such a feat without hidden strength. Xiangyu offered no reply, instead directing his gaze toward Qi Tian. You may send someone to watch me, to see if I do so. However, if you lack the courage to allow this, then I have nothing further to say. Let us continue. Chi Tian chuckled, seemingly taken aback. It appears you have quite the prejudice against us. Anyone who drinks this much would inevitably need a restroom break. You may go, but our competition forbids the use of hidden strength. So regardless of your intentions, we will assign someone to accompany you. Xiang Yu inquired about the restroom's location and proceeded directly there. Behind him, aside from the Zhao and Chu families, the remaining 5 families dispatched individuals to follow him, ensuring he would not cheat. Even an elephant would collapse after consuming so much, wouldn't it? And Dai mused, observing Xiang Yu's gradually disappearing figure. Skepticism etched on her face. She could not believe that he could down 9 bottles of liquor without employing hidden strength. Yet, in plain view of everyone, how could he discreetly expel the alcohol? Among those she knew, there was one person capable of such a feat. Chu Gere's father, a legendary figure of an era, his name akin to Xiang Yu, considered a taboo among the 7 clans. However, Xiang Yu was only just beginning to rise. When he matured, he might become a threat to the 7 clans. While Chu Gere's father served as a deterrent, the two were not comparable yet. She resolved to inquire with Gur upon her return to learn the truth behind this. And Dai contemplated. If Xiang Yu truly was expelling the alcohol unnoticed through hidden strength, he would warrant serious consideration. Xiaoya, your external aid is quite impressive. Chi Tian remarked with a smile before Xiang Yu returned. Xiaoya was both astonished and delighted by Xiang Yu's performance. Although that fellow would claim a significant portion of the winnings, at the very least, he had brought her and the Zhao family honor, and that money was never truly hers. Without Xiang Yu, she would have been unable to safeguard her initial capital. Ultimately, it could be said that Xiaoya had achieved a resounding victory today. I had heard Chi Yu was exceptional in his drinking capacity. He should not lose to us, Xiaoya said with a modest smile. Chi Tian responded, but that cannot compare to your external aid. He has consumed 9 bottles without employing hidden strength. It truly is a miracle. Xiaoya could easily discern the underlying insinuation in his words, suggesting he suspected Xiang Yu had used hidden strength. Unable to resist a playful laugh, she retorted, can the Qi family truly not afford to lose? If that is the case, as long as Qi Yu concedes, the remaining funds can be returned, and you will have an explanation for your family. The gathering occurs biannually, with the 7 clans taking turns to host, and the organizing party typically emerges as the ultimate victor. Today, the Qi clan is resolute in their ambitions, yet unexpectedly, a formidable contender has emerged, disrupting Chi Tian's meticulously laid plans. Ah, Xiaoya, you certainly possess a knack for humor. A mere 10 million, if lost, can merely be regarded as a charitable contribution to disaster relief. Nothing of great consequence, Chi Tian remarked with a smile that scarcely concealed his irritation. It remained ambiguous whether he referred to Xiang Yu, the drunkard, or the impoverished children from destitute regions, or perhaps even the Zhao family. With the presence of Xiang Yu, a notorious inebriate, Xiaoya, brimming with confidence, responded without offense. Then allow me to extend my gratitude on behalf of the children from impoverished areas. Since you are so magnanimous, why not contribute another 10 million for a charitable cause? I am certain everyone will regard you with newfound admiration. The clans engage in mutual skirmishes. There are neither absolute foes nor unwavering allies. Observing Chi Tian's predicament, Han Lung and others exacerbated the mockery. Indeed, Chi Tian has always been wealthy. Engaging in philanthropy is merely a means of accumulating virtue. 10 million is but a trifling sum for them. Surely, the family will commend Chi Tian for his benevolence once they learn of it. Their incessant banter pierced Chi Tian's ears, igniting a blaze of fury within him. However, to counter would only lead this group to perceive him as humiliated, so he suppressed his ire, responding with a smile, as long as each family contributes 10 million. We of the Qi clan shall not fall behind. Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao Wei, Qin Yu Qi clan have always taken the lead. Of course, you must set the precedent. Qin Zheng remarked cheerfully. Chi Tian scoffed internally. He was acutely aware that even if the Qi clan offered 10 million, the others would never follow suit. Just as he was at a loss for words, Xiang Yu returned, flanked by admirers. The gazes of Chi Tian and the others shifted to those supervising Xiang Yu. And upon witnessing their collective head shakes, they felt a sense of relief. You took quite a while in the restroom, Chi Tian remarked. Xiang Yu retorted playfully. Wasn't that to afford your people a bit more preparation time? Is it time now? His words remained as arrogant as ever. provoking ire among the final participants from the three clans. They were renowned for their remarkable drinking prowess, and to lose to Xiangyu in his current state would be a considerable disgrace. Who will step up first? Xiangyu boldly approached the stage, lifting a bottle of liquor, his gaze brimming with provocation. Qiyu exchanged glances with his companions and spoke first. If we adhere to the previous rules, that would be quite unfair to you. Why not engage in something more exhilarating? No need. Even if you win, I would not declare your victory as unjust. Let us proceed as before, Xiangyu replied nonchalantly. He was unperturbed, confident that even with all present, he would prevail due to his hidden strength. Qi Tian chuckled. Each final round introduces new rules. The ultimate contest ought to feature novel twists. I'm intrigued to hear your proposal, Xiangyu replied ambiguously. Qi Tian continued. The four of you will compete in a final challenge, consuming equal amounts of white liquor. When 3 of you succumb, the last standing will be deemed the victor, with all funds allocated to their respective clan. This format had been the tradition at prior gatherings, deemed the most equitable, straightforward, and exhilarating method. Even though Xiangyu had consumed copious amounts previously, this arrangement was significantly fairer than his prior encounters where he drank thrice as much as his opponents. Consequently, Xiangyu raised no objections, and neither did Qiyu and his companions, as Xiangyu was at a distinct disadvantage compared to the 3 of them. Since there are no objections, let us change the liquor, Qi Tian declared, clapping his hands. Servants promptly cleared the white liquor and replaced it with potent 60-proof liquor, arguably the strongest in Huaxia. Zhao Yu expressed dissatisfaction. Changing the liquor at the last minute is unfair to us. Such has always been the custom. Can the Zhao clan not bear to lose? Wei Zixuan mocked. Yan Chunqiu added coolly. The previous rule mandated a switch to whiskey or vodka. This time, in consideration of the Zhao clan, we merely opted for white liquor, albeit of a higher proof. Xiangyu had grown accustomed to the previous liquor. Switching to another, even of a lower proof, would render him unprepared and prone to inebriation. Meanwhile, Qiyu and his companions had yet to drink. They would adapt more swiftly, thus holding a greater advantage. Rules are established by people. Have not previous game rules been altered as well? They can be changed now, Zhao Yu argued vehemently, unwilling to see Xiangyu intoxicated at this critical juncture. Qi Tian responded, alterations to the game rules require the consent of the majority. At present, even Xiangyu, the party in question, has no objections. It appears, Xiaoya, your wishes may not materialize this time. That's fine. I shall win splendidly, ensuring they lose with complete conviction, Xiangyu declared with undeniable bravado, silencing Zhao Yu's protests. Qi Tian remarked, do you see? Zhao Yu huffed in annoyance, with Xiangyu's agreement. What further argument could she muster? The liquor was arranged. Each participant faced a box containing 6 bottles. Shall we commence? Qiyu inquired first. With no dissent, they each seized a bottle, exchanged glances, and simultaneously flicked off the caps, pouring the contents down their throats. The potent liquor ignited their senses, and their faces flushed as if ablaze. The first bottle vanished rapidly, leaving all 4 with grim expressions, their eyes ablaze with determination as they locked gazes. How are you holding up? Xiangyu grinned, the acrid scent of alcohol wafting from his mouth, making the air heavy and pungent. Nearby spectators wrinkled their noses in distaste. Qiyu inhaled deeply, a confident smile surfacing. Shall we continue? The 4 repeated the process, each downing another bottle, yet none faltered. The onlookers fell silent, their anxiety palpable as they observed the intense standoff. The atmosphere felt almost suffocating, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the 4 participants. No one dared speak, and after finishing 1 bottle, they continued to the next. Upon consuming the 3rd bottle, their faces appeared as though blood was seeping from their pores. Their eyes bloodshot and fierce, resembling wild beasts as they glared at one another. Their silence intensified the tension, audible only by the sound of spectators swallowing nervously. The rules of this game were baffling, to say the least, and they were mere witnesses to the spectacle. Among the 4, the Wei clan member exhibited the most distress, leaning against the stage's edge, his vision blurring after a prolonged gaze at the others, his head spinning, tears welling in his eyes. Observing this, Xiangyu smirked, and before the astonished crowd, he downed another bottle in one go. It was as if he were engulfed in flames, his shirt soaked in sweat, his internal energy surging wildly, the alcohol transforming into vapor and dissipating. Upon finishing, Qiyu and his companions felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. After 3 bottles, They had reached their limits without employing their hidden strength, and further endurance would inevitably lead to inebriation. However, with so many eyes upon them, and Xiang Yu drinking 13 bottles so recklessly, conceding would mean humiliation for their clan. Without hesitation, they gritted their teeth and raised their bottles, drinking vigorously. Yet upon reaching their limit, they could scarcely swallow even a sip. Consequently, after merely half a bottle, the Wei clan member was the first to collapse. Witnessing this, Wei Zishuan's expression shifted, but ultimately, he refrained from comment. They could not argue against superior skill. Soon after, the member from the Qin clan also succumbed, leaving only Qi Yu standing, who managed to finish his bottle. Exhaling the fiery breath of alcohol, Xiang Yu grinned. You are undoubtedly doomed. Why persist in this struggle? Qi Yu opened his mouth, intending to utter something, when suddenly an overwhelming wave of alcohol surged within him, causing an unsettling churn in his stomach. He hastily retreated to a corner and began to vomit uncontrollably. At this juncture, the Qi, Qin, and Wei families all faced defeat. Xiang Yu, standing alone against a multitude, achieved ultimate victory with a sweeping force. After a brief silence, regardless of their affiliations, everyone erupted into cheers and applause, celebrating Xiang Yu's well-deserved triumph as he had conquered all. How fortunate he was not to have failed in his mission. Zhao Yu turned around, revealing a captivating smile before collapsing into her embrace, not forgetting to plant a kiss on her lovely face. Chapter 54. The Destination of Wealth. Undoubtedly, Xiang Yu could not succumb to intoxication. He had secured the final victory for Zhao Yu. The fragrance emanating from her was utterly enchanting, and at this moment, she would not turn against him. To forego such an opportunity would be foolish. He buried his head into Zhao Yu's bosom, playfully reshaping her soft curves. Fada, fully aware of his intentions, felt a twinge of indignation yet conceded, recognizing his considerable efforts. After all, this was not their first encounter of this nature. Sioda, congratulations. The crowd expressed their felicitations to Zhao Yu. Regardless of the preceding fierce competition or deeply rooted animosities, maintaining appearances was still paramount. With a modest smile, Zhao Yu pinched Xiang Yu's waist, exclaiming, "How long will you continue this charade?" Having been exposed, Xiang Yu offered an awkward grin, straightening up to gaze at the mountain of cash, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish hunger. 60% of that fortune belonged to him. Each of the 6 major factions, including the Qi family, had lost 9 million, amounting to a staggering 54 million, with 60% of that sum, approximately 32 million, now his. The mere thought of such wealth exhilarated him. He had never encountered such an abundance of money in his life. How would he spend it? All right, the competition here has concluded, and time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the final event, Qi Tian proclaimed. Everyone, save for Xiang Yu, was already aware of what the last event entailed, prompting an enthusiastic uproar that filled the air with excitement. Xiang Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Is there another event? Otherwise, do you think the remaining 100,000 is for nothing?" Zhao Yu replied, her anticipation for the upcoming event palpable. Qi Tian, sensing the atmosphere had been fully ignited, waved his hand and exclaimed, "Let us go." Amidst the jubilant cheers, the crowd began to pour out of the hall. However, Xiang Yu halted and Dai, unabashedly addressing her in front of Zhao Yu. "There's my 32 million. Please hold on to it for me." At his words, both Zhao Yu and Dai froze. And after a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Yu retorted angrily, "What do you mean by that? Why should she hold it? Her car's trunk is spacious." Xiang Yu replied simply, "It was a practical choice. Leaving the money with Dai was preferable to entrusting it to Zhao Yu, who might have her own tricks up her sleeve." Stepping forward, Zhao Yu positioned herself protectively in front of the money, coldly asserting, "Do you think I would abscond with your funds?" "I never considered such a thing." Xiang Yu shrugged, maintaining his nonchalance. Zhao Yu insisted, "I can't keep it here, but I can send a vehicle over." It absolutely cannot be left with her. The tension between the two women was palpable, and Xiang Yu's South decision to place the earnings with Dai was nothing short of provocative. Initially, Dai had no intention of complying, but Zhao Yu's obstinate demeanor prompted her to reconsider. Lightly chuckling, "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it?" "I trust in your integrity," Xiang Yu teased back. Turning to Zhao Yu, he remarked, "Everyone is left. We should also make our exit. None of us is permitted to leave until this matter is resolved." Zhao Yu declared with authority. Xiang Yu, irritated, countered, "This is my money. I can do as I please. Even if I choose to burn it, it has nothing to do with you. Kindly step aside, or I shall not hesitate to be rude." His tone turned icy, as he intended to show her that he was not to be trifled with. Zhao Ye's beautiful eyes seemed to blaze with fury as she locked gazes with Xiangyu, whose expression remained calm. After a prolonged silence, the fire in her eyes transformed into tears, her corners glistening, and in a voice choked with emotion, she lamented, "Take it. Just take it. Thank you." And Dai, not missing the opportunity for provocation, added a remark before calling her companions to assist in transporting the funds. In no time, Xiangyu's 32 million was completely relocated to the trunk of Dai's Volvo, while the remaining cash was stored in Zhao Ye's vehicle before she climbed inside. "What do you plan to do with this money? Shall I assist you in investing it, or will you save it?" And Dai inquired. Xiangyu replied, "Help me donate to establish a Hope primary school. I'm uncertain if it will suffice." Though he had a penchant for wealth and was indeed in dire need of money, he did not intend to claim the 32 million, recognizing that, in a sense, such funds were ill-gotten. By spending it on a worthy cause, he could bestow upon it a new significance, allowing him to feel at ease with his decision. If it's a fully equipped school, it might fall short, but seeing as you are doing a noble deed, I shall cover any deficiencies. And Dai praised Xiangyu, acknowledging that, regardless of his true nature, this action was commendable. Xiangyu smiled, knowing that if the funds were insufficient, Chu Gur would undoubtedly fill the gap, effectively making it a joint venture to build a school, a thought that brought him a sense of sweetness. "Now, for the final event, let us set off," and Dai declared, slipping into her Volvo as the car rolled away. Xiangyu joined Zhao Ye in her Lamborghini, only to find her resting her head on the steering wheel, softly weeping. He couldn't help but sigh. "I truly believe her trunk is more spacious. You are overthinking it." His words only intensified Zhao Ye's sobbing, her cries resonating painfully in his ears. "You bully me. From childhood until now, it has always been you who has bullied me." She wept, her grievances spilling forth with every word, her sense of injustice deepening with each utterance. She was the cherished jewel of her parents and elders, blessed with striking beauty and intelligence, akin to a princess. Yet, since encountering this man, she felt perpetually victimized. This time, he had handed the money over to her adversary, right in front of her. How could she not feel pained? Xiangyu, lacking the ability to console her, merely observed as she continued her lament. Zhao Ye expected him to offer comfort, but after what felt like an eternity of silence, she gazed up, their eyes locking. Xiangyu, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "Have you cried enough? If you keep this up, you won't look beautiful anymore. My beauty has nothing to do with you." Zhao Ye retorted, puffing up in frustration. Xiangyu sighed, "Fine, I admit my fault, all right? Then go retrieve the money. I assure you not a single cent will go missing." Yet Zhao Ye remained unconvinced. Xiangyu chuckled softly. "Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? I cannot be a person who goes back on my word. I promise it won't happen again, all right? Fine, I'll let it go for now." Recognizing that retrieving the money was an impossibility. Chapter 55. The final program. Seeing her cease her tears, Xiangyu discreetly exhaled in relief. Although he harbored no fondness for the Zhao family, his interactions over the past few days revealed that Zhao Ye had not wronged him. On the contrary, she had consistently defended him. Even if there were hidden motives at play, her outward behavior had been commendable. Handing over the money to Dai in her presence was indeed a bit excessive. After all, she was merely a girl of 17 or 18, and when the 7 clans conspired against him, she had been no more than 10 years old. Why should he extend his ire towards her as well? Xiangyu could not help but indulge in self-mockery. Zhao Ye was certainly no paragon of virtue, yet the notions of good and evil are often relative. Take himself, for instance. Despite his dire financial straits, he could effortlessly donate over 30 million without so much as a flicker of hesitation. In the eyes of the children in impoverished regions, he was not merely a good person, but a benefactor. Similarly, Zhao Ye's apparent kindness and forbearance towards him, at least from his perspective, painted her in a favorable light. When he was in her company, he felt a certain comfort. As his opinion of her shifted, she transformed in his eyes, and he suddenly found her not only beautiful, but rather endearing. Sensing his gaze, Zhao Ye turned her head, noticing his silly grin directed at her, causing her cheeks to flush unexpectedly. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Oh, nothing much. I just think Xiaoyu is quite lovely. I may have overstepped earlier," Xiangyu replied softly, his tone laced with genuine contrition. To Zhao Ye's surprise, this man, who usually disregarded the feelings of others, would utter such words, and she found herself struggling to contain her emotions. her eyes brimming with tears as the earlier feelings of grievance resurfaced. I was wrong. Please don't cry, Xiangyu quickly urged. Zhao Ye huffed. Who was crying? You're the one crying. All right, I admit it, I am crying, he said, actually letting out a few mock sobs which made Zhao Ye break into laughter, dissipating the anger she had felt. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ye suddenly inquired, how do you fare in driving? Driving? Xiangyu pondered, perplexed at the seemingly random question. Zhao Ye elaborated, the final event is a car race. Whoever wins will claim the entire prize of 7 million, which is awarded personally. I intend to win. It was only then that Xiangyu understood why each family was required to leave behind 1 million as capital. It was indeed for racing. Moreover, the 7 million would belong solely to the victor, perhaps explaining why Qi Tian and others had refrained from competing in drinking games, as this cash prize was far more enticing than the money wagered in such contests. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly outshine everyone. He encouraged her. Zhao Ye retorted with frustration, but I lack confidence. Those Qi Tian fellows are quite formidable. I have faith that you surpass them. Everyone enjoys a compliment. And having revised his opinion of this young lady, he was eager to express his admiration. Regardless of the reality, he aimed to uplift her spirits first. However, contrary to his expectations, Zhao Ye's mood plummeted further. But I lack confidence. I cannot compete with them. How about I assist you? Xiangyu offered, sensing her distress. Zhao Ye's face brightened. Are you truly willing to help me? Wasn't it just a ruse when I won that drinking contest for you? Xiangyu scoffed. That was just talk. I may have won 30 million, but I will also donate it. Xiangyu's lightheartedness caused Zhao Ye to realize that this matter was not worth concealing. Having overheard his previous conversation with Endai, she was aware he spoke the truth. Then, if you help me win, we shall split the 7 million prize equally. To make amends, I want to take a single cent from that 7 million. It is all yours, Xiangyu generously declared. Zhao Ye's spirits lifted once more. Then I shall treat you well in the future. Those words ignited a myriad of thoughts in his mind, but Xiangyu chose not to dwell on them. What are the rules of the race? He asked. Zhao Ye explained, anyone with a car may participate, but regardless of how many contestants there are, only one victor will emerge, claiming the 7 million prize in full. The race will take place in the new district, where the roads are wide and sparsely populated, making it an ideal track. She paused momentarily before continuing. Many participants serve merely as cannon fodder, their primary role being to obstruct their rivals. Thus, the competition will be intense and exhilarating. Those lacking driving skills should refrain from entering. Otherwise, the risks may be fatal. I see that many of your peers possess cars valued at millions. Why risk such valuable vehicles in a race? Xiangyu expressed his confusion. Zhao Ye chuckled. The impressive cars you see belong to the core disciples of various families, all earned through their hard work. This vehicle I drive is not mine. It belongs to my sister. The rest have merely modified ordinary cars. In large families, where everyone drives supercars, it is not as glamorous as it seems. The larger the family, the colder the relationships, for those deemed lacking in potential. Spending even a dime on them is considered wasteful. To achieve prominence, one must rely on their own efforts. From that perspective, it seems only individuals like you stand a chance of winning. The others are mere cannon fodder. Winning holds no value for them, Xiangyu remarked. Zhao Ye shook her head. Your understanding is flawed. Although they may not win, aiding their family members to victory allows them to reap benefits as well. Ordinary members, overlooked by their families, strive step by step through such means. Once they accumulate sufficient capital, they may very well experience a breakthrough. As many formerly mediocre individuals rise to become key figures within their families through relentless effort. It is not at all surprising. No one is born a king, nor is anyone destined to be worthless. Innate factors merely provide a head start. It is one's diligence that determines whether they become a significant figure. Thus, the competition among the 7 families is both brutal and filled with opportunities. How do you plan to assist me? Foda, unable to contain her curiosity at Xiangyu's contemplative silence, inquired, wondering if his drinking prowess was matched by his driving skills. Xiangyu grinned. When the time comes, I shall deflate the tires of those competitors or puncture them outright, leaving only us in the race. No one could possibly take first place from us. Chapter 56. Being played deflating tires or puncturing them. Such a ludicrous notion could only stem from him. Zhao Ye found herself amused, initially believing his driving skills were as impressive as his alcohol tolerance, only to discover he had such mischievous ideas. With so many people around, Getting close to another's vehicle would surely lead to discovery, and they would end up humiliated. That would indeed pose a problem, Xiangyu lamented. Zhao Yu reassured him, "It's all right. I will do my utmost." Though she was not as skilled as Qi Tian and the others, and Xiangyu was not an adept driver, she believed that striving for victory without regrets was sufficient. Ultimately, no matter how competitive she felt, her capabilities dictated the outcome. "I will accompany you. We may lose the race, but not our dignity." The display of their abilities would undoubtedly raise suspicions among Qi Tian and the others. He had no desire to become the center of attention again. Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. The journey continued in silence until they arrived at the racing venue, where everyone had gathered. A row of luxurious cars gleamed under the streetlights, their streamlined bodies flawless, the sound of revving engines igniting an adrenaline rush. "Xiaoya, you're quite slow. Are you afraid you won't keep up?" Qi Tian, the most vivacious among the family leaders, teased upon spotting Xiaoya. She shot him a glare. "We haven't even begun. Don't be so overconfident. Losing would be quite embarrassing. If you lack confidence, then there's no point in entering. You might as well throw your money away here," Qi Tian responded, unfazed by her sarcasm. Zhao Yu was acutely aware of her limitations. She indeed lacked the confidence to win the race, yet Qi Tian's remarks irked her. Losing was merely losing. There was no shame in it. If one desired money, they must earn it through their own merit. Qi Tian observed Xiangyu, who was intently fiddling with his phone, filled with loathing for the man. If it weren't for him, he would undoubtedly be the victor in today's drinking contest. A thought crossed his mind, and he smiled, saying, "Xiangyu, would you be interested in a little game?" "What game?" Xiangyu replied, looking utterly perplexed. Qi Tian explained, "Before the formal competition begins, as long as both parties agree, we can have a match. How about we engage in a round? Driving under the influence is unwise. The police will apprehend us." Xiangyu expressed regret, lowering his head to continue his phone engagement. Qi Tian's expression turned cold. The man had rejected him without even offering a decent excuse, clearly showing no regard for his feelings. "Rest assured, the concerns you have will not come to pass. It's merely a casual game. The stakes could be whatever you like. Any amount will do." "Is he trying to win my money?" Xiangyu scoffed internally, though he feigned a sheepish smile and awkwardly replied, "But I can't drive. That makes it rather uninteresting, doesn't it? We're all here for enjoyment. Since Tian Xiao is eager to play, why not indulge him?" "Don't be discourteous," came the voices of Yin Chuanxiu and others, who had gathered to persuade Xiangyu to participate, subtly implying that he was disrespecting them. Qin Zheng added, "You've won so much today, and you plan to leave without a word?" His winnings were due to his own skill. If you possess the capability, you can win as well. Zhao Yu could no longer tolerate the situation. After all, Xiangyu was hers, and she would not allow those ruffians to provoke him. Qi Tian sneered, "We're merely playing for fun. Today, your Zhao family has won. Do you think you can ignore us?" His meaning was clear. If Xiangyu continued to refuse, it would be seen as disdain for their 6 clans. No matter how angry Zhao Yu became, she could not afford to offend them all. Xiangyu had already stated he couldn't drive. If they were envious of his money, wouldn't it be better to simply give it to them? Such a contest was hardly honorable. Their family's reputation would be tarnished. Even if they couldn't completely offend them, Zhao Yu was equally formidable. Upon hearing this, Qi Tian and his companion's expressions shifted slightly. Han coldly remarked, "You're right. Such a contest lacks honor. If he is willing to part with that sum, we shall cease to trouble him." These men had finally revealed their true intentions. At the core, it was all about money. Even they had never controlled such a vast sum of 30 million. To claim they weren't envious would be disingenuous. "Don't push your luck." Zhao Yu's countenance darkened. They were now openly attempting to coerce him. Wei Zishuan scoffed, "Getting money is simple. The key is whether one has the capacity to handle 30 million. A mere security guard already looks like he might burst from drinking too much. How could he possibly accommodate such wealth?" Zhao Yu let out a cold huff, choosing not to respond. Qi Tian smiled. "To be frank, we are indeed envious. After all, that sum is substantial for us. Of course, Xiaoya, you might argue that our actions are wrong. We merely wish to discuss a collaboration." "Collaboration? Do you truly possess such goodwill?" Zhao Yu retorted with a sarcastic laugh. Qi Tian continued, "We have identified a project, but lack the funds. Now that he has the money and we have the connections, why not join forces to prosper together?" Pausing for effect, Qi Tian directed his gaze towards the still silent Xiangyu, who remained engrossed in his phone. "Xiangyu, what do you think?" "What have you been saying?" "I apologize. I was too engrossed in my game to hear, Xiangyu replied with an apologetic smile. The fierce gleam in Qi Tian's eyes flickered momentarily as he repeated his earlier words, finally stating, "You must be uncertain how to spend that money. Why not invest it? You could earn even more. Money begets money. Is that the idea?" Xiangyu asked, realization dawning upon him. Qi Tian chuckled lightly, relishing the conversation with someone astute. "Rest assured, we guarantee your investment will yield double returns." Now that's what I like to hear. With wealth, everyone can prosper together. Why not enjoy ourselves? Wei Zishuan proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. This was nothing short of a blatant attempt to win him over. Moreover, if Xiangyu were clever enough, he would detect the underlying thread in their words. As long as he complied, they would be friends. Otherwise, they could easily manipulate him at school until he was ruined. Indeed, it was a commendable suggestion. Xiangyu nodded thoughtfully, while Qi Tian and his companions exchanged glances, finding humor and malice in one another's eyes. As long as this fellow produced the money, reclaiming it would be impossible. Zhaoye, however, felt a pang of anxiety and couldn't resist pinching him from below while giving him a warning glare. Cooperating with these scoundrels was tantamount to courting disaster. Xiangyu grinned, contemplating the strength of her pinch. However, one must learn to be content. 30 million was enough for a lifetime of indulgence. Thus he had no interest in the proposal. He replied nonchalantly, "I have no interest in this matter." Having been played, Qi Tian and his companions' expressions darkened completely. Despite their persuasive tactics and various approaches, all they received in return was Xiangyu's mockery. Their pride, even with their cultivated demeanor, was beginning to fray. "Don't expect us to be generous when you come begging." Han's icy demeanor matched his name, delivering words devoid of warmth, leaving an uncomfortable chill in the air. Qi Tian and the others wore grim expressions, their eyes cold. They had offered him a chance, and he had squandered it. There would be no mercy now. Xiangyu smiled serenely, but as his gaze shifted to Han, it sharpened with lethal intent, his tone turning menacing. "What do you wish to do? I shall accompany you to the end." Han discerned the murderous intent in his gaze, sensing that if given the chance, this man would not hesitate to eliminate him. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "Simple," Qi Tian interjected. "As I stated earlier, let us have a match. The stakes are yours to decide." When Xiangyu agreed to the race, Qi Tian hurriedly added, "What if you lose? And if you win?" "Losing means losing money. Winning means gaining money," Xiangyu replied. Qi Tian nodded. "Then let us make it thrilling. How about a high-stakes game? The winner takes all, and the loser loses everything." "A high-stakes game?" Qi Tian and his companions exhibited expressions of astonishment. They had only 1 million left, while Xiangyu possessed 32 million, a sum that dwarfed theirs. Yet he proposed such a reckless gamble? With a smile, Qi Tian remarked, "That seems rather unfair to you. Yet I never expected you to be a thrill-seeker. Since that is the case, I shall gladly accompany you. Do you all wish to join?" Xiangyu inquired, turning his gaze towards Han and the others. "Of course. This opportunity to amass wealth is too good to pass up. Refusing would be foolish." Yin Chuanxiu laughed heartily. As the final victor in the drinking contest, Xiangyu naturally became the target of their collective scheming. Prior to this, they had already conspired. If they could coax Xiangyu into parting with his money, they would split it evenly. Now they finally had their chance, 6 against 1. Victory was all but assured. "Now, let us all go fetch our money," Xiangyu said nonchalantly. Qi Tian and his cohorts rejoiced and hurried off to gather their funds. The race, initially a competition among the 7 clans, had transformed into a scheme for the 6 clans to overpower Xiangyu alone. When they communicated this to others, rather than dissent, cheers erupted, for regardless of the outcome, if Xiangyu lost, they would all benefit financially. "What are you planning?" Feldak questioned, fully aware that the 6 were conspiring against him. She knew Xiangyu couldn't possibly win against them. Xiangyu, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, replied, "Patience. You will soon find out. You are not in a rush, so why should I be? However, you have handed all the money to On Dai, and now she is yet to arrive. I wonder how you plan to procure the funds. Do not set your sights on me. All this money must be surrendered, and I have no authority to allocate it," Zhaoye said with irritation. Xiangyu patted his pocket and chuckled, saying, "Brother has money. Once we win, that 6 million will all belong to you." After a pause, he added playfully, "If I were to give you 6 million, would you be so grateful that you would feel indebted and offer yourself in return? In such dire circumstances, how can you still find time for jest?" "Foda." somewhat exasperated, truly did not understand what this fellow was made of. Even in the face of calamity, he displayed no trace of urgency and instead opted to tease her. As they spoke, the 6 members of Qitian approached, each carrying a briefcase. After greeting Xiang Yu to disembark, they placed the briefcases in the back of a pickup truck. "This is all our possessions. What about yours?" As they arrived, others gathered around, all aware of the unfolding situation, their expressions brimming with excitement, and their eyes glistening with greed as they looked at Xiang Yu, for they were on the brink of receiving tens of thousands each. Who wouldn't relish a windfall? "Are you certain you have brought everything?" Xiang Yu inquired leisurely. Qitian replied, "Since we are all in, there will be no reservations. If you doubt it, feel free to search us. If you find even a single coin, all this money will be yours. Stop dawdling. If we are to play, let us do it swiftly." Wei Zixuan, the most hot-tempered among them, said impatiently. Xiang Yu smirked, rummaged through his pockets for a while, and finally produced a crumpled 200 yuan, spreading it open in his palm. "This is all I possess." Upon witnessing this, all voices nearly vanished simultaneously, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. "What do you mean by this?" Qitian and the others felt an urge to vomit blood. Xiang Yu had tricked them once before, and now he was doing it again. Xiang Yu feigned innocence, saying, "There's no hidden meaning. All in, this is my entire fortune. Is there a problem? What about your 32 million? Han Lung's voice seethed with rage. He could hardly contain his desire to tear Xiang Yu apart. Xiang Yu calmly replied with a smile. "I forgot to mention, before coming here, I entrusted Miss Ondai with donating my winnings. So now there is only this much left. You dare to toy with us? Kid, you are courting death." Qitian finally erupted, murderous intent flickering in his eyes for the first time. Yen Chuanxiu and the others stepped forward, encircling Xiang Yu. The aura of menace radiating from them made it hard for those of lesser strength to breathe. Xiang Yu's gaze was bloodthirsty and frenzied as he mockingly said, "Each of you puts forth 1 million. I possess 32 million, yet you feel no sense of unfairness, and now that I have only this much, you feel deceived. Are you foolish, or do you take me for a fool? When they benefited, no one thought the rules were unfair, but now that they were at a loss, their demeanor had shifted entirely, treating Xiang Yu as if he were an imbecile. Kid, I've tolerated you for too long, since you are oblivious to your own peril. I shall oblige." As Han Lung spoke, his aura grew colder. The atmosphere was charged, the air thick with murderous intent, transforming the space into a storm zone. Xiang Yu felt like a fragile boat adrift in a sea of hostility, facing imminent peril. "What? Are you going to resort to violence because you can't afford to play? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare to strike, I will ensure you do not survive the night. You may treat this as a jest. Feel free to try, but I advise against it, for you won't even have a chance to regret it." In that moment, Xiang Yu was wild, assertive, and tyrannical, sharp as a blade and bloodthirsty as a beast. Han Lung's face turned ashen, ready to respond, but Qitian swiftly intervened, blocking him. Chapter 58. Assertive and overbearing, the members of Qitian were all key figures from prestigious families, groomed for greatness. Even if they did not become the leaders of their families, they would at least hold significant positions within the core. In other words, as long as they survived, they would eventually become influential figures. However, after being humiliated by Xiang Yu twice, and now witnessing his brazen arrogance, how could their pride allow them to swallow this indignation? There were many ways to eliminate Xiang Yu, but none could be executed in front of so many witnesses. If they were to kill him, the Zhao family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate, and even their own families would not protect them. The living example of Xiang Yu from years past served as a warning. Acting on impulse and plunging themselves into an abyss was not worth it. Moreover, Xiang Yu's identity was shrouded in mystery. Without clarity, they could not act against him. Even if the Zhao family refrained from making a fuss, their own families would not spare them. Facing them, Xiang Yu was utterly unrestrained. Who could guarantee that he lacked support behind him? Who could assure them that he did not have a powerful force backing him? A mere security guard, faced with 30 million, could remain unmoved? Yet he did not even blink, casually handing it to Ondai without passing through his own hands. Did this not raise questions? Stopped by Qitian, Han Lung's emotions gradually settled. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Were it not for so many constraints, he would not let this fellow off easily. "Do not glare at me with those eyes. If you wish to die, then act quickly. Otherwise you are nothing but trash." Xiang Yu's tone was icy as he lashed out, ready to engage fully. Han Lung's face was grim, his eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily. He knew Xiang Yu was deliberately provoking him. As a core member of his family, he possessed exceptional intelligence and understood that he must not let anger cloud his judgment. Patience was his only option. Cowardly trash, Xiang Yu mocked with a sneer, pressing his advantage further. Qi Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Mind your words. It will do you no harm. If you dare not act, then do not pretend to be imposing. Xiang Yu retorted disdainfully. He had thoroughly offended these individuals. But it was unavoidable. If the situation were to repeat itself, he would act the same way. He could endure humiliation, but he could not bear being treated as a fool. They, relying on their status as offspring of powerful families, had looked down upon him, and now, wanting to wager 1 million against his 30 million, they found themselves mocked instead of retaliated against, and their anger only fueled. If he continued to endure, he would betray his own principles. The 6 members of Qi Tian were pushed to their limits, and Yin Chunqiu coldly remarked after being bitten by a dog, "Do you intend to bite back? You spineless dogs rely solely on your family backgrounds. Without that so-called identity, you are worth less than nothing." Xiang Yu's words were razor-sharp as he lambasted Qi Tian and the others. Barefooted individuals fear not those in shoes. Having been humiliated by this group for too long, he resolved to stand firm. Now, not only were Qi Tian and his group seething with rage, but the young members of their families behind them also wore expressions of fury. This fellow was utterly arrogant, having insulted them all. It was intolerable. You have incurred the wrath of many. Do you not realize that? Each of us could drown you with a single spit. Someone exclaimed indignantly, and others echoed in agreement, rallying against Xiang Yu. Faced with the collective onslaught, Xiang Yu remained indifferent, dismissing the rabble who only knew how to wield their tongues. Qi Tian raised his hand, silencing all voices. It seems we must engage in a contest today. Xiang Yu's aggressive demeanor and unabashed humiliations had ignited their murderous intentions. Although their families had ordered them not to act recklessly, if an accident were to befall Xiang Yu, they could not be held accountable. Then let us proceed. Do not merely speak. Show your skills, or should I find you a woman? Xiang Yu scoffed, his words designed to provoke. With each utterance, he could incite the fury of his opponent. Yet Qi Tian suppressed his anger, stating, "If you can present 1 million, we shall race. If you win, all the money will be yours. Does that seem fair? Fair? What nonsense! Why didn't you utter such words when I was worth 30 million? Now that I possess merely 200 if we are to gamble, let us dispense with the trivialities." Xiang Yu retorted scornfully. Zhao Yu remained silent, her emotions tumultuous. Xiang Yu's demeanor was a perplexing blend of dominance and nonchalance, his mind seemingly occupied with matters of romance. What manner of person was he? I possess 1 million. Let us engage with them. Should I lose, it will be on me, Zhao Yu declared resolutely, standing firmly behind Xiang Yu. Regardless of their prior relationship, in this moment, Xiang Yu had indeed won her heart. Xiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. A gamble was a gamble. One should wager all they had without resorting to loans. Very well. Qi Tian relinquished further debate on the matter, intent on destroying this brash youth. A cold smile curled on Xiang Yu's lips. Wagering 200 against their combined 6 million was absurd, and he suspected a conspiracy was afoot. These individuals were surely plotting to deceive him during the race. The Forbidden Zone was filled with desperate individuals from all walks of life, and Xiang Yu had learned the art of deception from their ilk. It was he who would outsmart them. None had yet succeeded in outmaneuvering him. A group of inexperienced youths dared to challenge him. They were woefully unprepared. "How shall we proceed?" Xiang Yu inquired. Qi Tian replied, "Choose any vehicle here, mine included. This is a circuit road. The first to return to this point will be the victor." The new district featured wide roads and numerous curves, circling back to the starting point. Xiang Yu nodded and smiled at Zhao Yu, saying, "May I borrow your car? I will accompany you." Zhao Yu, fully aware of the potential dangers Xiang Yu faced, felt compelled to stay by his side, knowing that should they conspire against him, her identity would give them pause. After Zhao Yu settled into the passenger seat, Qi Tian sneered, "What is this? Even now, you allow a woman to accompany you? Should any mishap occur, Zhao Yu could meet a tragic fate. That is not your concern." Xiang Yu was touched by Zhao Yu's kindness. It was rare for her to choose to stand with him at such a moment. Qi Tian and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a steely resolve. With Zhao Yu beside Xiang Yu, their plans to eliminate him would have to be reconsidered. At the very least, they aimed to incapacitate him. Chapter 59. 1 against 6 racing. Xiang Yu would not select another vehicle. primarily due to his distrust of Qi Tian and his cohorts, who could say if they had tampered with the cars. Furthermore, Zhao Ye's Lamborghini Aventador boasted formidable performance, achieving 100 kilometers in a mere 2.8 seconds, with a top speed of 350, certain to outclass Qi Tian's Porsche 911. Without exception, Qi Tian and his companions were all driving supercars. Yet Qi Tian's Porsche was the least impressive, overshadowed by the likes of Yan Chuanxiu's Chevrolet Corvette ZR1, which could accelerate to 103 seconds, Han Lung's Nissan GTR, Wei Zixuan's Ferrari 458, and Qin Zheng's Ferrari FF, together with Zhao Ye's Lamborghini. They could easily host a luxury car exhibition. Unexpectedly, the Chu family only dispatched a Volkswagen Golf, the lowest-tier vehicle aside from Qi Tian's Porsche, leaving many baffled as to their intentions. 7 individuals, 7 vehicles, and Xiang Yu found himself positioned squarely in the middle lane, flanked by 3 cars on either side, clearly prearranged. The dynamics of the racetrack were ever-changing. Blowouts and collisions were commonplace, necessitating caution. Wei Zixuan, positioned to Xiang Yu's left, wore a sinister grin. Xiang Yu smiled nonchalantly, quipping, "Be careful that your little stallion doesn't get wrecked by my mighty bull. If that happens, I shall disdain you." The Ferrari bore a horse emblem, while the Lamborghini displayed a bull. Wei Zixuan's threat was veiled, whereas Xiang Yu's mockery was blatant. Wei Zixuan huffed, rolling up his window, eyes fixed ahead. The engines roared to life. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other held the gear lever. Xiang Yu remained intensely focused. The start of a race was crucial. If executed well, one could maintain their lead to the finish line. Before them stood a striking beauty, tall and slender, her back turned to the crowd. As she raised her hands amidst the deafening cheers, she reached into her garment, unfastening her bra, twirling it before casting it into the air. At that instant, the 6 supercars, along with the lone Volkswagen Golf, launched forward simultaneously, like arrows released from a bow, vanishing from view in an instant. Xiang Yu's reflexes were lightning quick. Yet Qi Tian's group was no slouch. No one was left behind at the start. All 7 vehicles surged ahead, none revealing any disadvantage. To Xiang Yu's astonishment, the Golf held its own, refusing to be outpaced. "We cannot fall behind. If they gain even the slightest advantage, they will deny us any chance to overtake," Zhao Ye urged, recalling how alliances were often formed during races, with spoils divided post-victory, a practice the Zhao family had also engaged in. However, this time it was a united front against Xiang Yu. For them, the moment was not yet ripe. Xiang Yu replied calmly, "There is no need for haste." Fauda, growing frustrated, exclaimed, "No need for haste? They're pulling ahead. Do you truly think they will grant us the opportunity to overtake?" The speed of everyone's vehicles was roughly equivalent. We were the prey. If we attempted to navigate the bend simultaneously, could you guarantee that no one would take advantage of us at that moment? Xiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. The moment one negotiates a curve presents a prime opportunity to seize the advantage. Yet it is also the hour of greatest peril. Positioned centrally, he was in imminent danger of being flanked if either vehicle on either side merely swayed their steering wheels. Unless an acceleration of 100 kilometers per hour could be achieved instantaneously, a collision was inevitable. Zhao Ye comprehended this notion as well, but witnessing the 6 cars ahead made defeat seem certain, hence her anxiety. Yet, in this manner, we had entirely surrendered our hopes of victory. Zhao Ye felt a pang of disappointment. They had lost at the very first turn. Xiang Yu chuckled quietly, asserting that even in defeat, they had merely lost 200 yuan. With their derisive laughter, "Do you not wish to win?" Perplexed. Xiang Yu glanced at the map displayed on the navigation system, a manic smile curving his lips, and settled back in his seat, stating, "I shall teach you how to overtake." As he spoke, the second bend loomed ahead, a sharp turn nearly at a right angle. The corner narrow enough for only 3 vehicles to pass side by side. Zixuan, Han Lung, Chuyu, you 3 create a gap for overtaking at the bend. We shall wait for him ahead. Clearly, the 6 possessed walkie-talkies, and Qi Tian conveyed his intentions. Wei Zixuan and the others complied, yielding a lane. However, at that moment, the Lamborghini's high beams blazed to life, and the trio of Wei Zixuan, observing Xiang Yu in the rearview mirror, were suddenly blinded by the intense glare, instinctively blinking. In an instant, the situation shifted dramatically. With a thunderous crash, Wei Zixuan's heart sank. Instinctively, he jerked the steering wheel and slammed the brakes to decelerate. Despite his efforts, he veered off the road, crashing into a tree on the roadside. Had it not been for the timely deployment of the airbags, he would have been ejected from the vehicle. Fortunately, his deceleration averted a catastrophe, yet the front end of his car was severely crumpled, the engine nearly pushed out, rendering it a total loss. At the very least, he was out of the race. Wei Zixuan, fuming, emerged from the car, his face a mask of shock and fury. He had not anticipated Xiang Yu would target him first. Watching Xiang Yu speed past, leaving him in the dust, Wei Zixuan seethed with rage, his expression dark with frustration, yet powerless to retaliate. Xiang Yu's use of the headlights had caused Wei Zixuan to suffer temporary visual impairment. When one's sight is obscured, instinctive self-protective measures kick in, prompting Wei Zixuan to brake. At that moment, as his speed decreased, Xiang Yu surged ahead, overtaking him with a sharp turn, executing a small-angle drift that sent the rear of his vehicle colliding into Wei Zixuan's car. At high speeds, even the slightest impact can result in significant directional changes, and by the time Wei Zixuan regained his vision, he had already veered off his original lane, leading to the ensuing perilous scene. Zhao Ya's complexion turned pale, her gaze wide with panic and disbelief as she stared at Xiang Yu. In that moment, her heart seemed to leap into her throat. At such high speeds, Xiang Yu had dared to ram another car, and any deviation or mechanical failure could have led to mutual destruction. This man not only executed the maneuver, but succeeded. She had never encountered such a life-and-death situation before. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Xiang Yu grinned, as if dispatching Wei Zixuan were merely a trivial matter, still in a mood to show off. Zhao Yu swallowed hard, her face regaining some color, and her first instinct was to scream, her voice piercing and elongated, a raw expression of her shock. After venting her emotions, she gasped for air. Just as she was about to speak, Xiang Yu's expression hardened. Another turn was approaching, and 3 vehicles ahead had drastically reduced their speed, while the 2 cars behind were accelerating furiously. Clearly, Xiang Yu's previous tactic against Wei Zixuan had instilled a sense of dread in Qi Tian and the others, prompting a reckless decision to surround and intercept him at mid-bend. The bend was narrow, barely allowing 3 cars to run parallel, with no room to overtake. Accelerating would result in a collision with the vehicles ahead, all of which were equipped with heavy-duty crash beams, ensuring that any impact would be disastrous. Conversely, if he decelerated, the 2 cars behind would catch up, and he would be flanked, leading to his inevitable demise. Caught between 2 threats, Xiang Yu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Zhao Yu sensed the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling. What do we do? We still have some distance from the bend. Let us escape. Don't speak. Hold on tight, Xiang Yu commanded coldly. There was no avenue for escape, as the pursuing vehicles would not grant him that luxury. Zhao Yu's previously restored color drained once more. She pressed her back against the seat, her hands clasped, palms slick with sweat. Everyone, be prepared. We absolutely cannot allow him an opportunity. Qi Tian's voice resonated in the ears of Qin Zheng and the others. Closer, closer. Xiang Yu remained unervingly calm, gradually decelerating. As his brake lights illuminated, Chu Yu and Han Lung surged forward, flanking him from either side. When both vehicles were still 100 meters away, Xiang Yu abruptly floored the accelerator, the speed skyrocketing. In such velocity, 100 meters could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yu, terrified, shut her eyes, her expression one of sheer horror, fearing for her life in that moment. This was her singular thought. As he accelerated, Qi Tian and his companions observed the scene unfold in the rearview mirror, their eyes narrowing with chilling anticipation. They were prepared for the impending collision, their focus fixed on the mirror. When the distance between the 2 parties narrowed to the critical point where even braking would not prevent impact, they would surge forward. In an instant, the gap shrank to merely 30 meters. Regardless of the vehicle's capabilities, it was impossible to halt in time, and a collision was inevitable. At that pivotal moment, Xiang Yu pulled the handbrake with one hand while sharply turning the steering wheel with the other. The car instantly drifted, spinning in a circle on the road. The 30 meters closed in mere breaths, showcasing Xiang Yu's extraordinary control. At the moment of contact with Qi Tian's Porsche 911, it was the rear of the car that made contact, and as the drift continued, he executed a flawlessly stunning tailspin, crashing violently into the rear of the Porsche. All of this transpired in mere moments, fast enough to short-circuit one's thoughts. By the time Qi Tian reacted, his vehicle had careened uncontrollably into Qin Zheng's Ferrari FF. Qin Zheng, caught off guard, collided with Yin Chunxiu's Chevrolet Corvette. 3 cars collided. As the tailspin concluded, Xiang Yu, having released the handbrake, deftly corrected his direction, rocketing away like a raging rocket. At this moment, Chuyu and Han Lung instinctively slammed on their brakes. Otherwise, they would crash into the three cars weaving across the road. Thankfully, their vehicles were robust enough, and with sufficient distance maintained, a tragedy was averted, yet they could not hope to catch up with Xiang Yu. Ultimately, all five halted their vehicles, emerging with ashen faces, yet their gazes were chillingly fierce. Despite their coordinated efforts to corner and intercept Xiang Yu, he had managed to elude them in an utterly inconceivable manner. What now? The five gathered closely, exchanging glances. What else could they do? Every strategy had been exhausted, and not only had they failed to threaten Xiang Yu, but they had also brought upon themselves utter disgrace. The atmosphere was heavy and silent. After a prolonged pause, Qi Tian turned his icy gaze toward Chuyu, his tone laced with menace. Chuyu, has Xiang Yu given the money to Andai? Is there any way to reclaim it from her? Chuyu shook his head, offering a bitter smile. Due to the influence of Chuzhe, Andai holds a position akin to a core member within my family. Moreover, she is certainly with Chuzhe at this moment, leaving us with no opportunity. Chuzhe. Qi Tian repeated the name, and his expression darkened involuntarily. Although the girl was low-key and aloof, no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards her. Even the elders of their families had warned them against it, cautioning that no matter how they played, they must never provoke Chu Gu'er. As for the reason, they were oblivious. They merely understood that this girl was someone who should never be touched unless one was courting death. Chapter 61. A godlike enigma. Chu Gu'er is a member of your Chu family, yet her parents have never made an appearance. We have inquired with the elders of the clan, but they have remained tight-lipped about Chu Gu'er's parents and have sternly cautioned us not to bring up the matter. Surely, you must know something? Yin Chunxiu asked Chu Yao. Chu Yao shook his head once more, sighing as he replied, I face the same predicament as you do. My parents have warned me not to inquire into Chu Gu'er's affairs, insisting that I must obey her commands at school without the slightest hesitation or questioning. I am merely to execute her wishes. At times, Chu Yao felt stifled. He possessed the same intelligence and abilities as Qi Tian and the others. Yet they had all emerged as leaders among their peers in their respective families, while he was perpetually overshadowed by Chu Gu'er. The four of them wore expressions of astonishment. What authority did Chu Gu'er wield within the Chu family that her commands could not be questioned, nor executed with any delay? Then tell us, what tasks has Chu Gu'er assigned you? Perhaps we can glean some clues, Qi Tian urged. For the third time, Chu Yao shook his head, offering a bitter smile as he confessed, to be honest, since entering Qingzhou Academy, Chu Gu'er has never acknowledged my presence. The only one who has sought me out is Andai, and even then, it has only been for trivial matters. Silence enveloped them, the air thick with the enigmatic aura surrounding Chu Gu'er, leaving them at a loss for words. Enough! Our current adversary is Xiang Yu. We should refrain from discussing Chu Gu'er. In front of Chu Yao, they hesitated to speak freely about Chu Gu'er, as he was still a member of the Chu family. Despite feeling somewhat oppressed, he would not dare to act against Chu Gu'er. Chu Yao, wishing to change the subject, remarked, right now, we cannot catch up to Xiang Yu. Are we really going to lose that 6 million just like this? His words struck a chord with the others, and after a moment of contemplation, Qi Tian inhaled deeply, his expression darkening ominously. A loss is a loss. If we do not acknowledge it in front of so many witnesses, how can we expect to maintain our credibility in the future? Let it be. We concede this round, but this game has only just begun. As long as he is at school, surely there will be opportunities to make him pay. Having exhausted all means, they still found themselves at the mercy of Xiang Yu, and their proud natures would never allow them to concede defeat so easily. Yet, it was evident to all that Qi Tian's words were merely a form of self-soothing, providing them with a small measure of comfort. As they conversed, the sound of a car horn blared behind them, followed by intense headlights that forced them to squint instinctively. The vehicle suddenly accelerated, barreling straight towards them, prompting them to hastily dodge aside. Qi Tian, who was nearest, found himself caught off guard. As he stared at the approaching car, his face paled, and instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his face, catching a glimpse of the figure inside the vehicle. Xiang Yu. He intends to kill me. The thought flashed through Qi Tian's mind, but it was too late to evade. He could only watch in horror, simultaneously regretting the relentless pressure he had applied, provoking Xiang Yu to the point of murderous intent. Is this how I am to die? I refuse to accept this. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the car sped past, halting a mere half-meter away from him. Chi Tian's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down his brow, his body tensing and relaxing in a manner that made him feel as though he might lose control. "Stimulating, isn't it?" Xiang Yu said, rolling down the window and glancing at the panicked Chi Tian with a grin. Having narrowly escaped death, Chi Tian gasped for breath, momentarily forgetting to respond. "Xiang Yu, do not push your luck." The other four, upon recognizing the intruder, erupted in fury. This arrogant individual, having won, still had the audacity to flaunt his victory before them. Utterly despicable. "I've taken the money. Next time something like this happens, don't forget to call your buddy. Consider this a treat from me," Xiang Yu declared, tossing a 100 yuan bill that struck Chi Tian squarely in the face before he reversed, adjusting his direction and speeding away. 100 yuan? A treat? A remedy for heartache? Chi Tian was incensed, crumpling the bill in his fist and hurling it in the direction of Xiang Yu's departing Lamborghini. "Xiang Yu, this is far from over." This marked the third time Chi Tian had been humiliated, igniting a fire of rage within him that left his face flushed and his eyes bloodshot, as if they might bleed. Throughout the journey, Zhao Yu remained in a state of shock, her delicate features pale and her gaze vacant, her mind short-circuited. They won. Unbelievably, they won. Xiang Yu achieved the miraculous feat of breaking free from the encirclement with superhuman driving skills amidst the high-speed onslaught. Ultimately, he completed the track alone and did not forget to rub salt into Chi Tian's wounds. What is he? A demon or a man? Countless thoughts surged within her. Within just 2 days of acquaintance, her worldview had been turned upside down, and his image in her mind shifted with every moment. He was a rogue, a scoundrel, a lecher, a villain. Yet, he was also a hero capable of turning the tide, a man of formidable stature, an enigma wrapped in mystery. Unbeknownst to her, the car had entered the campus and finally stopped in front of a 2-story building. Noticing Zhao Yu lost in thought, Xiang Yu chuckled. "What are you thinking? We've arrived." Zhao Yu finally came to her senses, shaking her head to suppress the myriad of thoughts swirling within her. Turning her bright, clear eyes towards Xiang Yu, under the dim yellow light, her delicate face radiated a pure glow, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. "Xiang Yu, we won," Zhao Yu managed to utter, leaving Xiang Yu both amused and bewildered. Xiang Yu shook his head, suppressing the awe he felt, and grinned. "Of course. One must remember who I am. Once a god of racing." Zhao Yu's enchanting gaze lingered on him as she softly said, "From now on, I won't bully you anymore." This statement left Xiang Yu feeling somewhat perturbed, pondering who was truly bullying whom. He replied, "Then I shall be grateful, and from now on, I will make it a point to bully you. You mustn't bully me either." At that moment, Zhao Ji emerged from inside, witnessing the sorry state of her beloved vehicle, which bore numerous dents. Her expression instantly transformed. "You two, get out here." The playful banter between the two was abruptly interrupted by her frenzied roar, startling them. Upon seeing Zhao Ji's murderous glare, they exchanged a knowing glance and stuck out their tongues in unison, an unspoken understanding between them. Chapter 62. Paying debts with flesh. Although Zhao Ji was a core disciple of the Zhao family being prioritized for cultivation, she possessed no privileges. The car was one she had worked tirelessly for over a year to purchase after entering university. Every penny earned through her efforts. She had always cherished it dearly, and today, she had reluctantly allowed Zhao Yu to use it due to her incessant pleas. Yet it now lay in ruins, and she felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Didn't I tell you? If it's too much, just concede. Look at the state of the car now." Zhao Ji scolded fiercely, her frustration palpable. The car's exterior needed to be entirely replaced, an expense that was not insignificant. Who knew if there were any internal issues? It could be said that the cost of repairs could rival that of a new vehicle, rendering it utterly worthless. Zhao Yu hung her head in silence. Even though the vehicle was driven by Xiang Yu, she could not shirk her responsibility at this moment, tacitly acknowledging her part in the matter. "I don't care. You go ask Mom and Dad for money. If you don't get it fixed, don't expect me to talk to you again." Zhao Ji was furious, leaving behind a harsh remark as she turned towards the door. On her way back, she contemplated informing her sister about her victories in drinking and racing at the earliest opportunity. However, upon seeing the car, her sister reproached her without hesitation and insisted that she ask their parents for money to repair it, threatening to ignore her otherwise. Zhao Yu felt deeply wronged, sniffled, and fought back tears. Xiang Yu, sensing a pang of sympathy, remarked softly, "I was the one driving. It has nothing to do with her. If there is an issue, come to me. How can you be angry with a minor, especially your own sister? You truly have no heart. Zhao Ji halted in her tracks, turning back to see Xiang Yu standing to the left of the car, with Zhao Yu behind him. It was then she realized it was Xiang Yu who was driving, and she couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh. And if I seek you out, can you afford to compensate for this? If I cannot afford it, you blame Xiao Yu? What a joke, being an elder sister like this. Xiang Yu retorted with a caustic tone, his disdain evident. You look down on me? Yet the money I earned today could buy several of your dilapidated vehicles. Zhao Ji, consumed by anger, shot back. If you cause this damage to my car, I can't even express my frustration. What is more infuriating is your mockery regarding my treatment of my sister. Whether I treat her well or poorly is none of your concern. Fine, since you're willing to take responsibility, let us hear your proposed compensation. She was curious to see what he would offer. Xiang Yu stepped forward to face Zhao Ji, a faint fragrance wafting towards him, prompting him to inhale deeply, displaying a look of enjoyment. How about a debt repaid in kind? Get lost! Zhao Ji exploded in rage, delivering a swift kick. Xiang Yu sidestepped and, in the same motion, grasped her delicate ankle. Bringing his nose closer, his eyes narrowed slightly. What fragrance is this? It's truly delightful. I should buy a bottle for myself tomorrow. Zhao Ji was taken aback by his lewdness, shivering in disgust. A more intense aroma surged into Xiang Yu's nostrils, clouding his mind and causing him to momentarily lose focus, his grip on her ankle loosening involuntarily. Charming skills. Xiang Yu quickly realized the implications, his empty hands now feeling the weight of disbelief as he gazed at the stern Zhao Ji. What just happened? Why did I feel faint? My patience is limited. I hope you want to test my boundaries. Zhao Ji's voice was icily cold. Xiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding. All of it. You don't want repayment in kind, and I have no money. What do you suggest we do? Before Zhao Ji could respond, Zhao Yu interjected, I have money. Sure. Bro only has $100. If I give it to her, what will I do? I was hoping to use that 100 to buy a bottle of the same perfume your sister uses to impress girls. Xiang Yu winked at Zhao Yu, his tone playful, though he deliberately spoke loudly enough for Zhao Ji to hear. Zhao Ji's irritation peaked, although the previous fragrance was not from perfume. The notion that $100 could purchase her sister's fragrance felt like an insult. Sister, the mouthwash I use costs more than $100. Not really, it's 700. Before Zhao Yu could finish, Xiang Yu dashed over, covering her mouth, whispering, Are you foolish? That money is yours. Not for repairing her car. Seeing their exchange, Zhao Ji frowned. Xiao Yu, clarify what you were about to say. Zhao Yu shot Xiang Yu a glare, shaking off his hand in annoyance. There's 7 million here, one from racing by Xiang Yu. You can use it to fix this wreck. 7 million he won? Zhao Ji's expression turned incredulous. The only way to win such a sum was through racing, but she knew the driving skills of Qi Tian and the others. She also understood that one of the purposes of this gathering was to test Xiang Yu. It was unimaginable that he had triumphed against them. Yes, he won it with his life on the line. Not only that, but he also drank nearly 20 bottles of Baijiu, single-handedly incapacitating everyone from 6 families. This gathering's total of 70 million, he won all of it. I decided to allocate 60% of the 54 million won from drinking to him, and he gave me all 7 million from racing. I wonder if this will be enough for you to repair the car. Xiang Yu had helped the Zhao family win money and face, yet her sister didn't even ask a single question, focusing entirely on her car. This made Zhao Yu feel extremely displeased, and for the first time in her life, she rebelled against her sister for a man she had previously looked down upon. Zhao Ji's expression was a whirlwind of emotions. If the earlier victory in racing had astonished her, then the revelation that Xiang Yu had drunk everyone under the table left her utterly shocked. Such gatherings had been held many times, yet never had anyone single-handedly triumphed over the other 6 families. What she found even more baffling was that the 7 million earned through risking his life had been given to her sister. 7 million. No wealthy person would easily part with such an amount. Yet Xiang Yu, in reality a mere security guard, displayed such generosity. He risked his life for our Zhao family, drinking to exhaustion. To help me win that 7 million, he fought his way through Qi Tian and the others, also putting his life on the line. And yet you show no concern for what transpired at the gathering. Is your car dearer to you than your sister? Zhao Yu's voice grew louder with indignation, spiraling into an emotional outburst filled with tears. Zhao Ji was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply, avoiding eye contact with Zhao Yu, and addressing Xiang Yu coldly. Is this the outcome you desired? To turn us sisters against each other? Chapter 63. Scoundrel and rogue Zhao Yu was so furious she wanted to deny her sisterhood with Zhao Ji. Instead of showing any remorse, Zhao Ji directed her ire at him, causing Xiang Yu's expression to darken. I've donated my money to build a Hope primary school. Now I'm left with just $100. Take it or leave it. You donated over 30 million, and you gave 7 million from racing to Xiaoya, leaving you with just 100? Do you think I'll believe you? Zhao Ji's disbelief was evident. If he truly had only $100, how could he remain unperturbed in the face of such a vast amount of money? Thus, Zhao Ji was resolute in her conviction that he could not possibly possess just 100. I can testify, he only has this much. Zhao Yu could no longer endure Zhao Ji's relentless questioning. Zhao Ji scoffed. How much does he really have? Do you know? Of course I do, Zhao Yu declared, pulling out her phone and locating a text message, presenting it to Zhao Ji. You can see for yourself. He withdrew 200 from my credit card to humiliate Qi Tian and the others, tossing them 100, leaving him with this. The text was crystal clear, yet Zhao Ji remained skeptical, lacking concrete evidence, and huffed in frustration. However, her car had been severely damaged, making her the one at a disadvantage. The added pressure from Xiang Yu and her own sister left her feeling equally wronged. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and fury ignited in her eyes. Who used my toothbrush this morning? Damn! Xiang Yu cursed inwardly. Surely she wouldn't be that sensitive? Even if he did use it, such a trivial matter shouldn't warrant such anger. Zhao Yu, taken aback, instinctively replied, I didn't use it. I wasn't asking you. Zhao Ji snapped, continuing to glare at Xiang Yu. Who used it? Xiang Yu shrugged. How would I know? There are only 3 of us here. There is no way that Xiaoya would ever use my toothbrush. Besides you, who else could it be? Xiang Yu's stubbornness only served to infuriate her further. He chuckled. Aside from Xiaoya and myself, there's you, of course. The fury in Zhao Ji's beautiful eyes seemed as if it might erupt, if looks could kill. This scoundrel would have been long dead. It is my toothbrush, naturally I should use it. Why would you? Do you possess no sense of humanity? Do you not understand the importance of self-respect? Would you allow others to casually use your personal belongings? Zhao Ji's words came in a rapid-fire barrage, declaring that using her toothbrush constituted an act of inhumanity. Although Zhao Ji was furious about the car accident, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Yet now, she was genuinely enraged over a toothbrush. Zhao Yu, well aware of her sister's temperament, understood that despite Zhao Ji's somewhat tarnished reputation, she had never truly given her heart to any man since she became sensible. Her personal items were strictly off-limits to others, even her own sister. If you've used it, then you must concede. She is truly angry, Zhao Yu whispered to Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu sighed in exasperation. Xiaoya, which side are you truly on? I stand with whoever is reasonable, Zhao Yu replied awkwardly, attempting to justify herself. Consider this a favor from me to you, Xiang Yu said with a sigh, flashing a mischievous grin at Zhao Ji. My apologies, I used it. Zhao Ji felt a churn in her stomach, almost overcome with nausea. She had actually shared a toothbrush with a man, one she had always held in disdain. You bastard! Zhao Ji cursed fiercely. Xiang Yu scoffed. When I arrived at your home, I was merely a guest. You knew I had nothing, yet you didn't think to prepare a toothbrush for me? Or perhaps you harbor a secret crush on me, knowing well that I am a paragon of virtue, unyielding to your advances. So, you resorted to this method, forcing me to use your toothbrush, akin to an indirect kiss that fulfills your psychological needs? Ah, Gigi, I'm not a heartless man. It would be far better for you to openly confess your feelings. If you were sincere, I might be persuaded to relent and accept your affection. Why resort to these petty tricks? Xiang Yu feigned a grandiosity that prompted Zhao Yu to shoot him a contemptuous glance. He truly had a knack for spinning tales, even from something as trivial as a toothbrush. Disgusting. Zhao Yu raised her middle finger at him. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji was seething with rage, not just on the verge of vomiting, but feeling as if she might spit blood. Was this scoundrel even human? A secret crush on him? Surely it was his own narcissism. Get lost. I never want to see you again, you bastard. You rogue. Zhao Ji, a woman of noble birth, had never uttered a curse word in her life until today, revealing just how furious she was. Xiang Yu chuckled to himself. Once he had been schemed against, nearly losing his life, and now he found satisfaction in the prospect of provoking her to the brink of collapse. If he didn't succeed in angering her, he would consider it merely accruing interest. Get lost? I think not. Why don't you teach me how? How about $100 as tuition? Xiangyu asked with a cheeky grin. Faced with such a rogue, Zhao Ji found herself at a loss for how to respond. Her only recourse was to hastily retreat into the building, slamming the door behind her, leaving even Zhao Yu outside. The two exchanged incredulous glances for a moment before bursting into laughter, with Zhao Yu laughing so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. What is so funny? Xiangyu asked, panting for breath. Zhao Yu, sitting on the steps before the door, patted the space beside her and blew away the dust, inviting him to sit. It's just amusing, Zhao Yu said, cupping her chin in her hands, gazing up at the vast, starry sky, still chuckling uncontrollably. Xiangyu stretched and asked, Mind if I borrow your thigh? Seeing his clear, untainted gaze, Zhao Yu felt an unexpected warmth rise to her cheeks as she parted her legs, revealing her long, slender thighs. Xiangyu rested his head upon them, shifting comfortably to lie on his side, slowly closing his eyes, though inwardly he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Due to Zhao Ji's influence, he harbored deep resentment toward everyone in the Zhao family and would never touch any of their women. Yet, having spent most of the past 2 days with Zhao Yu, he found that he felt no animosity or hostility toward her, nor did he harbor any ulterior motives. What was their relationship, exactly? Even Xiangyu himself found it difficult to articulate. What were you thinking about? As her charm allowed her to perceive any man as proximity in a romantic light. Yet, with this man lying in her lap, an unexpected calm washed over her. Just as Xiangyu was about to respond, the door suddenly flung open, and a flurry of items was cast out as Zhao Ji discarded everything Xiangyu had touched before slamming the door shut. The two exchanged amused glances, maintaining their previous positions, unmoved. The night was cool and refreshing. I'm feeling a bit cold, Zhao Yu murmured after an indeterminate amount of time. Xiangyu sat up, noticing that the dew had dampened their clothes. Let us head to the car. It'll be warmer inside. I haven't eaten much tonight. I'm starving. Zhao Yu blushed, her eyes cast downward in a rather endearing manner. Xiangyu chuckled softly. Gatherings were typically about the atmosphere, and he hadn't realized that Zhao Yu hadn't eaten anything. It's rather late now. The restaurants must be closed. Can you endure it? Xiangyu, accustomed to executing tasks that required him to wait long periods without food or drink, found it difficult to comprehend that others might not share his endurance. Zhao Yu pouted. Even if the restaurants are closed, there are night market stalls. Can't you think of something? You have no idea how to pamper a girl. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. It's not that I can't find one. It's just that I haven't sought one, Xiangyu retorted indignantly. If I were to look, I can only imagine how many beautiful women would be clamoring to throw themselves at me. Zhao Yu shot him a disdainful look. Rising to her feet, keep boasting. It seems you can't survive a day without bragging. As she climbed into the car, she said, Let us go to the night market. Just $100. Don't try to swindle me. Xiangyu wore a wary expression, thinking that he had already spent 3 days' worth of meals in one sitting. So he couldn't let this girl trick him out of his money. Zhao Yu found his frugality both amusing and exasperating. You're a grown man. When a girl says she is hungry, can't you be a little generous and gentlemanly? You seem to relish playing the fool. Xiangyu rolled his eyes before suddenly getting an idea. He flashed a grin at Zhao Yu, stuffing the $100 into his pants and raising his hands in mock surrender, grinning mischievously. It's gone. $100 vanished. If you want to eat, you'll have to treat me. He was capable of anything, Zhao Yu thought, rolling her eyes. Get in the car. I'll treat you. But when we eat, don't you dare say you know me. I can't afford to lose face. Having successfully safeguarded his funds, Xiangyu ignored her disdain and hopped into the car. At 2 in the morning, the school gates were long locked. Zhao Yu drove through a side entrance, heading straight for the night market. After they had eaten to their heart's content, they returned to the building. Zhao Yu reclined her seat and unceremoniously rubbed her stomach, letting out a loud belch. I'm full, sleepy, and ready for bed. Don't you dare plot anything untoward while I'm asleep. Stop teasing me. Let us just sleep together, Xiangyu replied, utterly exhausted from a day of conflict. Before he could complete his sentence, he closed his eyes, and soon the sound of soft snoring filled the air. Zhao Yu giggled and gradually closed her own eyes. The night grew even more desolate. The following morning, the sun's intense rays penetrated the room, prompting Xiangyu to awaken from his slumber, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Upon noticing Zhao Yu gazing at him intently, he was momentarily startled, hastily reaching to check his trousers, relieved to find that he had not lost his virtue nor any money. Only then did his anxious heart begin to settle. You're awake, you scoundrel, she teased, her resilience against his shameless antics having grown somewhat. Xiang Yu rubbed his eyes and inquired, "Who is the scoundrel?" "Why, it's you, of course. A rogue of the highest order, hence the name scoundrel. Isn't it delightful?" Zhao Yu replied with a playful giggle, proud of her cleverness in bestowing such an apt title after much contemplation. Xiang Yu, indignant, retorted, "With my strikingly handsome visage, charm that rivals even the renowned Panin, and a wealth of knowledge that is vast, not to mention my noble character and willingness to help others. Do you not see how utterly ludicrous it is to label me a rogue? Such a title is a gross insult." He expounded upon his admirable qualities with fervor, his face flushed with emotion. After catching his breath, he continued, "Thus, one must not belittle the term scoundrel. It is a name unworthy of me." Zhao Ye, momentarily speechless, was taken aback by his fervent defense and could not help but inquire, "Then what should I call you?" Xiang Yu tilted his head thoughtfully before declaring, "In the near future, we shall be family. Your sister is surely destined to be mine, so you may refer to me as brother-in-law. It's both endearing and suggestive. How lovely. Scoundrel, why don't you just vanish?" Zhao Yu spat, her fury akin to that of an enraged tigress. She found her sister's disdain for him to be immeasurable. How could she possibly find him appealing? Countless wealthy suitors sought her sister's favor, yet she had rebuffed them all without a second thought. This man, however, dared to aspire to heights beyond his reach? Unless her sister were blind, there was no way she would ever consider him. Even if her sight failed her, she would never look your way. Cease your daydreaming. Fao Yahuff indignantly. Xiang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. You are not your sister. How can you know what lies within her heart? After all, her scolding and hitting me yesterday only proves her affection. Continue dreaming. I must wash up and head to class, Zhao Yu said, dismissing him as she exited the vehicle. Xiang Yu smiled serenely and followed suit. Just as he closed the car door, he heard Zhao Yu's piercing scream. "Zhao Ji, come out here." "What's wrong?" he asked, bewildered by her direct call of Zhao Ji's name. The previous night, shrouded in darkness, he had seen nothing. But now she had finally discerned the truth. Zhao Ji had discarded her belongings, including an unmistakably prominent black object that stood out amongst the other items, drawing all attention. "Look for yourself." Zhao Yu dashed forward, snatching the item and attempting to conceal it, ultimately wrapping it in a piece of clothing. She vowed never to use it again. It was simply too humiliating. Xiang Yu observed her actions but refrained from commenting, instead collecting the remaining items and organizing them neatly. Upon retrieving the toothbrush he had used yesterday, a mischievous smile crept across his lips as he turned to Zhao Yu and asked, "Would you like to vent your frustrations?" "Absolutely," Zhao Yu replied without hesitation. "Very well. Follow me," Xiang Yu chuckled, standing up and heading toward the door, which surprisingly opened at a gentle push, apparently. It had never been locked. Ignoring why Zhao Ji had left the door unsecured, he led Zhao Yu confidently toward the restroom. At that moment, Zhao Yu realized, incredulously exclaiming, "You don't mean to use her toothbrush, do you?" She discarded it, so it no longer belongs to her. "I'm going to brush my teeth now. You should go call her so we can give her a surprise. Joy." But her words were cut short as she spotted Zhao Ji standing at the restroom door, her expression icy. Chapter 65. You are not her the discarded toothbrush. This man had actually picked it up to use again. What manner of being was this? In Zhao Ji's eyes, Xiang Yu was not merely a person, but rather a complete pervert. "Throw it away," she commanded furiously, her body trembling at the thought of sharing a toothbrush with him. Yesterday morning, she had gone to brush her teeth as usual, but upon placing the toothpaste-laden brush in her mouth, an unpleasant flavor assaulted her senses, one reminiscent of smoke rings. Since neither she nor Zhao Yu smoked, her thoughts immediately turned to Xiang Yu. The very notion sent her into a panic, and she discarded the toothbrush, rinsing her mouth vigorously until she felt like she might bleed, yet the nausea lingered. Now, to think that the toothbrush she had discarded was being used by him again. It was an insult to the very definition of perversion. "Just toss it. I'll buy you a new one," Zhao Ji said, genuinely angered, whispering to Zhao Yu. Xiang Yu scoffed. "Why should I throw it away? It's perfectly fine for me. It doesn't hurt my gums, and it even has a delightful fragrance." Zhao Ji's frustration boiled over. She had never encountered anyone so shameless. "That is my toothbrush. How dare you use it? Have you no shame? Your toothbrush? Does it bear your name? I found it on the ground, so it's mine now. Besides, your sense of shame has nothing to do with me," Xiang Yu retorted, his barrage of questions relentless. Since you enjoy being angry, I'll make sure you're furious today. Zhao Ji felt utterly powerless against his unwavering defiance. No matter how eloquently she argued, her words fell flat against his thick skin. What would it take for you to relent? She finally asked, exhausted. Even if Xiang Yu made unreasonable demands, she would agree to them as long as he ceased using that toothbrush. Xiang Yu nonchalantly placed the toothbrush between his lips and declared seriously, wasting is a crime. This toothbrush is perfectly good, so why should I discard it? You're simply being unreasonable. I can't tolerate your antics any longer. You can't tolerate me? I haven't been able to tolerate you for even a second. Zhao Ji silently cursed, responding coldly, as long as you stop using it. I'll agree to whatever conditions you set. Any conditions? Xiang Yu's gaze grew lecherous, lingering on her exquisite figure. In terms of physique, only Chu Gu-er could compare, both possessing an air of aloofness. Yet Zhao Ji exuded an enticing allure that stirred temptation. Zhao Ji's expression turned to one of disgust. She was all too aware of his thoughts. Surprisingly, she nodded. Yes, I can agree to any condition you propose. Really? Xiang Yu mused before stating. Then please, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. As long as you refrain from pursuing this issue, we can discuss anything else. What kind of condition is that? She thought, realizing he was cleverly maneuvering the situation. He was essentially saying that whether or not he used the toothbrush depended solely on his whims, putting her in a perpetual bind. I happen to quite like this toothbrush. I not only use it for brushing my teeth, but I also use it to scrub clothes, clean shoes, and even as chopsticks during meals. Wherever it can be utilized, I shall use it. Xiang Yu escalated his taunts. You don't want me to use it? I'll be sure to keep using it, and I might even cuddle with it while I sleep. Zhao Ji nearly stumbled, her eyes turning frigid as she proclaimed, Congratulations. You've successfully infuriated me. Thank you. Xiang Yu replied coolly, finally ready to confront her. Feel free to unleash whatever you have. I'm prepared to face whatever comes my way. Zhao Ji shot him a seething glare before turning on her heel and striding away. At that moment, as she spun around, her beautiful eyes blazed with fury. She utterly despised him. With your brash demeanor and hair-trigger temper, not even 10 of you could compare to Chu Gu-er, Xiang Yu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ji abruptly halted. Are you saying I am not as good as her? To be inferior is to be inferior. What, am I not allowed to speak the truth? Xiang Yu scoffed. In this world, she, Zhao Ji, could be lesser than anyone, but she could never be lesser than Chu Gu-er. From a certain perspective, the place Chu Gu-er held in her heart was akin to that of Xiang Yu. It was her Achilles heel, a vulnerability that no one was permitted to touch. Tell me, in what way am I inferior to her? Zhao Ji endeavored to keep her voice steady, yet the tremor within it betrayed her agitation. Xiang Yu shot a fierce glare at her. Even she dared not mention the name Chu Gu-er in front of her sister. This fellow not only dared to bring her up, but also claimed that Zhao Ji was inferior to her. Wasn't that courting death? Have you ever witnessed her wrath? Xiang Yu inquired softly. Such a simple question extinguished Zhao Ji's fury in an instant. Xiang Yu was right. She had indeed never seen Chu Gu-er lose her temper. Even when the events of that year unfolded, Chu Gu-er displayed no reaction. Was it that Chu Gu-er was incapable of anger? Clearly not. Rather, she concealed her emotions with great skill, adept at masking her inner turmoil, her enigma instilling trepidation in the youth of the 7 clans. Zhao Ji, too, was not one to easily succumb to anger, but that was because no one had the qualifications to affect her emotions. The only one capable of stirring her feelings was Chu Gu-er. But would Chu Gu-er ever become enraged because of her? Furthermore, had Xiang Yu truly succeeded in provoking him due to the mere use of her toothbrush? Or was it that, deep within her, the name Xiang Yu represented a taboo, and this scoundrel happened to share that name, thus inciting her volatile emotions? Yet still, there was Chu Gu-er, Xiang Yu's most cherished woman. When she heard that name, did it not evoke any unusual feelings? Indeed, it did, for Xiang Yu had struck her, and yet afterward, she simply walked away, realizing that this Xiang Yu was not the same as the one from before. And what of Zhao Ji? She faced the same individual. Why was it that she could not help but feel agitated? These questions whirled through Zhao Ji's mind like a tempest, gradually calming her emotions. Xiang Yu was correct. She was indeed inferior to Chu Gu-er in this regard. Don't dare say that my fury is due to you. I have encountered Chu Gu-er, and I have treated her worse than I have you. Yet she remained unperturbed. You, however, cannot maintain your composure. Xiang Yu stated blandly. Zhao Ji took a deep breath, her tone turning cold and detached. What do you wish to convey to me? Our arrangement involves Chu Ge, indicating that she is an adversary in your heart, a foe of significant importance. If your strength is inferior to that of your opponent, then they may not even regard you as a contender, for you are unworthy. Xiang Yu's voice bore no trace of emotion. He was not concerned that Zhao Ji would alter her perception and become a formidable rival to Chu Ge, for he had faith in Chu Ge, believing she would fear no incarnation of Zhao Ji. Chapter 66. A comedic mishap at Qingzhou Academy. Both Chu Ge and Zhao Ji maintained a remarkably low profile. Yet, no matter how discreet they were, their brilliance could not be concealed, primarily stemming from their own beauty. Privately, countless boys discussed and compared them, ultimately concluding that they were evenly matched. However, in the eyes of nearly everyone, it was Xiang Yu who discerned a distinction between the two stunning school flowers. Zhao Ji was inferior to Chu Ge. Should these words circulate, the boys who favored Zhao Ji would undoubtedly seek to tear him apart. Chu Ge does not consider you a rival because you are unworthy. This statement stung Zhao Ji deeply. It was the first time someone had compared her to Chu Ge in her presence, with a conclusion that was not to her liking. Despite the sting, Zhao Ji refrained from anger. Instead, she pondered Xiang Yu's pointed remarks, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that left her feeling somewhat ashamed. Xiang Yu was correct. Her emotions were too transparent, or perhaps it was her pride that led her astray. Such a disposition could easily be exploited by adversaries. The simplest example being Xiang Yu's exploitation of her emotional vulnerability, relentlessly fanning the flames, for the toothbrush was her sore spot. And Xiang Yu mercilessly poured salt on that wound, nearly provoking her to contemplate murder. But would she truly wish to kill Xiang Yu? Clearly not. First, she would not casually take a life over such trivial matters, and second, her family would never permit such an act. Lastly, despite Xiang Yu's silver tongue and dubious intentions, he always exuded an air of mystery that concealed deeper layers. For all these reasons, she could never kill Xiang Yu, or rather, with the power she currently possessed, she could not possibly defeat this rogue. Yet, in that moment, she truly felt an urge to take his life. This was the very aspect in which she fell short of Chu Ge. If Chu Ge were to face such a situation, she would likely dismiss it with contempt, thinking, "You used my toothbrush? So what? I can simply discard it. Your retrieval of it is of no consequence to me. Am I truly inferior to her?" Zhao Ji sighed inwardly. She was not a stubborn individual. If this was her flaw, she would acknowledge it and strive to amend it. Observing her silent contemplation, Xiang Yu recognized that his words had profoundly impacted her. Now it remained to be seen whether she would persist in her obstinacy or awaken to a new understanding. "You scoundrel! If anything were to happen to my sister, I shall not spare you." Regardless of her previous fury, she could not forget that Zhao Yu was her beloved sister. Zhao Yu waved her small fists in a display of both threat and warning. Xiang Yu paid her little mind, continuing his routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. After tidying himself up, he gazed into the mirror, satisfied with his reflection, and mused, "How is it possible for such an incredibly handsome man to exist in this world? No wonder I lose sleep multiple times a night. It turns out I am awakened by my own stunning visage. It seems I shall need to take sleeping pills henceforth. Can you survive a day without being so self-absorbed? Narcissist." Zhao Yu fumed inwardly, exasperated that this fellow had so thoroughly agitated her sister, yet showed no remorse, instead indulging in self-praise. Just as Xiang Yu was about to speak, Zhao Ji's voice interrupted. "You two carry on. I have class." With that, she returned to her room to change clothes, clutching her textbooks as she departed, lacking even the inclination to spare them a glance. The two exchanged wide-eyed looks, and Xiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't look at me. I have no idea what's going on. My sister. She can't possibly be so infuriated as to lose her senses, right?" After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yu managed to utter this thought. Xiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that way. Scoundrel, I will settle this with you." Zhao Yu shrieked, feigning to strike him. Xiang Yu swiftly dodged, departing the scene with a flourish. Being around these two sisters offered him no respite. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, he encountered not a single soul, likely because Li Jie and the others had already completed their training and gone to class. Nonetheless, Xiang Yu found it perplexing. Considering the tumultuous events of the previous day, with Wei Zixuan's car wrecked, why had Wei Xiang not yet made an appearance, nor provided any information? It was quite unscientific. Could it be that Wei Zixuan believed he was invincible, unconquerable, and that opposing him was tantamount to courting death? Hence he had ceased all activity and summoned little Xiang back. Fearing retribution? Xiang Yu mused with self-importance, noticing that his jersey remained in the corner. But he distinctly remembered tossing it aside earlier. How was it now folded so neatly? Could it be that some girl, enamored by his basketball prowess, had washed his clothes while he was unaware? Delighted by the thought, he approached and picked up the jersey. Holding it to his nose, he inhaled deeply, noting the absence of his usual sweat odor, replaced instead by a unique fragrance. He couldn't help but break into a silly grin, chuckling, "Oh, so there truly is a girl who fancies me. What on earth are you doing?" At that moment, Chen Sisi appeared at the gymnasium entrance, observing him holding his jersey with a foolish expression, unable to refrain from questioning. Xiang Yu's heart raced at the thought. Could it be that she washed it for me? Is she harboring feelings for me? Coach, I am truly grateful for the laundry you provided. It exudes a delightful fragrance. What brand of detergent did you use? Xiang Yu remarked, inhaling the scent a few more times, his expression one of sheer ecstasy. Chen Sisi was taken aback and, after a moment, erupted in a furious shout. Put my clothes down. What? Yours? Xiang Yu responded, utterly bewildered, shaking the garment in his hand. ISNT0 my number? How could it possibly belong to you? Chen Sisi swiftly approached, snatching the clothing from his grasp, her anger palpable as she exclaimed, I discarded yours long ago. This is mine. Mine. Kindly pay attention. I see it quite clearly. 0 is indeed mine, Xiang Yu retorted, still in a daze. Chen Sisi, now somewhat flustered, declared, Your 0 is my 0 too. It finally dawned on Xiang Yu that Chen Sisi also wore a jersey with that number, a detail he had previously teased her about. No wonder the scent seemed so familiar. It was her alluring fragrance. He had mistakenly thought someone had a crush on him, only to find himself in this comical misunderstanding. My apologies, Xiang Yu mumbled awkwardly. Chen Sisi recalled how he had been fervently inhaling the scent of her jersey moments ago, his rapturous expression causing her cheeks to flush. However, given that the clothing was left in this shared space and they bore the same number, she couldn't entirely fault him. Forget it, you acted without malice. Chen Sisi was not as unreasonable as Zhao Ji. Reflecting on his earlier behavior, Xiang Yu felt a twinge of remorse and, rubbing his hands together, suggested, How about I wash it for you? No need. Chen Sisi replied, her impatience growing. She thought to herself, with such lewd intentions, who knows what you might do with my clothes? Moreover, he couldn't even wash his own clothing. How could he possibly assist with hers? All right then, I'll take my leave. Xiang Yu, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily made his escape. Chapter 67. Unprecedented excitement as Chen Sisi watched Xiang Yu flee in disarray. A rare smile graced her lips. But the thought of him having inhaled the jersey she had worn left her mortified, for it implied he had essentially breathed in her essence. Flushing with embarrassment, she indignantly tossed the jersey aside, only to stomp her foot in frustration. Realizing it was her own garment, she quickly scanned the area for onlookers. Finding none, she retrieved it, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her bag before hastily departing. Students are a peculiar group, easily captivated by certain events or individuals, yet equally quick to forget and shift their focus to new matters. The moment Xiang Yu entered the campus, a sensation was ignited, with discussions about him flooding the airwaves. But that fervor was short-lived, fading into silence as the so-called Yulin army and the Mieu group vanished without a trace. Now, a new rumor circulated through the campus, capturing everyone's attention. A friendly basketball match was set to take place in a week between the university team and Duke University's squad. The game itself may not have been particularly enticing, but the prelude promised appearances by two major celebrities from the entertainment world. The male star, Song Baki from South Korea, and the female star, Aoi Yui from the islands. Song Baki, a sensation this year, is affectionately dubbed the national husband by his female fans, enjoying immense popularity across Asia, particularly in Huaxia, where the allure of K-pop culture is irresistible. Countless girls shed tears of joy and excitement upon hearing the news. Given Song Baki's affinity for basketball and his penchant for showcasing his skills on the court, even those who typically shunned basketball found themselves enamored with the sport, purchasing a variety of revealing jerseys, leading to a shortage at local sports shops. They simply wished to feel closer to their idol, even if Song Baki likely wouldn't remember them. If Song Baki is the national husband that girls dream of marrying, then Aoi Yui is the goddess of endless fantasies for boys during sleepless nights. In Huaxia, Aoi Yui is a household name, celebrated for her performances in romantic films that reveal her extraordinary acting prowess. Each release draws the attention of countless men, her fame eclipsing many superstars. Although her past is legendary, today she has donned her clothes once more, and while one must seek out her earlier works to witness her true form, it does not diminish her esteemed status among men. What male student hasn't seen a film starring Aoi Yui? Thus, her impending arrival caused quite the stir. In her heyday, her basketball skills had left many men breathless, and now she intended to showcase her court prowess again, even selecting a few male students to form a team and compete against Songbaki's squad. Furthermore, she promised to give away a personal item for every basket her team scored. It goes without saying what treasures Aoi Yui's belongings might be, igniting the passions of boys and making basketball the beloved sport of their lives. In no time, the entire college was abuzz with activity. Students donned a myriad of jerseys, clutching basketballs at every opportunity, tossing them at anything resembling a hoop. The playgrounds, basketball courts, soccer fields, tennis courts, and other sports venues were overrun by aspiring basketball players, much to the dismay of those indifferent to Songbaki and Aoi Yui. Complaints to the school yielded no response, leaving them helpless. A seemingly ordinary friendly match garnered unprecedented attention due to the celebrity endorsements, transforming the college team members into stars themselves, eliciting uncontainable joy from Li Jie, Ma Chong, and others who felt their idyllic lives were on the horizon. While imparting basketball skills, countless beautiful girls fell victim to the hands of these rascals. Yet in pursuit of a spot on Songbaki's team, they had no choice but to endure. Strangely, news of Xiang Yu being part of the college team was not disclosed, resulting in his visibility being nearly non-existent. Few cared about him. The campus sensation from 2 days prior. Xiang Yu, however, relished the quietude. In the days that followed, he remained sequestered within Zhao Ji's quaint abode. Despite her sharp words each time they crossed paths. To his surprise, she did not evict him. Zhao Yi lingered by Xiang Yu's side immediately after school, their bond rapidly deepening, and they presented a united front against Zhao Ji, inciting her silent resentment with no recourse. The day of the match against Duke University loomed, and as Xiang Yu contemplated whether to hold a practice with his teammates beforehand, Wei Xiang, who had been conspicuously absent for days, called him, requesting a meeting at the gym. Just as he was about to head out, the timing coincidentally aligned with a message from Indai, asking him to meet her downstairs at the girls' dormitory for an urgent matter. Without a second thought, Xiang Yu canceled on Wei Xiang and set off to meet Indai. "I'm heading out," he called to Zhao Ye, who had just ascended the stairs, before striding through the door. Upon exiting, he noticed the deflated tires of his Harley parked quietly. Thinking he couldn't keep walking every time he ventured out, he decided to pump some air into the tires. Initially intending to push it, he found both tires completely flat, rendering the wheels immobile. Rather than risk damaging the tires by dragging it along the ground, he hoisted the hefty 800-pound motorcycle onto his shoulder. The massive frame and intimidating weight, when balanced on his shoulder, somehow lent him an air of gracefulness. What on earth is he doing? Zhao Yu observed from her elevated vantage point, watching him carry the motorcycle out. The vehicle has been repaired, and Zhao Ji is no longer upset. At this moment, she stands by the window, holding a cup of coffee, and witnesses the scene outside. With a hint of amusement, she remarks, "You've let the air out of both tires. Unable to push it, you'll have to carry it instead." How foolish of him not to realize we have an air pump. Zhao Ye, taken aback, thinks to herself how that fellow is truly dim-witted for not having inquired about the possibility of inflating the tires over the past few days, opting instead to carry the motorcycle away. The comical display by Xiang Yu elicits an involuntary chuckle from Zhao Ji. She muses, why bother with him? Let him figure it out on his own. Had Xiang Yu overheard the conversation between the two sisters, he would likely have been incensed. Not only was there an air pump, but they were also mocking his plight. Chapter 68. The indomitable strongman carrying an 800-pound Harley motorcycle down the street garners the attention of numerous students, many of whom express their astonishment and admiration. This is astonishing. Is he riding the motorcycle, or is the motorcycle riding him? However, some keen-eyed students notice the deflated tires and understand the reason for his peculiar predicament. Yet, there are still those who gaze at him in disbelief, pondering why he wouldn't simply purchase a pump if he couldn't find one, instead of carrying the motorcycle. As expected, he once again becomes the focal point of attention. A throng of students follows him, eager to see how far he can carry the motorcycle. Some enthusiasts even snap photos to share in their social circles, labeling it a foolish strongman spotted on campus. Carrying a motorcycle alone, truly extraordinary. This prompts a flurry of likes and shares, while others abandon their tasks to join in the spectacle. The crowd behind Xiangyu grows increasingly larger, forming a lengthy procession that is quite a sight to behold. Strangely, not a single person suggests he buy a pump or seek out an air compressor, illustrating that those who enjoy a spectacle often revel in the chaos it brings. Oblivious to the crowd's intentions, Xiangyu poses for their photographs, inadvertently becoming a source of amusement. Perhaps sensing his amiable demeanor, a kind-hearted individual approaches him with a bottle of mineral water, stirring a warm feeling within him as he expresses his gratitude. Onlookers admire the generosity of the person who offered the water, thinking how mischievous it was to provide him with a drink while he struggled to carry the bike. Clearly, they wish to see him manage the motorcycle with one hand. However, Xiangyu, who considers himself a naive and pure-hearted individual, remains unaware of any ulterior motives. Thirsty, he takes the bottle, twists off the cap with his teeth, and drinks deeply. As he tilts his head back, the motorcycle naturally begins to slide down his back. Yet to everyone's astonishment, it remains securely perched on his shoulders. Still thirsty? Suddenly, more kind souls come forth, presenting him with bottles of water. Xiangyu beams with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, dear friends, one bottle is sufficient. Go ahead, drink up." Someone even helps him open a bottle, bringing it to his lips. Given their eagerness, refusing their kindness would be impolite, and he certainly couldn't allow others to feed him. Thus, after expressing his thanks once more, he accepts the water and drinks again. Having consumed 2 bottles already, offering him more might raise suspicions, so the crowd tacitly agrees to cease their offerings. At long last, Xiangyu arrives beneath the girls' dormitory, where he spots Dai standing with a teasing smile on her face. She had already seen the wildly circulated photos on social media and quickly informed Chu Gur upon realizing it was Xiangyu. Upon seeing the images, Chu Gur unexpectedly breaks into a genuine smile. Having known her since childhood, Dai recognizes that this is the most natural smile she has ever witnessed from her friend. The ability to make the icy demeanor of that ice mountain melt into laughter leaves Dai marveling at Xiangyu's charm. Despite his flaws, he possesses redeeming qualities. "Have you been waiting long?" Xiangyu thuds the motorcycle down, speaking. Dai does not reply, but instead glances at the crowd behind him, saying coolly, "Is there nothing for them to do?" Though Xiangyu may not know Dai well, few within the academy are unfamiliar with her. She is a prominent member of the student council, held in high esteem. Rumors abound of her fierce temper, with tales of students who have crossed her ending in their expulsion from the academy. While merely gossip, such tales carry weight, and entering Qingzhou Academy is no easy feat. One must tread carefully around this formidable figure. When she speaks, the crowd disperses in an instant, leaving the area remarkably clear. "Why didn't you ride it? You could have just ridden it here," Dai asks knowingly, struggling to contain her laughter. Xiangyu wipes his brow and explains, "Zhao, you let the air out, and I thought I would come see you while looking for a place to inflate the tires. Do you know where I might find one?" Dai replies, "There are no pumps on campus. You'll have to go off campus." Xiangyu had hoped she would assist him in finding a location, thinking that given her beauty, the service might be complimentary. Having spent the past few days indulging at Zhao Yu's, he feels a bit guilty. The previous night, while dining at the night market, he had insisted on paying, which cost him 98, leaving him with merely 2 yuan now. He reaches into his pocket, feeling the 2 damp bills, and awkwardly inquires, "How much does it cost to inflate a tire?" Dai stifles a laugh, responding, "With a motorcycle as flashy as yours, the mechanic will likely see you as a target for exorbitant fees. Normally, it costs just a couple of yuan, but I suspect they'll charge you 10. 10 yuan? I don't even have a couple." Seeing the mix of indignation and embarrassment on his face, Dai can no longer contain her laughter, her mirth causing Xiangyu to look utterly bewildered. "What is so funny?" he exclaims. "Just because I'm short on funds doesn't mean you need to laugh so heartily." Once her laughter subsides, Dai retrieves a manual air pump from her trunk and hands it to him, asking, "I have one here. Do you know how to use it?" Xiangyu shakes his head, realizing that he is not as knowledgeable as some might assume. His limited life experiences have left him oblivious to many commonplace matters. Previously, he had a card from Long Hao that allowed him to purchase anything necessary during missions, leading to an absence of understanding regarding money. He is familiar with firearms and weaponry, but lacks knowledge of everyday items. After Dai assists him in inflating the tires, she finally remarks. Zhao Ji must have an emergency air pump in her vehicle. Next time you're low on air, don't just carry it out. The crowd following you is merely waiting for a laugh. Upon grasping the situation, Xiangyu mutters defiantly, wait until I get my hands on her. She'll regret it. Yet, one cannot entirely blame her. Simply purchasing a pump would suffice. And Dai, not wanting to be seen as instigating conflict between the sisters, defends Zhao Ji for the first time. Xiangyu scratches his head, pondering, had I known, I could have just bought a pump. But then he recollects, oh right, I have no money. Did you need something when you sought me out? He queries, eager to shift the topic. And Dai opens her trunk, pointing to a neatly stacked pile of clothing. These are the garments you had delivered to me. I've washed and organized them for you. Chapter 69. Family duties over a dozen outfits, not only washed but also sorted and folded with care. Witnessing this, Xiangyu feels an unexpected surge of emotion. In his 20-plus years of life, no one has ever treated him with such kindness. This mission, initially perceived as perilous and fraught with danger, reveals itself as a journey where, at the very least, someone genuinely cares for him, and that is more than enough. Do not overthink it. The garments were merely taken to the dry cleaners, and I only just received them today before calling you. Observing the expression on Xiangyu's face, and Dai quickly realized that this fellow had misconstrued the situation. She felt compelled to clarify, for although it might be advantageous for Xiangyu to believe he owed her a personal favor, she was not of such a petty nature and felt discomfort in her heart. Meanwhile, Xiangyu was lost in reverie, imagining how beautiful, considerate, gentle, and kind she was, only to have his fantasies abruptly doused with a bucket of cold water, shattering them in an instant. I didn't think much of it, but I still want to thank you, he said awkwardly, as Dai's image in his mind plummeted. He thought to himself, even if he were to tell a little lie and admit it, what harm would it do? At the very least, it would bring me a moment of solace, making me feel that there are still good people in this world. Now, you've distorted my worldview instead. And Dai chuckled softly, saying, you've donated so much to children in impoverished areas. I ought to thank you on their behalf. Compared to you, I've done nothing and am not worthy of your thanks. Xiangyu had intended to downplay his own contributions as trivial. But then he recalled that it amounted to over 30 million in real currency, while he himself had only 2 coins left in his pocket. If he continued to feign humility, he would surely be looked down upon by her. What have you been up to these past few days? How have you been? And Dai suddenly inquired. Xiangyu had been enjoying a comfortable life, with plenty to eat, drink, and play, and even teasing a couple of beautiful women now and then. If life could be like this every day, it would indeed be perfect. Not bad, he replied casually, and Dai did not press further, gesturing toward the clothes. With so much, I thought you had driven here. Let me take them to you. Where do you reside? Zhao Ji's small residence was essentially a restricted area within the academy. Although the 7 clans knew she lived there, they would not send anyone to monitor her. Thus, it was understandable that Dai was unaware of Xiangyu's prolonged stay there. You know where Zhao Ji lives, right? I reside there as well. I happen to have some business to attend to, so you can deliver them to me. Xiangyu recalled that Wei Xiang had invited him to meet and unconsciously spoke up. And Dai shot him a curious glance, surprised that this fellow was living with Zhao Ji. She knew Zhao Ji did not have a good reputation among the 7 clans, yet she had never seen her get close to any man over the years, let alone invite one to her residence. To her astonishment, this guy had managed to ingratiate himself into that small building, and judging by the circumstances, it seemed he was quite close with the 2 sisters. Do you really live there? And Dai asked, astonished. Xiangyu responded with a perplexed expression. Is there a problem? No problem. I'll take them to you right now. And Dai was intrigued and wanted to see how he had managed to get in there. After parting ways, they each got into their cars and went their separate ways. Inside the stadium, chaos erupted as excitement filled the air. The reason was simple. That evening, their idol Song Boji and Aoyuki would be arriving for a small fan meeting, and perhaps members who would team up with the 2 major stars for tomorrow's competition would also be selected there. They certainly could not miss this rare opportunity to be close to their idols. As soon as Xiangyu appeared at the stadium entrance, Wei Xiang approached him through the throng, sparing him the trouble of searching for someone in a crowd. Why are you only just arriving? Wei Xiang asked, his tone tinged with displeasure. Xiangyu, feeling no urge to explain, asked bluntly, is there something you need from me? Tomorrow is the official match, and I intended for everyone to practice together, but now the stadium is occupied. If you had come earlier, we wouldn't be facing this trouble, Wei Xiang complained, his frustration palpable. The outcome of this competition was tied to his future happiness, but alas, there was no chance for practice now. He could not simply evict all the students. He lacked the authority and dared not incite their ire, especially since many students had powerful backgrounds, making it unwise to offend anyone. Xiangyu retorted, "What good is practicing at the last minute? Where have you been these past few days? If you had organized practice earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I had some urgent matters to attend to and was away for a few days," Wei Xiang explained casually. Noticing that Xiangyu was still perched on his Harley and hadn't dismounted, he felt a pang of regret. Initially, he had lent it to Xiangyu to smooth over their relationship, and because Xiangyu had helped him secure an opportunity with Chen Sisi. However, it was supposed to be a loan, not a gift, yet Xiangyu had effectively claimed it as his own. Wei Xiang was unsure how to broach the subject of reclaiming it, especially since Xiangyu was now wealthier than he was. Though he had not attended the gathering, he was well aware of what transpired there. Even Wei Zixuan had been outsmarted by Xiangyu, leaving Wei Xiang's feelings quite complicated, a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from witnessing Wei Zixuan, who usually held a higher status in the academy and family, being outmaneuvered by Xiangyu, who was ostensibly his subordinate. This was a significant blow to Wei Zixuan, especially as some elders in the family had begun to express dissatisfaction with his performance, presenting a potential opportunity for Wei Xiang. The concern arose from the realization that Xiangyu had not only outsmarted Wei Zixuan, but had also toyed with nearly everyone who had attended the gathering. Just how formidable was this individual to execute such astonishing feats? The more inscrutable Xiangyu became, the harder he was to control. If he did not even regard Wei Zixuan, how could he possibly take Wei Xiang seriously? Their apparent closeness was merely superficial. Even trivial matters could create rifts in their relationship. The family placed immense importance on Xiangyu, urging Wei Xiang to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, ideally ensuring Xiangyu would willingly assist the family. However, how to achieve this remained a mystery to Wei Xiang. Were Xiangyu aware of Wei Xiang's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it laughable that such a mediocre individual would dare to try to win him over. Surely, the Wei family ought to send a few women of Zhao Ji's caliber to entice him. Perhaps then he might consider doing a few favors for them against the other prominent families. After all, the blame would rest with the Wei family, and he would undoubtedly put forth his utmost effort. "How's the car treating you?" Wei Xiang asked, unsure of what else to say. After hesitating for too long, he realized he might raise Xiangyu's suspicions, so he made small talk instead. Xiangyu nodded, "It's fine, but the tires keep losing air. Could you buy me a pump?" Wei Xiang felt a surge of irritation. How could this guy ask him to buy a pump? Yet, for the sake of the family's mission and his aspirations to surpass Wei Zixuan, he suppressed his annoyance and smiled. "No problem. I'll bring one the next time we meet." Chapter 70. A major deal. Seeing Wei Xiang hesitating and struggling to find the right words, Xiangyu secretly chuckled, curious to see how long he could hold out. Glancing around at the sea of people in the stadium, he remarked, "You sought me out regarding practice, didn't you? It seems that won't be possible now. Even if we practiced, it wouldn't be of much use. The key lies in our inherent strength. We just need to give it our all on the field tomorrow." Wei Xiang wholeheartedly agreed, realizing that if their skills were already established, last-minute practice would be futile. "Then I'll be counting on you tomorrow," he said. "Don't worry. I'll give it my all. I certainly don't want to leave school because of a loss. There are so many beautiful women here. If I leave, they'll miss me. To prevent them from regretting their lost opportunity because of my departure, I'm all in." Xiangyu patted Wei Xiang on the shoulder, adopting a serious expression, as if he were making a grand declaration. Wei Xiang wore a smile, but inwardly scoffed, thinking this guy was far too narcissistic. Did he really believe the women would mourn his departure? "I'll take my leave now. Don't forget about the pump," Xiangyu reminded him as he prepared to depart. Wei Xiang felt disgruntled, thinking, "You won over a staggering 40 million just a few days ago, and yet you're asking me to get you a pump? How shameless." As Xiangyu turned to leave, Wei Xiang, realizing he had made no progress on the family's mission during this meeting, felt a surge of determination. "I have something important to discuss with you. Let us find a quieter place." Xiangyu contemplated inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade as he patted the back of his Harley. "Get in," he commanded. Wei Xiang, feeling increasingly displeased, thought to himself, "This is still my car, even if you've taken it from me. You are now a wealthy tycoon, and I have treated you well in the past. Can't you at least return my car? Yet here you are, making me sit in the back, showing me no respect at all." Resigned to his frustration, he climbed into the rear seat. The obnoxious roar of the engine drew the ire of surrounding students. But many recognized Xiang Yu's face, aware that he was a notorious figure, and thus made way for him to pass. The campus was vast, teeming with students, yet the presence of an idol drew introverted boys and girls out of their dorms, making it difficult to find a secluded spot. Ultimately, it was Wei Xiang who pointed the way to a small, deserted grove. "You certainly know how to find a place. You must come here often," Xiang Yu remarked, surveying the ground littered with discarded tissues and used condoms. He grimaced at the sight, realizing that as a security guard, he would need to patrol this area more frequently to prevent such unsightly behavior from marring the campus environment. Wei Xiang hastily waved his hand, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Am I really that uncouth? Of course, if one were to engage in such activities, they would seek a more romantic setting. A grove like this is not my usual haunt, unless, of course, there are exceptional circumstances." Initially pretending to be aloof, he soon revealed his intentions. Xiang Yu, however, was skeptical. This place is indeed secluded, but what business could possibly require such a setting? Wei Xiang glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was within earshot before lowering his voice. "I have a lucrative opportunity at hand. Are you interested in collaborating?" Xiang Yu felt a flicker of intrigue, but remained cautious. He had learned from Zhao Ji that Wei Xiang was likely involved in illicit enterprises. However, given the recent fallout with Wei Zixuan, who must be seething with resentment, Xiang Yu couldn't shake the suspicion that this proposal was merely a ploy for revenge. Yet, Wei Xiang was no fool. He understood that such a sensitive topic could arouse Xiang Yu's suspicions. Still, he pressed on. "First, tell me about this grand venture of yours. But let me be clear, I will not engage in any illegal activities. If your so-called opportunity is tainted, I would prefer not to hear it." Xiang Yu issued a preemptive warning, clarifying his stance. Wei Xiang smiled knowingly. As the saying goes, a horse does not grow fat on night grass. A person does not become rich without unexpected fortune. That 40 million you earned is, by all accounts, a windfall. Now, a far greater fortune lies before you. It's up to you to seize it. Virtuous men acquire wealth through righteous means. Besides, with those several tens of millions, I could live comfortably for a lifetime without lifting a finger. Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, mentioning the 32 million he had donated, which Wei Zixuan and others already knew about. It was evident that Wei Xiang was feigning ignorance, and Xiang Yu decided to play along. Surprised that Xiang Yu was not taking the bait, Wei Xiang sighed in resignation. "What a pity. I had hoped we could partner up for something big, which could yield at least 100 million. Who would ever complain about too much money? But if you are not interested, then I shall say no more." Xiang Yu, fully aware of Wei Xiang's intentions, decided to feign interest. "You make a valid point. Who would ever complain about too much money? I was merely testing your sincerity. Now I see you are a true brother. Speak plainly, what is this grand venture? And if it suits me, count me in." Wei Xiang cursed inwardly, realizing Xiang Yu was not truly viewing him as a brother, but he feigned enthusiasm. "You're calling me brother is enough. I am currently negotiating with the other party. Once we finalize the deal, all you need to do is invest, and I will handle the rest, ensuring you gain a fortune. If anything goes awry, it will not involve you in the slightest." Xiang Yu, filled with gratitude, clapped Wei Xiang on the shoulder. "Dear brother, if we are to prosper and find wives, I rely on you entirely. But you must not let anything go wrong. Otherwise, I will be left with nothing." In an instant, he could go from wealthy to destitute, a reality he could scarcely endure. If something were to transpire, it would be detrimental for them both. This was a clear threat, a warning to Wei Xiang. He would not allow any negligence that could jeopardize his investment. If anything did happen, he expected his initial contribution returned without question. Wei Xiang chuckled nervously, realizing he needed to secure Xiang Yu's loyalty to fulfill his family's mission. Initially, he had intended to lay everything out for Xiang Yu, but given his cautious attitude, he opted for a more gradual approach. Once Xiang Yu was aboard, there would be no turning back. He would be tied to Wei Xiang, and their fates would be intertwined. Chapter 71. She is mine. After reaching an agreement, Xiang Yu concocted an excuse to leave Wei Xiang behind, riding off on his Harley, leaving Wei Xiang fuming at his retreating figure, cursing, "That's my car. You leave me here and run off without a second thought. Do you have no conscience?" After parting with Wei Xiang, Xiang Yu found himself without a destination, ultimately returning to Zhao Ji's small building. By chance, he encountered Dai, who was delivering clothes for him. "Zhao, didn't he give you a hard time? Did she?" he inquired as Dai parked her car and rolled down the window. He was aware of the long-standing tension between the two, especially since Zhao had purchased the clothes, which Dai had brought over. And Dai replied meaningfully, knowing Zhao Yu was there, you still asked me to deliver the clothes. Was that intentional? It was you who offered to deliver them. Am I really that type of person? Xiang Yu retorted, feeling disgruntled. And Dai smiled subtly, as if to suggest that indeed he was that type. Fortunately, she didn't give me a hard time. But you should be careful. Being so close to me might put you at odds with Zhao Ji. While she did not explicitly state it, Xiang Yu understood well that Zhao Ji and Chu Gur had become bitter enemies due to the deceased Xiang Yu. And his closeness to Zhao Ye and Dai could inevitably incite Zhao Ji's jealousy. I am closer to them than to you. I live and eat with them. Do you think Gur would turn against me? Xiang Yu replied calmly. And Dai frowned. Are you still holding out hope? Xiang Yu chuckled. The women I desire will never escape my grasp. And Dai rolled her eyes, exasperated. You think you can just reach for the swan while being a toad? Have you lost your mind? She is a swan, but I am not the toad you imagine. In that moment, Xiang Yu exuded an air of dominance, his expression naturally radiating an unshakable confidence. His chiseled visage, reminiscent of a marble statue, conveyed a steadfast resolve, evoking a sense of disbelief in those who knew he was unlikely to win over Chu Gu, yet felt compelled to believe his words nonetheless. A fleeting image crossed in Dai's mind, one of a similarly commanding figure, whose irresistible charm left a profound impact. The man before her bore a striking resemblance, yet their differences in status and identity were vast. Go back and tell Gur she is mine, and I am hers. Make sure she doesn't seek out other men, for any man who approaches her will meet a grim fate, Xiang Yu declared with a grin, though Dai sensed the underlying threat. He would not allow any man to come near Gur. Dai gazed at him and inquired, if you had to choose between Gur and Zhao Ji, whom would you select? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu replied, of course, it would be Gur. Dai chuckled meaningfully. Be careful not to make such definitive statements. You should leave yourself some room for maneuver. Let us revisit this topic in due time. With that, she drove away. Zhao Ji's allure was irresistible to most men, and Xiang Yu, having spent countless moments in her company, was certainly no exception. As long as Xiang Yu exhibited significant utility, Zhao Ji would undoubtedly employ any means necessary to keep him firmly within her grasp. Could Xiang Yu truly escape her tender onslaught? Perhaps, at this moment, his desire to conquer was merely a reaction to Gur's disdain for him, rather than genuine affection, let alone love. Caught between Gur's icy demeanor and Zhao Ji's forthcoming warmth, how was he to choose? Dai was curious to see how long this fleeting fondness of his for Gur would endure. If his declarations were indeed sincere, and his feelings for Gur were not mere infatuation, but a steadfast conviction, she would gladly encourage Gur to explore the possibility. Although Xiang Yu appeared to possess nothing at present, Gur's father, a legend of his era, had similarly started with nothing in his youth. Had he not? Upon returning to the small building, Xiang Yu did not encounter Zhao Ye and presumed she was upstairs with Zhao Ji. He quickly slipped into Zhao Ye's room and locked the door, hoping to avoid her incessant chatter. Dai, too, returned to her dormitory, where Gur was quietly reading, seemingly unaffected by the current fervor sweeping the campus. Seeing her like this, Dai felt a twinge of sympathy and leaned over to gaze out the window, saying, I heard Song Boji will be visiting the school today. He's quite the charming young man. Don't you want to take a look? Gur closed her book and gently replied, Are you deliberately trying to pique my interest? As she stepped out, Dai casually called Xiang Yu to arrange a meeting, yet upon her return, she refrained from mentioning it, leaving Gur with a name she could not avoid. Dai's intention was clear. She aimed to spur Gur into action. Realizing Dai had seen through her thoughts, she momentarily froze before breaking into a cheerful smile. He asked me to tell you that you are his, and he is yours. He wants you to avoid contact with other boys. Otherwise, he will deal with them. Let us get to the point, Gur replied with an impassive expression, dousing Dai's enthusiasm. Dai, more serious now, remarked he is currently living with Zhao Ji, and considering Zhao Ji's nature, it's rather peculiar that she would allow him to stay there. Zhao Ji always had her own motives. Her tacit approval for him to remain in her company indicated a potential transaction between them, one that only he could fulfill. It was precisely this aspect that Zhao Ji valued, which explained her leniency. Gur calmly stated, if Xiang Yu or Zhao Ji were present to hear your analysis, one would be elated while the other would be filled with dread. For this is the truth. Gur could discern the essence of the situation, which would please Xiang Yu but leave Zhao Ji in turmoil. Did he not mention that Zhao Ji intends to deal with you? Ondai recalled the day Xiangyu had come to the dormitory to inform Gur about this, and she could not help but voice it. Gur replied nonchalantly, "She has always viewed me as a thorn in her side. It is no surprise she would seek to undermine me. But how could she plan against you without Xiangyu knowing? Don't you find that suspicious?" Ondai frowned, pondering for a long while without grasping Zhao Ji's strategy. Gur articulated, "Zhao Ji will uncover nothing. We should focus on Wei Xiang instead." Wei Zixuan suffered a significant loss at his hands. Yet Wei Xiang continues to remain close to him. That is where the true suspicion lies. Though she had not witnessed the meeting between Xiangyu and Wei Xiang, she deduced this conclusion from Wei Xiang's failure to cause trouble for Xiangyu, showcasing her remarkable intelligence. If members of the 7 clans were present, they would undoubtedly harbor deep-seated apprehension towards Gur, not merely out of respect for their elders' warnings. "Uncle 12, I miss you," Ondai said, pulling out her phone and using WeChat's voice function. Then she turned to Gur and added, "Let Uncle 12 step in. Even if Wei Xiang merely lets out a fart, we will know whether it is fragrant or foul." Chapter 72. 12 and Gold Lil Dai Dai. Why do you have such peculiar tastes? Want to smell some farts? Cool me. I have some. Just then, a carefree voice rang out, and with it, a figure burst through the window, appearing before the 2 women with a mischievous grin directed at Ondai. He was a strikingly handsome man, appearing to be in his 30s, with a well-proportioned physique that exuded an air of grandeur, yet his demeanor somewhat undermined his overall charm, leaving onlookers speechless. Ondai approached him, pinching his neck and threatening. "You are the one with peculiar tastes. Do you dare to let me lock you in the restroom for an entire day?" This man was none other than the 12 that Ondai had mentioned. Upon hearing her words, he feigned fear, saying, "No. Little Dai Dai's scent is far more pleasant. I could get lost in it." He then genuinely closed his eyes, displaying an expression of bliss. Ondai, unable to contend with him, huffed and turned to Gur, exclaiming, "Gur, Uncle 12 is bullying me. What s with this uncle nonsense? How many times have I warned you? Call me brother? 12 go, or 12 brother is fine." 12 scolded, glaring at her. Ondai rolled her eyes. "At over 30, you're still pretending to be young. You should be ashamed." 12, indeed, was in his mid-30s but had remarkably well-preserved looks, appearing only 30, and his character seemed rather immature, resembling that of a big boy. "Gur, have you missed 12 go? Come give me a hug." 12, lacking any decorum, pushed Ondai aside and opened his arms towards Gur. Gur, in a state of silence, allowed him to embrace her without resistance, maintaining a calm demeanor as if 12 were her closest confidant. "My Gur still smells delightful. It's precisely this scent." 12 grinned widely. After letting go, he gently pinched Gur's delicate face and ruffled her hair. You don't seem to have grown. You're just the same as on the first day of school." At this remark, both beautiful women exchanged disdainful glances. It had only been a few days, yet he could still comment on her height. It was truly baffling. 12 go. You've worked hard. Honestly, you needn't hover around me all the time. Can anything happen to me here? Gia replied, "Zonder exasperated." 12, being her father's brother, had always been her guardian since her childhood, doting on her as if she were the most precious treasure, referring to her as a princess and calling her Gur. Thus, when he embraced her, she felt no anger or resentment. Rather, she relished the warmth of his affection, knowing he would sacrifice everything for her, just as he would for her father. 12, with a stern face, exclaimed, "Quick, spit it out. Whoever dares to let my Gur come to harm, I'll make sure their entire family suffers." After a pause, he turned back to them with a grin. "You know, this dormitory houses quite a number of beautiful girls, all with exceptional figures. I'm reluctant to leave." Upon hearing this, the 2 women fell silent once more. Uncle 12 was still as playful as ever, having seemingly surveyed all the beauties in the dormitory. Given 12's prowess, they believed it without doubt. No girl could escape his gaze. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Ondai furiously demanded, "Speak. Have you been spying on us?" 12 quickly waved his hands in denial. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Besides, what have I not seen on you? When you were little, I even helped you bathe. Who would care?" Ondai felt a surge of indignation. Yet she was acutely aware that no matter how the 12 uncles played or frolicked, they would never harm them. Her anger stemmed merely from their habitual teasing when they were together. There was no malice intended. Uncle Huang is far superior. He would never engage in such antics, Ondai remarked with a disdainful pout. The 12 and Huang formed a formidable duo, being the closest companions of Chujur. "Pa! That rascal hides it well. Every time I sneak a glance, he is too busy moving bricks for me, and once I have had my fill of watching, he resumes his own gaze, looking utterly lecherous. You have no idea. Otherwise, you would surely scoff at him. 12 disparaged, rendering Huang worthless in his eyes. I refuse to believe that. Ondai retorted. Belief or disbelief matters little. As long as you understand that your Uncle Huang is not a good person, that suffices, 12 responded. Chuzhe, exasperated, interjected. Enough of your bickering. We have a task for you. I'll keep watch over you too. If anything arises, let Huang handle it. I refuse to go, 12 grumbled discontentedly. Chuzhe replied, either of you will do. Help me keep an eye on Wei Xiang. Surveillance? Huang is not cut out for this. I am the one suited for the job. What is it with the Wei family brat? Should we eliminate him? 12 casually suggested, as if taking a life were mere child's play, even if the individual in question belonged to the Wei family. Chuzhe shook her head. No need for that. Just keep watch. Very well. I shall proceed at once. With that, 12 vanished through the window, disappearing in an instant. His attire was specially designed, utilizing principles of light to render him nearly invisible, akin to a phantom. We must seal the windows. Who knows when he might sneak in and pilfer our cosmetics? Ondai remarked. Chuzhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while 12 was commendable in many respects, he often engaged in actions that left them speechless and helpless, like stealing cosmetics. At that moment, Chuzhe's phone rang. She glanced at it but did not answer, stating, Uncle Huang is downstairs. We should go meet him. 12 had entered through the window, while Huang was far more composed, waiting downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found Huang standing at the door. Huang was also a strikingly handsome man, not much older than 12, appearing to be in his early 30s, a remarkable similarity between them. Gij Dai Huang greeted, his face radiating affection, mirroring 12's demeanor. Ondai rushed forward, embracing Huang. Uncle, Dai missed you. Huang affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to Chuzhe. Another Xiang Yu has emerged. Do you have any thoughts to share? Chuzhe's expression dimmed as she lowered her gaze. You two have learned to tease like Uncle 12. Huang sighed softly, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind Chi's ear. Silly girl, some things cannot be forgotten. Nor should you dwell perpetually in the past. You must take a step forward and discover what this Xiang Yu is truly like. At his words, Chuzhe involuntarily trembled. Did Uncle Huang mean for her to engage with this Xiang Yu? But how could she? He was not him. He could not replace him. No one could, even if they shared the same name. I will probe into him. Await my news, Huang declared, arriving quickly and departing just as swiftly, giving Ondai a gentle pat before driving away. Chapter 73. Playing with Yu Huang had been gone for quite some time, yet Chuzhe remained rooted in place. The image of Xiang Yu lingering in her mind, his roguish grin as vivid as ever, despite having only encountered him twice. Was it merely because they shared the same name that he occupied her thoughts so? Why, apart from him, did this other Xiang Yu remain so clear in her mind? The duality of Xiang Yu existed within her, merging into one. This realization prompted Chuzhe to shake her head vigorously, insisting, he is not him. Grr, what is wrong? Ondai, noticing her peculiar behavior, hurriedly approached. Chuzhe inhaled deeply to regain her composure. It's nothing. Let us head back. Observing Shugeli abruptly. Ondai sighed softly, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Uncle Huang. Why must he bring up such sensitive topics like pouring salt into an open wound? As night fell, Xiang Yu was sleeping soundly when suddenly, an ominous sensation jolted him awake. He swiftly rolled off the bed, crouching at its edge, his eyes piercing through the darkness, emanating a dangerous aura that enveloped him, remaining utterly still. However, this menacing presence merely locked onto him without making any further moves. Who goes there? Xiang Yu questioned coldly, aware that the one capable of approaching him unnoticed must possess formidable strength. It was only when the intruder drew near that he sensed the threat, indicating that the individual was a master of stealth. His inquiry went unanswered as the dangerous aura receded slightly, yet it still held him in its sights, suggesting that the figure had not truly departed. With a scoff, Xiang Yu surmised that the other was inviting a confrontation. Moreover, it was evident that the intruder did not intend to take his life. Had they wished to do so, their ability to approach him undetected would have guaranteed a lethal strike from a concealed position. The fact that they refrained from doing so indicated an ulterior motive. If you wish to play, I shall oblige, Xiang Yu resolved, rising to exit. As anticipated, once he fully exposed himself, the other did not attempt a sneak attack. Their intent was not to kill him. Awake already? Zhao Yu was nestled on the sofa in the living room, snacking while watching television. Upon noticing Xiang Yu's grim countenance, she stood, her voice low. "What's wrong? An uninvited guest has arrived." Xiang Yu replied flatly. "Thou yagast? Impossible. Who would dare come here?" Xiang Yu approached, taking the lollipop she had just unwrapped and placing it in his mouth. "Stay put until I return." With that, he strode out of the small building. At that moment, Zhao Ji appeared at the staircase, bypassing Zhao Yu to follow him outside. Seeing this, Zhao Yu hurriedly donned her shoes to pursue them. Once outside, the ominous presence became clearer, allowing them to discern its direction as they darted forward like arrows released from a bow. The source of this aura also moved ahead, but at a deliberate pace, clearly allowing Xiang Yu to track their position. Soon, the two figures distanced themselves from the small building, stopping in an open area. The one in front facing away from him as Xiang Yu arrived. Observing the slender silhouette before him, while it stood casually with its back turned, Xiang Yu recognized that the posture was, in fact, an excellent defensive stance. No matter from which angle he attempted to strike, the adversary would be able to respond instantly. This individual was a master, a formidable threat. "Who are you?" Xiang Yu inquired, not questioning why he had been lured here or the intruder's identity, but rather seeking to understand their purpose. Huang mused to himself, noting the young man's impressive alertness and audacity. Undoubtedly, he was a concealed talent. Given his youth and remarkable capabilities, he could hardly be just a security guard. Now, even Huang questioned Xiang Yu's purpose for being at the academy. "Does it matter who I am?" Huang replied with a smile in his voice. "If it's not important, why are you here to find me?" Xiang Yu retorted coldly. Huang remained unfazed. "Is it important that I seek you?" Xiang Yu's irritation flared, and he turned to leave, muttering curses under his breath. "You just keep pretending. I have things to attend to and no time to waste with your nonsense." Huang inwardly cursed. "What a brat. Here I am, putting in effort to create an air of mystery, and this kid just walks away without a second thought, clearly disregarding my presence. Hey, stop right there." Huang could no longer contain his irritation. Xiang Yu, however, paid him no mind and continued on his way. The audacity of one to boast, while another surpasses in pretense. Should you reject the grace I extend, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Golden, in a fit of rage, swiftly advanced towards Xiang Yu's back. His attack was fierce and decisive, fingers converging into a lethal thrust aimed directly at Xiang Yu's heart. Instantly, the gravity of the situation weighed upon Xiang Yu. This adversary was indeed formidable. The earlier display of restraint was not born of a lack of intention to kill, but rather a cunning ruse to lure him into complacency. The ferocity of this strike was no jest. Golden's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Reacting instinctively, Xiang Yu lowered his body and pivoted swiftly, evading the impending blow. Quite the quick reflex. Golden, unfazed by his missed attack, merely smiled and unleashed a sweeping kick aimed at Xiang Yu's head. Alarm surged within Xiang Yu as he realized that his every movement seemed to fall within the calculations of his opponent. Just as he narrowly dodged a deadly palm strike, this kick surged forth, revealing that he had indeed underestimated this foe. As the critical blow descended, Xiang Yu once more crouched low, executing a clumsy roll to escape the attack's range. While the maneuver may have lacked grace, it was far preferable to losing his life. Golden, with a playful smile, elevated his leg to its zenith before forcefully bringing it down, still targeting Xiang Yu's head. Though Xiang Yu was quick to evade, Golden's adaptability was swifter, as if every change in his attack was precisely tailored to exploit Xiang Yu's vulnerabilities. Who is this person? Xiang Yu, vexed, realized that no matter how he dodged, he could not escape Golden's relentless onslaught. Faced with this overwhelming kick, he had no choice but to roll away once more. Thus, a ludicrous cycle ensued. One launched ferocious attacks while the other desperately evaded, body pressed against the ground. After narrowly dodging more than a dozen lethal strikes, Xiang Yu finally seized an opportunity. As Golden shifted his attack, he lunged forward and sat down abruptly, exclaiming, "Enough! I'm done." It dawned upon him that those seemingly fatal attacks had all been executed with restraint, as if Golden were deliberately forcing him into an embarrassing position, denying him both the chance to counterattack and to escape. This was nothing short of manipulation. This realization filled Xiang Yu with profound frustration. He had never felt so humiliated or constrained. 8 years prior, Xiang Yu had acquired the unparalleled martial arts technique, the Overlord's Decision. From an ancient prisoner in a forbidden zone, he had diligently practiced it, coupled with his brutal experiences on the battlefield, granting him terrifying prowess at a young age. His numerous successful missions and rich experience in combat proved his strength and capability. Yet today, facing this unexpected adversary, he found himself utterly at their mercy, with no opportunity to retaliate. Had his opponent wished to kill him, survival would have been utterly impossible. This realization struck Xiangyu as a heavy blow, imparting the lesson that there are always greater forces in the world. His once proud strength felt utterly impotent before Golden's might, leaving him seething with frustration. Had he known that Golden had endured similar trials, facing foes far more formidable than anyone Xiangyu had encountered, perhaps he would have thought differently. Golden had clawed his way up from the depths of death, each of those who had fallen before him far stronger than the Xiangyu of today. Let us play a bit longer. Golden approached, delivering a playful kick to the base of Xiangyu's thigh. You're not looking too good, are you? He teased. Xiangyu grimaced in pain, overwhelmed by irritation. What nonsense! I'm exhausted and not in the mood to play. If I had a sister, with your meager skills, you wouldn't stand a chance. Golden chuckled, settling beside Xiangyu. Another insult. Xiangyu scoffed. If you had a sister, I'd have her every day. Too bad. That pathetic thought will never come to fruition, Golden retorted, unfazed by Xiangyu's ire, only fueling his frustration further. What do you want from me? Xiangyu finally inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I wanted to test your mettle. I was surprised. Your flashy moves are nothing but show. Don't you find it embarrassing? Golden quipped. Fury ignited within Xiangyu. When have I ever been flashy? What does my shame have to do with you? Who do you think you are? Do I even know you? If his strength had sufficed, Xiangyu would have relished the opportunity to torment Golden slowly. I am a well-known figure in the mercenary world, the Dragon Soul. Before you, my skills have been reduced to mere frivolity. Even if you were stronger, you ought not to belittle me. Golden laughed. Can't fight back, so you throw a fit? You sound like a petulant child. Though Xiangyu bristled at the insult, he found himself powerless against Golden's mockery, his frustration boiling over. Now that you've had your fun, you've proven your strength isn't worth my time. Get lost. Your presence annoys me, Xiangyu declared, his patience exhausted. Golden stood, dusting off his backside. I'll take my leave, but expect me to return often. Be wary. One day, I might accidentally strike too hard, and should I kill you, don't blame me. Returning? Xiangyu glared at Golden, wishing he could devour him whole. Golden chuckled, turning to depart. After taking a few steps, he turned back. You're being followed. If those two sisters inquire, do not mention our encounter. I cannot afford such disgrace. With that, he vanished in an instant. As Xiangyu stood, he noticed commotion from his left. A sense of dread washed over him. He had focused entirely on Golden, failing to detect the presence of those trailing him. Golden had discerned their approach and even recognized them. Could it be he knew Zhao Ji and Zhaoya? Regardless of their familiarity, the strength of this individual left Xiangyu feeling utterly incapable of resisting. It appeared he needed to train diligently. Otherwise, he might one day fall victim to this shameless individual. Xiangyu resolved to elevate his mastery of the Overlord's decision to new heights. After being driven to the ground by Golden, he stripped off his soiled clothing, donning only his undergarments. What are you doing? Zhao Ji and Zhaoyu appeared before him. Despite the darkness, moonlight illuminated him, and upon seeing his attire, Zhaoyu inquired. Embarrassed by Golden's playful torment, Xiangyu hastily concocted a fib. It's hot out, so I came out to cool off. What brings you both here? Zhao Ji frowned. If you're going to lie, at least choose a better excuse. It is indeed hot, but the air conditioning inside is much cooler. Isn't it? You mentioned an intruder. Where are they? Zhaoyu surveyed the area, noting remnants of their earlier struggle, yet no intruder was in sight. A peeping Tom who wished to spy on you two while bathing. I chased him away. Xiangyu responded. Who would be so bold? If I find out, they face my wrath. Zaya exclaimed angrily, shaking her tiny fists. Realizing Zhao Ji bore a skeptical expression, Xiangyu knew he could deceive Zhaoya, but not her. He quickly turned to Zhaoya with a mischievous grin. Just a pervert. You want to deal with him? Why not let your brother-in-law handle it? Successfully diverting the conversation, Zhao Ji coolly remarked. The only pervert I see is you. Hey, you're taking advantage of both me and my sister. I'll make sure you regret it. Swinging her fists at Xiangyu. Not only did he wish to spy on them, but now he was being called brother-in-law. It seemed he was attempting to embrace both sisters. Xiangyu screamed, dodging Zhaoya's playful punches, and made his escape. You won't get away with this. Zhao Yu shouted after him. Zhao Yang exclaimed in indignation. Zhao Ji furrowed her brows and replied, Enough. You know all too well what kind of person he is. Simply ignore him. Zhao Ya's dark eyes darted around, and she whispered, Sister, could it be that someone is truly spying on us? There is no cover behind the small building. It feels rather unsafe for us to reside there. Zhao Ji observed the traces of the earlier struggle on the ground, her expression turning contemplative. It was evident that someone had infiltrated the vicinity of the small building, and their target was undoubtedly Xiangyu. However, Xiangyu's reaction was rather peculiar, given his temperament. He would never let it slide if he sensed hostility from the intruder. Yet, his words seemed to obscure the truth. Did the intruder have a connection to Xiangyu? Who could it be? This didn't quite add up. If they were acquainted, there would be no fight, or perhaps it was all an act designed for her benefit. Zhao Ji, despite her intelligence, found herself at a loss for answers. The only certainty was that Xiangyu was far from being as simple as he appeared. What was once mere speculation could now be confirmed. Xiangyu, who exactly are you? Zhao Ji mused internally. Chapter 75. The day of the competition arrives. The formidable strength of Huang Jin served as a wake-up call for Xiangyu, shattering the pride he had long held. While his current prowess was more than sufficient to handle opponents like Qi Tian and others, they were merely the youngest generation of the 7 clans. What of their forebears? What of their ancestors? The 7 clans had a lineage spanning 2 millennia, each family possessing terrifying martial prowess, with their cultivation methods tracing back to ancient times. How much chance did he truly have against such foes? Having only reached the 3rd level of the Overlord's technique, he still had considerable room for improvement. He could not wallow in self-pity, nor could he allow himself to become complacent. Taking a deep breath, Xiangyu finally acknowledged the inadequacy of his strength. The Overlord's technique comprised 9 levels, and having only attained the 3rd level thus far, he could already run rampant on the battlefield. If he were to one day cultivate it to its utmost, who could fathom the terror of his power? Sitting cross-legged at the edge of his bed, he slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation, blocking out all external distractions. The technique began to flow, marking his first genuine cultivation session since entering the academy. Surprisingly, upon Zhao Ya's return, she did not disturb him, allowing him to quietly relish the gradual rise in his strength. Time passed unnoticed. When he awoke, the dawn was just beginning to break, heralding a new day. After sitting in silence all night, he felt no discomfort and stretched before exiting his room. This cultivation session, while not enough to elevate him to the 4th level, had assuredly brought about some progress. Perhaps the looming threat posed by Huang Jin had instilled a sense of urgency in him, enabling him to cultivate at an accelerated pace. Today marked the official match against Duke University, and he was eager to showcase his prowess. After freshening up, Xiangyu murmured to himself in the mirror, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Zhao Ya, fully prepared, approached him and asked, Do you think we can win today? Is that even a question? You should know my strength by now. With my capabilities, I could easily be a superstar in the NBA. With countless teams begging for me to join them, Xiangyu replied, exasperated. Zhao Ya rolled her eyes at his boastfulness, thinking that if there were even a hint of possibility, it would be him crying and begging to join a team. I want to see Song Boji. Take me there quickly. The news of Song Boji and Aoi Yeji showcasing their skills had spread like wildfire a week prior. Clearly, this girl was a member of the fanbase. And as the nation's heartthrob, she could not miss the chance for a close encounter with her idol. Xiangyu scoffed, a pretty boy from a foreign land? How could he possibly compare to the charm of our great nation? If you like that sort of thing, you might as well get closer to me. Nonsense. You cannot insult Boji. Apologize at once. Zhao Ya retorted, displeased. Xiangyu, uninterested in further banter, stepped outside and mounted his Harley, asking, Do you want to join me? Zhao Ya hopped on, and before she could wrap her arms around his waist, the Harley roared to life, eliciting a series of excited shrieks from her. The campus was already teeming with people, not just students from Qingzhou Academy, but also those from other schools drawn in by the allure of their idols. The central playground could accommodate 100,000 spectators, yet even that proved insufficient, as many were left standing, unwilling to leave, all eager for a glimpse of their idols. I'll head to the changing room now. You enjoy yourself, Xiangyu told Zhao Ya. She was taken aback by the crowd, muttering, This is all your fault. If we had arrived earlier, we could have secured better seats. Now how am I supposed to see anything? Xiangyu thought to himself that she hadn't even risen as early as he had. How could she blame him? A mere entertainment star from a foreign land. If Jaya truly wished to see him, she could likely arrange a private meeting with just a word. Jaya grinned mischievously. I'm just teasing you. You need to perform well today. Don't end up with a score of 0, or that would be embarrassing. With that, she hopped off and walked away cheerfully. Despite the crowd, a player's passage remained open. As Xiangyu reached the entrance of the passage, a familiar voice called out, Brother Yu, I heard you're the main player in today's match. It's true. The speaker was Zhang San, who, along with Li Si, had been temporarily assigned to maintain order at the venue and guard the player's passage. Li Si approached as well, his face alight with surprise upon seeing Xiangyu. Xiangyu had genuinely considered them friends, despite their decision to forfeit what could have been their only chance at greatness. However, that was in the past. He still regarded them as friends, as they were among the first people he met upon arriving. All right, you both carry on. I need to prepare as well. I'll catch up with you after the match. Xiangyu replied casually as he entered the player's passage. His demeanor, while not cold, was certainly not warm, leaving Zhang San and Li Si to exchange glances, both feeling a sense of emptiness. Despite all the sensational events surrounding Xiangyu, he continued to thrive. Had they known this would be the outcome, they might have been more resolute earlier, perhaps joining Xiangyu in the changing room instead of standing guard. Yet, opportunities come but once, and once missed, are lost forever. Upon entering the changing room, he found Wei Xiong and the other players already present, with Chen Sisi among them. I'm not late, am I? Xiangyu asked cheerfully as he approached the group gathered around, listening to Chen Sisi explain the tactics. You arrived just in time. We are formulating strategies, so you might as well listen in, Chen Sisi replied. Xiangyu nodded, although he held little regard for the so-called tactics. Contradicting Chen Sisi at this juncture would only stir discontent among the group, damaging their relationships and leading to emotional turmoil on the court, which would inevitably result in defeat. Once Chen Sisi completed her explanation of the entire tactical plan, she inquired, Does anyone have any questions? Everyone shook their heads. Despite her youth and beauty, Chen Sisi possessed a profound understanding of basketball, having studied it in depth. Her strategies were consistently effective, earning her the genuine admiration of Wei Xiong and the others. Otherwise, how could she, as a woman, command the respect of these strong-willed athletes? Do we have the game footage of David and the others? Xiangyu asked hesitantly. The group exchanged incredulous looks. Of course, they had the footage, and they had reviewed it countless times. It was astonishing that he was only asking now. Li Jie temporarily took Xiangyu's place for the final tactical drills and warm-ups. I'll take him to review the footage, Chen Sisi said, walking toward the back of the changing room. Chapter 76. Co-starring in an action romance, the changing room was enveloped in a tense, orderly silence as everyone busily prepared for the upcoming match, while the playground outside buzzed with excitement, filled with cheers and screams. The reason is simple. Song Boji and Aoi Yeji have already made their appearances. The school administration, evidently composed of sensible individuals, understands that no matter what is said now, the students will be impervious to it. Thus, after a brief opening address, it was Song Boji's turn to speak. This young man, fluent in Korean, elicited raucous cheers from the female students, even though few in attendance could comprehend his words. Each pause he made was met with heart-wrenching screams from the girls, some of whom were so overcome with emotion that they wept openly, a testament to Song Boji's immense popularity. Following his speech, it was Aoi Yeji's turn, prompting thunderous applause and shouts from the boys. Gazing at her alluring figure, even though she was clothed, how many boys had not seen her in all her glory? While they could not see it now, their imaginations ran wild, rendering their faces flushed and their expressions predatory. If only they could be the male lead in one of Aoi's films. The arrival of these two stars ignited the atmosphere, almost overshadowing the event itself, which was merely a friendly match between the school's basketball team and Duke University. However, the administration was keen to ensure that the two celebrities did not steal the spotlight from the match. As a generous incentive, they announced that all students supporting the home team would have a chance to be selected. If the home team emerged victorious, 10 male and 10 female students would be chosen to take photos with Song Boji and Aoi Yeji, receiving their autographs as well. This announcement undoubtedly elevated the excitement to new heights. Despite the limited number of spots, surely one of those lucky few could be me. Although the condition of the home team winning seemed steep, given that few believed their team could triumph over Duke, it was better to have hope than none at all. Thus, the crowd of 100,000 erupted in fervent cheers for the school team, their shouts echoing in a frenzied cacophony. Song Boji and Aoi Yeji led the teams they had assembled from among the students onto the court. And only then did the atmosphere settle somewhat as the exhibition match commenced. In the video room of the locker room, Chun Cece accompanied Xiangyu as they watched footage of Duke University's basketball team. Everyone has their own characteristics, which can be divided into strengths and weaknesses. By avoiding the opponent's strengths and focusing on their weaknesses, our chances of victory will increase, she explained. Aoi-sensei is my idol. I want to go see her, Xiangyu stated as he stood up. Chun Cece's expression stiffened. She had been analyzing the opponent, yet he seemed wholly unconcerned about the upcoming match. If you were so eager to see Aoi Yeji, why should I accompany you to watch the game footage? Chun Cece retorted, her tone growing cold. Are all men merely creatures who think with their lower bodies? Do you understand men well, coach? Xiangyu replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. What did you say? Chun Cece shot back. Otherwise, how would you know that men think with their lower bodies? Xiangyu pressed. Chun Cece scoffed. A woman like Aoi Yeji can drive all of you boys to madness. I can only describe you with disdain. Oh, so the coach knows about Aoi-sensei as well. Don't you think her acting is superb? Xiangyu's eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. It was unexpected that the usually aloof coach would watch Aoi's films. She truly had a warm heart beneath her icy exterior. Chun Cece was immediately filled with embarrassment and anger, wishing to find a hole to hide in. How could she have let such a slip of the tongue occur? I haven't watched, she hastily denied, adamant not to admit to anything so mortifying. Xiangyu's expression turned knowing as he nodded. I believe you, coach. You must be too busy with work to have time for romantic films. You'd rather be the star yourself, right? I completely trust you. The more he said, the more flustered Chun Cece became. What do you mean, be the star? Nonsense. I don't have a boyfriend to perform for. She began, but abruptly fell silent, both staring wide-eyed at each other. Moments later, Chun Cece let out a shriek, covering her face and fleeing in shame. How embarrassing! How utterly humiliating! My mouth is too big, she lamented, furious at herself for almost falling for his teasing. What a detestable, infuriating creature. What do you mean, perform with me? Xiangyu stood bewildered for a moment before realizing, secretly delighted at the thought of starring in a beautiful romance film with the coach. However, in an instant Chun Cece had vanished. He rushed after her, calling out, Coach, let us discuss the details. I can do it for free. The training players, including Wei Xiong, paused, casting puzzled glances at Xiangyu and then at Chun Cece, who had regained her composure. What details? What about money? They were unaware that Chun Cece understood exactly what he was implying and harbored deep resentment towards him. This boy called her coach, yet he acted as if she were anything but training. Chun Cece asserted with authority, her voice sharp. Wei Xiong and the others exchanged glances, rolling their eyes before returning to their pre-game preparations. At that moment, Xiangyu had sidled up to her, inhaling the familiar scent emanating from her. I think the coach's proposal was quite good. We can delve deeper into tactics and techniques. Rest assured, I will give it my all and not disappoint you. Get lost. Chun Cece could hardly find words, forcing out a single word through gritted teeth, seething with frustration at him. Xiangyu, grinning and enjoying the banter, maintained a respectful distance, thinking that a little teasing was enough. After all, there would be ample time to interact in the future, and given the foundation laid today, who knew? They might actually become the leads in a film together someday. Chun Cece, however, felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. His presence was discomforting. Yet she could not dismiss him without inciting speculation from others. Just as she pondered how to navigate the situation, someone rushed over, announcing, the game starts in 10 minutes. Everyone, get ready for your turn. Chapter 77. The opening ceremony with 10 minutes remaining before the match, the players were both nervous and excited. Outside, a crowd of 100,000 awaited. Even the revered NBA Finals could not draw such an audience. This was a highly anticipated event. If they won, they would be hailed as heroes of the academy, with countless admirers. But if they lost, they would be vilified. The students who missed out on photos and autographs would see them as enemies, and their shame would be palpable. To attract enough attention for this match, the school had thrust them into the spotlight, a decision that could be deemed ill-conceived. Chun Cece gathered everyone together, her expression grave. The significance of this match is clear to you all. What I want to emphasize is, 10 years of practice culminates in 1 minute on the stage. Our sweat, injuries, tears, and blood. All for what? to showcase our skills and abilities on the court. It is not merely about winning or becoming the center of attention, but to prove ourselves and ensure our efforts are not in vain. Once we are out there, I expect everyone to give their all and demonstrate your true capabilities. Can you all do that? We can. The group responded in unison. Chun Cece's pre-match rally was neither sentimental nor aimed at uplifting spirits. It simply served to remind everyone of the purpose behind their relentless efforts. As long as they could grasp the answer to that question, it would suffice. Clearly, they had found their answer. The day-to-day, year-after-year rigorous training, honing their skills and conditioning their bodies, was all in pursuit of greatness, to become dazzling basketball stars, and ultimately to compete at higher levels, earn greater fortunes, transform their fates, and improve their families' lives. Let's enter the arena and familiarize ourselves with the court. Chun Cece commanded as she led the way towards the players' tunnel. Once Li Jie and the others had distanced themselves, Wei Xiong quietly remarked to Xiang Yu, in this match, "We have no choice but to win." At that moment, Xiong Shan and Lang Wang will cover for us. Our task is to score. Can we accomplish this? Xiang Yu chuckled. I certainly do not wish to be expelled from the academy due to a loss. After all, I have finally entered this institution, met my beloved Ger, and am gradually earning Zhao Ji's trust. There is no way I would allow a mere game to jeopardize my position here. If that were to happen, Long Hao would surely skin me alive. My future happiness relies heavily on you. Once we win, I shall present you with a grand surprise, Wei Xiong said meaningfully. Xiang Yu shrugged, thinking to himself, you, a mere pauper, will love one woman for a lifetime? Even if we win, Chun Cece will merely grant you an opportunity, not a commitment. You're thinking too highly of yourself. Rest assured, my brother will not let you down. Xiang Yu replied lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the tension surrounding the match. At that moment, the court was abuzz with the opening ceremony. As each player was introduced, they sprinted onto the court, eliciting waves of excitement from the audience. The first to take the stage was undoubtedly the visiting Duke University basketball team. As the announcer introduced each player, the cheers from the stands gradually simmered down. For each member of this team seemed formidable, with accolades from Nike training camps, NCAA championships, and McGraw Basketball Park. Having participated in virtually every renowned basketball competition in the United States, boasting impressive achievements, particularly David and George. These two players held positions identical to those of Xiang Yu and Wei Xiong, serving as point guard and small forward respectively. David was hailed as the successor to CP3. And for those knowledgeable about basketball, CP3 is recognized as the hottest point guard in the NBA today, possessing fierce defensive skills, a commanding court vision, and exceptional scoring ability, making any point guard facing him feel as though they were trapped in a nightmare. The fact that David could be mentioned in the same breath as CP3 speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. George, on the other hand, was dubbed the new generation's Batman. In the past, basketball deity Jordan achieved unprecedented success, not only due to his transcendent skills, but also because of his companion, Batman Pippen. Before the emergence of the chosen one, LeBron, Pippen was undoubtedly one of the top players in the small forward position, and George, as the new Batman, should not be underestimated. In addition to these two, the team center, the Beast Martin, the power forward, Little Tyrant Myers, and shooting guard, Silver Fox Carl, were equally renowned. Even their substitutes bore notable reputations. When this basketball team entered, the audience had initially prepared to boo, but upon hearing their accolades and achievements, the jeers were stifled in their throats. To boo such a team only to have their own school team decimated would be an embarrassment of epic proportions. The announcer began to introduce the players from Qingzhou Academy's basketball team, Xiong Shan, Lang Wang, and Ma Chong, whose notable achievements were merely records set against other college teams, failing to spark the audience's interest. It was only when Wei Xiong's name was mentioned that some applause emerged, but his highest accolade was merely a championship in a national streetball tournament and a few high-scoring games in college competitions. Once the 5 main players had been introduced, and even the substitutes had taken the stage, only Xiang Yu remained, standing alone in the players' tunnel. The audience was puzzled. Typically, the final player to be introduced would be the team's leader. Everyone knew that Wei Xiong was the leader of the school team, yet now that he had already emerged, someone else must still be missing, someone even more prominent. Xiang Yu himself was taken aback to find he was the final player to take the stage. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he turned to Chun Cece, who was waiting nearby, and asked, "Coach, what is going on?" "This is a strategy," Chun Cece replied tersely, choosing not to elaborate further. By allowing Xiang Yu to be the last to enter, Chen Sisi was intentionally creating a sense of intrigue, knowing both teams were aware that Wei Xiong was their ace. Even she believed it. Thus, this order of appearance was designed to instill doubt in the opponents, causing them to be wary of Xiang Yu without over-focusing on him, thereby enhancing Wei Xiong's opportunities to shine. Once the game opened up, their chances of victory would naturally increase. And now, the player taking the stage. Xiang Yu? The announcer had anticipated that this mysterious final player would be someone of great renown, likely an external recruit brought in secretly, and was prepared to build the suspense. However, when she flipped to the last page, she was taken aback. It simply read Xiang Yu. Chapter 78. The grand finale. Xiang Yu? Not only was the announcer flabbergasted, but the audience of 100,000 was equally bewildered. Xiang Yu? Who was this? Why had they never heard of this name before? Well, it wasn't entirely accurate to say they had never heard of it. Rather, it was a name steeped in legend and unparalleled might. In ancient times, there indeed existed a formidable overlord, Xiang Yu, who vanquished the once mighty Qin Empire, unifying Huaxia. But what of the present Xiang Yu? Was he here to compete in this match? A reincarnation of the legendary overlord? Surely that would be too much to fathom. Xiang Yu was equally astonished. While other players were introduced with grand accolades, his introduction was painfully lacking. Was this not demoralizing? Under the glaring spotlight, Xiang Yu had no choice but to step onto the court. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile that he hoped appeared charming, then pranced around the court in a series of small steps, blowing kisses to the audience as he went. His antics left the audience speechless. Was this a basketball game or a circus performance? Was he a player or merely a jester? To have such a character as the final act was utterly bewildering. However, some sharp-eyed students recognized Xiang Yu. After all, he was a figure of notoriety, and every action he took at school made him the center of attention. But wasn't he a security guard? Rumor had it that just days ago, he was the one carrying the massive Harley. How had he managed to join the school team? And not just as a member, but seemingly taking Wei Xiong's spot as the main player? As the students held onto a glimmer of hope, seeing this security guard as the final player extinguished any remaining optimism. A chorus of boos erupted, their only means of expressing their discontent. Of course, had it not been for the desire to maintain civility and decorum in front of their foreign friends, some might have been tempted to hurl rotten eggs or cabbage at him. Xiang Yu. In the front 3 rows of the audience sat the scions of 7 noble families, surrounded by their subordinates, ensuring no outsider could overhear their discussions. Among them was Wei Zixuan, who couldn't help but shout in anger upon seeing Xiang Yu. Not just him, Qi Tian, Qin Zheng, and Yen Chuanxiu all displayed expressions of outrage, clearly still harboring resentment from their previous encounters with Xiang Yu. Time has passed, yet there are still those who harbor resentment. If one cannot bear to lose, perhaps one should refrain from participating altogether. Zhao Yan naturally found herself among them, and even Zhao Ji joined in the fray, emboldened by the presence of her sister. During this period of acquaintance with Xiang Yu, despite his mischievous teasing, he had never crossed a line, thus failing to embody the essence of a truly nefarious villain. Observing Wei Zixuan's predatory expression, she could not resist a jab. Wei Zixuan, unafraid of Zhao Ye, yet cautious of Zhao Ji, coldly retorted, "Zhao Ji, I trust you will keep a close watch on your sister. Beware of the dangers that may arise from careless words." Zhao Ji, with a smile playing on her lips, replied softly, "Xiao Ye has her own temperament. I cannot manage her. Why don't you take on that task?" Wei Zixuan detected the mockery in her words and cackled, "Rest assured, if she ever falls into my grasp, I shall educate her properly. You might be disappointed. There will be no such opportunity in this lifetime." Zhao Ji replied indifferently. The two exchanged barbs, while Qi Tian and the others merely observed the spectacle, showing no inclination to mediate. The deeper their animosity grew, the more beneficial it became for the onlookers. Is your only talent to engage in verbal sparring? If you truly despise each other, why not settle it with a fight? What purpose do such empty threats serve? If you lack the courage to act, perhaps you should save your breath. It's sweltering out here. And you might just faint from the heat and die. Also present could not help but scoff, her words laced with provocation. As soon as she spoke, "What does this have to do with you? Save your breath. You might be the first to succumb to the heat, surrounded as we are by wolves. I doubt there will be a shortage of volunteers to administer artificial respiration." "Apologies, I have bottled water," and Dai replied with a laugh, shaking the bottle in her hand. Zhao Yu was poised to continue their confrontation, but Zhao Ji interjected. Enough. We are not here to bicker. The match is about to commence. This successfully redirected everyone's south attention to the court. On the court, players on both sides engaged in their final warm-ups. At the sound of the hostess announcement, the game begins. Everyone took their positions, awaiting the referee's jump ball. Xiang Yu, I shall remember you. I hope you do not disappoint. After a few days apart, David's eyes blazed with envy upon seeing Xiang Yu. In America, he had never been bested. Yet here, the esteemed guest found himself at a loss, unable to retaliate after being struck. Now, stepping onto the court, he was intent on humiliating this Huaxia individual. Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, just don't let me down. David smirked ominously, raising his middle finger at Xiang Yu. The two faced off, and he had countless opportunities to belittle Xiang Yu. The referee's whistle sounded, followed by the basketball being tossed high into the air. Xiangshan and Martin leaped simultaneously. But the former's jump lacked a fraction of strength, allowing Martin to deftly deflect the ball into David's hands. With possession now in the opponent's hands, all 5 players sprinted back. Witnessing this, David paused, bewildered. Was he not to be defended? Especially by Xiang Yu, who dashed the quickest directly into the key, only to feel a barrage of murderous glares directed at him. What is going on? Xiang Yu asked, perplexed. The first play had already spiraled into chaos. In Wei Xiang fumed. David is your responsibility. What are you doing running back? Defend. Oh. Xiang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment as he noticed David dribbling past half court, rapidly advancing. He quickly rushed forward, attempting to steal the ball. Just then, the whistle blew foul for hitting the hand. Xiang Yu had charged in too aggressively, and David, with his exceptional skills, effortlessly switched the ball to his other hand, causing Xiang Yu to commit the foul. Fool! David scoffed, and as Carl passed him the ball from the sideline, he chuckled at Xiang Yu. Another foul, and you'll be sitting out. Wei Xiang and the other side in exasperation, beginning to doubt Xiang Yu's abilities. Was this the same Xiang Yu who had shattered backboards and triumphed against 2 opponents? He appeared to be merely a bystander. Discontent echoed from the stands. The match had barely begun, and the star player had already committed a foul. If this continued, the defeat would be nothing short of catastrophic. Xiang Yu offered an apologetic smile to Wei Xiang, yet when he turned back, David had already bypassed him. Reacting instinctively, Xiang Yu grasped David's jersey, but the referee's whistle sounded once more. Pulling, second foul. Chapter 79. Beyond redemption. In less than 10 seconds on the court, Xiang Yu had racked up 2 foolish, mindless fouls, much to the delight of his opponents and the shock of the spectators. All eyes were fixated on him. If looks could kill, he would be a victim of 1,000 cuts. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in a chorus of furious shouts. Xiang Yu, get off the court! Get off the court! Without needing to be urged, Xiang Yu was replaced by Chen Sisi, the stern-faced coach, who was on the verge of cursing. What had he come onto the court for? In a mere 10 seconds, 2 fouls? Even if he were being bribed to play poorly, he could at least pretend to put in some effort. If not for appearances, he could have refrained from defending or purposely not exerted himself, allowing him to remain on the court. Yet here he was, neglecting even that semblance of professionalism. Coach, I'm sorry, I zoned out, Xiang Yu said cheerfully, offering a verbal apology devoid of any genuine contrition. Chen Sisi nearly choked in disbelief. Was that his excuse? Could he not come up with something better? The match had just started, and all players were at their most focused. Yet this fool had the audacity to admit he was distracted. Chen Sisi could hardly muster the energy to reprimand him amidst the chorus of insults raining down from the stands, which not only targeted Xiang Yu, but also implicated her as the coach. She even overheard accusations suggesting that Xiang Yu had bribed her for a chance to play, and some audacious claims hinted at a romantic liaison between them, alleging that he had pleased her well enough in bed to earn his spot on the court. Despite her exemplary composure, these baseless insinuations ignited her fury. However, given the collective uproar, she could not stoop to rebutting such absurdities like a shrew. That would only draw more attention to the matter. Xiang Yu, aware of the gossip, noticed Chen Sisi's darkened expression and felt a twinge of guilt. He awkwardly attempted to console her. Coach, don't be upset. Those guys are just sour grapes because they can't have what they want. We are innocent. Why bother with their nonsense? Chen Sisi was infuriated. Did he even know how to comfort someone? If they were indeed innocent, did he need to add the phrase about sour grapes? Had he tasted the grapes? Was he merely attempting to placate himself? This was enough to drive her to madness. Be quiet, Chen Sisi said tersely, her patience wearing thin. Obediently, Xiang Yu sat down on the bench, but as soon as he did, those seated beside him stood up and moved away, as if he were a plague, bringing misfortune to anyone near him. Li Jie replaced Xiang Yu. He was already a key player on the team and had established a strong rapport with Wei Xiong and the others. The match progressed in a back-and-forth manner, and seeing that their team was not significantly behind, every point was fiercely contested. The crowd began to sense a glimmer of hope, their cheers growing increasingly fervent. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 32-30, with the school team trailing by a mere 2 points. Given that it was only the first quarter, such a deficit was almost negligible. As long as they maintained their performance in the subsequent 3 quarters, victory remained within reach. The players performed admirably, avoiding Xiang Yu's level of blunders, and Chen Sisi did not call a single timeout, clearly satisfied with her team's display. As Wei Xiong and his companions returned to the sidelines, drinks were naturally offered to them, only to be brusquely pushed away by Wei Xiong, who shot a furious glare at Xiang Yu, demanding, "What on earth are you doing?" On the court, he could not afford to unleash his frustrations or play with emotions. But once off the court, the circumstances changed dramatically. Within a mere 10 seconds, Xiang Yu committed 2 fouls and found himself confined to the bench. Was this some sort of game with him? Originally, Xiang Yu's performance was a crucial factor in determining whether they could win the match. Yet this fool was sabotaging himself, descending into despair, which left Wei Xiong utterly exasperated. It was likely Xiang Yu's first experience in such a competition, and it was only natural for him to feel somewhat anxious. We have all endured similar situations. He needed a moment to collect himself, for he would be needed later on. Despite their limited interactions thus far, Xiang Yu had forged some camaraderie with Li Jie and others. Standing up to speak on his behalf was also an attempt to temper Wei Xiong's impulsiveness and maintain the team's morale, especially considering there were still 3 quarters left to play. It was impossible for the starters to remain on the court at all times, as such relentless exertion would be unsustainable. The performance of the substitutes and Xiang Yu was essential. Wei Xiong understood that he must not lose his composure at this moment. He emitted a cold snort, casting a warning glare at Xiang Yu before settling down to rest. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Sisi addressed the situation on the court, explaining tactics and offering encouragement to the players. Just as her words concluded, the second quarter commenced. The teams arranged their lineups with a clear understanding, deploying 2 starters alongside 3 substitutes. Wei Xiong and Ma Chong led their group of substitutes, while Carl and George assumed similar roles for the opposing team, creating an atmosphere of direct confrontation. "What are you doing? At this rate, we will lose." Li Jie was acutely aware that, despite the current parity, it was only due to their abundant stamina and flawless execution of tactics that they had achieved this standing. However, as the game progressed, fatigue was an inevitable reality. The inherent physical disadvantage of Asian players compared to their European and American counterparts only exacerbated this disparity, and the substitutes' capabilities were starkly inferior to those of the starters. In contrast, the opposing substitutes possessed the strength to match the performance of their main players. With this ebb and flow, the point deficit would inevitably widen, making a loss almost a foregone conclusion. Li Jie recognized from Xiang Yu's previous 1-on-2 performances that he was not merely a FAAD. The team genuinely required his contributions. Yet, no matter how exceptional Xiang Yu might be, it was contingent upon him being on the court. Without presence, there could be no play. And it was no wonder that Li Jie felt a profound sense of concern. At the moment of his entrance, Xiang Yu appeared somewhat disoriented, perhaps still grappling with the intensity of the competition and the fervor of both sides to claim victory. Furthermore, he had never truly participated in a formal match, leaving him entirely oblivious to the rules regarding fouls. How did I just commit a foul? Wasn't I playing quite well? This lingering question plagued Xiang Yu, and unless clarified, he would continue to incur inexplicable fouls upon his return to the court. Thus, he finally voiced his confusion. However, as soon as he uttered this inquiry, all who heard it were left in a state of disbelief, astonished that he was unaware of the very basics of basketball rules. Chen Sisi was infuriated, exclaiming, "You truly don't know the rules?" Upon seeing Xiang Yu's innocent and earnest nod, she was rendered speechless. This fool was beyond redemption. The leader player, making his grand entrance, did not even grasp the fundamental rules of basketball. If this news were to spread, it would surely create a sensational uproar. As the coach, Chen Sisi faced the grim reality of being utterly unaware of her players' capabilities, which would undoubtedly open her to public scrutiny. Even Xiang Yu's teammates would likely bear the brunt of significant criticism. Should they lose the match and consequently miss the chance to photograph with their idol? The students would surely inundate Xiangyu with their disdain. This is utterly ridiculous. Simply outrageous. Li Jie took a long time to recover from his shock, gazing at Xiangyu with an impulse to strangle him. The brothers have all regarded you as our savior, our star player. Yet you go and commit 2 fouls upon entering the court, only to realize that you don't even understand the rules. How are we supposed to proceed? Chen Sisi was now contemplating the notion of eliminating Xiangyu, perhaps even resorting to self-destruction, for she simply could not afford such a disgrace. What are all of you staring at? Seeing everyone lost in thought, oblivious to the ongoing game, Xiangyu innocently rubbed his nose and inquired. You. Chen Sisi felt utterly at a loss for words. At this point, there was nothing left to say. Originally, she had placed her trust in Wei Xiong's strong recommendation, believing in his discerning eye, and thus had confidence in Xiangyu's exceptional skills. However, she now recognized her grave error. Sigh. Covering his face with his hands, as if Xiangyu's actions had rendered him utterly embarrassed. Xiangyu remained bewildered, wondering what had transpired. I don't understand the rules. Can't you all just explain them to me? Once I understand, I won't commit fouls anymore. Why the long sighs? As the game unfolded, it became evident that, as Li Jie surmised, the inadequacy of the substitutes, coupled with the fatigue of Wei Xiong and Ma Chong, was shifting the balance in favor of their opponents. The point deficit widened gradually, and within less than half a quarter, it had reached 15 points, with Qingzhou Academy's basketball team trailing. Chen Sisi stared herself. Regardless of the circumstances, since the situation had already unfolded, there was no use regretting it. She could only strive to remedy it, giving her all to avoid leaving any regrets in this match. Though she had always found Xiangyu insufferable, and their contentious wager had troubled her, she could not allow her desire for him to leave the academy to result in deliberately throwing the game and denying Wei Xiong an opportunity. As a coach, winning was paramount. Taking a deep breath, Chen Sisi called a timeout. Wei Xiong and his companions, panting heavily, rushed over and plopped down on the bench, guzzling drinks to replenish their energy. Despite their rigorous training, facing a team of exceptionally athletic Americans in a fiercely contested match demanded an immense toll on their stamina. Are you prepared? Wei Xiong finished a bottle in one gulp, turning his gaze towards Xiangyu. The opponents had already deciphered their tactics, and now every point was difficult to secure. Watching the point gap widen only heightened his anxiety. Xiangyu was their sole lifeline. Upon hearing his question, Li Jie and the others fell silent, lowering their heads, seemingly afraid to hear Xiangyu's response. No, Xiangyu replied bluntly. How can I be prepared when I don't even understand the rules? If I go on like this, I'll likely commit fouls again and have to sit out. Rather than embarrass myself, I might as well refrain from entering. This response nearly caused Wei Xiong to faint. Not ready? When will you ever be ready? Li Jie. Wolf King, Xiangshan, number 8, and number 12, you're up. Li Jie and Xiangshan, set screens. The rest of you, focus on your positioning. Shoot if you're open. Chen Sisi issued her orders. With the point gap still manageable, a methodical approach would not suffice. They needed to employ unexpected strategies and shoot more frequently to maximize their scoring opportunities, leaving the outcome to fate. Substituting 5 players at once was a rare tactic employed by coaches, especially when trailing in points, as newly entered players are often unfamiliar with their opponents and lack seamless coordination. Typically, one player from the previous lineup would remain to facilitate synergy. Despite Chen Sisi's extensive tactical knowledge and experience in on-the-fly coaching, Xiangyu's peculiarities had completely derailed her prior strategies, leaving her with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. This was merely the first half, and she felt utterly flustered, foreseeing dire consequences for the game. Yet, the audience remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, trailing by only a few points. They found it not too difficult to envision a comeback and continued to watch the game with keen interest. As the pause came to an end, both teams re-emerged onto the court, and there stood David prominently among them. The moment he stepped onto the floor, he strode towards Xiangyu with a mocking smile gracing his lips. Are you considering committing another foul? It seems I have erred in my judgment. I should not have regarded you as an adversary, for you are unworthy. You haven't even earned a chance to play. With that, his gaze shifted to the sullen-faced Chen Sisi. My dear, I lament the presence of such a player under your command. If you believe that 4 against 5 will lead you to victory, I have no qualms about you standing here and engaging in idle chatter with me. Chen Sisi retorted icily. David glanced back, noticing that his four teammates were utterly preoccupied, with one player consistently left unguarded, allowing Li Jie to sink a three-pointer. Huh. Your team's prowess is astonishing. I have no confidence in winning 4 against 5. David couldn't resist sneering as he departed, further darkening Chen Sisi's expression. Although 3 key players had been deployed this time, the opposition fielded for mainstays. Aside from Li Jie's opportunistic three-pointer, they had failed to score under the relentless defense of their opponents. Meanwhile, Duke University exhibited a fierce offensive, widening the gap to 28 points after mere rounds of play. 28 points, an achievement typically reserved for the finest performances in the first quarter, had been amassed in the second quarter with still over a minute to go, making any hope of recovery purely theoretical. As the score gap rapidly expanded, silence fell over the stands, with even Wei Xiong and others wearing expressions of stupor. Chen Sisi understood that no amount of timeouts or strategic adjustments would alter the outcome, given the inherent limitations of her players, and thus maintained her silence. Finally, the second quarter dragged to a close, the deficit solidifying at 30 points, 72-42. This meant that throughout an entire quarter, 10 players had managed a mere 12 points, with Li Jie contributing 1 three-pointer and the remaining 9 points solely from Wei Xiong. Had it not been for Wei Xiong, this would have undoubtedly been a gruesome slaughter. Defeat loomed over the stands, with 100,000 spectators grappling with a disheartening realization. Chapter 81. The Last Hope during the 15-minute halftime intermission. The mood among Duke University's players was lighthearted and jovial, in stark contrast to the somber atmosphere enveloping the Qingzhou Academy basketball team. What had begun as a friendly match had devolved into a mere exhibition, a brutal spectacle of slaughter. Faced with the formidable prowess of Duke University, the Qingzhou Academy basketball team found themselves utterly powerless. The crowd's ire was not directed at the opponent's strength, but rather at the lamentable weakness of their own team, which was pathetically insufficient. Some emotionally charged students, had it not been for security, might have charged onto the court to berate the players, lamenting, "I was looking forward to winning, snapping a photo with teacher Tsangjing, and celebrating my victory, only to witness this disaster. What is wrong with Wei Xiong? His performance is not indicative of his true capabilities." Qi Tian furrowed his brow in perplexity. What on earth is happening with Wei Xiong? He's a member of the Wei family, Wei Zishuan replied. The opposing team has players who can score at will, spreading their offensive across the board, while our team is reliant solely on Wei Xiong to contend. The defensive pressure on him is immense. He cannot single-handedly fend off for opponents. If no other players step up in the second half, there is no point in continuing this game. The longer the game dragged on, the greater the deficit, leading to further humiliation. This principle was understood by all, and although Qi Tian and others were not particularly avid basketball fans, they recognized that Wei Xiong and his teammates represented the entirety of Qingzhou Academy. Their loss would reflect poorly on everyone, leading to a heavy silence. Just wait until Xiongyu steps onto the court. He will surely level the playing field. In this moment, the only one still believing in Xiangyu's potential was Zhao, having witnessed his remarkable drinking capacity and extraordinary driving skills. Though these skills had no bearing on basketball, she held firm in her belief that Xiangyu could create a miracle. Moreover, she had indeed seen him play, the image of him shattering the backboard still vivid in her memory. Her declaration drew a chorus of derision, with Yan Chunxiu mocking, "That guy. Less than 10 seconds on the court, and already 2 fouls. He clearly knows nothing about basketball. When he steps in, it will be like facing 6 opponents against our 4. Our defeat will be even more pronounced." His words unequivocally ridiculed Xiangyu, portraying him not merely as a liability, but as a double agent. Zhao bristled. "If you think you're so capable, why don't you step up? All you do is spout sarcastic remarks, and you aren't even afraid of your own tongue getting bitten." Alas, I have no understanding of basketball, nor any interest in it, but I possess self-awareness. I know my limitations and do not seek to embarrass myself, unlike certain individuals who, despite their incompetence, charge forward without a second thought, unbothered by the prospect of hitting a wall. Yan Chunxiu retorted with a sardonic tone. Zhao was poised to counter, but Zhao Ji intervened, recognizing that Xiangyu was a common target for all 7 clans. Zhao defense of him would undoubtedly offend many, a consequence she clearly wished to avoid. Although Endai remained silent, she could not suppress a frown. Through her interactions with Xiangyu, she knew he was not someone to act without purpose. If he had infiltrated the basketball team, it was surely with some degree of confidence. Yet, The fact that he had only been on the court for 10 seconds before incurring a foul left even her perplexed. As the seven clans observed with detached interest, the basketball team was shrouded in an ominous cloud. "Coach, this cannot continue. We must devise a strategy." Wei Xiong spoke gravely. Chen Sisi found herself at a loss for words. "You are the only one scoring. Li Jie and Ma Chong can create scoring opportunities, while Xiong Shan and Wolf King serve merely as meat shields, and the substitutes are even less reliable. As for Xiang Yu, he is no longer on my radar. He has been completely disregarded. Even if the three of you perform exceptionally, there are still 2 quarters left. Are you suggesting we keep you on the court indefinitely? Can your stamina withstand it? Even if you manage to finish the second half, how much strength will you have left to exert?" Chen Sisi could find no solutions to these pressing questions. "Perhaps we should let Xiang Yu play," Li Jie suggested, still unwilling to give up hope. At that moment, Chen Sisi seemed to recall Xiang Yu's presence within the team, but her response was merely a fleeting glance in his direction before she turned her attention away. Her message was crystal clear. Even if they were to lose their shorts, Xiang Yu would not step onto the court. Seeing Chen Sisi's refusal, Li Jie turned his inquisitive gaze to Wei Xiong, who suppressed his anxiety and anger, pulling Xiang Yu aside into the locker room. "You must understand the significance of this game to me. I need to know what is going on with you. If you have any demands, speak them. As long as you can assure a victory, I will fulfill your requests." Wei Xiong evidently suspected that Xiang Yu's fouling was intentional, perhaps as a means to negotiate terms. Given his powerful family background, "If you desire money, I will find a way to provide it. If your ambitions lie elsewhere, I will not refuse as long as Wei Xiong can fulfill them." Wei Xiong's expression grew serious. He was willing to risk it all for victory. Xiang Yu, however, was taken aback by Wei Xiong's apparent obsession with winning. Did he truly harbor feelings for Chen Sisi, rather than merely treating this as a casual game? "I can assure you, I have no grasp of the formal rules of the game," Xiang Yu admitted meekly. Wei Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head. "What? You don't understand the rules?" Xiang Yu hastily nodded, affirming his ignorance. Upon receiving this confirmation, Wei Xiong was torn between exasperation and amusement. At such a critical juncture, this fellow had the audacity to claim ignorance of the rules. "You are unaware of the circumstances, are you not? Do you fail to comprehend how the rules were breached?" Wei Xiong, recalling the fleeting moment of Xiang Yu's entrance, inquired. However, Xiang Yu shook his head. "I do not grasp it at all. If you could elucidate the matter to me in a brief span, perhaps we might still have hope." Wei Xiong paused for a moment, realizing that Xiang Yu represented his last flicker of hope, his sole chance, and thus decided to place his trust in him once more. "Very well, I shall explain everything I can conceive of. However much you comprehend is up to you." With no alternative, Wei Xiong patiently began with the fundamentals and placed particular emphasis on the criteria for determining fouls. Before he could finish, the 15-minute halftime intermission had arrived. "The second half is about to commence. Let us go," Wei Xiong urged, continuing his explanation on the move. Chapter 82, Adjusting One's Attire as the second half commenced. Both teams had enjoyed a 15-minute respite, sufficiently replenishing their stamina. The trailing team sought to close the gap, while the leading side aimed to extend their advantage, deploying their full-strength lineup. Yet, to the dismay of the Qingzhou Academy basketball team, 2 of their 5 primary players, Xiang Yu and Wei Xiong, remained absent from the court. Xiang Yu had already fouled upon entering the game, and no one harbored expectations of his contribution to the team. Hence, his absence was, in fact, a blessing. The prospect of him taking the court would likely displease the 100,000 spectators. Wei Xiong, on the other hand, opted to request a temporary reprieve from play. Chen Sisi contemplated refusing, but recognizing the significance of this victory for Wei Xiong, she realized he could not be deterred by the fear of embarrassment. She acquiesced to his request, understanding that his decision to remain off the court must have its reasons. "There are additional rules I must now impart to you." Wei Xiong wasted no time, even risking a further widening of the score gap to remain off the court, solely to expedite Xiang Yu's understanding of the game regulations. He provided a succinct explanation of the rules while Xiang Yu listened intently. 5 minutes elapsed before Wei Xiong concluded his briefing, only to find the score gap had swelled to 50 points, a staggering 50-point deficit, should this trend persist. Even if Duke University were to score no further points and solely focus on defense, Qingzhou Academy would remain incapable of closing the gap. With such a disparity in performance, even deploying an NBA All-Star lineup would yield uncertain results. Among the stands, The 100,000 spectators had relinquished all illusions about their team, and a wave of despondency swept through the crowd, prompting many to choose to depart rather than witness the brutal slaughter of their beloved team. The players on the court also struggled to muster any enthusiasm. While they had faced defeat before, they had never encountered such a crushing and helpless loss. The opposing 5 players loomed over them like insurmountable mountains, and no matter how they struggled or resisted, they could not breach the formidable defense. How could they contend against such overwhelming strength? Chen Sisi quickly called for a timeout. If the situation continued to deteriorate, a 100-point loss was a distinct possibility. In a mere friendly match, concluding with a 100-point deficit would surely render Qingju Academy the subject of ridicule, and she, as the coach, would not escape the scrutiny of judgmental eyes. Gathering the players, she observed their dejected and defeated demeanor, her expression stern and severe. It is merely a game. Losing is part of it. What is the big deal? Are you truly content with this outcome? Are you willing to accept defeat due to your own lack of effort and resistance? Chen Sisi's tone was harsh. Such individuals, who become arrogant in victory yet despondent in defeat, would never evolve into true basketball players. However, her words resonated with everyone present. Yet the harsh reality lay before them. Their opponents were simply superior. As she noted their indifference, Chen Sisi felt a surge of frustration and was about to continue her reprimand when Xiangyu interjected, "Allow me to take over." "You will take over?" Chen Sisi felt a mix of annoyance and rage. It was his very presence that had disrupted their entire tactical deployment, resulting in the current predicament. "What do you intend to do?" Xiangyu stepped forward and stated plainly, "In this game, we cannot afford to lose. We must secure victory." His audacious declaration rendered everyone speechless. Was this fellow's mind truly sound, or had he suffered a concussion when entering the locker room? "We cannot lose. We must win," he said, as if it were a jest. Chen Sisi was at a loss for words. She had anticipated a clever strategy, yet he had merely issued that proclamation. Thankfully, his voice was low. Otherwise, the 100,000 spectators would surely have pelted him with rotten eggs and vegetables. To achieve success, one must embody an indomitable spirit, possess an unwavering belief in victory, and embrace a resolute will to stand tall in the face of adversity. This match would determine how far you could progress on the path of basketball. If a team of equal caliber could shatter your spirit to the point of despair, I advise you to reconsider your pursuit of basketball, for your resolve has been shattered, and a lingering shadow shall forever haunt your heart. Even if your skills improve, should you encounter a similar situation, you would still be unable to overcome your opponents. A coward has no place in a game where the outcome remains uncertain until the final moment. Xiang Yu's words were unflinching, yet they were imbued with truth. If one succumbs to fear of their opponents, they shall never triumph. The players lowered their heads, their earlier hopes of fortune dashed, believing that they could simply train harder and redeem themselves in the future. But had they not already poured their efforts into their training? Yet, when faced with the reality of competition, they still found themselves utterly powerless against their adversaries. I believe all of you, in your pursuit of basketball, once harbored dreams. You have traveled far along the path of realizing those dreams. Are you truly willing to abandon them now? Xiang Yu challenged. Indeed, no one had coerced them into playing basketball. They had chosen it out of love and a desire to alter their circumstances. This had been their initial dream. If they allowed a single game to sow doubt in their aspirations, then all the blood spilled and effort exerted would have been in vain. Everyone, check within yourselves. Feel what lies beneath. If you discover the courage within you, then act like men should. If you find nothing, then be gone. Xiang Yu's tone was unforgiving. Xiang Yu, you speak. How shall we proceed? Li Jie was the first to step forward, resolutely declaring, "Let us fight for our dreams, just this once. If after the game concludes, we still harbor regrets, I shall advise against ever touching a basketball again." His words bore weight, and the others echoed their determination, declaring they would not allow their opponents to snatch victory so easily. The previously despondent atmosphere began to lift, and a fervent resolve emerged. Witnessing their unwavering expressions, Chen Sisi was once more at a loss for words. How could this foul-mouthed individual inspire them? She felt little connection to his words. What she did not grasp was that for a man, what truly matters is dignity, the dignity of being a man. All right, Xiong Shan, Wolf King, Ma Chong, Wei Xiang, and I will take the lead. I shall control the ball. You all focus on your positioning. Once I pass the ball to you, regardless of who stands before you, if you have an opportunity to shoot, do not waste it. Just let it fly. Xiang Yu asserted, usurping Chun Cici's role as coach in that moment. Just throw it? Wei Xiong furrowed his brow. Yes, just throw it. Leave the rebounding to me. Chapter 83. A fierce assault. You shall grab the rebound? Can you manage that? Chun Cici felt an ominous premonition regarding Xiong Yu's strategy. What kind of tactic was this? Or rather, it was not a tactic at all but sheer recklessness. Could he truly outmaneuver a 2-meter-tall center? Xiong Yu shot her a piercing glance, asserting, just wait and see. Chun Cici found herself at a loss for words, momentarily stunned by his retort, when the timeout concluded and 5 players strode onto the court. The moment Xiong Yu reappeared on the court, having barely lasted 10 seconds before being fouled out, a thunderous chorus of boos erupted, a cacophony that reverberated through the arena, instilling a sense of dread. What is going on? What on earth is this guy doing back on the court? Surely he hasn't given up. There is still a quarter left. I apologize, my dear teacher Aoi, for not allowing you to witness a true man in action. The fault lies with me. Countless voices of skepticism, lamentation, and insult rose in a tumultuous wave, teetering on the brink of personal attacks against Xiong Yu. David, having noticed Xiong Yu, strode directly to confront him with a sinister grin, declaring, I thought you would forever remain a cowardly turtle. If you don't want to be humiliated, you best step aside. Xiong Yu replied with nonchalance. David scoffed, a brute. Is violence all you know? This is a basketball court, and I advise you to play nice if you don't want to be ejected. But even if you perform at your best, it won't team matter. The score gap is insurmountable. At that moment, the referee's whistle blew, and Xiong Yu, indifferent to David's taunts, received the ball from Wei Xiong. Before David could establish his defensive stance, Xiong Yu accelerated past him with remarkable agility. David, having only experienced Xiong Yu's 2 fouls during defense, was unprepared for the swiftness and precision of his breakthrough. By the time he registered the situation, Xiong Yu had already reached the 3-point line and effortlessly launched a shot. His casual demeanor baffled the audience of 100,000. Some of the more fragile-hearted students closed their eyes, fearing a disastrous miss that would invite scorn from their opponents, feeling collectively insulted as fellow Chinese. Swish! Just when no one expected the shot to succeed, the basketball sailed through the air as if guided by an invisible force. Sinking perfectly into the net, gasps of astonishment filled the arena, swiftly followed by cheers, regardless of the odds of this improbable basket. Well done! Wei Xiong rushed over to high-five Xiong Yu, then retreated to prepare for defense as the opponents took possession. However, Xiong Yu remained stationary, prompting puzzled expressions among the spectators. Was he truly dazed by his own incredible shot? David, noticing Xiong Yu's stillness, felt humiliated from having been so easily bypassed and scoring a 3-pointer. He was determined to exact revenge. Can you guard me? David dribbled the ball to Xiong Yu, opting not to drive past him, instead tauntingly speaking. Xiong Yu shrugged. You may give it a try. I'll show you the difference between an ant and an elephant. David retorted with a snort, mimicking Xiong Yu's earlier breakthrough as he charged toward him. Realizing David's prowess in drawing fouls, Li Jie shouted, Xiong Yu, retreat. He is trying to get you to foul. Xiong Yu, seemingly deaf to the warning, remained as immovable as a mountain. David chuckled confidently, bouncing the ball on the floor before sidestepping, executing his signature move. Just as Xiong Yu anticipated, David's maneuver was a feint. He split his body and the ball around the defender. By the time the defender reacted, David had successfully maneuvered past him, securing the ball. Yet this time, David's plan would not succeed. As the ball left his hands, Xiong Yu suddenly sprang into action, slapping the ball's trajectory and intercepting it. At that moment, David had already passed Xiong Yu, precisely as Xiong Yu had intended, with both players' teammates rushing toward Duke University's front court, leaving Xiong Yu with a clear path ahead. Upon receiving the ball, Xiong Yu wasted no time. A meter from the 3-point line, he casually released another shot. Swish! Another clean entry. The audience, still reeling from Xiong Yu's spectacular steal, was now treated to his second 3-pointer. The arena erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers, the deafening sound causing some to instinctively cover their ears. Elation, excitement, wonder. In less than 10 seconds, Xiong Yu had amassed 6 points. The narrative had taken a dramatic turn, a stark contrast that made one question whether this was indeed the same individual. Xiong Yu! Xiong Yu! The stands resonated with fervent shouts. In this moment, Xiong Yu was a hero, a grand savior. He glanced at David, who wore a bewildered expression, and shrugged, echoing, what is the difference between an ant and an elephant? This retort rendered David's countenance ashen. He had underestimated him. This guy was no fluke. He could not afford to give him another chance. Wei Xiong and the others rushed back to their defensive positions, having yet to locate the ball when they heard frenzied screams. Upon turning, they saw the score had changed to 102-58. Once trailing by 50 points, they were now only 44 points behind, indicating that Xiangyu had scored yet another three-pointer. They intended to rush over to celebrate, but as their team had just scored, it was now the opponent's turn to inbound the ball, so they remained in their positions, waiting for the next opportunity to rejoice. Xiangyu continued to stand at the spot where he had just made his three-pointer, smiling at David, who was now at the baseline, and provocatively asked, "Care for another try? Let's see how long you can maintain your arrogance." David, undeterred, opted once more to confront Xiangyu directly. His coach, Mike, did not intervene, recognizing that David needed to redeem himself after the humiliation he had suffered. Denying him this opportunity could negatively impact his performance in the remaining game. However, before David could initiate his drive, Xiangyu took the initiative, accelerating as he closed the distance, and in a flash, snatched the ball from David's grasp. David, realizing he was left empty-handed, felt a sinking sensation as he turned to see Xiangyu's speed diminishing, and with a fierce glint in his eye, charged from behind, forcefully pushing Xiangyu's back. At that moment, Xiangyu had already leapt into the air. David's shove inadvertently propelled him higher and faster. Amidst the incredulous gasps of the crowd, Xiangyu seized the ball with one hand, executing a powerful tomahawk dunk that sent the basketball crashing into the net. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle sounded. Score. Additional free throw. The audience erupted into a frenzy. The commentators were equally ecstatic. This was not mere mortals playing basketball. This was a divine being gracing the court in jersey number 0. This was a deity, the basketball deity. Xiangyu, I love you. A voice rang out from the crowd, igniting a wave of similar declarations, drowning out all other sounds. In that moment, what was Songboji? They adored Xiangyu, this godlike man. Wei Xiong and the others finally seized the opportunity to rush over, their excitement manifesting in primal roars, with Xiong Shan grinning ear to ear, and Wei Xiong directly colliding chest first with Xiangyu. Go take your free throw, they urged. Xiangyu approached the free throw line, glancing back at the now furious David, and cheekily whistled, I might miss this shot, but I assure you, I'll grab the rebound and score. Do you believe me? Do you? David, of course, did not believe him. His team as center Martin and power forward Myers were towering giants, both exceeding 2 meters in height, particularly the former, who stood at an impressive 2 meters 18. Could Xiangyu truly snatch the rebound from Martin? A foolish dream. It seems you don't believe. Then open your eyes and watch closely. Xiangyu grinned as the referee handed him the ball. Xiangyu cast a fleeting glance at the hoop, raised his hand, and released the ball. At the moment the sphere slipped from his grasp, all the players surged into the paint, gazing upwards with rapt attention fixed upon the basketball. Just as Xiangyu had predicted, the ball did not find its way through the net. Instead, it grazed the rim before rebounding. Martin leaped, poised to seize the ball in his hands. However, as his fingertips merely grazed its surface, a shadow darted through the gaps between the players, descending upon the basketball with an explosive force. Boom! The impact was monumental. It felt as though a colossal weight had descended. A dunk! Another slam dunk. Martin, towering at 2 meters 18, was eclipsed. The atmosphere erupted, with spectators rising in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to accept what had just transpired. This dunk, which surpassed the previous in both grace and ferocity, was executed by none other than Xiangyu himself. 2 three-pointers, 2 dunks, and within less than a minute, a 50-point deficit was slashed to just 10, a scoring prowess that was truly astonishing. When one harbors disdain for another, every action seems contemptible, and they resort to derision and mockery. Conversely, when one finds another agreeable, everything they do appears commendable, even the most trivial of acts. Previously, Xiangyu was perceived as a fool, a simpleton, and had they lost this match, all blame would surely have been directed at him for his missteps on the court. Yet now, he had transformed into a hero. Even in the face of defeat, no one would dare assign him a shred of blame, instead venerating him as an idol. In the span of a mere minute, Xiangyu had metamorphosed from a universally scorned figure into a celebrated hero, altering public opinion entirely. It must be said, he was a man of extraordinary caliber. Chen Cixi, too, was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. She struggled to calm her racing heart, fearing that the extraordinary events unfolding before her were but a figment of her imagination. Xiang Yu had indeed conjured a miracle, a lightning-fast steal, a breathtaking dunk, a three-pointer as picturesque as a painting, and an explosive scoring ability that summoned forth the shadow of a basketball deity, Jordan. No, even Jordan had never exhibited such miraculous feats. Little Ant, keep striving. Xiang Yu grinned at David, playfully patting his shoulder, a gesture that seemed comforting yet was bound to infuriate. Bloodshed. David, humiliated time and again, seethed with anger, picking up the basketball and slamming it hard against the ground to vent his frustration. However, such irrational behavior was strictly forbidden on the court, and the referee promptly issued him a technical foul, only adding fuel to the fire of David's rage as he glared defiantly at the referee. Seeing this, George quickly intervened, realizing that another technical foul would result in David being ejected, with no further opportunity to play. Coach Mike, too, could no longer remain passive. Xiang Yu's explosive performance compelled him to call a timeout for the first time. As Xiang Yu dashed across the court, he blew kisses to the stands, igniting a frenzy among the female spectators, who blushed and reached out as if attempting to catch those intangible tokens of affection, relishing the moment. Am I handsome? Handsome. Am I impressive? Impressive. Am I extraordinary? Extraordinary. Am I a freak? Not a freak. Do you love me? Love. Xiang Yu fully embraced the role, reveling in the adoration of the crowd of 100,000, his blood surging with excitement. Each time he posed a question, countless voices responded in unison. Adore me. Harbor a secret crush on me. Go wild for me. Standing at the center of the court, he spread his arms wide, closing his eyes, savoring the exquisite sensation of being the focus of such overwhelming affection. Rather than feeling any jealousy towards Xiang Yu's newfound prominence, Wei Xiang was elated, recognizing that Xiang Yu had indeed performed a miracle. Chen Sisi, gazing at the enraptured man, found her thoughts drifting. This fellow was undeniably arrogant, yet he possessed the talent and capability to back it up. Watching Xiang Yu, she momentarily forgot about her strategic planning. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court, with David being restrained on the bench by Coach Mike to allow him to regain his composure. This time, it was Xiang Yu's turn to confront David. He strolled leisurely to David's side, grinning as he teased, Little Ant, do you submit? If not, come at me. Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of solitude at my peak? Enraged, David hurled a bottle of drink at him, unable to endure such insults. He had never been subjected to such humiliation, and today it had occurred not once, not twice, but multiple times. Xiang Yu smirked, turning to the nearby referee with a feigned look of innocence. Referee, he hit me. You provoked him. Can you not expect a reaction? Coach Mike was seething, recognizing Xiang Yu's intent to psychologically dismantle David. The referee, perhaps seeking to intensify the competition, chose not to penalize David, simply smiling at Xiang Yu, urging him to let it go, as the opposing team had already initiated their offense. Only then did Xiang Yu leisurely return to the court, standing in front of the substitute David's point guard. Seeing Xiang Yu casually standing there, the opposing player's mouth twitched in disbelief, clearly lacking the confidence to surpass Xiang Yu's defense, and opted for a hasty pass. Fearful? Xiang Yu smiled faintly, refraining from stealing the ball, instead charging into the paint, leaping high as the opponent took their shot, swatting the ball downward with a resounding smack. Chapter 85. End of the third quarter. A block. A splendid, clean block. The ball fell into Wei Xiang's hands, who promptly passed it back to Xiang Yu, then dashed forward with wild abandon. In less than a minute since Xiang Yu's entrance, he had racked up 10 points, 2 steals, a rebound, and a block. As he held the ball, 3 defenders converged upon him, all towering over Xiang Yu, obstructing not only his path, but also his line of sight. To the opponents, Xiang Yu was a nightmare. They could not allow him to approach the basket, and the moment he touched the ball, they were determined to smother him. Yet they overlooked the fact that, aside from dribbling, there existed a far swifter method of moving the ball, passing. Xiang Yu pivoted, manipulating the defense, and finally found a gap. The ball left his hands in a swift motion, soaring through the air, bypassing the players rushing forward, and landed accurately in Wei Xiang's grasp. Previously, Wei Xiang had been tightly guarded. Even with his exceptional abilities, scoring had been a monumental challenge, and he was filled with pent-up frustration. With no defenders in sight, he leaped into the air, executing a perfect 360-degree spin, and slammed the basketball into the hoop with fervor. A thunderous dunk. Point scored. The arena erupted in applause, not only for Wei Xiong's elegant and powerful dunk, but also for Xiong Yu's ingenious and unexpected pass. The synergy between the two was flawless, intimate, and unwavering. In a brief span, a 12-point deficit had vanished, leaving only 38 points to bridge. Despite the remaining time in the quarter, they felt no assurance in holding onto what seemed an insurmountable lead. Despondency settled in the hearts of the Duke University players, who could scarcely fathom that victory, once a foregone conclusion, had been overturned by Xiong Yu's entrance. Even with a 38-point lead, and with time running short, could they truly maintain such a seemingly colossal advantage? They realized with dismay that they lacked any confidence. In stark contrast to the opponent's despondency, Xiangshan and the others were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. They too had not anticipated that Xiong Yu would indeed fulfill his promise of only winning, no losing. Although victory still seemed distant, they firmly believed that as long as Xiong Yu was on the court, even if the deficit were not 38 points, but rather 100, they could still emerge victorious. With an unwavering belief in victory, coupled with the fervent atmosphere of the venue, the players were visibly exhilarated, their veins practically bulging with excitement. Coach Mike, perceiving the precariousness of the situation, was acutely aware from his season experience that if the opposing team continued their relentless assault on their basket, the point deficit would undoubtedly be erased. It was imperative to quell their momentum. With this thought in mind, Coach Mike called for another timeout within mere seconds. In the stands, Zhao was equally exhilarated, her cheeks flushed with excitement. If given the chance, she would undoubtedly dash onto the court and embrace Xiong Yu, showering him with kisses, captivated by his remarkably charismatic playing style. Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you so. Xiong Yu will surely turn the tide, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm unabated, even resorting to expletives in her excitement. However, Qi Tian and the others wore grim expressions. While they too wished for their school S team to triumph, the manner of victory was paramount. If they won this match, it would be through a means they could not accept, due to Xiong Yu's presence. It was evident that Xiong Yu not only dominated the game, but also swayed the emotions of the audience of 100,000. After the match concluded, his name would undoubtedly become a symbol of Qingzhou Academy, a figure of immense popularity and admiration. At that juncture, any attempt to undermine him would necessitate consideration of public opinion and the repercussions that would follow the revelation of such actions. After all, the existence of the 7 clans was known only to a select few. They had always operated discreetly and without ostentation. Should the populace become aware that beneath the veneer of a lawful society in Huaxia lay 7 families capable of upheaval, it would likely incite unrest throughout the entire nation. This was certainly not a scenario the families desired, nor was it one that those in power wished to see. Is there a way to have him leave the court? Wei Zixuan asked coldly. Qi Tian shook his head. The situation had escalated to a point where even if Xiong Yu exited, he would still capture the public's attention. Conversely, if the team lost after his departure, the blame would rest squarely on his absence, not as a complaint, but rather as an expression of admiration. Xiong Yu's presence guaranteed victory, while his absence assured defeat, showcasing his unparalleled dominance on the court. Yin Xuanxiu and the others nodded in agreement with Qi Tian's assessment. Xiong Yu's brilliance was an uncontrollable reality. Whereas he had previously been a mere sensation on the Academy's forums, he was now letting his prowess speak volumes. Enough thinking. Let us just enjoy the game. After the match, we shall go to Piaxiangju, Qi Tian said nonchalantly. At that moment, Hanlong suddenly stood up. I have a plan. Everyone, prepare for some entertainment. With that, he strode away. Coach Mike, true to his reputation as a championship coach, understood that basketball was a collective endeavor. Individual prowess could not render a team invincible. By strategically deploying his players and utilizing their formidable abilities, he ensured comprehensive execution of tactics, with a particular focus on Xiong Yu. Regardless of whether Xiong Yu had the ball, there were always 2 defenders close by. The sudden intensification of defense caught Xiong Yu and his teammates off guard. But this was not an issue that could be resolved merely through tactics. Chen Sisi did not call for a timeout to reorganize. The teams exchanged blows, and the point gap remained around 30 until the end of the third quarter. Nevertheless, the audience of 100,000 erupted into applause and cheers for Xiong Yu. For in the half a quarter he played, the team had gained a 20-point advantage. With one final quarter remaining, based on the preceding trends, victory appeared to be destined for their basketball team. Yet an astonishing scene unfolded, perhaps unprecedented in the entire basketball realm. even while trailing by 30 points. The team displayed no signs of despondency. Instead, they were buoyant, with fans laughing and chatting, seemingly believing they had already secured victory. One could not help but acknowledge that Seongyu's presence had transformed everyone's perception of basketball, proving an undeniable truth. Until the final whistle blows, the outcome remains unpredictable. It is the one who laughs last who emerges as the true victor. Chapter 86. Teacher Aoi in a brief span of half a quarter. The heightened intensity of defense took a significant toll on the player's stamina. Xiangshan and others hurried to recuperate, while Xiangyu remained on the court, engaging with the audience. Just as he was enjoying the moment, all eyes shifted towards the player tunnel, particularly those of the boys, who gaped in astonishment, barely managing to suppress their awe. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Xiangyu turned to follow their gaze and was instantly captivated by a graceful figure approaching him. She wore a strapless outfit with a plunging neckline, revealing a tantalizing expanse of skin. Her elongated neck perfectly accentuated her exquisite visage. With long legs and a stunning form, she moved with an enchanting sway, conjuring alluring images in the minds of onlookers. Indeed, it was Aoi Yuki, Teacher Aoi. With a radiant smile, she gracefully approached Xiangyu. With every step, the audience's eyes followed her, and as she stood before Xiangyu, some spectators nearly swooned from the sheer excitement. "Goddess, my goddess, is walking towards another man." Xiangyu stared, momentarily dumbfounded, fixated on Teacher Aoi's decolletage, feeling an irresistible urge to close the distance between them, even in front of 100,000 spectators. After all, this was Teacher Aoi, renowned worldwide, the star of films that had captivated countless men during long, solitary nights. "Xiangyu-kun, hello," she said in a soft voice, her clear enunciation sending shivers down his spine. Xiangyu swallowed hard, wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth as he stammered. "Hello, Teacher Aoi. Xiangyu-kun, you certainly have a knack for humor. I cannot possibly claim the title of your teacher." Aoi Yuki replied with a gentle laugh, her gaze drifting downwards, noting that even through his loose basketball shorts, a certain part of Xiangyu was quite pronounced, which only broadened her smile. Xiangyu thought to himself, in one regard, "You're indeed the teacher of countless men and women around the globe." Not addressing you as teacher would be quite disrespectful. Unbothered by her noticing his physical reaction, he felt a sense of pride. It affirmed his masculinity. As they exchanged playful banter, the audience grew increasingly displeased. They had longed for even a fleeting encounter with Teacher Aoi, and now she was engaging so intimately with Xiangyu. Why was there such a disparity between them? Some felt envy, others jealousy, and many harbored resentment. Just moments ago, Xiangyu was a hero in their eyes, but now he had become a thorn in their sides, even as they wished to embody his persona. "Teacher Aoi, you have caused me great distress," Xiangyu said with a wry smile. Perhaps Huaxiao was the largest market globally, and with a vast fan base, Teacher Aoi Yuki understood how to leverage her appeal. Thus, her command of the Huaxiao language was exceptionally sharp. Upon hearing his words, she feigned a playful look of confusion. "Why do you say that? Just look at those boys in the stands. I can't even count how many times they've wished for my demise," Xiangyu replied, pouting. Songjing Yejia undoubtedly comprehends his intentions. The reason for the inquiry merely serves to coax this fellow into articulating his thoughts himself. With a feigned sense of grievance, one might ponder, does Lord Xiangyu truly not wish to converse with Songjing? Deep within, Xiangyu mused about the enchantress. Despite being fully aware that she was akin to a bus ridden by thousands, with not a single inch of her untouched by the ministrations of numerous male admirers, he still found himself unable to withstand her coy allure. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of courage. After all, Songjing was the dream lover of millions. With a sigh, Xiangyu contemplated this. Songjing Yejia cast her gaze toward the audience, and her actions undoubtedly served to incite animosity towards Xiangyu. By doing so, she made it clear to everyone that the topic of their discussion was indeed them, the spectators. Xiangyu had always exhibited a flamboyant demeanor, perceived by others as arrogance or confidence. Otherwise, he would not frequently engage with the audience. Now, with Songjing Yejia directing her attention toward the spectators, it seemed as though Xiangyu was provoking them, implying that their goddess was within arm's reach while they could only hope for a mere photograph, the opportunity for which would depend entirely on his performance on the court. If he triumphed, they would have their chance. If he faltered, they would be left with naught but the faintest whiff of Songjing's presence. Indeed, the audience erupted in indignation. Xiang Yu was no longer seen as a hero, but rather as a base scoundrel reveling in his triumph. Observing her actions, Xiang Yu could not help but furrow his brow. How could such a prominent star behave so casually? Did she not realize that every move she made could ignite the imaginations of others? Lord Xiang Yu, I was mistaken. Songjing Yejie seemed to acknowledge, lowering her head in contrition. Recognizing her admission of fault, and considering that a foreigner might be unaware of the intricacies of Chinese social etiquette, the forthright Xiang Yu dismissed the matter with a smile, saying, Songjing, you are too modest. Lord Xiang Yu, you're the most remarkable basketball player I have ever encountered. May I request a photograph with you? Songjing, her cheeks flushed like a fan, made her request like an ardent admirer. Xiang Yu thought to himself, you are my idol. Of course, I shall oblige. Who knows, perhaps in the quiet of the night, I might glance at it and find joy. You flatter me too much, Songjing. Xiang Yu humbly replied, grinning in agreement. Songjing Yejie brightened, retrieving her phone and moving closer, nearly pressing herself against Xiang Yu's chest. Noticing Xiang Yu's serious expression, she playfully implored, Lord Xiang Yu, might you smile? We could stand even closer. Witnessing their intimate posture, the audience erupted in a frenzy, a cacophony of boos threatening to drown out Xiang Yu. He thought to himself, what a bunch of fools. Since you cannot abide my presence, I shall give you something to truly disdain. With that thought, Xiang Yu's smile blossomed. One arm encircling Songjing Yejie's waist, his head almost resting against her bosom, the soft sanctuary that tempted him to extend his tongue. Unbeknownst to Songjing, who seemed oblivious to the wolf that had set its sights on her, she continued to adjust her position, pressing her chest against Xiang Yu's head. However, when his lips grazed her skin, her expression shifted dramatically. She forcefully pushed him away, her face aflame with anger. Lord Xiang Yu, what are you doing? Chapter 87. A twist in the tale, a single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Although no one but Xiang Yu heard Songjing Yejie's words, her sudden rejection of him, coupled with her furious and embarrassed demeanor, left ample room for speculation. The most immediate and direct conclusion drawn was that Xiang Yu had acted inappropriately toward Songjing Yejie. This presumption ignited a tempest among the male spectators, who erupted in furious shouts and curses. Had there not been security present and school officials seated at the podium, they would have charged onto the court to deliver a stern lesson to Xiang Yu. What have I done to you? Xiang Yu asked, bewildered and confused. Songjing Yejie huffed. I will not speak to you. Summon your school leaders. As a star invited by the school, if an incident were to occur here, which celebrity would dare to come to the school for promotional events in the future? Other institutions would surely capitalize on this incident, and if not handled properly, the school's reputation could suffer greatly. Observing the situation on the court, it was evident that Xiang Yu's actions had incited Songjing Yejie's wrath. Consequently, two school officials waddled toward the scene. What is happening? One of the leaders inquired, his brow furrowed. Songjing Yejie lamented, he plays so beautifully. I am his fan, and took the opportunity during a break to request a photograph. But he took advantage of the moment. How did I take advantage of you? Xiang Yu asked, incredulous. Songjing Yejie, appearing pitiable, stammered, You are a rogue. You licked my chest. Xiang Yu nearly fainted. I lick your chest? Who do you think you are? With your filthy body. Had you not approached me, I would never have touched you. Xiang Yu, how could you behave like this? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are tarnishing the reputation of the school. If Miss Songjing reports this, you will surely be arrested. Apologize to her at once. The leader reprimanded sternly, commanding Xiang Yu to issue an apology. What sort of temperament did Xiang Yu possess? Even if he had committed an infraction, he would never apologize given such an attitude. Do you have any evidence that I took advantage of you? Xiang Yu coldly queried. Songjing Yejie replied, It was just the two of us. I am the witness, and my body is the physical evidence. What more do you require? If that qualifies as evidence, then I could just as easily claim that you took advantage of me. Xiang Yu retorted with a sneer, recognizing that this woman was blatantly attempting to distort the truth. Songjing Yejie retorted angrily, I take advantage of you? Please. Do you think I would pursue a man like you? Her meaning was crystal clear. She had likely encountered countless men and their endowments throughout her life. You squeeze my chest and grab my groin. Does that not count as harassment? Xiang Yu countered ominously, realizing that she was fabricating lies. The leader's face was a mask of fury. Xiang Yu, what is your attitude? One must conduct oneself with civility and speak politely. You spew nonsense. Where is your evidence? Xiang Yu's temper flared. I cannot believe this. This woman, who has been ridden by thousands, accuses me of taking advantage of her. And you demand my apology without questioning her for evidence? Typically, leaders held positions of authority, and students would regard them with utmost respect. Yet here stood Xiangyu, pointing fingers and hurling accusations, leaving the leader seething, as if he might burst from anger, laboring to catch his breath, his face aflame with indignation. Do you think this school is a place where you can act with impunity? Their voices rose, and the students in the audience began to grasp the situation, casting scornful glances at Xiangyu, while some even called for his expulsion from the school, declaring that the institution was a sanctuary that must not be sullied by individuals like him. Chun Sisi and Wei Xiong, among others, entered the fray. Chun Sisi fixed her gaze on Xiangyu and asked, "Did you do it? Do you not believe me either?" Xiangyu felt a chill, disheartened. Chun Sisi pondered for a moment before addressing the leader, declaring, "I vouch for Xiangyu's character. He would never commit such an act." Her voice rang out with conviction, unwavering in its resolve. At this crucial juncture, when Xiangyu was on the brink of expulsion, it was Chun Sisi, who had often looked down upon him, who stood up first. Xiangyu's expression froze, the coldness in his heart transforming into warmth, as he reflected on his previous misjudgment of Chun Sisi, realizing he had underestimated her character. Though her voice was soft, her words silenced the crowd, for she was a woman of strength, respected by her players and coaches alike, lending her statement undeniable weight. Chun Sisi expressed her stance, and Wei Xiong followed suit, asserting, "I absolutely do not believe that Xiangyu would engage in such behavior. I guarantee it in the name of Wei Xiong." With a simple declaration, Wei Xiong placed immense pressure on the leadership. While others were unaware of Wei Xiong's true identity, he knew well that the Wei family was not to be trifled with. However, he was equally compelled to speak by the 7 clans, leaving him in a precarious position, unable to blame Xiangyu, yet equally unable to punish him. He pondered, do the 7 clans not confer before acting? Here I am, caught in the middle with nowhere to turn. Xiangyu cast a glance at Wei Xiong and nodded, silently acknowledging the favor. Our entire team can vouch for Xiangyu. If he indeed committed such an act, we will voluntarily withdraw from school. Xiangshan took the lead, expressing the basketball team's collective stance. Each member of the team was an elite talent nurtured by the school, and their simultaneous withdrawal would represent a tremendous loss for the institution. The leader was taken aback, unprepared for the unwavering solidarity displayed by the group in support of Xiangyu. Is it permissible for a civilization claiming 5,000 years of history to speak so recklessly? What evidence do you possess to testify on his behalf? At that moment, Aoi Yeji interjected, encompassing everyone with her words. You foul creature, what do you think you are? Will Xiangyu take advantage of you? Take a good look in the mirror before you speak. Just then, a furious yet melodious voice emerged from behind. It was Zhaoya. At the moment of the incident, she had intended to rush onto the scene but was blocked by Zhao Ji. Ultimately, her patience wearing thin, she broke free and charged onto the court. The audience in the stands was once again taken aback. What was happening? Why were so many individuals coming to Xiangyu's defense? And there were even 2 girls more beautiful than Aoi Yeji. One was a woman who made a living by selling her body. What could she possibly offer? Then another stunningly beautiful girl stepped forward, her words sharper than those of Zhaoya. Who else could it be but Indai? As a freshman, few recognized Zhaoya, but Indai was different. She was a member of the student council and held considerable respect among students. With her support for Xiangyu, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, causing students to reconsider. Could it be that Xiangyu was indeed innocent, and they had misjudged him? As Zhaoya and Indai cast disdainful glances at Aoi Yeji, the students began to reevaluate their opinion of her. After all, she was akin to a public bus, having been ridden by countless men. Why should they idolize her? Chapter 88. The Truth Globally. Aoi Yeji was considered a goddess among otaku, raking in untold profits for manufacturers of tissue paper and transforming many boys into men. Wherever she went, she caused a sensation, surrounded by a throng of devoted fans. Yet, just moments ago, she had been insulted in a most degrading manner, a situation unlike anything she had ever experienced. What was even more infuriating was that the 2 women berating her possessed such grace and beauty that it filled her with self-doubt. You can say whatever you want, insult me all you like, but he has molested me. If I don't receive an explanation today, what do you think my fans will do to him? Aoi Yeji scoffed, firmly resolved on this point. She was not merely making empty threats. Her fanbase numbered in the millions. if she revealed the incident involving Xiang Yu. Countless individuals would scour the globe for him, condemning him vehemently, and some passionate fans might even resort to more extreme actions. Insult you? I shall indeed insult you today. You filthy wretch, a creature spawned from a pigsty. If you leave Huaxiao now, I shall let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, do not blame me for not warning you. Zhao Ye declared boldly, embodying the spirit of a rebellious sister. Yet, in Xiang Yu's eyes, Zhao Yu appeared utterly charming at that moment. This fleeting feeling prompted him to promise in his heart that even if he were to annihilate the Zhao family, he would not lay a finger on this girl. The leader felt overwhelmed, realizing that this young lady had taken matters into her own hands. If he continued to assert that Xiang Yu was in the wrong, it would likely spell his doom the moment he departed. However, failing to fulfill the task assigned by the young master would also lead to severe consequences. Are all Huaxiao women as coarse as you? Aoi Yeji retorted coldly. Zhao Ye's choice of insults was harsh, and she understood them all too well, igniting Aoi Yeji's desire to retaliate. Zhao Ye's expression turned icy. She could no longer contain herself and prepared to strike this foul creature. As she moved, Xiang Yu swiftly intervened to block her. Do you truly seek an explanation? Xiang Yu inquired, his lips curling into a devilish smile as he gazed at Aoi Yeji. The sight of his grin sent a shiver down her spine, yet she knew she could not exhibit any weakness. Yes, you must provide me with an explanation. Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation right now. Xiang Yu nodded, and before his words could fade, a resounding slap echoed as his hand met Aoi Yeji's cheek, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints in its wake. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. He struck her. Xiang Yu had slapped Aoi Yeji. Everyone was dumbfounded, frozen in disbelief. The first to react was Aoi Yeji, clutching her face, her eyes blazing with humiliation and fury. You hit me? You dare to strike me? Slap. Another crisp sound resonated. Xiang Yu's swift reply. You. Slap. I. Slap. 4 consecutive slaps left Aoi Yeji dazed, blood trickling from her lips, her makeup ruined. Her once elegant demeanor shattered, her face contorted in a grimace. Is this satisfactory for your explanation? Xiang Yu inquired blandly. Aoi Yeji opened her mouth, but instinctively covered her face, swallowing the words that threatened to escape. She dared not speak again. To do so would invite another blow. The arena fell into a profound silence once more, while Qi Tian and the others observed the unfolding drama with furrowed brows. They had long anticipated this outcome, as described by Han Lung. Initially, when Xiang Yu became the target of everyone's ire, it brought them great amusement. Given Xiang Yu's character, he would never admit fault, nor would he apologize. Therefore, if he succumbed to rage, it would lead others to misinterpret his actions as shameful anger, solidifying his guilt. Numerous fans of Aoi Yeji were present, capable of drowning Xiang Yu in a deluge of spittle. Coupled with the school's intervention and Aoi Yeji's unwavering insistence on her evidence, Xiang Yu found himself in a position where he could not defend himself, unable to find even a glimmer of hope for redemption. However, with the arrival of Chen Cixi and others, as well as Zhao Ye and Dai joining the side of Xiang Yu, the situation took an unexpected turn, diverging entirely from their anticipated outcome. Now, after Xiang Yu had delivered 4 slaps to Aoi Yeji, each strike felt like a blow to their own faces, stinging painfully. Yet, the reaction from the crowd remained eerily quiet, signaling yet another failed scheme. Those 2 wretched women, Wei Zixuan muttered angrily, and even Wei Xiang found himself harboring resentment. If it weren't for them, how could Xiang Yu have had a chance to turn the tide? Zhao Ji evidently overheard his remarks, retorting, using such despicable tactics. You've brought shame upon the 7 clans. Wei Zixuan shot her an angry glare, but ultimately chose not to retort. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu stepped forward, gripping Aoi Yeji's hair with a brutish force. Now, I permit you to speak, but if you utter anything I do not wish to hear, I shall pluck one of your hairs for every word. Let us see whether your lies outweigh your locks. Aoi Yeji suddenly launched an attack, and the school officials immediately demanded an apology from Xiang Yu. With his cunning intellect, it was evident to him that this was a conspiracy. If it was indeed a conspiracy, there had to be someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. And now he intended to extract the identity of that puppet master from Aoi Yeji herself. Sanjing Yejia indeed possesses a worldly demeanor, but the world she has encountered has merely consisted of adoration, where she is perpetually the center of attention, akin to a goddess of fortune. Yet, at her core, she remains a woman, one who harbors insecurities deep within her soul. After being subjected to such barbaric assault and cold-blooded threats from Xiangyu, fear finally gripped her, prompting her to hurriedly exclaim, "Someone has instructed me to approach you, to seize the opportunity to slander you, aiming to ruin your reputation. In return, I would receive a handsome sum of money, just like that." Upon revealing the truth, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was evident that Xiangyu had not been the one to harass her, but rather, the entire episode was a nefarious conspiracy aimed at tarnishing his name. As the truth unraveled, public opinion swiftly shifted in favor of Xiangyu, heralding his triumphant return. Who is it?" Xiangyu inquired coldly. Sanjing Yejia shook her head, her hair being painfully gripped by Xiangyu, tears welling up in her eyes. "I don't know. I didn't see anyone." The person spoke from behind the door. "You believe such a casual promise? Do you think I would trust you?" Xiangyu scoffed. Sanjing Yejia quickly retorted, "No. He provided me with a deposit, a check for 500,000. Get lost." With the matter clarified, Xiangyu released her. Sanjing Yejia, truly the one facing disgrace, dared not linger any longer in this humiliating predicament and fled as if in a panic. Xiangyu's gaze gradually shifted towards the stern and authoritative leader. In Chapter 89, the terrifying statistical analysis, Xiangyu's ruthless actions left the leader in a state of shock. The subsequent confession from Sanjing Yejia drained the color from his face. Now, under Xiangyu's piercing gaze, he felt an uncomfortable pressure, as if he might lose control of his bowels. "Respected school leader, do you still require evidence?" Xiangyu's tone dripped with sarcasm. The leader, wearing a forced smile, realized that to voice any dissent in front of so many witnesses would only invite trouble upon himself. Although he longed to assert that Sanjing Yejia had been coerced into her confession, he could not afford to offend the individuals pulling the strings. Nor could he antagonize Zhaoya and Ndai, who were equally formidable. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to defuse the situation, deciding to navigate through the immediate crisis first. "Since you now comprehend the truth, I kindly ask you to have that vial wench removed. In future events, I hope you will invite individuals of positive influence," Xiangyu remarked calmly. The leader nodded vigorously, seeking an excuse to depart in defeat. What had initially appeared to be a scandal that could ruin Xiangyu was effortlessly resolved thanks to the unwavering trust of Chen Sisi, Wei Xiang, Zhaoya, and Ndai. This turn of events led to a dramatic decline in Sanjing Yejia's standing as an idol among many, for even in the face of her assault, no one held Xiangyu at fault. That woman's public relations team will undoubtedly not let this rest. They may resort to legal measures against you, Ndai remarked softly. Zhaoya scoffed dismissively. "As long as that little harlot dares to lay a finger on Xiangyu, I shall ensure she cannot remain in Huaxia. Are you out of your mind? There are so many witnesses here. If anything were to happen to her, even if you had no part in it, people might mistakenly think you were involved." Xiangyu hurriedly covered Zhaoya's mouth to prevent her from speaking recklessly. Ndai chuckled in amusement. "Given your contributions to Qingzhou Academy, I will handle any subsequent troubles for you. I hope you can deliver an even more impressive performance in the upcoming matches and ultimately achieve victory." With that, Ndai flashed a smile at Chen Sisi and exited the venue. Chen Sisi was taken aback. This seemingly carefree individual, who often appeared to be a slacker, had garnered the support of two stunning beauties, Zhaoya and Ndai, who had come forth to vouch for him when he was in trouble. Zhaoya remained unaware of the intricacies of Xiangyu's connections, only recognizing her as a beautiful yet headstrong girl. However, she was well aware of Ndai's reputation as a prominent figure within the school. "When had Xiangyu earned her favor? I still want to watch your match. Can I sit on your bench? It's more comfortable there." Zhaoya teased with a giggle. Chen Sisi responded with a smile. "Sure. There will be plenty of empty spots once the players take the court, so you can sit there." "Thank you, beautiful coach," Zhaoya exclaimed, skipping away. This unexpected turmoil had delayed the match for quite some time, but with the truth now revealed, it was time to resume. As the referee's whistle sounded, both teams returned to the court. This was the final quarter of the match, where victory or defeat hung in the balance, and with the players sufficiently rested, both teams fielded their strongest lineups for the ultimate showdown. David, re-entering the game, perhaps recalled Xiangyu's public display of strength when he struck Sanjing Yejia, and remembering his own past encounter with him, dared not provoke him further. After 3 quarters of play, both teams had developed a profound understanding of one another, leading to a rather uneventful game. Xiangyu continued to be the focal point of attention, and the support from Xiong Shan and others only deepened his gratitude. inspiring him to assist them in performing well in front of the vast audience. Realizing he was being closely guarded by the opposition, Xiangyu decided to help others score instead. He moved actively, focused on defense, executed clever passes, and fought for possession, as if his presence dominated the entire court. Xiangshan and the others did not disappoint him, converting his passes into points. This team, thanks to Xiangyu's all-encompassing playmaking, was no longer merely a duet of him and Wei Xiang, but rather a symphony involving all players. The Duke University team, bolstered by their players' formidable individual skills, also grew to respect Xiangyu's presence, leading them to play with equal intensity and determination. The match became a gripping back-and-forth spectacle, captivating the audience who were enthralled by the unfolding drama. However, while the gameplay was indeed thrilling, the score remained sluggish in its upward trajectory, with the point differential only narrowed by 5 after half a quarter, indicating that to secure victory, they would need to outscore their opponents by at least 26 points in the remaining time, as the current gap stood at 25. As the timeout approached, Chen Cixi held the technical statistics sheet, where Xiangyu's remarkable stats stood out. 10 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 6 steals, 4 blocks, 2 fouls, and 0 turnovers. Notably, after scoring 10 points in rapid succession within a minute, Xiangyu had not attempted another shot, dedicating all his energy to defense and passing. This statistical performance left Chen Cixi's heart racing. 10 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 6 steals, and 4 blocks, all achieved in the latter part of the third quarter and the early part of the fourth. When extrapolated over the entire game, these numbers would undoubtedly astonish everyone. With merely half a quarter left, we were still trailing by 25 points. Chen Cixi's statement may have seemed redundant, yet it captured the player's attention. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her astonishment at Xiangyu's prowess and asked, "Does anyone have any thoughts?" Though she held the title of coach, she understood that the players ultimately determined the course of the game, thus leaving the opportunity open for them to voice their ideas. After a moment of contemplation, all eyes turned toward Xiangyu. "What are you looking at me for?" Xiangyu thought to himself. "You don't expect me to take on all 5 of you, do you?" As he anticipated, Wei Xiang remarked, "Everyone has witnessed Xiangyu's prowess. He has been setting the stage for us, and now it is our turn to reciprocate. For the latter half of this quarter, let Xiangyu take the lead in our offensive strategy." In Chapter 90, titled Miracle 5 Doubles, Chen Cixi inquired of Xiangshan and his companions, "What about you?" Xiangshan scratched his head, revealing an endearing smile. "Our skills cannot compare to Xiangyu's. We trust him to handle it. All right, the forthcoming strategy is quite straightforward. Li Jie will replace Ma Chong as the point guard, while Xiangyu will take on the shooting guard position. Everyone else will create space for him, allowing him to engage in one-on-one confrontations. On the defensive end, aside from David and Carl, the opposing players lacked three-point shooting abilities. Thus, we will focus on neutralizing these two, while preventing the remaining trio from approaching the paint." Chen Cixi did not sketch out plays, nor provide precise assignments for her players, opting instead for a general strategy. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court with possession in their favor. The opposing team presumed Xiangyu would control the ball, causing 2 defenders to rush toward him. Xiangyu smiled faintly and sprinted toward the front court, moving with breathtaking speed. Li Jie, quick on the uptake, executed a long pass that soared over the positioning players and landed directly in Xiangyu's hands. The 2 defenders, clearly unable to match Xiangyu's pace, found themselves outmaneuvered. Upon receiving the ball, Xiangyu faced no one, dribbled once, and swiftly released a shot. The ball swished through the net, scoring yet another three-pointer. While Xiangyu's previous rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks had all been spectacular, none compared to the immediacy of scoring. After a prolonged silence, the audience erupted in excitement. Could this be the moment when Xiangyu unleashed his full potential in this climactic battle? As it was the opponent's turn to attack, the players diligently adhered to Chen Cixi's strategy. Xiangyu was tasked with marking David, while Wei Xiang shadowed Carl, denying them any shooting opportunities. Xiangshan and his companions engaged in relentless physical play, refusing to allow the opposing team easy access to the paint. As the 24-second shot clock dwindled, center Martin struggled to establish a comfortable shooting position. Time was not on his side, and he hastily released the ball, which ricocheted off the rim without entering. Xiangyu, like a hunting cheetah, leapt above all others, claiming the rebound with effortless grace. Everyone recognized the latent power within his seemingly diminutive stature, knowing he would secure this rebound without hesitation, thus retreating swiftly. Upon capturing the rebound, Xiangyu passed to Li Jie, who deftly evaded the defense as he advanced the ball. Wei Xiong and the others positioned themselves beyond the three-point line, not idly standing by, but rather engaging in cross-movement to tear apart the defense, creating avenues for Xiangyu's penetration. After several quick passes, the ball finally reached Xiangyu, who was presented with a clear path created by a teammate. Without a hint of uncertainty, he drove into the paint and executed a deft floater, earning another 2 points. Time was slipping away, and the gap was narrowing. Xiangyu stole the ball. He secured another rebound, yet another block from Xiangyu. He penetrated, he shot, and once more he scored. The commentators were swept into a frenzy, repeatedly exclaiming Xiangyu's name, their passionate delivery igniting the atmosphere. As chants of MVP rose and fell like waves, Xiangyu had become the singular focal point of the court. Finally, after he netted another shot, only 18 seconds remained in the game, with a mere 4-point deficit, and possession once again belonged to the opposing team. This scenario was intriguing. Even if the opponents failed to score, our side would require 2 successful offensive plays to either surpass or equal the score, and both attempts had to be successful. Yet, with the ball in the opponent's possession, any fouls would necessitate prayers that they missed both free throws. Otherwise, they would only need to score once, and at least one of those attempts must be a three-pointer. Everyone knew three-pointers were far more challenging than two-pointers, especially at such a critical juncture. The opponents would rather concede a two-pointer than allow a three-pointer. Moreover, if the opposing team deliberately consumed time, the situation would become increasingly perilous. The commentators laid out the predicament faced by the team, and the audience fell into a hushed silence, an oppressive stillness enveloping the venue. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and all eyes turned to Xiangyu, the one who had single-handedly erased a 46-point deficit. Could he conjure a miracle in these remaining 18 seconds? Even in defeat, Xiangyu's solo performance would be worthy of the history books, marking him as a hero beyond reproach for his efforts. Should victory be achieved, Xiangyu would become a miracle, a basketball miracle, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest superstars. Currently, Xiangyu's statistical accomplishments were as follows: 41 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists, 9 steals, and 10 blocks. Just one more steal was required for him to achieve the elusive 5 doubles. Within the annals of basketball history, quadruples were rare marvels, and only the NBA had seen such statistics globally. But a 5-double performance had never before been realized. Could Xiangyu forge this unprecedented, unparalleled feat? All awaited with bated breath. Zhaoya, filled with anxiety, fixated on the court, her hands clasped in prayer as she murmured incantations, eager to witness the miracle that Xiangyu might create. Not only her, but everyone was anticipating Xiangyu to conjure this miracle. The collective gaze of the crowd, the palpable tension, began to affect Duke University, the team in the lead and possessing the ball. They were gripped by anxiety, their singular thought being that they must not become the backdrop for a miracle. Therefore, they could not allow Xiangyu to touch the ball. Coach Mike, equally stunned by Xiangyu's statistics, found himself at a loss for words. Throughout America, he had encountered countless prodigious youths, yet none had ever achieved such figures, particularly within such a brief time frame. The outcome of this game had become secondary to him. He and his players shared a unified goal. They could not become the historical footnote. Double team, 3 players to double team. No for players, Coach Mike bellowed, seizing the moment of the inbound pass. 5 players, 4 of them converged on Xiangyu. Regardless of the cost, even if it meant one player was left unguarded, even if the ball were stolen or the opponent scored again, Xiangyu must not be allowed to touch the ball. David and his teammates felt an overwhelming urge to despair, yet they recognized the coach's strategy was sound. They could not grant Xiangyu an opportunity. Thus, when the ball was released, David took off like a shot, while the remaining 4 surrounded Xiangyu. No matter how swiftly David moved, he could not outpace Wei Xiong, who was keenly aware that he had no passing options. In a flash, he executed a steal, passing the ball to Li Jie, who had sprinted ahead. With a surge of fury, Li Jie dunked the ball, reducing the deficit to a mere 2 points. However, even so, David had managed to consume 8 crucial seconds. And with Wei Xiong's steal and pass, Li Jie scored, leaving only 5 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, 2 points behind. And still the ball belonged to the opposing team. How could they possibly succeed? The arena fell into a profound silence. In Chapter 91, titled The Final Shot, A Fatal Strike, Coach Mike could no longer contain himself and called for a timeout. This timeout served not only to devise a strategy, but also provided the advantage of a front-court inbound, effectively allowing them to waste time and deny the opponents any opportunity. Xiang Yu and his teammates remained on the court. This strategy required no input from Chen Sisi. Even if she were the most legendary coach, she could not devise a foolproof plan for victory. The five gathered together. Xiang Yu's expression was grave, his tone serious. For the last shot, you four must tightly mark Martin and Myers. The rest is up to me. Once, Xiang Yu had taken on two opponents. Now, must he confront three? Regardless, the entirety of their hopes rested upon Xiang Yu's shoulders, and the four nodded gravely in agreement. Beautiful coach, can we win? Zhao Ye asked Chen Sisi from the bench. Can we win? The game has reached this point, and in reality, victory has already been secured. The basketball team has achieved the extraordinary, while Xiang Yu has produced statistics that are unprecedented and will likely remain unmatched. What more could one ask for? Rest assured, we shall emerge victorious. Chen Sisi's gaze remained fixed on Xiang Yu. Observing his demeanor, which exhibited not a hint of anxiety, stirred something within her heart, leading her to inexplicably trust this miraculous individual to continue his legendary feats. As the brief timeout concluded in a blink, the players returned to the court. The commentators fell silent, and the stadium of 100,000 spectators became hushed, yet all eyes were collectively fixed on Xiang Yu, awaiting his potential to turn the tide. The teams began to position themselves. Wei Xiong and the Wolf King charged towards Martin, while Xiong Shan and Li Jie confronted Miles. Apart from George, who was set to inbound the ball from the sideline, David and Carl found themselves in open positions, while Xiang Yu stood alone in the paint, positioned equidistantly from both. This peculiar tactic left onlookers perplexed. Was it a sign of surrender? With two players unguarded and Xiang Yu not marking either, did it imply defeat? David, disregarding these considerations, noted Xiang Yu's lack of intention to close the distance and swiftly darted towards George, demanding, "Give me that damned ball." Without hesitation, George passed the ball into his hands. Upon receiving the pass, Xiang Yu sprang into action, charging towards David. David scoffed, thinking, "What use is your advance? By the time you reach me, I would have already passed to Carl, and the time would be up." With this in mind, David quickly released the ball, sending it to Carl, who was running in the opposite direction to Xiang Yu. However, at that moment, Xiang Yu suddenly changed direction, moving with a speed that was nothing short of lightning, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. In the instant he released the ball, he snatched it from the air, without a moment's hesitation, and not even glancing at the hoop. Xiang Yu launched the basketball with conviction. All eyes followed the arc of the ball, which traced a beautiful curve across the arena, transcending all expectations of basketball, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. Ultimately, the hoop appeared as vast as the ocean, and the basketball fell into it without stirring a single ripple, swishing through the net. The final steal, the last shot, the decisive blow. The ball went in, the lights blazed, the whistle blew. It was over. A last-second triumph. Victory. The atmosphere became akin to a vacuum, as if time had frozen. Following a brief silence, it erupted like thunder, with deafening applause, cheers, and roars. A cacophony of ecstatic madness that transcended mere enthusiasm. The commentator attempted to speak, but merely opened his mouth before fainting, unable to bear the overwhelming euphoria. Zhao Yu was the first to rush onto the court, leaping into Xiang Yu's embrace, squeezing him tightly with all her strength. Chen Sisi crouched down, clutching her chest, her eyes glistening with tears, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wei Xiong and the others embraced, crying out in sheer exhilaration. Qi Tian and his companions stood in a daze. And Dai, however, captured the moment with her phone. David stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief. The lightning-fast steal, the flawless shot, the lethal buzzer beater. 5 doubles. The first and perhaps the only one in basketball history. From a 50-point deficit to a last-minute victory, all achieved in a mere 1.5 quarters, during which Xiang Yu scored 44 points. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he single-handedly orchestrated this stunning comeback. The crowd was in a frenzy, cheering and celebrating, not merely for the opportunity to take a picture with their idol or to receive an autograph photo, but solely for Xiang Yu, for this hero. The school officials had intended to announce the results of the match and provide a summary, yet they discovered that even turning the volume to maximum could not drown out the roar of the crowd, ultimately abandoning their plans. Xiang Yu, congratulations. You are the most talented basketball player I have ever witnessed. I am proud of your performance today and honored to have witnessed such a magnificent game. Following the conclusion of the match, with the outcome sealed, Coach Mike displayed his magnanimity, fully captivated by Xiang Yu's performance. Xiang Yu was taken aback to find that the first to congratulate him was none other than his opponent, Coach Mike. He couldn't help but regard the old man with newfound respect, setting Zhao Yu down and smiling as he said, "Thank you, Coach Mike. Your players also performed splendidly. Your tactics are truly commendable." Upon accepting the match results, Coach Mike felt no shame in being relegated to the role of a historical footnote. Instead, he felt genuine pride in having witnessed the record-breaking performance. What if being a background character was not so bad? To have witnessed this miracle, there are those who would not even qualify to be in the background. Your skills are astounding. Given time, I believe one day you will stand alongside or even surpass the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, Coach Mike stated earnestly. Xiang Yu quickly shook his head. "You overestimate me. I dare not aspire to such heights." Coach Mike shook his head in return. "Xiang Yu, you possess confidence, unwavering will, composure under pressure, creative thought, and adaptable intelligence. If you were to receive comprehensive training, you would undoubtedly become a superstar." At that moment, Xiang Yu began to understand that all of this flattery was an attempt to recruit him. Coach Mike, you flatter me. My ambitions do not lie in that direction. My motivations for playing this game were somewhat impulsive. Therefore, I appreciate your good intentions." Seeing the earnestness in his expression, Coach Mike couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What a pity. The basketball court will lose a player who could have been immortalized in history. Perhaps a new legend will be born in another field. Xiang Yu replied with a light laugh. Coach Mike, realizing the depth of Xiang Yu's character, burst into hearty laughter. Such a person, even if not commanding the basketball court, could still wield immense influence in another realm. If one day you truly develop a passion for basketball, feel free to seek me out, Coach Mike insisted, handing over his business card. Chapter 92. Late night, snack a tumultuous and soul-stirring basketball match concluded amidst laughter and joy. After this battle, one cannot fathom how many boys fell in love with basketball, nor how many girls were left with an indelible impression. Some rejoiced while others lamented. This unbelievable victory granted Wei Xiang an opportunity with Chen Sisi, a double celebration for him. Overjoyed, he summoned the entire basketball team for a grand celebration banquet. Everyone participated. Even Chen Sisi did not decline. At the banquet, toasts flowed freely, and Xiang Yu welcomed them all. Today, these comrades stood resolutely behind him, which deeply moved him. Naturally, he would not dampen their spirits. Encouraged by the others, Chen Sisi raised her glass and toasted Xiang Yu, saying, "Thank you for winning a match we were destined to lose. I toast to you." Xiang Yu quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Coach, please don't say that. Winning this match was a collective effort. Without your strategic guidance and the unwavering support of my teammates, I could never have achieved this victory alone. Therefore, this triumph belongs to each and every one of us. Let us all drink to that." His words were skillfully diplomatic, uplifting everyone's spirits, and they all rose to join in the toast. After drinking, Chen Sisi coughed violently a couple of times, her cheeks flushed, clearly unable to handle her alcohol. "It's getting late. I should head back." "Don't stay out too late yourselves," she said, clearly uncomfortable in this setting. Today was her first experience participating in such an event, and she had even consumed alcohol. Upon hearing she planned to leave, Xiang Yu exchanged a glance with Wei Xiang, who understood and said, "You all enjoy yourselves. I've informed the boss that I'll cover all expenses tonight. Make sure you have a great time. I'll see the coach home." "No need for that. You are the host today and cannot leave prematurely," Chen Sisi quickly countered, kindly providing Wei Xiang with an excuse. Xiang Yu chuckled and said, "It's nothing. With him here, we can't truly relax. We feel reluctant to order many delicacies, fearing that this fellow will accuse us of being unprincipled and taking advantage of him. Once he leaves, we can indulge as we please, eat whatever we desire. How delightful that would be. Since we have already won the competition, you should fulfill your promise. Regardless of your personal feelings, at the very least, you ought to put on a show." Wei Xiang cast a grateful glance in his direction, truly embodying the spirit of brotherhood. The others joined in the raucous cheer. Chen Sisi harbored a deep resentment towards Xiang Yu, yet in front of so many people, she could not refuse him. As a coach, she simply could not go back on her word, so she nodded. Wei Xiang was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Xiang Yu could not help but kick him lightly, exclaiming, "What are you still standing there for? Go get the car." Right. I'll go drive and wait for you at the entrance, coach." With that, he dashed off in a flurry. Xiang Yu leaned towards Chun Cece and whispered, "Just go along with it. If that guy dares to make any inappropriate advances, kick him hard where it counts. Turn on the shared location on WeChat. If anything happens, let me know immediately, and I will rush over." Chun Cece felt her cheeks flush, yet an unusual emotion stirred within her. This fellow was pushing her towards Wei Xiong while simultaneously keeping a close watch on her. Was it not contradictory? With a huff, Chun Cece departed. "Xiang Yu, what were you murmuring to the coach about?" "Lietesit." Xiang Yu mumbled something nonsensical, prompting a chorus of laughter. Without Wei Xiong present, they truly felt liberated. They frolicked until the early hours of the morning, finally dispersing with lingering reluctance. Chun Cece returned home early and sent a message to Xiang Yu, which made him feel that Wei Xiong was not so despicable after all. At least he had not made any unwelcome advances. After bidding farewell to the others, Xiang Yu mounted his Harley and sped back to school. The lights in the small building were still on, and recalling Zhao Ye's righteous words and assistance earlier in the day, he could not help but sigh. How had he become entangled with a woman from the Zhao family? He even felt that, even if Zhao Ye were to wrong him in the future, he would find it difficult to retaliate. After all, he had brought her supper. He decided to take things as they came. Upon arriving at the door, he carried the bags of late-night snacks. Before he could knock, Zhao Ye, having heard the sound of the motorcycle, rushed to the door, the strong scent of alcohol wafting towards him. She frowned, saying, "Have you been drinking again?" "It's just socializing. Look at all the delicious food I brought you," Xiang Yu replied with a grin. Zhao Yu was a foodie. If she stayed up late, she would drag Xiang Yu out for late-night snacks. The sight of good food made her forget everything else. At least you have a conscience. Once inside, Xiang Yu laid out an abundant spread of snacks on the table, all of which Zhao Yu loved. After all, Wei Xiong was footing the bill, so why not indulge? Wow, there is so much. I can't finish it all by myself. Zhao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiang Yu gestured upstairs, saying, "Well, there's a partner in crime, isn't there? Sister, come see." Xiang Yu brought back so many delicious things. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to go out for late-night snacks? Here is a ready-made feast." Fao Yayil told upstairs. Although she had been living there for over a week, Zhao Ji had always treated Xiang Yu with indifference, barely exchanging 10 sentences with him. There was no way she would eat the food he brought back. She would rather starve than touch it. "I'm going to bed. I'm not hungry." Zhao Ji's distant voice drifted down. Zhao Yu was taken aback. "Just a second ago, you were taking a shower. Who are you trying to fool?" "Shower? Your sister is shy. I'll take it upstairs for her," Xiang Yu said, not finishing his sentence as he grabbed several containers and rushed upstairs. He happened to see Zhao Ji emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the sight of her fair skin was almost blinding. Her long, delicate legs were alluring, and though he could not see everything, the scene of a beautiful woman emerging from the bath, especially one as captivating as Zhao Ji, caused Xiang Yu to feel a rush of blood to his head. "Pervert!" Zhao Ji exclaimed as she noticed him staring, his eyes fixated shamelessly on her chest, his face flushed with excitement. Xiang Yu sniffed and grinned, saying, "I'm just worried you might go hungry. I brought you some food, still warm, mind you. Eat while it's hot." "I'm not hungry. Take it away." Zhao Yi retorted dismissively. "Since I'm here, how can I leave so easily?" Xiang Yu boldly walked towards her bedroom, continuing, "I'll leave it in your room. All of this was obtained through my clever schemes, much more meaningful than if I had bought it myself. You can't waste it. I want to see you finish it." Chapter 93. The majesty of the celestial charm. This was Xiang Yu's first time entering Zhao Ji's bedroom, and he could not help but take in his surroundings. The entire room was adorned in shades of rose red, perhaps due to the lighting or the decor style, with abstract oil paintings hanging on the walls, clearly indicating a person of refined taste. There was a large bed, a writing desk, a bookshelf brimming with volumes, and a small sofa. Though the items were few, they were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, avoiding any sense of monotony or chaos. Without permission, he had barged into her sanctuary. It was the first time a man had entered her private quarters, and Zhao Ji was furious. Storming into the room, she shouted, "This is not a place for you. Get out." Xiang Yu thought to himself, "We once shared a bed, albeit with different dreams, but we did have our moments of romance." Now she was denying him entry. What kind of logic was that? A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Of course, he would never voice this hidden sentiment. "What is wrong with you? I kindly brought you food, and instead of appreciating it, you're trying to kick me out? Isn't that quite rude?" Xiang Yu protested, reclining on the soft bed and deliberately writhing a bit, exclaiming, "This bed is incredibly comfortable, much better than the sofa downstairs." Zhao Ji was utterly vexed. "You think barging into my room is polite? Kicking you out is somehow impolite? Do you know what kind of people I despise the most?" Zhao Ji asked, suppressing her anger. Xiang Yu shook his head in confusion, thinking, as long as she doesn't hate me, I'm fine. Men who are shamelessly persistent and clingy are the ones I detest the most, Zhao Ji replied coolly. Xiang Yu suddenly realized that she was waiting for him to react. So he decided to throw himself onto the bed, resting his chin on his hands, and grinned, shameless and invincible. That's me. Now you understand why I'm a champion at everything, right? I dominate at drinking games, racing, and basketball. I'm not just boasting, I truly excel at it. Having witnessed shamelessness before, Zhao Ji had never encountered someone as brazen as him. Her expression turned frosty as she asked, "Are you leaving or not? Look at you, so thin. Even if you don't care about yourself, I do. What if you feel empty when I touch you? So I need to see you finish all this food. Otherwise, I won't leave. Not even if it kills me," Xiang Yu said, gazing at Zhao Ji, who was only wrapped in a towel. Despite her slender arms and legs, she had all the right curves in all the right places, making her figure exceptionally appealing. Zhao Ji had never been so boldly and directly admired before. Xiang Yu's penetrating gaze made her feel exposed, as if he could see right through her. "If you don't leave, I will," she declared, facing a man with a thicker skin than the city walls. Just as she made to storm out, she paused. "This is my room. Why should I leave? Why should I compromise with this guy? You must be hungry, right? Eat up while it's hot," Xiang Yu urged eagerly, his overly attentive demeanor making Zhao Ji feel nauseous. Zhao Ji looked at him, asking, "Are you really planning to stay here? Do you even know how to hold a conversation? I did not instruct you to finish all of this, did I? If not, I cannot feel at ease. Once you have eaten your fill, I shall depart immediately," Xiang Yu declared angrily, as though he bore an immense grievance. Zhao Ji, grasping her towel, slowly lifted it, her movements gentle and unhurried. Her voice, imbued with a magnetic charm, whispered in Xiang Yu's ear, "Isn't this what you wish to see? I shall show you." Her tone was alluring to the core, reminiscent of celestial music that surged into Xiang Yu's mind, and he felt as though a fragrant breeze, akin to musk and orchids, had invaded his nostrils, rendering his gaze hazy. With a sudden explosion in his mind, fragmented and indulgent images assaulted his mental fortitude, while a searing heat, akin to flames, spread through his lower abdomen, igniting an uncontrollable passion within him. Had he not been lying down, the tent-like bulge between his thighs would have been unmistakable. This overwhelming sensation was utterly beyond his control, and the latent energy within him only fueled the fire, surging forth to disperse throughout his limbs, causing his veins to throb with pain. The agony made him break into a cold sweat, distress evident upon his visage. Heavenly Enchantress. A flicker of clarity remained in Xiang Yu's mind as he bit down on his tongue, a rush of metallic tang flooding his senses, awakening him instantly. The tide of fervor receded, and the latent energy returned to his core. His entire body was drenched in perspiration, blood staining the corner of his mouth, while Zhao Ji remained poised and unperturbed. Yet, the vivid hallucination lingered, leaving traces of lingering fragrance in his nostrils, even after escaping the allure of the heavenly enchantress. Xiang Yu's heart raced with trepidation. It was terrifying. He could not fathom how he had fallen under her spell. Fortunately, or else his life would have been forfeited that very day. "You deceived me," Xiang Yu exclaimed furiously, his expression a mask of rage. Zhao Ji, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, "If I intended to kill you, you would already be a corpse. And would you still be able to converse with me?" 8 years prior, Xiang Yu had succumbed to Zhao Ji's enchantment, leading to a tumultuous upheaval in his fate, and now he found himself ensnared once more. How could someone of his resolve and understanding of the heavenly enchantress have fallen prey again? Did he, deep within, still harbor no defenses against her? Reluctantly, Xiang Yu acknowledged the weight of this undeniable truth, a burden he could not shake. "Opportunities are fleeting. Miss one, and it may never return," he stated coldly, a threat and a reminder to himself that he must remain ever vigilant in the presence of Zhao Ji. Should she dare to exploit his vulnerabilities again, he would not grant her another chance. Zhao Ji's smile was laden with meaning. "Is that so?" Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled. What did she know? Had she uncovered his true identity? Such a notion was implausible. Had Zhao Ji realized that he was indeed the Xiang Yu of legend, she would not have treated him with such feigned civility, but would have sought to eliminate him without hesitation. May I leave now? Zhao Yi inquired softly. Regardless of how thick-skinned Xiang Yu might be, he could no longer bear to remain in her presence, for the earlier encounter had stripped him of all dignity. A prominent figure, a top-tier Special Forces operative nurtured by the Dragon Soul, had been outmaneuvered by a seemingly delicate woman. A revelation that would leave him utterly humiliated if it were to spread. Fine, you win this round. Xiang Yu seethed, rising from the bed. Yet the tent between his thighs remained, adding to his embarrassment. He struck it with a fierce slap, grimacing in pain while muttering angrily, "Damn it. You worthless thing. When I get the chance, I'll have you castrated." With that, he clutched his groin and stormed out. Chapter 94. Carefree departures. Xiang Yu fled in disarray, while Zhao Ji, observing the bountiful spread before her, wore a faint smile. Closing the door behind her, she picked up her chopsticks and savored a piece of pork rib, relishing the absence of that bothersome man, finally able to enjoy her meal. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi spotted Xiang Yu descending the stairs, clutching his groin and wearing a disgruntled expression, and could not help but chuckle. Should I mock you for attempting to steal a chicken, but instead losing a grain of rice? With my brother-in-law in such a state, you still have the energy to jest? Xiang Yu retorted with irritation. You two sisters are insufferable. Zhao Yi pouted, saying, as long as my sister remains unresolved. Don't expect me to call you brother-in-law. You flaunt the title, but do you not feel ashamed? Xiang Yu mused. Had that incident truly occurred years ago, he would indeed be her brother-in-law. You little brat, what do you understand? He scoffed, thinking it futile to engage further. A wise man does not contend with a foolish woman. If I cannot deal with you, I can certainly avoid you. With that, he reclaimed Zhao Yi's room and locked the door behind him. In the darkness, recalling the earlier incident, he felt a lingering apprehension and a stark realization of his own inadequacies. As his fame grew, so too did the attention he garnered, and the adversaries he faced would only become more formidable. He needed to elevate his prowess with utmost urgency, or his situation would become perilous. Just as he steadied his emotions and prepared to enter a state of cultivation, a familiar aura of danger reemerged nearby, igniting his fury. You again! Bursting forth, he found himself in the courtyard, unleashing a torrent of curses. You, a grown man, lurking around like a peeping Tom. Are you bored, or just deranged? Come out, and see if I don't beat you to a pulp. Golden, incensed by Xiang Yu's tirade, nearly choked on his own breath. This fellow had no sense of respect, and it was time he received a lesson. With that thought, Golden emerged from the shadows, his figure flickering like a specter in the courtyard. Kid, seems like you're feeling quite audacious today. This time, Golden did not reveal his true face, instead donning a clown mask, his jovial demeanor mocking Xiang Yu mercilessly. Enough of your theatrics. I shall teach you a good lesson today. Xiang Yu retorted angrily. Golden chuckled lightly. How about we make a wager? A wager on what? Xiang Yu inquired. Hearing Xiang Yu's outburst, Zhao Yi rushed out, and upon seeing Golden's clown mask, she let out a startled scream, clutching Xiang Yu's arm in fright. What on earth is this? Golden felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite being a strikingly handsome figure in her eyes, he had been reduced to a mere thing. I am not a thing. I am a person, he asserted. Indeed, this fellow is hardly a thing, Xiang Yu reassured Zhao Yi, whispering. Stay back. I am not his match. Zhao Yi gasped in astonishment. Though she had seldom witnessed Xiang Yu in action, he had always exuded an air of unfathomable strength. Yet now, he openly admitted he was no match for the masked figure, leaving her utterly shocked. As she scrutinized Golden, her expression shifted, considering whether this individual was indeed a master. Zhao Ji, too, had heard the commotion, standing by the window with furrowed brows. Like Zhao Yi, she was taken aback by Xiang Yu's admission of inferiority, and her curiosity regarding the masked figure deepened. He wore a mask for two reasons, either to conceal his identity or because he was someone they knew. The first reason was swiftly dismissed by Zhao Ji. A true powerhouse would be unbothered by recognition, for they were proud and disdainful of stealth. Thus, only one conclusion remained. He must be someone familiar to them. Although she was unaware of Xiang Yu's current strength, she was confident that numerous capable individuals could best him, many of whom she recognized. Who could this person be? Since he deliberately conceals himself, it is inevitable that his voice will also alter. One cannot discern anything merely from the sound. To uncover his identity, one must remove his mask and behold his true visage. Hey, didn't you mention placing a wager? What exactly are we betting on? Since the appearance of Zhao Ye, who had remained silent, Xiang Yu could no longer restrain his curiosity. Zhao Ji is indeed an extraordinarily astute girl. Her analysis is entirely accurate, and it is, in fact, the truth. The Golden One intentionally dons a mask to avoid being recognized by her. For Zhao Ji knows him well, and is aware that he and Shursan have been steadfastly guarding Chu Gur, which is a significant reason she has refrained from taking action against her. In his heart, the Golden One mused that if Zhao Ji were to discover his identity, then Xiang Yu would undoubtedly learn of it from her, and he would surely misunderstand that it was Chu Gur who was concerned about him. This fellow shares the same name as Gij's beloved, and until his true character is ascertained, he must not be allowed to entangle himself with her. You remain silent, and I shan't accompany you any longer. Seeing the Golden One standing still like a wooden post, Xiang Yu impatiently remarked, pulling Zhao Ye towards the exit. The Golden One feigned a change in his voice. Suddenly, I find myself with an upset stomach. I must excuse myself. I shall play with you another day. With that, he swiftly departed, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. He arrives and leaves at will, departing in such a hurried manner, undeniably straightforward and carefree. Xiang Yu was somewhat bewildered, pondering what sort of individual this was, hindering his cultivation. What on earth was this fellow here for? Zhao Yu also appeared perplexed. Xiang Yu shrugged. If he were to discern the purpose of that individual's visit, he would not be so troubled. He has left. Let us return, Xiang Yu stated. Upon returning indoors, Zhao Ji's voice floated down from above. Xiang Yu, come up. I have something to ask you. Xiang Yu was startled, but he did not dare to assume that Zhao Ji had experienced a change of heart and wished to apologize or offer herself to him. He thought to himself, if you dare to employ that charm on me again, my brother's safety might very well be at stake. You can inquire from down there. I am disinterested in coming up, Xiang Yu replied, feigning bravado. Zhao Ji, above, chuckled softly, amused by his timidity. This fellow had indeed been bitten by a snake once, and now feared the rope for 10 years. He could not be driven away moments ago, yet now he refused to ascend. Are you afraid? Zhao Yi gently taunted. Although fully aware it was a provocation, Xiang Yu found her derisive tone intolerable. Resolutely, he decided, if I must go up, then so be it.